Greetings, Counter-Strike fans. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're going to be talking about all of today's action on day 4, the last day of the Challenger stage. But before we do that, let's just have a recap of yesterday's action.
Smoke screens clouding my vision, led by a corrupt.
Less DY. Easy as that. More to come, and support is present. Easy peasy.
Burn 'em all.
A 3-2 split. They're wrapping around James on the side outline. Great angle. He's thrown a little one-way there, and he's absolutely dismantled this. Fades, it's the first victim. Oh, Magic! Oh, that is something! Over the smoke, Yakinda loses his head a one-on-one. Two bullets in the AK. Oh! Chopper! He breaks spirit, silence, and 2 bullets is all he needs.
Dear boy, don't play the victim.
Oh man, it is just an annihilation of the heroic players getting wiped off the face of the round.
There are the trades. They'll go in favor of Shush, actually.
Which we will lose if we don't face them. Turn and look the devil.
Great headshot.
And there's another headshot from Shush. Fast and brutal, merciless Entropiq. Free kill on the bomb planter. Very patient shots there.
Makito's got other ideas. They just came to the slaughter.
Oh, please just think of the children.
You hard clear left, and he spots the shoulder. Can't react in time. Oh. Tapson's up next.
A war of the mind, which we will lose if we don't face.
Dia holding his own back of the site with Dodo to come around. We'll put them on map point. Gade, he's looking great. That gets big. A little bit more to work with.
Dear boy, don't play the victim. Blood stains, pure white linen. A war of the mind.
Death's coming in with yet another kill, making it a triple in the pistol round.
Which we will lose if we don't.
They go for a little bit of a wall bang, which you can do. He misses the shot, but Summer is still there with the lineup, and that's a good double spray down. Alex is still here, the hero of Inferno. Oh, what a spin! Somebody, oh, Sanpeas, he goes for more. Somebody ran into the first shot, but that second one he had almost no time to get. Now they just need to stand still. They're going to go find a kill, all right. 4 kills for Mopass. What an incredible round.
Just think of the children.
Oh, that is foolishly lovely. This scout has been a huge, huge contributing factor in this round. It gets 4 kills.
Turn and look the devils in the eyes.
Dexter, as he holds it out, finds the first, the second as well, and now he's got it down. Baits it back, and my goodness.
Dear boy, don't play the victim. Blood stains, pure white linen.
hard penetration power, so Rob survived most of it.
Which we will lose if we don't face them. Turn and look the devils in the eye.
Oh, Dexter, that's pretty sick.
Oh, knifey glaive save. I don't even know what happened. Five seconds now, they can no longer plant the bomb. It's going to be a really good spray, but the round is still one. The three staying alive. It's another one for Astralis. Oh! That is so good. That is so good.
Disaster.
Wow.
Nice spray control by Zip.
Well done.
So Heroic seem to be pretty good at table tennis, not just Counter-Strike. So we're going to put them to the test and do a bit of winner stays on. First of 3 points, and well, Refresh, you've got to start off against Tessa. We've got to see how this one's going to go down. Refresh, you pretty confident with this, you know? Secret skills, I heard?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing for like 10 years, and I've waited my whole life for this moment, and now I'm going to win this tournament, for sure.
Major champion coming for table tennis. All right, let's get it on. Let's see it go down. Good start for the 10 years. Really good start. Well, an easy 1 point off the bat. Okay, so that's now 2. 1 point left, you know. Could be quick. Refresh, that was a quick exit, you know. You had a lot of chat at the beginning, but what happened?
I mean, sometimes for even the best players in the world, sometimes they're just unlucky, and I think this was a proof of that. So next year I'm gonna come again, and I'm hopefully gonna bring a good result.
And maybe bring your own bat as well, you know. Don't use one of these ones that's other people's. Yeah, they're terrible, terrible. I can understand. All right, Shush, you're up next. Tessus is up as eliminating Refresh already. Woo! All right, so 1 point for Shush. He made that look very easy, but now he can't get the ball. Cadian, I was told though that yesterday you were losing a lot of money to the boys playing this. Not go so well in practice?
I mean, I won the tournament on day one, and
Det er rigtigt nok jo. You won and lose.
We played 2 tournaments on the day one, and I won the second one. And obviously the last tournament is one that counts.
Oh, it makes sense.
But then the day after we agreed that at least me and Pivot, our physiotherapist, should play for money. And Stam was not allowed to because he's usually losing a lot, but he convinced us, and then he showed a level that I haven't seen from him ever. Wow. So he actually won some money from me.
Yeah, he owes me 400 Danish crowns.
There we go. You owe him, Cadian.
James, if you look at the bank history, then this guy paid me 2,000 Danish in the table tennis. Yes.
There's transactions, there's accusations. Okay. Full focus. Oh! Power hit. He's got the WWE wrestler style going on, a bit of Conor McGregor in there. All right. Too far. Shush, you gotta be careful now. 1 point is all Kenny needs. It's the stress. Oh. Cadian, there was emotion, there was happiness. Was it as easy as it looked?
No, actually not. When I lost the first point, I knew that this was going to be a difficult game, but yeah, I guess experience prevails in the end.
So there's only one more man to take the seats down. You already say that he owes you money, so that just means he's going to owe you more money after this?
I don't think we're going to play for money this game. It would be... I wouldn't do it to him. Yeah. So this is just fun, and it's going to be nice playing him again. I'm looking forward to it. It's
Let's see who the champion of Heroic's going to be then. Let's do it. Let's see. Oh, the sly serve coming in. Woo. Now this is active, but he smashed that one away. That was nice. That was nice. Refresh, use your money on.
I think Stavn is going to take this one. He has been shown good form lately, so...
I think you might have just jinxed him. Oh! So next point wins. Woo! Cadian! Champion of Heroic, in-game leader of Heroic, and table tennis champion.
I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. I played these guys in practice for a few times, and I've seen what they got. And when everything's on the line, you told me there was going to be this contest. I saved some tricks up my sleeve.
Now, have you saved your tricks for this man? Because I hear he's the final boss, so I think it's time for him to take the now real challenge for you.
Yeah, I mean, I won a tournament against this guy before, so I know it's possible, but I also know that he practices a lot at home.
He's also taken off his hoodie, he's getting ready.
So
how tough is he really?
He's tough, but he's manageable. Oh. When I first joined Heroic, I saw a lot of players and they were not good at table tennis. Yeah. So that's something we've been working really hard with. And obviously some of them have more talent than others. So I haven't spent too much time on refresh in that regard. So I've been focusing a lot on Stavn and Cadian, and I'm really happy to see them in the final. It was a great final. But now I'm going to...
So you're really nurturing the talents and leaving the trash behind?
Yeah, that's kind of when it comes to table tennis,
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I like it, I like it. All right, let's see how this one goes down.
I'll just say one thing to viewers on that.
Come.
The interesting part about this player is he doesn't have a forehand. He's playing backhand only, and no one knows why, but that's his play style.
Play style unique, he's stretching as well, ready for it. Oh, he's been... All right, first of three, who's the overall champion going to be? It's down. Who's your money on?
Pivot for sure.
Okay. Refresh, where are you going with this one?
Also Pivot.
Wow, so Cadian's got no fans in this, shush?
Yeah, Pivot. I have to go against Cadian since I lost him.
It's everyone against Cadian right now. Real pressure on him. He deserves it. Learning. Woo! Wow. So, Cadian, I think you should come here for a second.
This is a guy treating me for the things that I have issues with, my hand and so forth, and not giving him the confidence and the belief and giving him this satisfaction of having a positive experience would be bad. He would hurt me severely, so yeah, this is why I did it.
Honestly, what I just did was exploit his wrist and stuff. I know where I can put the ball. I know his body, so yeah, that was just what I'm doing. It's a small trick.
There you go. Exploit the weaknesses, find success. That's table tennis with Heroic, and well, Cadian may have been the champion of the team, but he wasn't the champion overall. Now we get to enjoy this place, mate, and this is wild. Like, if you go all the way back when we were maybe hoping a few thousand people, you know, never anything like this.
I mean, who would imagine? And this is so great. I mean, the history of Swedish Counter-Strike, where it all began, until this fantastic arena. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, it's something special. When we're sat in here, right, and it's like completely empty, you stand in the middle, you really see how big it is. Yeah, I mean, you really have to be here in the center to realize how big this arena is. Yeah. Like, can you imagine that it's sold out in just like 1 week or something like that? It's amazing.
All the cheers that are going to be coming out through the hallway and stuff is going to be wild. But like, I don't know, for me, right, I always hoped it would get so big, but I never expected us to get to where we are now, let alone to a point where like, not just the prize money, but also the fans, the interactions, you know, like, I was just happy with it being competition, you know, and having something to go for.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, look at us now, filling an arena in the center of Stockholm from pretty much being in small internet cafes all over the world. I mean, it's amazing how far we came.
What do you reckon, though? You could have another go at this? Would you like being in this kind of environment to compete? Or do you think it'd be a bit too much for you?
Well, when I stand here, I get flashbacks from the early days of my career, and definitely this is something I really wanted to be able to like play in. Yeah. I mean, I played in some arenas, but nothing ever like this. This is amazing.
So Swedish Counter-Strike has kind of come, I guess, full circle in a way, right? But from your days where we're talking about early 2001, forming NIP, finding this success, and now comparing to, you got to see like the players having their media day and things like that. How big a difference is it of what you had to deal with and what they have now?
Oh my God! I mean, players nowadays are so spoiled. No, but I mean, it's fantastic that it's come to this. I mean, I remember when we went to tournaments, there wasn't any practice computers at all. So some of the tournaments we haven't played for a week or so, like because it was media days back then also, but it was no practice time in between. And when we flew somewhere, it could be like 8-9 days sometimes before we even get to touch a computer again. So imagine though having to perform at that level when you haven't played for so many days. I mean, obviously you're rusty and have a rough start, but I mean, it's amazing how we come to this far. I mean, filling arenas, you have the practice areas, their own like space and everything taken care of. It's fantastic, it's great.
On the other aspect as well, right now the players don't have to pay for their flights, don't even have to book their flights. They've got support staff from the organizations, from PGL, for example. Yeah,
I mean, big credit to the tournament organizers nowadays. I mean, we had to pay our tickets ourselves, basically, in the beginning, even have a hard time founding it. Sometimes you want a qualifier where you paid for the tickets, but it was hard to get the fees out and so on. And I mean, a lot of things have changed the past years for the better.
And for you, right, we were talking about this yesterday, you guys are like one of the first teams with actual like jerseys and stuff. It was the iconic one with the small NIP original logo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, people forget that, but I mean, NIP was actually the first team in the world to have jerseys when we went to the tournament in 2001, which was like the first official World Championship that Valve actually like approved that this is a World Championship. And I think we were basically the only team there that had team jerseys. So you could say that we're the first team.
Styling from the start as well. But when it comes to actually looking at now what's happened with Swedish Counter-Strike, because you guys are on top for so long, right? From 1.6, you even had some success in Source, then you come into Go at the very beginning, just look at NIP again, rising up, dominating from start to finish. Now we're in a weird spot where it's kind of rebuilding, right? You got these young teams coming up. Obviously, Ninja Pyjamas now have their young Ninjas team to try and bring some of these players through. But do you think like that Sweden can rebuild in this way? Do you think you've got enough potential?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about the trends. I mean, we were really spoiled. We had some really good teams and we had great competition. I mean, the reason why we stayed at top for so long is that the competition in Sweden was like really insane. You could have like a top 10 team in Sweden and they could probably place top 3 in the world in the end of the year, basically. And that's how hard the competition were in Sweden back then. So competition always drives you to perform better, right? And I think that we were kind of spoiled because of, instead of new organizations starting in Sweden, like I started an IP and a lot of other great like smaller organizations started out. I think the trend somewhere changed where you wanted to get picked up by organization or something like that, and you felt like, okay, it's all or nothing. I want to be in an IP or one of the big organizations or nothing. So I think that created a kind of bad trend in Sweden. That's why we saw Sweden kind of drop off the map, and other people, especially Scandinavian people, were catching up. I mean, look at Denmark. Hats off to them, what they've been doing for the past years. I mean, some great players, some great organizations, and I think that a lot of the whole world can look at how they've been building their scene for the past years, because they're a real small country just as Sweden, and they have like some great history in the past few years now. But finally we see some light in Sweden again. I mean, obviously this helps out, but we see a lot of new young both talents and teams are blooming up again finally. I mean, I think that kind of the part that NIP has had some great success now again is that they actually work better with younger talents now, and like an infrastructure on how to bring them and onboard them, and I think it worked great. I mean, you can see the results basically from now, that it really pays off to work with grassroots and everything like that, and work with the whole community, and I think that's what's been missing for a lot of years in Sweden, but now finally getting back to it.
And what are you working on now, right? Because you're still involved in kind of helping the grassroots side, right? Which is really important for what we want to see here in Sweden. Yeah,
I mean, my goal about 5 years ago was to really help finding a new great ecosystem within esports, because I mean, a lot of great things are doing at the top, like the top organizations. We have these fantastic majors and everything like that, but there's so little work that's been doing with the grassroots. And I think the grassroots is the key of even making esports even greater than it is today. It needs to find a better structure and everything like that, and the ecosystem, and I think it's so important. So that's why I've been working the past 5 years in helping like youth education. We started our local esports league, and I think, not to be cocky, but the reason why we see Swedish esports bloom again is thanks to our local league that we're running here in Sweden.
Nice. Well, the future's certainly bright for Swedish Counter-Strike. It all started in Sweden for Counter-Strike and having the most successful team to be in the best team in the world at multiple times, but now it's time for the real fun to begin at the major. Swedish champions, you think the actual NIP's got a chance?
I mean, it would be a Cinderella story, of course, but not even I dare to hope so. But let's see how it plans out.
Let's see. So, I've got myself into another predicament. As you guys seem to already know, I like my tattoos, I've got everything all covered anyway. Counter-Strike's been a part of my life since late 2002, and well, I'm going to get the Counter-Strike logo tattooed, and these fine gentlemen from Da Vinci have decided here in Stockholm that they're going to be coming to do it. We're going to have some fun, talk about some history of Counter-Strike, and watch me get some legacy put on my legs. So let's get in there and see how it all goes down.
What's going on?
Hello, James.
How are you, brother?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you? What are you doing?
I'm getting a new tattoo, mate, to represent Counter-Strike.
What it must be?
The Counter-Strike logo.
Oh my god.
You're gonna get you the Entropiq logo?
I think if you win on the...
If you win, alright, we got that on camera. If Cran wins the major, Entropiq logo tattoo. Let's go. Who's your first game against?
Welcome to day 4 of the major. My name is Richard Lewis, and I have a secret.
What's your secret?
I have, I've been mixed race this entire time. I've just been wearing loads of makeup on camera. You never knew, guys, but it's time to reveal the secret. No, not really. Yeah, it's Dan and I, and we're getting straight into the game. No time to mess about. Movistar Riders in Heroic will be the first of 3 series today. Best of 3, of course. Inferno, Overpass, and Nuke will be our maps of choice. 86% with 7 maps played on Inferno, and that's for Heroic. So I think Movistar Riders are in an uphill struggle here, although their stats are pretty good as well.
Yeah, they've been playing great so far this major as well. Heroic have been pretty solid overall, I would say, but Movistar Riders are certainly in a position to create an upset here. I think today might be filled with upsets as well. I think that might be the tone of today. Of course, we've got 3 best of 3s coming your way today to decide who's going to make it to the next stage and who's going to be walking home from this major. And it's insane to think some of the teams that have their heads currently on the chopping block, and the question is who's going to be holding the executioner's axe. In this case, maybe it will be Movistar Riders, with creating another Danish exit. We could have 2 Danish exits today.
Listen, Dan, yeah. Coming into this major, I knew it was going to be so hard to do the pick'ems. At this point, it's the only thing I care about. And I need the Danes to come through. Otherwise,
yeah,
I'm not getting that diamond coin, man. I did think it was going to be harder this major than last major. Last major, it was hella difficult. But this one is so unpredictable with just where the world is right now.
Yeah.
We can see the odds. Movistar Riders are a heavy underdog coming into this one. And we've seen nice plays out of them. We've seen aggressive plays out of them. But they will need to be as aggressive as Entropiq were versus Heroic to stand any chance, I feel like. Because, Heroic will bring that fire. So the question is, can Movistar Riders match it? They are currently ranked 15th, which I'm not sure what the highest ranking for like a full Spanish team is in CSGO, but this is definitely a notable one. This is very impressive by them.
Yeah, for sure. And here we are. We're into the action. Inferno, the first map of this best of 3. We've got Movistar Riders, I should say, on the attack on the T side, looking to get to a good start here against Heroic. Certainly the favorites in this one, as James already mentioned. Ooh, what is this, James? An aggression down bench. They've run past them, though.
Yeah, surely they hear each other, and they will be exchanging from mid to second mid. The bomb, considering making a play into the apartment. Very interesting pistol round we're seeing here, as Stown will have some... well, he's got an important position, let's say, because we've got Movistar Riders making their way into pit, but they do need to cross to the site. Tessus is coming through from the library position as well, so Sun Pierce he's committed to the A bomb site here. He's jumped off the balcony, he's underneath it. Mopos will be eliminated, making it a 5 versus 3. So despite this aggressive push down mid from Heroic, they haven't lost a player just yet.
They have not. It's looking great so far for Heroic. Yeah, just swinging through the smoke. Good coordination there. And they're going to pick up the first round. The energy is there in the booth. Far in the booth.
Yeah.
With Heroic.
They're pretty happy. I'm very disappointed, I must say, in that ping pong video, because I remember at FaZe events in the past, ECS and so on, these guys would they'd be playing ping pong, but there'd be like I don't know what they'd call it. There'd be like 6 people playing ping pong running around, and Caden would be using like an ashtray. I don't know why there was an ashtray there in the first place, but anything you could find. So I would imagine he'd be better with a bat. So I'm very underwhelmed, especially by Refresh.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Much disappoints. So we have the anti-eco here for Heroic, and they will, of course, take banana control. And there's not too much that Movistar Riders can really do in this position. So as you can see, they just have to be victims here. They have to just wait and be subjected to the barrage of utility coming from Heroic. And Storm's actually in a pretty deep spot here. There could be a swing to try to deal with him. He is alone. Of course, that's not info that Movistar Riders necessarily know. But the classic move, draining as much util as possible.
Even though he thinks it's empty here. Has he? Oh, he must have spotted him now. Nice. Well, he'll be traded eventually. There's a potential bomb plant in this. Tessus and Caden will find themselves angles. Oh, with the Glock. What? They've got a man advantage with Glocks only. Where's Daze?
What the hell just happened? That is ridiculous. Finding 2 out of boiler with the Glocks. Oh my goodness. Maybe Heroic a little bit overconfident early, this AM. We'll see what they're able to do though on the retake with the MP9 and the M4. We'll get the good plant under the Vino, and This is going to be a tough one. There is a single flashbang and a kit, so there is time here for Heroic to figure this one out.
That flashbang is enough to kill Devs. He's got 1 HP and a dream. Hiding in the graveyard position. Can't imagine the flashbang will be going there. They have no Kevlar. They have 2 rifles and a crossfire, however. Oh my god. Well, there's a chance now. That was a very slim opportunity for Sunpayas, and now things are escalating. But it's the M4 versus the rifle, the aim punch, and there is a kit for Tesses, but my god, that was a scary one. Just Glocks. They get 4 kills. Again, if you're going to have a disastrous round, make it very early. So then you've got the most time to correct. That has ruined the money. That's such a ridiculous round. 4 kills with Glocks and a bomb plant is an outrageous second round from Movistar.
The first engagement around Banana as well is a little bit worried because Storm is completely alone and was playing out very aggressively for the kills there. You don't actually have to do that. You can just force the tees, obviously. But, you know, you do also want to play with confidence. You want to take the frags, you want to take the fights, but it's a fine balance, and this time it did not work out for Heroic. Movistar Riders in a fantastic position to convert, but Cadian has picked up the AWP. We've got a 3-man aggression here from them, and that's a great little boost up into the half wall for the opening pick from Cadian. So off to a good start, and now they can play a disciplined, patient game and rest on that 5 versus 4 passively.
Oh, boom, a classic. Bringing out the old ones. With the smoke on top mid, Movistar not really in position to respond to this aggression on Banana, but they have got Banana at least. It has cost them a man. Sunpayas has an AWP for Movistar. We'll see if he can get into position. They have 1 flashbang on the players in Banana, and he's got to go for that dry peek, and that's going to prove very problematic. And hey, when an AWP shows its presence on Inferno, it's very common for the AWP to rotate to the other bomb site. So that was a gamble Movistar took, and it hasn't worked out for them. And maybe there's a chance for Heroic to stabilize. Let's not forget their losses in the round prior. Still on Banana for now as they look to push here. That smoke's going to be probably beneficial to Stown. It's going to make it harder for them to peek him, but they will have a one-way for Davi G as Cadian will be the first Heroic player to fall for Movistar Riders. Refresh has a HE grenade, which he could use for a bomb plant, but I don't think we'll get there in time. Defs was a very forward angle, not being expected here. There's no trade either when it comes in eventually, but Refresh was caught almost getting killed as well. Mopos has half a chance, only half though. Unable to fire a shot, I believe, and Heroic will get a 3rd round. Double fist pump for Cadian. Quick discussion. A triple fist pump. That's got to be a record. The bro fists.
Well, you know, it's really good that they've managed to sort of start off that round pretty strong and, you know, come with a good recovery after the bomb plant, you know, surviving the 3 players. They're having to make up for a lot of that early damage that was done in that eco, where their economy got kind of ravaged, and they themselves, you know, need to build some amount of security on the money. And that's a good start to kind of make good of what was a very bad situation initially. Of course, we can see their money really sucks still because of that, still feeling the impacts of that round with the Glocks. Movistar Riders won't be letting up on the pressure. They got that bomb planted, they got extra money in the tank.
In the tank.
They got those AKs out as well. They're looking to give up Banana and just completely here. It's working on top mid control first.
Yeah, well, this might be a read that there are 3 players towards the B bomb site, so the fast A play could work out for them. But they haven't checked the cubby properly. There will be trades, however, and all the players on A have been lost from Heroic. Stown making his way up top. Alex might hear him, but he's got the bomb, so he can't really hang about to try and take that jewel. Still top mid, still holding angles. Throws a Molotov now, and that's going to catch Stown. Now, he knows it's made a sound. I don't know if Mopos heard that, but he will consider his position compromised. Slowly walking towards the apartment. The remainder of Heroic around Library and Arch. Tesses and Cadian trying to clear the positions, and now that gives them a man advantage, and the apartments are going to be a real threat for this retake.
Backside is Alex. Patience. Heroic going together through the smoke. Up on top of Graveyard. That's a freebie there for Alex. It's a great start with the silencer as well. They may not be able to pinpoint precisely the position. Knows his backside somewhere. There goes Cadian. Great shot from Cadian. Now just Death in the 1 versus 2. Finds the first pick. Has to charge forward. Has to finish off the last. And he will. Storm goes down. Great stuff there.
You see the power of that plant as well. The CTs have to face the wall to try and defuse it, which makes it very, very difficult if you have the pit position. There was a smoke on the site, though, which obscured the vision for Movistar, made things awkward for all concerned. But Stown couldn't pick up that kill. And maybe the frags we saw from Movistar Riders in that second round with the Glocks, it might pay off for them now. We might see Heroic in eco territory. We will soon find out. Well, it's close too. They're going to have 2 M4s and 3 pistols, so they're all in for this round in the short term, Heroic. 3-1 scoreline, looking to extend that once again, but with limited grenades as well versus what you normally see, how's that going to happen? They don't really have the utility to take Banana as they did in the previous round. But again, Movistar expecting that 3-man investment on Banana, went fast towards A, but this time they'll need a different approach.
Yeah, we haven't seen how their anti-eco works out just yet, but it's actually really impressive. Despite Heroic being 3-1 up at the moment, it does feel like Movistar Riders are sort of poised to take over the game. And all they need is a pretty clean anti-eco here, and they'll be well on their way to doing so. Storm boosted up on the porch roof. How much is he able to get here? Really, their chances fall onto Storm getting a multi-kill. That's 1 untraded so far. And, oh, this is a problem. Perhaps Movistar Riders giving a bit too much respect here to Heroic, and they're going to fall off with a 4v5 and less than a minute to go.
Yeah, they can't really protect that weapon either. Mid has been smoked. There is a player in Boiler for Movistar, but they're kind of stuck at the moment. We can see 3 players around that top mid position. They still have Mopoz lurking on Banana as a 3rd man goes towards B for Heroic. They may go for an information play. No, it's going to be a re-smoke of Banana with quite a significant gap. But in the meantime, Movistar Riders are bunching together to push towards that A bomb site, and maybe that's the better option with the rifle on the floor and keep it out of the hands of Heroic for the time being. But in the rotation, it might be collected. Stown now up top. He's got a crossfire with Refresh. The angles will favour him. A 3rd man coming through as well, and with 2 rifles, Heroic will look to storm this round, and they get an AWP for their troubles as well.
Well, we talked about stabilizing, winning the anti-eco, and that is just the ship is capsized. Everyone's swimming around, waiting to be rescued, and maybe rescue won't come. We'll see. Heroic, back into winning ways in a surprising fashion. As you say, they picked up so much value there. And Movistar Riders, I mean, it's one of those things that can be tough here. We see Storm able to get this 1v1, and that was the time for Movistar Riders. That was their time to kind of get on top of the play. But after they reset in that 4v versus 5, Heroic were very comfortable with their setups, and they knew precisely what was coming.
Movistar Heroic showing their depth in a round such as that, and that's the things like that are where Movistar Riders really have to convert their advantages. If you can't win versus 2 rifles, then what chance do you have to get a good score on this T side? Again, let's not forget, I mean, it's so low percentage. You're going to have 5 Glocks get 4 kills on a bomb plant, and they were unable to capitalize on their opportunity there, which is really going to set them on the back foot, as we can see that now. It's them who find themselves on eco. No rifles whatsoever. Some Tech 9s. Desert Eagle from St. Pius. Stown needs to be careful here. He has some support grenades, but I don't know if he leaves these sandbags. Mopoz hiding in the corner for now. Oh, there he goes. Shrapnel. All too close for Mopoz, and so far so good for Heroic, not having a repeat of round number 2 at present. But there's still time for that to change.
Yeah, good control in holes as well for Heroic, so there's not really anywhere for Movistar to kind of go at this point. So that's excellent by Heroic. Will we see any additional economic damage? The money is still quite crappy, honestly, for Heroic, so kills would go a long way for Movistar Riders. Just a couple kills would severely damage the economy and prevent it from it growing, but this is looking strong from Refresh. Able to deal with those 2 top mid players, leaving just David G. And he will go down as well. And they'll survive. Flawless round for Heroic, and that's exactly what they needed.
Heroic all with pistol upgrades as well now. Always worth thinking about in the last round of the half if you have the money. But they will take some off the floor. We can see test with the Tech 9. Well, that was an eco round for Movistar. They are on the buy once again, and they still have an opportunity to apply some pressure to that CT economy. And just as I said for Heroic in that second round, Movistar missing that chance to put Heroic on a reasonably early eco. It's going to happen. Make it happen early. They've still got time to turn things around and try to focus on taking a lead in this half. I think they will certainly need a lead at half-time to show promise in the second half. I'll be looking for that personally. And it can be done. 5 AK-47s now for Movistar. No AWP for this round. They gave theirs up to Cadian in rounds prior.
Defensive opening here from Heroic now. Falling quite far back onto the A site, and it's a minute to go, so Movistar Riders, with the control that they have right now, they're getting top mid control as well, can do pretty much anything. Love this info play from Heroic. They do need that information. They are looking to fight for top. Banana and Tessus is left out there. The timing does not work favorably there for Heroic. And with 50 seconds to go, top mid control as well. Movistar Riders have a lot of options.
Yeah, they've had a lurker in Boiler this time. That's Davy G. So they're keeping their options open for them. This shows you the importance of having Banana, is that you can go either way. You've got the smokes now for the arch position. Or beyond arch, actually. This could suggest a wrap towards the B bomb site, but all the players are towards A. Cadian in the arch now as they get smoked off. He gets a free one. Mopper's looking to creep through the smoke, perhaps, but in the meantime, that bomb still needs to get planted, so he's got to activate fast, and Cadian goes through the smoke and no-scopes him. 15 seconds on the clock for the remaining 3 of Movistar to plant this bomb. It's by default at present, and down goes the nearest man to the fire, so it goes from bad to worse for Movi as Refresh cleans up from the pit. 6-1 for Heroic. 4 players survive, and that gives them a great opportunity to build some cash as well.
6-1. It's happening slowly but surely. You know, the Heroic are gaining grounds.
I saw those smokes on the radar. Ooh. I don't know if there was a miscommunication or what it was, but we saw one smoke in the library and then one smoke for the B wrap, which surely had to be the wrong smoke there. And maybe that was part of the problem for Movistar. Gave away a free kill. Moppo stuck in the smoke with low time. Dying to Cadian anyway. It's another disastrous round, I think it's fair to say, for Movistar, who's still on 1. So they really need to tighten up their ship now. Make sure the comms are on point, because that was a very costly error.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because they've been set up so many times to take momentum, but they just lose though because, you know, there's key rounds. A nice charge though through Archway will yield a couple kills, and now they've got some movement through CT as well. Storm's there to try to defend this one. He's got players on either angle, and he will get taken out in the end. A 3 versus 2 here in favor of Movistar Riders. They have got a player just sitting behind the half wall. Some players. Here's the steps coming, and oh, the Deagle's going to do the damage for both players. And that's an upgrade. And I was just talking about them not fighting the round that they need. Maybe they just did it.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, that's a round. It's a very messy round. It's not a round that you can replicate. You know, that round is a round in isolation. That round tells you nothing about the promise for the rest of this half. It doesn't put Heroic on eco, so it's just a round. It's a plus, you know, it's +1, that's cool, but what about the rest of the half? You know, we need to see something meaningful and significant from Movistar. And again, the opportunities they've had, I think we had some unforced errors with those smokes. We had the issue where they didn't capitalize on the 2 rifles. So I'm still concerned for how many rounds they can get out of this. And again, if they have put Heroic on the edge of their economy, they need to go one step further. That would be the key to them for this half.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, I think Heroic have been doing a great job in just winning banana control and starting out their CT rounds with favorable map control. And I'd love to see Movistar Riders finding ways to battle against that, take it away from them, and, you know, be a bit more aggressive around this position. We're going to see them go for that banana control straight away. And there's a 3-man defense here once again for Heroic. They've been enjoying doing this, and they can play retake on top banana with those 3 players if they want. Or otherwise, they just need to rotate one of these players back at this point, which I'm sure we'll start to see, as Movistar Riders are starting to drift in towards that top mid part of the default. We've got Shush on the other end of that smoke in mid.
One thing to note is, despite that big surge of aggression from Movistar to take banana, Heroic didn't use a single smoke on B.
Yeah,
because they knew they weren't going to commit to that, and if they were going to shoot them. So they've got 4 smokes, Heroic. But we can see that there's no lurker now towards banana. They're all here, so Cadian falls away. Shush with the multi-frag as well, and this round may get shut down right here. Indeed, it will be. A 3K for Shush and the bomb. Headshots galore. And again, the round Movistar really needed to win. All they won was banana.
Yeah, they were set up so well in this round as well because Heroic was sort of gambling that Movistar would actually reset into a B play off of the banana control. And so they kept 3 players on B because of that gamble. But, I mean, that setup in Halls was fantastic. Movistar Riders, you know, we've seen some teams, what they'll do is they'll double swing the Halls position from, you know, they'll get somebody from the boiler side, you know, maybe through the window, and then they'll be able to kind of jiggle first and that player will peek first. And the reason is because that player has a right eye peek. So that player has an advantage on that initial peek, and then you kind of stagger the peek on the other side with the left eye up the stairs afterwards, and then that's a really strong way to peek this. But as you can see, Shush's job and Cadian's job was very easy because of the fact that Movistar Riders only had that one angle to deal with.
Cadian fell off after that first shot.
Yeah.
And then there's just no trade frag there.
Yep.
Like, that's a nice one from Sun Pyjamas. We need more than highlights though for Movistar. Shush will be alone on A for a while, as we can see Refresh rotating deep towards B. But I think he's lining up a coffin flash, I would assume. We've got double HEs down. And there's the coffin flash to, again, like, Heroic need to respond somehow to this 4 versus 5. And they'll do so by starting to control banana. But look at the response from Movistar. They know they've got opportunity on this A-bomb site. If they can get the trades not required, that VG opens up. Heroic out of position, may have to think about saving now.
Yes, yeah, this is looking pretty dire for retake opportunities, and their money's not amazing just yet. It's really cool to see the burst there. It's a great punish because Heroic have been, like we saw in the previous round, they've been really stacking heavily towards B. I don't know if this is because of any demos they've been watching of Movistar Riders and seeing their tendencies, but also it could be that Heroic is just very confident in their 2-man setups towards the A site, so they're leaving more players towards B for longer periods at the start of the round. And Movistar Riders with the pacing in this round really punished that fact, which is great. So now, would you expect to see an adjustment from Heroic, perhaps? Maybe they'll switch up their setups, invest less in banana at the start, so they have something more significant towards the A side of the map for those early rush timings. What are we going to see?
For those of you in GoTV, I would watch Refresh. I think he's insane talent, very young player, very you know, he is an executioner for Heroic. So I know that GoTVs are up now. So if you're on GoTV, you know, I think it's nice to watch one person's POV to see how he reacts to information with his team, how he plays a position, how he varies from round to round to not be predictable. All these things are very important. And if you play a similar position, then you can see where you may overextend and a professional player doesn't. So always worth watching one person's POV to make yourself a better player.
We do indeed have a 4-man setup towards the top mid position. Movistar Riders are slowly clearing banana with a couple players. They just actually double mollied sandbags. And Cadian is alone. And it's he's quite far back. His first contact, he'll kind of already be on the site, so...
Yeah, he's been rewarded dry peaks there previously. And they are getting light on utility again as far as flashbangs are concerned, but there'll be a focus towards top mid, and Tessus is here. It's so hard to deal with this from a T perspective. You have information on one, his teammate on the other side plays contact and so on. Look at the instant rotation from both teams. Heroic, no Movistar Riders like to see presence and then try and exploit the other side. And here is the response, down lining some shots up now, but he's going to have to fall back for the reload, which is going to allow opportunity for Cadian, in fact, to cover him. Down is here again with the reload. Alex, he must have heard the tagging there, but he just can't get that fatal connection. But Movistar Riders are in trouble. 3 on 4. The bomb rotating away back towards A again, and Shushis is chilling on the site, dropping smokes in the pit, even though no one's there to try and waste some time. And that may slow Movistar Riders down yet more.
Oh, that's so smart. You see that smoke, you have to assume someone's in the smoke. But there he is, Tessus around the double stack, and this is a wrap. They could not find their way onto the site in time. Got stuck on banana. Initially, it was pretty good because they get that 1-for-1 in top mid, and they had time to reset. But Heroic, as you say, they were instantly on that rotation, instantly ready to stop any rush timing towards B. And then Movistar Riders kind of half committed in, so they were never able to really get position. And that's a rough look.
That's definitely a specific lineup that we saw from Shush on the radar, which I would imagine teams are going to steal instantly if they are paying attention. Very smart. And it makes people telegraph their push as well, because they're throwing grenades at no one. He gave Heroic an extra man by putting that one-way smoke in the bicycle position, if you will. Very smart reaction from Heroic. But again, you can see how the teams are evolving to each other's plays. Movistar Riders will detect there are at least 3 players in a position, and they'll simply exploit the numbers game in the other direction. But Heroic now have realized that they're doing that, and are responding to that by rotating fast themselves once they find success in a certain choke point. So we'll see how that story continues. Both teams will be on the bye. Both teams will have the AWP. Mopoz will be a little short with the Galil. Better armor penetration than the M4 though. Just need to be good with it.
So once again, the 3-man setup for Heroic, actually a 4-man setup towards B, leaving everything on the capable shoulders of Shush, and they're going to make their way forward around the half wall. Mopoz is in there. Oh my god. Mopoz, no, Storm, how many is he going to get? There's 2 frags for him. He's just taking all of his time. Can't quite find the angle onto Tessus. Oh, they don't know about Tessus, but now they do. That bomb is down on the ground, and they've got to find a way to remove Tessus quickly. Oh no, Tessus gets yet another kill. Movistar Riders finally take him down, but the damage has been huge, and Refresh is ready at the back of B.
Yeah, he rotated and had decisions to make. Do I go to Badona and try and help my teammate, or do I just post up on the site and make things even worse? It will be the latter, and Movistar Riders are not going to check this position whatsoever. The trigger discipline from Refresh. The flash though! Is that a team flash? That was disastrous. Cadian's timing could be worse. But it's still a 1 versus 2 in favor of Heroic. Bomb needs to be collected. Oh no, it's planted, excuse me. In all that fire, couldn't even hear it being planted, so he's got that at the very least. He needs to post up now. And they're not going to know exactly where he is, I don't believe. Shush is creeping. He's the only man with a kit, so it's really important he doesn't die. But this is taking a very long time, and they don't know where he is, so this could prove to be a fatal for Heroic. Cadian's going to start to post up, but it's Shush with the bomb. Oh, Def has missed completely, but he may have done enough. Oh. Cadian with the USP to protect. One more bullet, and they win the round, but Movistar Riders will be denied.
It's quite crazy because both Tessus and Refresh, I feel like, get like an extra kill that maybe they shouldn't have been able to get. We'll see Tessus get that first one, and then he'll win this next 1v1, and before there's a trade. That's insane. Like, that's an AWP as well. And then Refresh gets the first one. It's totally blind, and somehow recovers into another frag. Like, so that's really unfortunate, honestly, for Movistar Riders to lose that round, but they still have a bye at least.
Well, it would have been unfortunate, I think, if Heroic won it as well. I mean, if they lost it, rather. Because I can see the plan with Cadian's flash. It just wasn't deep enough. I think it was supposed to go a little deeper on the roof, so Refresh could swing and have the opponent completely blind. So the coordination was great. Just didn't go deep enough, baby. 4v4 early on in round 13. And have a look at Heroic on the radar. We've got Refresh rotating towards B. Storm playing CT. Movistar Riders will approach this one a little slower now after these early exchanges. We can see that there was an exchange on second mid. An aggressive play from Heroic. A smoke on long now. See if Refresh goes for a spray. You'll hear footsteps of players top mid. That's a nice one. It could be 2. Leaves 1 in the red and 1 dead. Cadian's creeping on short, so got a little shadow advantage, able to escape the cover from Shush. Honestly, the coordination, the 2-man setups from Heroic, dynamic as well, on the fly, are looking really strong at the moment.
And Refresh might just get another one. Always got a timing, he knows it. And that's the bomb down on the ground, and the round as well in his hands. So great stuff there. Heroic, I mean, they've managed to actually avoid a lot of disasters. They've been kind of on the knife's edge multiple times in this half so far, and so far so good, really. I mean, could be so much worse. I think Movistar Riders will surely feel like they could have got so many more rounds on this half.
For sure. They've certainly had some significant opportunities in at least 3 failed rounds where the score could have been more reasonable, but it is looking to be made even more unreasonable by Heroic. But they haven't done well when Movistar Riders have had pistols, and they're looking to charge once again, and they could be in trouble. But they have 3 players here. Nice flick from Cadian, falling back. Got some support from Sound going through the smoke as well. This will really neutralize the threat. Flashbangs are not going to help Devs, who's 1 versus 5. We'll get 1 kill at the very least, but it may be inconsequential at this point in the half. It's rounds or it's nothing. Last round of the first half, 11-3 for Heroic.
Oh, hello. What do we have here? It's David Bermudo, Dime a Dozen.
I love these nicknames.
Doesn't shine in any way.
It's like, it's random in the best way.
It's awesome.
Oh,
goodbye.
Shut it down.
That's a great start. Cadian goes down immediately. And that's an AWP in the middle of mids by the bench.
Note that the HE may have been thrown there to try and send that AWP towards top mid. And catch somebody trying to collect it, so not sure where it's gone now. Could be anywhere at this point. But Movistar Riders are certainly going somewhere. They'll get a 4th round out of this unless Storm has the round of his life. And you never know. That's the first kill. He's got 4 more to go. The bomb makes his way towards short into the bomb site to go for a fast plant rather than the positionally best plant, but I'm sure that will be enough. There is a flank as well. Mopoz's got places to be on that big rotation. Storm with some jiggling, trying to isolate a potential multi-frag situation. Gets the 1v1, doesn't win it, so there'll be a late 4th round for Movistar on their T side.
Yes, yes, that's something to go into that second half to work with. And given that it's I almost said nuke for some reason. Given that it's Inferno, and they're going onto the CT side, assuming that they get to a good start with the pistol and so on, build that economy. You can certainly have really big halves here on the CT side. So definitely not over just yet in map 1 of this best of 3. But again, both these teams are 2-2. So one of them will go home at the end of the series. One of them will not become legends in the first major in 2 years.
Hey, People's Pick'ems are getting wrecked, man. I wonder what the survival rate is between this major and Berlin, honestly. Once this stage is over, I'm really curious. I'm going to ask the devs if it's been even more difficult.
Oh!
Cadian with that P250. That's why you have a P250 in a pistol round. You're not doing that with a Glock. You're just not. It doesn't have the range for the one-shot. The P250 is premium. It's like a nice porcelain mug or something. It's beautiful, man.
Oh, Storm as well, opening things up against Mopoz. So Movistar Riders, we said that they needed a good economic start. I mean, of course, they just need rounds in general, but not a good way to have that happen. Davy G needs to just lock this down by himself, and he gets the first kill. There's more to be had, though. Unfortunately, he can't find them, nor can his teammates. Alex in the 1 versus 4, and it's going to be a tough one. They are expectant of the positions he can arrive from, although maybe finding a small hole here as he finds the first 1v1. Being toyed with by Storm, and then Storm will finish playing with his feet. 12-4, Heroic pick up the pistol, and this might be a very fast Inferno after all.
I just noticed on the HUD that when people fire the shots, each bullet kind of leaves the highlight of the gun, so it gets darker to show you how many bullets are in a magazine, which is pretty cool. Magazines, not clips.
But I heard in a rap song once they said, dump the clip. James.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
All right. No, I was just about to make a dad joke. It's not happening. I stopped myself. I stopped myself.
You're going to get a reputation, Dan.
I know. Maybe I should have done it. I don't know. Anyway. Well, we have ourselves just pistols here for Movistar Riders. They have, they're no strangers to winning some of these rounds, but Heroic will be quite drilled on these anti-eco rounds.
So look at Def's gun on the HUD. See a bit of grey on at the front because the shot's been fired. It's a very small detail, but I appreciate it. 1 minute on the clock, and Heroic will establish some presence in Banana at the very least. Bomb currently bottom Banan. Mopoz hoping for something, a little blind, and he'll have to fall back. That's the smoke. And it does, in fact, send Heroic into the stack. We've got a two-man swing. The CZ starts rattling off, and they're heading back towards the B-bomb site. I think Stan will hear these sound cues. There's got flashbangs as well, and a MAC-10 to push forward and take some presence.
Yes. Oh, this could be good. Oh, the jump! The jump just throws down Salt in that engagement. And the jumping refresh with that MAC-10.
They're on
also causing
sticks.
problems, but they're still fighting back. The AK's collected. The spray's good through the smoke. And now it's just two on the site, and they're hitting them from all kinds of angles they have no idea about. Testis goes down as well, and I have no idea how Movistar Riders won this round, but they did, and they survived with 3 players.
Despite the Super Mario Brothers from Heroic bouncing around, dodging the bullets, they can't dodge them all. And Movistar Riders will get a very crucial round. I think once a team gets to 13 rounds, that really raises the pressure. So if Movistar Riders can keep Heroic off that in the short term, then maybe something can be done. But we can see the early swing of the CZ, and the pogo sticks begin. It's a big headshot from Alex. So a stroke of, well, some chance for Movistar Riders. They thrive in the chaos, but they find themselves 7 rounds behind Heroic, who they have put onto eco territory. We'll see if they stick with the Glocks and have the same success Movistar Riders did. I highly doubt it.
It's going to be quite interesting if Movistar Riders could actually convert this into a comeback, because that was the perfect round to win. Obviously, you lose the pistol, that sucks and everything, but we all know that it's not better in terms of you lose a round, but better in terms of the economic implications to lose the pistol than win the following round. And Shush is going to be looking. Let's try and see if anyone's coming through that window aggressively, but not happening here. Movistar Riders not looking to make any of the same mistakes in the previous rounds that they have made. And so far, it's looking pretty good. They've got Banana under control. They've got tabs on what's going on top mid. And Heroic are just going to have to send the numbers somewhere. And it's looking like that's going to be towards the A's site.
The P250 is the best gun in the game. It's honest, it's complete, the most complete weapon. FAMAS for DaVG will open the proceedings. St. Pius is here for help as well. And it's clean, it's polished for Movistar Riders. No issues in that round, comfortable. Money was made. They give themselves a little cushion to sit on as we cruise past the lily pads. Always reminds me of Fiji, where I stayed when I went diving with bull sharks. Lots of lily pads around the lunch area. Marvelous. Movistar Riders, half the score of Heroic, 6-12 of the aggressors, the T side. Caden will be Tech 9 only, the rest of the team on rifles. You can, of course, swing with a Tech 9 just like you can with a MAC-10. Mopos saying hello. An exchange of flames as both teams fight for control of Banana. Of course, as we mentioned in the first half, it's important for the T side to establish control here as they will deploy yet more utility. And they still got some, they've got some mollies. They still have 4 smokes, Heroic, so they can have a full execute wherever they choose to go.
And now it's just Heroic holding going into that mid-round top mid-take. And Sumpires just wants to delay it a little bit. He's going to see the nades. Oh, what a peek. The pre-fire. He's been on that white prac. And now Heroic have that 5v4 to work with. They're going to reset back into a B play. We have Mopos and Alex there. Mopos with that MAC-10. And I do believe we've got helmets on everybody here for Heroic, so that MAC-10 is not going to be quite as useful. We'll see, though, what they have to offer to hold this. If they can get the util out there quickly, maybe they can do something, but there's not that much left. It's Alex first point of contact with that AK. Running back actually makes good of it. Also, Mopos with the MAC-10. 2 frags before the bomb gets planted is certainly not bad.
20 seconds on the clock here. The beams refresh, holding down position. Very dependable for that. And things turn around. A man advantage now for Heroic, and Movistar Riders have decisions to make. Defs and St. Pius are kind of low in terms of their money. They could do with holding on to these rifles, and they decide it's best not to throw good money after bad. they'll fall back and concede this one, but there's only so many they can concede as Heroic are moving to 13.
It's unfortunate that they were not able to kind of trade that kill around construction. That would have allowed Movistar Riders to mount the retake. And for Heroic, they're certainly in a good spot now. I mean, there's still money in the bag for a full buy for Movistar Riders. However, how are they going to use it? It would be good to see.
What's that tape called? Is it Kinesio tape?
I'm not sure exactly what kind of tape he's using.
I'd love to. I'd be interested in like what issues he's having. I guess it's some kind of RSI related issues, and what treatment he's having for it. Because it's curious. You see that tape, right? But you don't know like what it's doing. I remember I impinged a tendon in my shoulder because I was had a boat lesson and I was reversing a boat against the tide for 2 hours on the Thames, and it messed up my tendon in my shoulder. So the guy put tape on my shoulder to raise it so it wasn't like, you know, like hanging from my body, so to speak, to allow it to heal. But and then I had to eventually it came off, and I tried to apply it myself, and then I just ripped skin and a bit of flesh off myself. So that wasn't wouldn't recommend that. Well then, Movistar will be on the full buy once again. They trail by 3. And the fight for Banana continues, although it'll be more passive from Movistar. Only 2 players towards B bomb site. Cheeky HG grenade off the wall, doesn't do too much damage to Stown, and he's been a problem in this game. 16 for 8 at the moment, having a great game of Inferno is Stown.
They just want to go in. Oh, and we're going to see... Oh, no!
Shut it down,
That's
Stown.
rough. Heroic were just going to ball rush into the B site, and Movistar Riders, I think their minds were like, okay, they're sort of defaulting, we'll play for retake, top Banana, not realizing that, of course, the entire team was there. That's just unlucky. Unlucko.
Yeah, they just had a better hand, man.
Yeah, sometimes.
Better hand at Showdown.
That's what it's all about.
Well, the problem is, right, you have those situations where sometimes it's going to go your way, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
But again, Heroic are moving to 14.
You know, I'm surprised that we're not seeing, like so far we haven't seen, oh actually, hang on, hold your horses. We've got Heroic going in for the kill here, trying to remove all these weapons. Can they do that? That'd be pretty huge if they're able to do so. Oh god, it's looking very scary indeed, but they'll keep 2 of the weapons alive. That's good, that's good. I was going to say, it's odd not to see use of the first oranges, banana retake, smoke molly combos. We haven't really seen that so far this major, the Infernos that we've casted. And it's really strong because of the way that the nades fall. It just owns top banana positioning by the T side. So hopefully we'll see it at some point. But for now, back into it again. Movistar Riders against the ropes.
Fast pushes towards the apartments, and Pyjamas looking for a second one as he's able to reposition, and maybe Heroic will cancel that one. Looks like they will. A 4th player making his way towards the A bomb site in Alex for Movistar, and Mopoz is alone. He has a smoke in the hole, however. He'll just about deploy. Got to be careful with these gaps. It's very important control for Movistar in this 5 versus 4. Even in a situation such as this, Heroic can still be very strong. And they'll keep 4 players on this A bomb site, but once these smokes start to go, I wonder if they'll head back towards B and be a little weaker on the A bomb site.
Yes, and they are coming back into that top mid control, but the movement through halls here coming from Heroic, that's the play. And oh, JaVyG's caught out, and that is position on the A site lost for Movistar Riders. Some players trying to hold that boiler stair position, but that bomb is being planted. This is very awkward actually for both sides. Oh, Alex, patience is rewarded. And Tessus is going to be able to refrag it at least.
Heroic always have a way of making things work when the chips are down just a little bit. Ooh. A great headshot from Pyjamas through the wall. Needs to find Tessus. He'll find him in all the wrong ways. A bullet to the face. and it's game point for Heroic. They win by wipeout, which is going to prove very problematic for Movistar.
Yeah, that was great. And you know, I think they're going to be on like a really dodgy buy here. We'll see how yeah, their money is really bad. So, well, and also we've seen from Heroic they've got pretty good anti-eco protocols, so one would expect them to be alright in this round. But yeah, you can see the full buy. There's not even an SMG. There's not even a rifle. That's a rough look for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, I feel like half the rounds they've won have been with pistols though.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Maybe this one will be similar. Seeing a lot of deagles, and there are plenty of close corners where it's not as hard to just shoot somebody in the head. But I do wonder if long term we're going to see more 5-7s. We've got jumping Mag 7 though from David G. We'll put the smoke up by the half wall, and that will give him a favourable position. And it's Heroic's turn to respond to this by looking to charge the A bomb site. Not going through the smoke just yet. We can see Mopoz playing in that smoke, and he'll have the information that they haven't pushed top mid. But what can they really do with it? With 2 players with pistols on that B bomb site. No matter where Heroic choose to go, they may be at, well, they will have some advantages, of course, even with these 3 players.
And they also just lost a player, Refresh and Boiler too, so that's a gun to be collected. And Des also has a kit, by the way. So here comes Heroic. Davy G with the Mag 7. The Heroics, well, not going to be happening this time. Oh, the flash. Unable to follow up with it. Alex will go down, and Heroic are in the site now. Mopoz probably feels the timing here. Here's that bomb getting planted. There goes the smoke. Oh, there we go. Finds one at least. That's 2v2. Des has that AK-47 he's collected, but he's alone against 2 here, and this could be it here for Movistar Riders. We'll have to see if he's able to find the damage he's looking for. As it all slows down, he gets Cadian. Now just one more. But where is Shush? Not revealing his position. Des has an inkling, though. He's moving closer. There, he spots him. Great stuff there from Des, and he has a kit. He was prepared. He was ready. Great stuff there from Des, and just like you said, James, you know, we most of the rounds they're winning are these awkward pistol rounds where they play really well. So if they can do that on their buy rounds, surely they'll be off to the races.
Well, I don't know how much of a race there is with so many game points for Heroic at this point. Point and point. 7 rounds. So they're about halfway there, Movistar Riders. It's going to be a very long road, very arduous race. There won't be many opportunities for a water break. 5 Mac 10s for Heroic. We've seen them with 5 P90s before, with fast plays towards B, just looking for mayhem, and I'm sure they'll be looking for something similar with these Mac 10s. I'm enthused by what we may witness from Heroic. Flashbang to emerge through the smoke. Love to see it. Means limited time to respond. Mopoz is on an island. He is alone. He's isolated. He's got an MP9. He can only get 1 kill, which means there's going to be position, which means there's going to be wild swings with these Mac 10s. I do not fancy Movistar's chances, even with all these rifles.
Yeah, this is looking very, very difficult for Movistar Riders. I don't believe that we've really seen them be successful on these kinds of retakes so far. Firepower, though, is not with the Heroic side, and Refresh around the corner. Such a great position for this Mac 10. And look at the time now. That will be delayed because of that Molotov. They can't afford to go back. They have to go in. There's no choice. And the fight is being brought straight to them. Heroic are actually trying to take construction control. They are so brave, and their bravery has been rewarded.
Yeah, that's the power of the Mac 10s. You can just swing at close range, and there's so much tracking you've got to do. It's a horrible situation, and I think the entire map has been horrible. That was the pick of Movistar Riders, and it has gone the way of Heroic quite firmly, quite brutally, quite violently, quite mercilessly.
Yeah, that was a great performance from Heroic. And Movistar Riders, they had Heroic in a position of just, well, almost impending catastrophe, but we never got to a catastrophic result for Heroic. They just managed to hang on time and time again until eventually I say eventually, there was actually a very decisive scoreline, but it could have been the opposite, really, if Movistar Riders were just able to win that first anti-eco, actually, that they ended up losing.
Well, it could have been a lot closer. There was certainly, we spoke about the key rounds in the first half where it was very important for Movistar to break the economy. And let's not forget that round where there was only 2 rifles for Heroic. And that's just a credit to Heroic and how strong and powerful they can be that they were able to overcome. And I mean, of course, I think going into Inferno especially, they were a significant favourite. They were definitely a stronger team. Movistar Riders are on the up as an aggressive team from Spain, but it was always going to be an uphill struggle for them on Inferno versus the likes of Heroic. So a lot of difficulty with the Desert Eagle as well, generally speaking, which I think is partly due to the nerf and it being, well, requiring that extra bullet to spam if you don't hit the headshot, but that's a different conversation. Heroic super strong, very confident on Inferno, and again, they're able to turn around these situations, these 4v5s, these 3v5s, maybe even a 2v5 later on, which I think they lost that round, but I mean, they took it down to the wire where the last man had to clutch it. So yeah, they're just always dangerous no matter how many people. They've just got a great presence of mind for the game and where their opportunities lie.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good right now, Heroic. And I mean, it's not done just yet for Movistar Riders. Of course, it's a best of 3, so there's going to be time to recover here for them. We'll have to see what they're able to do on that next map. But for now, Heroic picking up Inferno, making things look pretty good. I was a little bit worried for them at the beginning. It looked like they were having maybe a little bit too much fun in certain spots, but ultimately they bring it together. They make sure that they are disciplined and methodical and relying on those protocols, and it's going to be difficult for Movistar Riders to beat them, but I do think it's possible given what we've seen from them so far in this major.
I think this man had a stand-up performance on that map. Had similar frags, but we saw similar frags to Refresh, but we saw the multi-frags he had in the apartments and so on. Yeah, just, I mean, the individual performance from Heroic, generally speaking, was fantastic. That 3K in the apartments where Movistar Riders couldn't trade. And you got to put part of the blame on that for Movistar Riders. Just go for a wide swing so your mate you can peek with you. They just, I think on the fly, making fast snap decisions, Heroic had way better synergy than we saw from Movistar Riders. And I think that 3K in the apartments where the bomb was lost was a great example of that.
Yes, yes, it really was. That was a setup that's, I mean, that round, Heroic were at a huge disadvantage. And they end up converting it just due to that the approach is not working out there, just a single one-dimensional peak. But with that said, it's time for a quick break before we come back with the second map of this best of 3 series. And again, both teams are at 2-2. The loser of this series is going home, but the winner will become a new legend.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Well then, Movistar Riders will have to do things the hard way if they are to do things at all. They lost their pick pretty convincingly on Inferno, and we move to Overpass. The only recent relevant match they've had is Dust 2, which Heroic won 16-10, but it seems that Inferno was certainly a worse affair.
Yes, Inferno was a disaster, all things considered. Again, if you look at a lot of the rounds, there were certainly difficulties for Heroic that could have gone a lot worse, but ultimately, when it came down to just how you play your stable Counter-Strike, your defaults, and so on and so forth, Heroic just generally looked like a much better team. And so going into Overpass, a map that arguably is, more complex tactically and otherwise, it's going to be really interesting to see what Movistar Riders are going to be able to do against Heroic, who have, of course, proven themselves to be very capable on Overpass.
Yeah, just a reminder, we are on Twitch and YouTube. On YouTube, it is in 4,000 internets.
Yeah. My YouTube channel is 4K DDK, so maybe it's becoming relevant. Maybe I should start streaming something.
You were
4K.
ahead of your time, yeah.
I was ahead of my time. Ahead of my time. Got nothing to do with Four Kings, nothing to do with them at all. So, going back into this matchup, though, I'm trying to think of, who am I placing emphasis on in terms of, Movistar Riders and performances and what they're going to need to do, across the map. Usually you're going to emphasize an AWP player, especially on a map like Overpass, like some Pyjamas we would expect to need to deliver.
He did the best, at least in terms of kills, on Inferno for his team.
Yes.
He was ahead of everyone else for sure.
He should get more spots to work with on a map like Overpass and Inferno. It's a much, much better map for AWP, but here we go, we're into it. Movistar Riders fighting for survival in this major against Heroic as we move into the second map of this best of 3.
Yeah, I think mainly, what was missing for me was capitalizing on the big opportunities, and they'll have to. They've got no choice now. They must do it. Pyjamas falling back as best he can. He has no support. He's got a one-tap, though, or the one-tap singular. Refresh coming in from the back as he pulls the blade out. There'll be no stabby just yet. We've got crossfire now from Movistar, but of course, it's close range now. These Glocks can land the one-shots, and the numbers are continuing to get higher for Heroic on this bomb site. Davi running out of bullets, needs to reload. Has 2 plays from Bank, though, which can cover him as he gets that reload in eventually. Alex down, Shush down. Depth trying to find something down with the bomb. So awkward for both squads, actually. 3 plays around default, make it 2's down and a red soon to be dead, perhaps, unless he can do something about it. Refresh trying to deliver, and he's going to fall back for the time being, it seems, and reset the situation.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, but yeah, they could definitely go toward B at this point if they really wanted to. The only thing is the lack of information toward that site, but given how prolonged this engagement has been around A, they could maybe make a gamble that nobody is on the flank because they would have revealed themselves already at this point. But with that said, they're going back. They're going back to A. They've got the move now from the bathrooms. That's going to be eliminated. Nice shot from Deaths to finish it off. And yeah, run dice. That was so awkward for so very long.
Yeah, it was very, very fiddly indeed. And if you're on the bank stairs, for example, there's a nice position where you can see players crossing to the truck. So that really helped out Davi, gives him some cover, allows him some security to get that reload. Nice tap from Deaths towards the end. Also, if your team is stacked on a B bomb site, for example, and you want to try and well, at least make sure you're not getting flanked in that bank position is handy. Get a last man on the A bomb site. Make sure no one's coming in from the back. Get a laser across the site diagonally. This is a running smoke for the balcony of the B bomb site, but it may never make it in as Mopos has anything to do with it. Going for the reload though. Davi tries to pick up the slack, but he'll get popped at close range from Tesses. We got flashes in all directions, and Mopos looking for a fourth now. Sees the last 2 players and the rotations in from the remainder of Movistar Riders. The smoke is up to create some space on the bomb sites and maybe go for a plant. However, Heroic love a mid or late rotation, and we're going to see another one now.
Yeah, winding back around the map. And Movistar Riders don't need to do too much except just hold safe positions, and it's up to Heroic, of course, to plant the bomb.
You might want to put somebody in that bank position now, as I mentioned. So they're not exposed, really. It can allow Heroic to get to default, though. But it is a play where no one's coming in behind you. Exactly this position.
Yeah, and at this point again, like just like you say, you've got them outgunned, you have them outmanned. As long as you hold position for a retake, you're in a great spot because you know precisely where all of them they are at that point once they plant, and they do not know where you are, and you just keep yourself alive for your teammates to help you out.
Yeah, I think they can reasonably expect a player to be in that spot as well. You see the Molotov in that direction. He still has an angle though, Def. But Stown has still made it past, which really raises the urgency now for Movistar. Though I think it's detected already that he hasn't gone down the stairs. But I don't know what side he's on, and Def can't help it too much because he doesn't know where Cadian is. Having a look, is Stown close with the Tech 9, and things get more difficult trying to swing on Defs. And now Cadian's in a 1 versus 2 with the Desert Eagle. That won't be easy for him. Trying to fall back now. Oh, he will be able to do so. Sees the meat shield. Got to land the headshot there. Trying his best, but he will be denied. Movistar Riders keep the clean sheet. Won't be a clean round though, losing 3 players. They will find the defuse at the very least.
Yeah, good round to convert, and Heroic, they got a bunch of money to play with now to go into this next round with, or enough at least. And Movistar Riders, they can get the AWP out immediately. Some players will pick that one up. And again, curious as to how he's going to be playing this one. Are we going to see the molly towards T ramp? That kind of stuff. It's very standard, and it is just very effective. We talked about this in previous overpasses. You force the use if the T's want to go quick, out of smoke. But they're actually just going to barrel on through. And that's some good info for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, they got straight past that incendiary Heroic, so they'll have more map control than Movistar intended. And I do wonder what the AWP setup will be on the A bomb site. Of course, we know that this was not the original plan, but that flashbang forced them to take an instant plan B. And there'll currently be nobody around the toilets. We can see Depths is just peeking, little jiggling from the one of the, I want to say flower bed, but there's no flowers there. There's some grass though. But that's one of the many angles where you can stand with an AWP, take a quick shot, and then drop off if you're fast enough. And there's a lot of those that need to be identified. And we can see the shadows are to the favor of the CT side here as well. Like people walking in to the toilet's position. The shadow will betray their location before they'll see much of anything. Same is true of the site coming from long if you're by the truck by Optimus. You'll see those shadows all day. Although, of course, Heroic will be aware of this. So once I get close to the site, it'll be interesting to see how they approach this. They have 2 flashbangs, and that'll probably help some. Devs is going forward, though, around those toilet positions to try and take some players away. They're all being flanked, and he's just about going to get that first kill. But look at the trades here. 3-on-3. Pyjamas is low, but he's got the flicks. And that's going to leave Cadian and the Shush versus Mopos and Davy G.
Oh, that's beautiful. Davy G able to just deal with the planter. Although the bomb is ticking, but there's plenty of time to find Shush, which is the mission now at this point. And of course they can bait Shush out by tapping the bomb, which will soon happen. And got to be so careful here. Shush around the walls. Oh, great jiggling. Finds the position. And that's going to force Shush to go back to the bank. Oh, fantastic shots coming through from the FAMAS of Davy G. And Movistar Riders will pick up the round. And I think credit to Pijamas as well, for extracting that extra kill. That, in that awkward position around Optimus with the flames around him. That extra kill made all the difference from Pijamas.
This is a really good start for Movistar Riders. I've only said that once now. I'm proud of myself.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's difficult.
But we're getting there. We're getting there. It's good. Again, a good start. A promising start from Movistar Riders. But perhaps in round number 4, the real test begins. Got pop flashes being held towards the A bomb site. Now, Defs is at the party area. He's in a strong position for now. If nobody comes from up top, he can have an off angle towards connector. So this can be a lot of information for his squad, but he's not going to outstay his welcome, and they will fall back. But maybe that's a level of aggression they need to be successful versus Heroic. But if they're not comfortable there, then maybe play where you're comfortable. You can see around the toilets, Movistar Riders, maybe these are the intended positions for them, but of course they will change from round to round. From A, Pijamas can throw a jumping flash as well towards long to allow Devs to swing, which can be quite powerful if he gets some sound cues, for example. We can see the initial utility thrown from Heroic to take some AWP angles away. So there's a flash for a long take. Pijamas has 1 flash in the hole, so he could consider throwing something for Defs to swing later on. But Heroic are taking their time. They've got 55-0 seconds on the clock, and the bomb's currently outside Monster. We've got a take of short B, presence on long, presence around but not in the toilets. Movistar Riders have got to try and figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Oh, that's a great kill to get. And that's a lot of information too. Again, with such little time, it really eliminates the possibilities of what Heroic have to surely be doing. And that's why that HE gets placed towards the monster tunnel. And it is a slow but sure creep here from Heroic. They have to get the plant down as quickly as they can. Mopos is going to go straight in there. Oh my god, he's just sitting in the smoke, trying to block any of the plant attempts. And in fact, none of which will be coming through. And Cadian's going to have to save the orb.
Yep, Cadian somehow manages to escape. That was a very interesting round because, you know, Heroic thought, okay, we're creeping into the bomb site, and they were, but Movistar Riders were very much aware of what could be compromised, as we saw from those HE grenades and so on, so they knew there could be a surprise there, so they were prepared for the unexpected to that respect. But that was a very important duel, actually, which was quite laboured from both squads and how long it took that frag to come in. But if that goes the other way, then who knows what kind of rotation we see from Movistar Riders. So that was a really important kill for them. 4-0. Heroic will not have a full buy in this round. Of course, they've got the saved AWP from Cadian, and a hero AWP can be very dangerous. Always fun to watch a CT side with just an AWP. Now, we must note that the door has been blown off in connector, which can be to the advantage of the CTs, of course. The T's may want to have a lurker in connector, so if they're taking short B, they stop the CTs pushing through the door. But if there is no door, then the angles Shush has, the CTs have those angles as well, which makes it harder to take short B, which is why you can see CT sides blow off the door, for example. It also allows a rotation with no sound cues, though, for the T's later on, so it can have benefits for both squads.
And now the creep through bathrooms for that control, just trying to put the bodies around Cadian. Here goes Alex around Banana, trying to see what he can find around the divider.
Oh, divider.
In for the surprise is Alex. Here they come. Oh my goodness, the run and gun is strong, and Des is actually his as well. You might be able to just stop this in. Oh, what? Dawn just turns around at the perfect time.
I imagine he's focusing on connector instead, but either way, that works out fantastically for them. A series of unfortunate events for Movistar Riders in round 5 allows Heroic to get their first round on the board in such style as well. Let's not forget, they had one rifle, and it's in that respect, it's like a mirror of what we saw on Inferno. They're always capable, no matter what the situation. They haven't lost a player yet. And what does Mopos want to achieve from this round? He could take that frag, but it's better that he hide in plain sight because they don't have the money. So that's the priority here, is just to stay alive. And well, he'll be forced to engage in that one. Does he pick up the AWP? He does, and he may just get away with this, actually.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Oh my goodness, it's so close. Oh, that's a great save, though, ultimately. As you say, not too much money to play with, but they could actually, if they wanted, to cobble a buy around the orb. It would be a little bit stretched, but they could try to do that. We'll see.
This is pretty scary, though. Like, Heroic had one rifle, and they basically, yes, they lost the man at the end, but they really won the round with 5 players alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. In fact, they are going to buy around that saved AWP, so we'll see what they're going to do with it. It would be great to see, in these situations, you want to get, when you have a disadvantage, you do generally want to try to find an early pick, some early advantage that allows you more information, allows you more room to work with. Because if you allow the other team to just run whatever they want to run, they are going to exploit their advantages and likely have a better chance of success than you. So you want to change the script as early as you can.
Weapon of choice is the Glock. Let's not forget that Glock round on Inferno. That was fun. It wasn't Heroic, though. But yeah, that was, again, a very worrying sign for the 3-round lead of Movistar Riders. But let's see, hey, maybe they can right the ship. Perhaps they can avoid that iceberg after all. and Pyjamas a lot further back now. Not really going for the more BS setups with the AWP and the toilets, the classics. But these are the usual grenades. That Molotov is to take the AWP angles away from a sniper standing around the divider. So a general default will have that smoke and the Molotov to take the angles away. Mopo's in no man's land. Had a problem with his GPS and he'll be punished for it by the authorities. The street authorities. Refresh, holding things down, lurking towards that B bomb site. Still a good pick for the Go TV, as Heroic feel like a stronger team here. 57% with 7 maps played of late are Movistar Riders on Overpass. 71% for Heroic with 7 maps played.
Oh, great flash there for that P-Test. Oh my, that's just strafing backwards and forwards. Gets that one. Another good pop flash play, but the cover from Cadian does keep his teammate alive. And that's going to open up this B site. Alex will try to peek in, but with the M4, there's not a lot of play to be had around that position. And that's going to be that. They can't really afford to lose any of these weapons, so back to the saving ways. Perhaps they'll go over towards the playgrounds.
Telling you, man, we're going to see the rise of the 5-7 and or the CZ over the Desert Eagle.
I agree. I've been wondering about that a lot. That it's been weird that we haven't seen more 5-7s at least, because people are struggling with the Eagle. It's abundantly clear.
Like, you've really got to hit that headshot, because before you could just crouch spam 2 shots and thank you, good night. But that change makes a hell of a difference.
The overall accuracy just feels worse as well. Just in general, it's you need to wait longer between shots to keep the same accuracy. It just doesn't feel. It just feels quite different. It's worse. It's just worse. But you know, it will take people time to adjust. It's always that way, isn't it? Even if something clearly is like, this is not optimal, it takes people time to get out of the routines they were in previously.
I think in terms of body spam, if you will, the CZ probably has more utility, but I mean, someone like Twist has been reckoning with that for ages anyway. But the 5-7, you know, the bullet capability, if you will, we'll see. I want to see, I think a rise is necessary unless you're holding on to the past.
Yeah. Well, we can come back to this point. We've got sewers control from Heroic for the time being. And, you know, I mentioned that with a situation like Movistar Riders are in, where you have an early disadvantage, you want to try to find ways to get on the rounds, take initiative quite quickly. But they've been opting for a passive approach, which is fine as well. Refresh will be flashed in to check those close spots.
And yeah, because the door's blown off, no one's in connector, but that's still a problem for Heroic, which may limit Stound's movement in that short B position. He's very, very focused on the door, so Movistar have given themselves an extra man in that respect, but they still need to deal with this push from the monster position. And all these players have got rifles, some Pyjamas and a bunch of pistols here, and they are losing position very, very quickly indeed. And with that 3rd kill, surely this round is over. The M4s will have to save.
Bomb has been planted.
Save simulator.
That was a painful round.
Uh-oh.
It's like when you pull a scab off and it's just not time yet. It's a bit early, you know? It's just like, oh, just nothing but regrets.
Oh, Tessus. That was close. Oh no! They need their guns! They need their guns! Oh, we've got that bin angle. He's through the... I don't know how to describe that.
The bin angle.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no disabled toilet. Where's the disabled toilet, guys? It's 2021. There's male and female signs. There's no disabled toilet. I like to hold on to the rail when I'm taking a, you know, for extra grip.
But why are you taking away the facilities from those in need, James? I don't feel like you qualify. Why are you doing that? Why are you admitting? you're basically, by extension, you're the person that parks in the disabled parking spaces as well, because it's closer to the store.
I'll have you know that I cannot legally drive.
It's even worse.
I can drive, just in contravention with the law, you know?
Oh, well, Dessus is going. Dessus is hunting. He's hunting. He's going to swing, and he's going to find the kill onto Des. Oh, that's unfortunate. Des was kind of just stranded after the initial play. Didn't really have, you know, there was nobody to flash him out. Nothing. He was just alone on an island. And the island was sinking. And that's it. This is good. They're trying to make another setup here. They know they need to do something here, Movistar Riders. They got this 2-man play around long. What is it good for, though?
13 HP and oh no. Oh no!
Baited.
The base of the switch tester to 13 HP comes back with support from Stown. I spoke about the synergy from Heroic and we see it there. One of their strongest traits leaves them in a 5 versus 2. Movistar Riders, their economy is in the bin. Right now they have combined $100. I've got more in my pocket.
Really?
Yeah.
How much do you have in your pocket?
Let me see.
Bomb has been planted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Terrorists win.
He's still counting.
I have £300 in my pocket.
That's a lot of pounds. That's like what, $400? Something.
400. It's probably 420 then.
420.
I will have you know, some establishments, right? If they've got one bathroom, it's probably going to be a disabled facility. So that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily like abusing things which are left for people in need. Okay, that sometimes there's no choice, all right? So I just want to defend myself there.
Oh, you're close. It's $413.11 for the current day's exchange rate.
Okay, I was close.
That's pretty close. We're going to round up to 420 for the memes. Well, we got 4-4. That's the score on the doors. It's the thing you used to say.
Isn't that like a Jay-Z album, 4-4 or something like that?
I don't know. No, isn't it like a Kanye one?
I don't know. Someone tweet us.
I think
Give us
it's
information.
404. I don't know.
There's 4s in there. No, you're thinking 808s.
Oh, 808s.
And Heartbreak.
Heartbreak.
No,
Yeah,
Jay-Z's got the 4s somewhere.
Got the 4s.
There are 4s there.
Well, it's eco territory once again for Movistar Riders. I just want to once again credit that heroic of insane team play.
One thing to observe is that considering Movistar Riders won a pistol, it's, you know, if you ignore that, sometimes you have to see what's really going on. It's 4-1 to heroic.
Right,
in terms of like who's putting the work in now.
Oh, that's
But hey,
sick.
Movistar are on pistols, and they found success in this series with pistols, and not much more outside of that.
Well,
ironically, but here we are.
They can get that gun. They can get that gun, and they have a lot of info on the map. So if they realize and start rotating right now, they could maybe do something here. And of course, there is obviously Deaths who's close with that Deagle. So with a headshot, anything's possible, but no, Shush will shut it down, and quickly the utility will fall on the site, and they'll get the plant in. So with the plant down, it's very unlikely that Movistar Riders will be able to find a way to retake, because they don't have a kit either, so that's a problem.
Bomb has been planted.
It's a limp-handed smoke throw. Not really achieved the goal there. What kind of music would you call this? What genre of music is this? It's almost like,
I guess it depends.
It's like a video game, music.
Could be like
almost.
big beat, break beat,
big beat.
Yeah, big beat.
Is that a genre of music?
Dude, anything's a genre of music.
Is he gonna die? He's gonna die.
Bottle beat could be a genre of music. This hasn't been invented yet.
Back in the 1.6 days, I had, what was it called, Fruit Loops on the PC.
Yeah.
I achieved nothing with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
I went away from Fruit Loops and went straight to Reason, and I was like, why have I done this? I've just it's like the most advanced software. Why do I think I can do that?
Yeah.
But I quickly gave up. But 5-4 is the score. I mean, Movistar Riders back with the possibility to be in the driving seat once again on the CT side. The open hand for Sampayas, and Sampayas going for the pick here, down connector. Is he going to be able to find this? There's a quick flick, but the miss as well, and a quick retreat.
Yeah, you can see that incendiary thrown is to secure his exit. Because once you commit to connector, it can be, depending on what the T's are doing, it can be hard to rotate back out, but he's been able to do that. Now, they've gone passive again on the A bomb site. I would like to see them play from party or something. Because again, even when they've thrown the Molotovs, the incendiaries towards T-ramp, they haven't like tried to hold party or something. They've gone for safer plays. But again, I feel like in an Entropiq fashion, you've got to meet fire with fire as far as Heroic are concerned. And if you've got that forward position in party, then maybe you can afford more people on this B bomb site, as once again Heroic are just creeping in with Movistar unawares. Got a chain flashes coming through now as there is a push in a short B position at the same time. So this will become very awkward as Movistar find themselves surrounded with Shush presence in connector. Down goes Mopos and things go from bad to worse. 5-on-3. Davy G takes out Stan before he can get a 180 frag. But Shush is here to try and finish off the job, and he will do exactly that, leaving Sunpayas passive on the A bomb site.
Yeah, but he needs to keep hold of this AWP as well. Great shot, though. Have to give him credit for that one. Not the easiest to hit, but it is a game of survival now. Like, just got to be able to somehow keep hold of this AWP against the Swarm. Heroic looking to remove that from his hands. They've got so much money, they could throw every man at this, and they will likely do that. In fact, that is what they are doing. Sunpayas holding. He's got fast reactions, that's to be sure.
My question now is, like, I don't feel like Movistar Riders are controlling anything.
Yeah.
They're not controlling the pace. They didn't really have control of short B. Okay, so they didn't have control of short B. They had next to no information on A. They didn't have anyone watching Monster either. So what did they have?
Yeah.
Because Heroic walked in. They were by the sandbags of short B, not in short B. Heroic walked into Monster, and they have no info around A. So, like, what is the plan here? Where's the info for you to play on? Because they're sitting back, and that's not the first time Heroic have just walked into Monster. But we're not seeing that there's no flanks or any attempts like that. Again, we're not really seeing them with any presence towards party. There's a nice flick from Sunpayas. We'll see if he's able to escape once again. Got to run close to the wall there to disappear as soon as possible, then jump around divider. So Testis is moving up. We've got some sound cues here. Devs with the Desert Eagle. Got to land the headshot, and once you miss, you're in a lot of trouble, but he's got a smoke to fall back with. Stan may be hunting him around that smoke as well, but hey, there's a 5v4 and 2 AWPs for Movistar Riders, but they're about to lose one.
Oh no. That is devastating. Sunpayas a bit too zoomed in there, it seems. And Testis takes full advantage. Davy G has an AWP though. And they are in position around the A site. Heroic are in trouble, actually, if they try to full push this. That said, though, Storm knows his angles, absolutely. Smoke coming through. And they're just working on this A site slowly but surely. It's actually looking effective. Another kill onto Des, sensing there's another player around the smoke. Just an MP9 and an AWP now. Well, I know that where one of the two players who is remaining is.
Oh.
They're looking to pull back.
Oh, that's a rare miss.
Oh, he actually killed him as well.
Yeah, I thought he had that one in the bag, KD, and he kind of... It was just... Everything happened as it should, but apart from the shot landing.
This is kind of awkward, actually. They're going back to the A side again. And they need to make this work. There's still that MP9 and AWP.
Oh, look, there's 12 seconds on the clock. Where's Mopos off to? They've got to plant the bomb, and he's got to be nowhere to help his teammate. So he's going to, Davy G's going to have to just chill if they do choose to go for this. But I can't imagine. Very awkward position for him as the AWP. So I suppose it is abandoned ship. Davy G trying to quietly slip away.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? It felt like, it seemed like that Heroic going to connector committed Movistar Riders into that rotation on Mopos. But then at the same time, Davy G wasn't really in a position to even kind of like have a pixel shot as Heroic went onto the site.
I think there are clearly two decisions to make in a situation like that, where, okay, you can try and save what you have, or play, or consider that you have an AWP, they've got less than 20 seconds to plant this bomb, and if you catch the bomb carrier, then that can cause some chaos. So I think some people there are going to do their best to try and win that round by, you know, dropping the bomb planter and then threatening to peek and making things very awkward for Heroic, but they are able to buy around what they saved in the previous round, so off they go. I mean, I think they could have brought together anyway, but hey. I need to see some more aggression from Movistar Riders. A take off something. They need to control something. They need to because Heroic, it feels like they can do whatever they want to do at present. And that's not ideal. Cadian's missed the jump. We'll see if he goes for it again. Oh, they've slid off. Okay, so we're seeing that aggression now. Have a look on the radar. We can see... Oh, that's never mind now. I don't care about that. But we can see that there are 3 players deep, and we have Alex at least deep on long. They don't have that party position I'm looking for necessarily, although some Pyjamas is there. Now we've got Stown showing some presence. No control over the short B position. I'm not sure if the door's been blown off on connector. That would help. Defs try to do something, but again, Heroic are making inroads towards the B bomb site, which I think spells trouble for Movistar.
Very passive hold here from Movistar on B. They've got really forward ground on A. Don't have the support on this B site. Can they hold it though? We'll see very shortly here. Montpos around the barrels able to deal with one. That smoke is helpful, but wow, Storm takes him down straight away. Tessus charging forward to try to find a way to clear out these water positions, and so far so good. Some Pyjamas is there doing damage from the back, but he can't stop them at this point from planting the bomb.
Yeah, Davy G was kind of half safe in the smoke, maybe trying to find an angle behind it, walked into a Molotov, which gave his position away, obviously, and things become difficult. But a bomb needs to be picked up by one of these players. They spot the AWP. We've got someone creeping to collect it. The barrel of the gun is spotted, but he needs some flesh to really get some work in. Alex will certainly help. He'll get that kill, in fact. Refresh on the site now, trying to stay out of the reticle. There's a flash for the swing from some Pyjamas who's jiggling. Doesn't really crushed it. Tessus coming in from the back. He felt it. He detected it, but he couldn't deal with it, leaving Alex in a 1 versus 2. He got a kill earlier on. They know where he's coming from, roughly. Short or Monster creeping in, trying to find these players. Tessus upstairs now, and Alex maybe looking for a flank. Doesn't have a kit, so I think he's going to have to back away from this one. And it's another bag, a round in the bag, rather, for Heroic. And again, if you ignore the pistol, it's 8-1.
Yeah, and the question is going to be, whatever Movistar end up with, obviously 7 is the best case at this point, which would be somewhat respectable, but the question will be, is it enough? And it's, we don't know the answer to that just yet, but so far, I think you made a good point. We're not seeing the kind of aggression, or maybe aggression isn't the right word, but we're not seeing Movistar Riders take the kind of initiative that they need to on the map in the, to have enough control to facilitate advantages in the right parts of the round. And Heroic are kind of getting a lot of space to work with in a lot of these moments. So they must be feeling quite comfortable.
Yeah, we like to say people are in the driving seat, but it feels like Heroic are in the Pope-mobile. Just going through the crowds, waving at the audience. Seems that easy at the moment for them. We did see an increase in aggression, though, from Movistar Riders, which shows some promise. Well, more aggressive positions, at least. We'll see what they have to offer in this round. I don't know if there's a gun on the floor for some Pyjamas. Indeed, there is. He picks up the AWP and makes his way. So we'll see if anybody stays around that party area. There's a deep Molotov. There is a HE coming his way, but he has an angle. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we need. That's a lot of info for them as well. We can see the door's been blown off, and Defs is making his way in towards connector, and he yields a kill from that as well. So this is the kind of play we want from Movistar Riders, and it's certainly not too late. They can still get 7 rounds from this half. They're in a 4 versus 2 now. This forward play has proven fruitful for them. Not sure if Stown just came up with the bomb there on the radar. Refresh, maybe. Well, now they know that he's towards B as well. So these 2 Ts are separated. 2 per side. Refresh trying to see that can opener on the B bomb side, but he will be denied.
Yeah, Storm looking to get some pain into the move. Movistar Riders. This sentence is just a write-off, isn't it? So sometimes when you're casting, it's like, this is not going anywhere good. But ultimately, Storm unable to get the damage that he was looking for to really just keep the pressure up on the economy. But either way, it doesn't really matter too much. Heroic in a very comfortable space, and Movistar Riders really trying desperately to scrape some more rounds together. As you say, that was a great start, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of this. Some Pyjamas has been aggressive in connector in many rounds, where he'll kind of run down, try to take a quick flick, and then fall back. And it's good to see him getting that pick towards T-Ramp. We'll see if he's able to do the same.
one of those Movistar Rider players has the Shure noise cancelling headsets that we used to use back in the day. Pretty good for plane journeys and so on. Use them for the Switch these days, but they're pretty good. I think the sound is a little different for gaming, but they can come in handy. So that's not a bad choice at all. Well then, Heroic will have some more presence after the success from St. Pius, but we can see there is a different setup here. So again, they're not being predictable, not telegraphing their plays. Def's in the bogs. St. Pius goes back to long.
Oh, he's looking for that boosted angle, so looking to catch his opponents off guard with this one. And that's what you're looking for as an AWPer on this side of the map. You want to get that untradeable kill and then fall off to the site in most cases. It's going to actually fall off as that smoke went down to bathrooms. Then there became the possibility that T's could creep up Divider onto the site. So that forced some players to actually come off of that angle to make sure they don't have a hole in their vision. So that one smoke.
There's the flash I was talking about on long. Tessus behind the rock though. He's positioned himself well, and Def's at that point is going to die one way or another. He tries to get as much out of it as he can. He spots 2 players at the very least, which is some information for Movistar, but there's still time on the clock as far as Heroic are concerned. So, and again, maybe feeling like it's likely they're going to go towards the A bomb site as far as Movistar are concerned. They rotate towards B with low time. 40 seconds, not too much of a concern for Heroic, and Movistar are going to be proactive to try and position themselves as best they can, because at present, Mopos looks to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, totally alone here. We'll try to see what he can get done with this AK-47. I'm going to be charging forward. The smoke is there to help him. Jumping into the flames. Mopos only gets one. Very important push from Refresh there. And that's going to leave just 2 players here on the retake for Movistar Riders. Totally out position, totally outmanned. And soon perhaps they'll also be out of time here. It looks like they'll try to hold on to what they have.
Familiar story, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because, oh, their information play came through quite late. Heroic, you know, with that pick, as you say, like at that point, like Heroic were even kind of gambling a bit because they had no one in sewers, they had no one in connector, they had no, like, so if Movistar Riders had pushed those positions, they would have walked straight into them. So they kind of took a bit of a gamble to rotate like that, and it worked out because Movistar Riders really had nothing on that side of the map. They rotated through spawn.
Exactly, and it shows that Heroic are, of course, very aware of the information they're giving to Movistar Riders, and they're thinking, all right, what would we do if we were in this position? We see multiple players towards the A bomb site looking to take map control and push forward. Probably going to be A. Therefore, let's just rotate for B, barrel in, play the numbers, and they find Mopos alone. So they're trying to constantly outsmart each other. Again, the matchup with Entropiq was very stimulating from that respect, as they kept trying to one-up each other and kept evolving over time. And Movistar will have to evolve quickly as well, as if you've watched any of the Heroic demos, you'll know that they are no strangers to a mid or late rotation. They love a late rotation on the T side. And it proves very fruitful now as we move into the last round of the first half. Last opportunity for Movistar to do something with that info. And we can see Def's in the fountain position, basically. But Tessus is here with the flank. Doesn't quite have the support there, as he's by the fountain, but St. Pius is in the middle of long. So maybe something for review, to have some aggressive setups that are playing together, because he could have been holding that position for him from party instead of where he is, but maybe they were too concerned about connector. But sometimes you've got to take some gambles.
Yes, indeed. It's all about risk-taking. Like life. St. Pius might just catch someone here. You get that shadow advantage as well from this position. Be very careful about his flank as well at this point. We can see on our map, Storm is creeping up behind him. He's going to turn around just in the nick of time. And that's at least a frag for St. Pius. He'll be able to hold this long position, but the site's being conceded. You can see that the rest of the Movistar Riders is kind of stuck outside of this site. They've been locked out.
Well, there is the lurker found in Canadian, which gives great angles. Movistar Riders have 4 angles for a retake and a 4 versus 3. So that is promising. As the flash limit of the site refreshes down, the trades will give information and the trades will continue in favor of Movistar, who will get another late round towards the end of this half. This score could have been more brutal. Again, we see how crucial it was that they won that pistol. They get 6 rounds towards the end, and perhaps they have a chance. I think it will be a relief that the CT side is over, because they were victimized in many of these rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are just joining us, this is map 2 of this best of 3 series here at the PGL Stockholm Major. The first major in 2 years.
First major in 4,000 internet on YouTube. The 4K?
That's true. That's true. So welcome. Welcome to everybody watching. Glad to have you with us here for this. And a Spanish team. I don't know that we've had a... I think you were making this point earlier. I don't know that we've had a full Spanish team make it this far before.
In terms of ranking.
Yeah. So
and major, both.
Exactly. So that's really exciting. But of course, they've run into Heroic, a very strong Danish lineup. I believe Heroic number 5 on the HLTV World ranking at the moment. And so it couldn't really be tougher, the opposition that Movistar Riders are having to deal with. But going into the second half, we'll see if they fare better on this T side as we kick things off. And it looks like a slow approach from them. We can note that based off of the fact that the bomb is down on the ground. So they're looking to see if there's any poking and prodding from Heroic early here, and there is not just yet, really. Oh, hello.
How satisfying is that? Oh, it's a team kill. That's unfortunate.
Wait,
that's the wrong kind of lineup.
That's not good. It's okay. Need to die for the cause. Sacrifice. Power up. Power up Tessus.
Oh man. Satisfied.
We're getting the 1-taps in this round.
Yeah, that is an open A bomb site. Got a jump throw, presumably for the top of the stairs. Very, very nice. One for you to learn at home. Davy G is going to plant the bomb. He'll take an apple in a basket for his troubles, which will leave him just over half HP. 3v3. Movistar Riders need this. I think it's crucial they win both pistols and the consecutive rounds. They won the first one. We'll see if they can win the second. Heat map shows all the remaining Heroic players coming through from the bank position, going past the catch point, looking for something more. Davy G entertaining as the flank comes through, but will it be successful? St. Pius is going for the big W here. He's not going to have the angle of protection from Tessus, and that might just be the round. Alex now 1 versus 1. Tessus doesn't have a kit, and this round, I think, is already over. Movistar Riders win the other pistol. Headshots galore.
Yeah, great round there from Movistar Riders.
Alex took 3 damage from the bomb, which means he has to spend $1,000 if he wants a helmet.
Feels bad, man. But look at these 1-taps. Oh, dear. So many 1-taps in this one, but it is Movistar Riders that win the must-win rounds. And I'm sure, again, as we mentioned, as the Spanish representatives, that there is a lot of fans out there watching this right now, looking to offer up their energy for a Spanish victory. We'll have to see, though, if they're able to convert on this round and really get that momentum going. Oops. Slowly but surely, space is gained, but there are players in bathrooms. Lots of players in the bathrooms here. Just inching closer though, Movistar Riders.
There we go, it's the opening kill. 37 seconds. Stan tries to play around the smoke, trying to hide as best he can, and this looks like it's going to be chaos, but will these Desert Eagles deliver? spamming as much as he can. He's made them put them in the red at least. He's managed to get a reload out, but Death will eventually get a kill. 20 seconds to plant that bomb, and the scout continues to just stick some thorns in the legs, in the arms. But they will prove victorious. A dangerous round, but a 1 round. All we need is the result. 8-9. Movistar Riders prevail.
Yeah, they did a great job of just slowly inching forward there and just committing together as a team, even though they were moving into a stack. It's something that we always used to talk about. Just even if you're moving into the stack, if you execute correctly with your utility and you clear positions correctly, you should still be in a very good place because you have loads of advantages. It might get messy, but you should still be in a good place. And sometimes teams give too much respect to the ecoing team in those moments, and it really creates problems. But speaking of stacks, we've got another stack here on the B site from Heroic in this eco round. And Movistar Riders is kind of similar to the previous one. They're just really taking it very easy here, moving together, clearing out space towards the A side of the map. Ooh. The Galil Bonanza for Mompos. He gets all 5 with the Galil. Beautiful. Had that little coil for cover and everything.
That was like some kind of hard mode side quest where if you survive, you get rewarded with some kind of prize. But you're probably going to die. And die they did!
They can only face one at a time.
Yeah, right. Lineups again. Take a ticket.
Yeah.
Speaking of lineups, when we were teenagers, we went to the British Transport Police Station in Victoria in London.
When he says I wasn't involved.
To do ID parades where they'd give you £10 stand in a lineup. It'd be like, was this the person who did whatever offence was done? That was the way to make honest money back in the day.
Yeah,
everybody else sold drugs, so, 9-9. Movistar Riders have had success with both pistol rounds, and that really gives them an opportunity. But as we said in the previous map, they need to seize that opportunity. And it's not going to be easy. Heroic, I think, are clearly the stronger team. Rank 5 versus rank 15. So it is nightmare mode for Movistar. They've got their initial map control. They're not quite in short B as Heroic often were.
Oh. Mompos in this.
Oh, he's heard the tagging. He knows he's there. I'm not sure what the plan was with that, but whatever it was, it failed. That BG is going to eat the flag, so is TSS, but the former will be successful, and now Stound's got some issues. He has no smoke to create some space. You can see him taking some pot shots there as he has to fall back now. There is a flank though, something we didn't see from Moby in the first half, but Refresh is a long way away. Big frag from Shush, the bomb drop. That's going to buy some time for that rotation. Flank to come in useful. Stound trying to delay yet longer to allow Refresh to activate. He's making his way up long. We've got Alex making his way up the toilet, says it's a man advantage for Heroic as the bomb's planted.
Oh, good timing here for Refresh. Will there be a turn in time? Not quite in time for Alex. Davy G against 3, and he's going to take one straight to the face. And that's a wrap. So Heroic pick up the round off of the retake. Good stuff from them. Yeah, it was not the best round in the world for Movistar Riders. I'm not sure how much money they have, actually. Can they still buy?
So I believe Mompos was standing in his own smoke that he threw, which was probably the clue for Heroic to tap the smoke. And once you hear the tag up close, Mompos didn't really stand a chance there. You can see on the radar that he's standing in a T smoke, so I think that was the clue. Because you're going to question that as Heroic, like, what is the plan here? If you're smoking there, then you're going to try and make a play through that smoke via flashbang burst or something. But again, the choke point is such that it's going to be hard to get away with it.
Yeah, it's a bit transparent.
And this is the kind of presence that I would have liked to have seen from Movistar. We didn't really see anybody around that party area. Just one attempt that I recall where they were flashed off and had to fall back. But after that, it was only late that we saw the aggression, which I think is needed versus Heroic.
Tassus playing the bathroom is always going to be in for an engagement shortly. I should be making their way towards long through bathrooms there, and there has been quite a few long setups, but this time it's a setup around Divider. And they're going to rotate back through towards the B side, but it feels like Heroic have all the info. They hear the noise as to what's going on.
That setup with the AWP was pretty interesting. It was like an inverse of the classic one where TeSeS would be on the inside of the toilets watching Divider. We don't get to see it play out though.
They left Alex to kind of do a late flank. That might work out, but we'll go back to the main story here, which is the full push on the B side. And Shooter will just easily decimate the players through Monster. And they're dead in the water right now. They are dead in the water, nowhere to go. Alex comes through, but the flank is not effective because his teammates were unable to breach the site.
Yeah, and Pyjamas is forced to fall back. TeSeS may have a look for him, but the money's not great for Heroic, so you don't want to lose too much hunting that AWP. They have one already themselves, so they could do with just holding on to this cash.
Yeah. I think the round would have worked a lot better for Movistar Riders if they were able to kind of get an engagement around the bathrooms to at least push Heroic back to the A site, because we saw that Heroic had pretty deep positions and Movistar Riders didn't really clear bathrooms. They walked in bathrooms, but only a portion of it, and then rotated out. So that gave Heroic a very easy understanding of what was coming.
Just a reminder, if you don't know what's at stake, the loser goes home. The winner moves on to the legend stage. So there's absolutely everything to play for. I think many pick'ems will be on the line today if they haven't been deleted already. So much interest in all these matches today. The first of 3 matches coming your way. A lot of interesting action today here, live from Bucharest. Heroic with a 2-round lead at present, and it's looking likely that it may be extended, although we know that Movistar Riders have often found success with pistols. They'll have 2 players lacking a primary weapon in round 21. Defs and Mopos on a Desert Eagle and a Tech 9 respectively. The Tech 9 surely will have a bigger resurgence now. You've got that close one-tap status with it as well. Bit of moving spam at closer ranges. Run and boost on long, and nothing's found just yet. This is quite a dirty angle from TeSeS, but Pyjamas is looking for it. But as he moves... Oh, marvelous. Well, I guess that was a penetration shot as TeSeS is allowed to fall back with that. That's very unfortunate for Movistar Riders.
Yeah.
It's a frag they need. But is it a frag they deserve, Dan?
That's a good question. I mean, right now, Movistar Riders, once again, you know, they're quite... What they're doing is reasonably telegraphed. They've got Mopos towards the B side, but again, they don't have the most utility in the world. I could see them once again rotating back to B. But Storm is in a pretty forward position here, then they may have to deal with him. Looks like he might be pushing forward indeed. Oh, he's going to be facing multiple players there. They might just go off of this. Indeed, they will. Davy charging it forward for the site take, and it's a great defense so far. TeSeS will finally go down. That's the kill. Now the A side is open.
There are no grenades. You can bounce off the truck window a HE or a Molotov for the default plant, but no such luck for Heroic. A 2v3. They can't afford to get sprayed in, but he won't even get the first kill. Shush alone now, 1 versus 3, made 2. He's got to find out where Pyjamas is. He knows there's an AWP somewhere. He has a kit, maybe looking on the floor for some utility, something to give him an opportunity. And it seems he'll just save the AWP and fall away. So Movistar Riders will keep the score close. The money's awkward for Heroic. You can see Caden's got 46.50, but the rest are certainly lacking. So again, we head towards that opportunity for Movistar Riders to completely break the money and take control of this match.
Yeah, this is not over just yet. The 10th round for Movistar Riders, and they're looking to make this as competitive as possible. And yeah, it's interesting. Like there's these moments around bathrooms are feeling really crazy. I have no idea what is going to happen, who's going to come out on top with some of these engagements. Heroic looking confident though.
Yeah. I like what PGL have done with the bomb they've made. It's like it's got grape drink in it on the right-hand side.
Oh.
That's unlucky. He made the right play, but just couldn't find the gap. Is it The Rock? That film The Rock, where there's like a bomb with these green orbs in it, and Nicolas Cage is pulling it out. Is that a Rock?
You know, I have no idea.
It's one of those films.
None of those.
But it kind of the bomb reminds me of that. I think that was one of the better, big, dangerous, super explosive things in action movies a very long time ago. But anyway, I like the grape drink in the grape drank in the PGL bomb. We got a grape lightning AWP from Cadian. Oh, he's in some trouble. Oh no, he's not. I thought that was the boost on the slide, which I haven't seen for a while. Elise used to be a big fan of a boost on the slide. Fellow keyboard aficionado.
Well, this is a really weird round because Heroic have 2 AWPs, a Deagle, an MP9, and an M4. So they're actually very dangerous. In reality, you know, from what the info that we have, like a set piece on the B site would probably be one of the better options here because the ops are extremely dangerous and they are both playing towards the A side of the map. And all it takes is the ops to pick off like one player right now in these early timings, for then suddenly desperation mode to kick in for Movistar, and they may feel like a desperate rotation to B, at which point they'll just all die.
Yeah, and speaking of that AWP, that was basically an anti-AWP execute. Watch the demo, download the demo, learn the grenades. Very simple stuff. Oh, it's a cheeky run by from Movistar. Now we see Alex and Co pushing up long, but Stam gets a 1v1. They know there's an AWP there, but only one person peeks him. There's no trade frag, and Cadian's here to post up as well. Again, not quite the level of synergy we've seen from Heroic here from Movi. They've got 28 seconds. The bomb, I don't believe, has been spotted by Heroic just yet. They've still got 3 players on the B bomb site, but they're starting to rotate. That's a huge headshot from Stour, not satisfied with a chest shot. Going for the face. That's over 400 damage. 20 seconds remain now for Movistar, and they'll have to scarper away.
Yeah, huge problems again. It's just that AWP factor is huge. Sampaio's trying to survive with his. Will he be allowed to do so? It's going to be tight, but they're both going to give up this one. And yeah, it's just difficult. If you're not going to be flashing off everything, then the AWPs are going to get value. And it seemed, I don't know if they were unaware that there would be AWPs, you know, present on the field towards the A side of the map, but they were dry peeking into them effectively. So they're going to get a kill at this level. Their kills will be had. So.
Yeah. Well, we're going into the clutch rounds of the final map of this series. The winner gets cod and chips. The loser will have to settle for haddock. Nobody wants the haddock.
Oh, big push from Refreshing Connector. Will it get discovered? Yes. Completely caught. It's a bold move. I respect it. We haven't seen him do that before, so there's certainly a world in which you see that winning the rounds. And with the way the money is, Movistar Riders have to win this round. So they got the 5v4 very early on. And a weapon upgrade as well, which was also that's a huge plus. So now it's about converting the 5v4. What do they know? They know that there's 2 AWPs. So, and we've got a sewers set up possibly from Heroic. They could push with Tessus here. We've got Shush there with him as well, and they could get a flash from Storn, who's playing towards the barrels.
Ooh, so close.
Ooh.
Well, it's Movistar Riders' turn to reap the rewards of a clip through a wall. WG still on the site. That gives them some position. The bomb's on the way. And I believe that Shush should hear that rotation and start to make his way towards A at the same time. And indeed, he slinks away to go for the fake plant. And there's down with the fadeaway HE grenade. Good for about 36 damage. Again, you can bounce it off the windows as well, which I think would have done more, but it's all good in the hood.
So now it's the case of just holding. And you can see Heroic are looking for a way in. That's the opportunity. That is the signal to go. A couple exchanges there, whilst now Morpos is the last player standing. And there's enough time on the bomb for a defuse to come in here. There's both players with kits. Morpos will have to be perfect on this one, pushing forwards. That smoke really did it, and Heroic will pick up a very important round.
Hold my hand. The only people I trust with the Deagle right now are Simple and Nico.
That's fair enough. I mean, it's always been that way too. They are the peak. Simple's levels of talent defy...
They're very close to mine.
They defy any expectation, any rules, anything. He plays he plays outside of what is possible because his talent just makes that a reality. That is how Simple exists.
Movistar Riders may soon cease to exist in this major unless they can turn things around. They've been dangerous with the pistols. They're on the pistols. We'll see if they're dangerous.
Flash comes through, and they're going to feed straight into Shush there. So, unfortunately, this is not the one. Shush does need a stalwart defender of the monster tunnel. And they've got the bomb under control as well, so the CT is going to be sitting on that one. Sumpires is very dead.
Nothing doing, Dan. Nothing doing.
It was a fast one, at least.
Nothing doing. I need to look up the etymology of the phrase "nothing doing" now. But indeed, Heroic take one step forward. 14 to 10. They are 2 rounds away. Movistar Riders on the bye once again. There will be shortcomings in weaponry and utility. Devs and Davy G with the Galils. They'll be looking for Tessus and Stone, who don't have helmets. Or head Kev, as Vendetta would say. Double Molotovs around their playground area, limiting Movistar Riders' early push, which means that there's a fair chance somebody could be by party and they'll throw a Molotov in that direction, but I think it may have missed the mark to some degree. Kind of burned the hair off the position and not much more. KD and Tessus now looking to brutalize Movistar Riders. There they have the rudeness to peek towards long. A lack of decency, if you will.
Oh. I thought, okay, that was Tessus taking down WG, but still. 4 versus 3 now after that stunning headshot from Cadian. And what do? They don't have any... Movistar Riders do not have control towards A. They do not have presence or control towards B. And they don't have the bomb just yet. Alex will go and collect that. But at this point, they kind of have to gamble on something. And a lot of teams would probably just walk Monster at this point. It's the easiest way to enter a site. You get favorable peaks going in, but it's very predictable. And we see a smoke dropped on that position as well. So now they'll try to make the creep through to the side. There's Shush there on the B side, but actually, Heroic don't have anybody else just yet. So there might be an opportunity here if Movistar Riders are solid on these entries. Oh, it's looking tough though. Oh, there we... Well, it's...
Ding dong.
It's happening for them. 2 versus 2.
Cadian waiting for the peak. Refresh has a kit. They need to remember that Refresh has the kit that we got yesterday. Oh, that is quite the hop-up from Alex. Refresh knows exactly where he is. We'll see if there are any more shenanigans for Alex as Refresh makes his way to the water. Alex dancing to the sound cues now, taking the bait, but lands a massive headshot. That is a very important round for Movistar Riders. They keep Heroic off match point. They're only 3 rounds behind. It's not too late. You know, it's been difficult. They're clearly a heavy underdog in this series. However, it is not too late for them to turn things around. And ultimately, that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, that was awesome. Like, that is what you have to do, right? They were in a horrible position. A 3v4, Heroic knew what they were doing. They only had one good option.
That's the longest flashbang of all time.
And they still made it work.
Yeah, and there's definitely pressure on Heroic now, because if they lose this round, then things become very, very different. But they know, well, we know rather, that they can deliver in bad situations. But when you're maybe going to concede match points to your opponent, that might be too much pressure. Mopod's forced away again. A very strong Molotov that can go on the high ground and the low ground. I just wish somebody would throw a flashbang first and then do that, so they don't know they're on fire. When is that going to happen?
Well, right now we have a setup in the connector position, and they haven't discovered it, but now they know that Cadian's there, and surely he's not there alone. The question is, do they just run to the A side? Do they just gamble on that? Because obviously these are normally the players around bathrooms, so it should be free to get up there. But we don't have a response from Movistar Riders that's quick enough just yet. They're checking every corner, which they feel like they have to. And we've had ample time here for rotation for Heroic. They're set up on the A site now. The window is gone for Movistar Riders, but can they force open another one?
cheeky peek. And how about that for some information? That is the bomb right in front of the A bomb site. Rotation is still possible, but are Movistar Riders capable of that? Because you know Heroic love it, but I don't know if Movistar Riders are that aggressive. With no presence towards B, I don't think they're ever rotating there in this situation. 30 seconds, they're completely quiet. They've cut noise at the very least, and that will keep players towards B, because Heroic no longer have the information. That information is old. This could be a fake. It could also be the real push. Indeed it is. Mopoz and Sunpayas clean up the A bomb site. And the worst has happened for Heroic. They have to save. They are out of money as Movistar Riders start to catch up when the pressure is the highest.
It doesn't look like much, but that cut of noise from Movistar Riders was just actually genius. It was genius because, unfortunately for Heroic, they actually smoked off sewers, so they were unable to get eyes towards Connector. So if that smoke hadn't happened, and that happened in response to them thinking Movistar Riders are going to go back to the B site because they cut noise, and then as you say, suddenly there's a huge question mark. We actually expect them right now to be going towards B, and then that's the moment that they start hitting the A side again, which actually turns it from an unfavorable situation into a favorable situation by them just doing nothing. So brilliant, brilliant maneuver there from them.
If Heroic buy now, then they can also buy at 14 rounds. Considering they have 2 rifles already, let's see what they choose to do. Their money is together though, so they can just play with what they have now and buy at 13. And then force buy at 14. And that will be the option they take. Cadian throws the T-Ramp Molotov, but he's not going to follow up behind it. And maybe you would think that the AWP would be taking an aggressive angle behind a Molotov such as that, so perhaps they're trying to play against what they think Movistar Riders will expect. In fact, it's going to be 5-man on roads around the B bomb site. There's the connector door blown off to allow them to have a look. Cadian, a leg man, but he's got 2 angles to cover, and that's going to be a problem. They could lose the AWP here. That will make his life easier, though. Mopoz just edging forward into short B. And they still have time again. Movistar Riders don't want to make a mistake this late into the game, so they'll be slow, they'll be methodical. And again, they've got those standard grenades which will telegraph what they're doing. The smoke in the toilets, the Molotov in the divider to take the AWP angles away. The bomb by the fountain alone, not under threat as we can see, flashes towards long. So they're offering things towards A, but it seems they will head towards B.
Yeah, this is what a great round from them so far, as you say, like really trying to sell that they're taking space towards A. They have to go a little bit faster though into B just to make sure that they do get on there and have time to set up. And they're still not on the site just yet, and the rotation is already coming in from Heroic, so it's pacing so slow from Movistar Riders. We'll have to see if that's going to be a problem or not. They are holding on to the Suez position, holding off the 2 players. And there's the swing, the first one from Shush, and looks like they're going to hold on to the connector position, and that's okay. This is the main danger in the hands of Cadian, the big green. But unfortunately for him, it's not a lot of opportunity, but Mopoz goes down. And there's a lot of bodies for them to throw at this.
Are they going to commit the AWP to this, I wonder? Like, they've got 3 rifles now, and they're confident. They don't have a kit, though. I can't imagine a 10-second defuse is ever, not ever, but is very, very, very rarely happening in this situation. And, well, that'll give them some extra money. So if it does go 14-14, they may have, that gives them closer to another full buy. So they can take that. That itself is a victory in itself. But for Movistar Riders, they are focused now. They're 1 round behind. They've got such a big opportunity.
Yeah, and it was great to see that in that round, all they did was they just had some good safe positions, and then they just tried to pick up information from the sound cues. And the sound cues told them an entire story as to what was happening in the Heroic camp, which allowed them to counterplay very effectively. And now as we go into round number 28, Movistar Riders, they lost the first map. They need to win this one, and they're not too far away from doing it. If they can pick up this one, it would be instrumental.
David G, well, there was the aggression from the party area, actually, from Testes, taking out David G by the playground. So they are devoid of information, Movistar. 3 versus 5 with 1:30 on the clock. This is not what they were looking for, but Heroic are never shy for aggression. W is how they start every sentence. Speaking of that, things could turn around here as we've got 3 players heading towards Monster. The smoke dissipating, and then just caught sleeping which leaves Sun Pyjamas 1 versus 4. No chill from Heroic.
Oh, must have seen the barrel there. That's the only explanation. Nasty stuff from Heroic, looking to send the Spaniards back from whence they came, and they are not too far away from finally seeing that reality at this point. Movistar Riders very disappointed. That they know that was one of their best chances to turn this one around, bring it to a third map to keep their chances alive. But Heroic looking to stand strong here in this game of Overpass. At the very least, there's money for Movistar Riders to at least try to force overtime.
I know, but they don't have control. Sound still going for it, still giving it. Maybe giving it a bit too much. Match point for Heroic. They move to Legends if they win. Movistar Riders eliminated if they lose, and they're going to go for the nonsense again. Pushing through, taking absolute liberties, but look at the information. Movistar Riders are too far back to even respond to this quickly. Let's not forget earlier in this series, if they saw like 3 players on a bomb site, they would quickly move in on Inferno, but now that isn't the case here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's a great read from Heroic because they understand that it's basically just a lurker who's just holding position, holding ground by themselves. So they eliminate that player, tells them everything that Movistar Riders are doing. And Movistar Riders don't move very quickly.
Yeah.
They don't move fast as a team. And oh my God, some players again able to save the day there.
That's pretty clutch, and I think they saw a rifler there, but they got killed by a sniper, which means they know that there's at least 2 players pushing. They've got the information. Katie looking for the wallbangs. Refresh goes down as well. There's life yet for Movistar Riders. You know, 4v4, I was going to say, normally favors the T's, but with Heroic almost in T spawn, I did wonder for this particular round, but they've made it happen. Such a crucial kill from Sun Pyjamas, and you have to wonder about potential overtime now, because we'll have a look at the situation. There's an AWP for Katie and an AK for Shuj. TSS will be able to buy something, but hey, it's Heroic. We've seen them win rounds versus Movi with 2 rifles already.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's really interesting because, again, like, Heroic push monster like that with 2 players, and so for Movistar Riders, you understand that if they're pushing that aggressively, they're probably playing quite passively on the A site. And you have a 4 versus 2 if you quickly go to the A site. However, you also have the option to rotate back to B through connector as well, knowing that that site would be likely quite clear also, and that the other team is reacting off of the info they just got with the pick and monster. So there's lots of things you could do, but Movistar Riders, what they actually did is they just slow pushed into the A site, and they still made it work. So you can't argue with results.
And like Sun Pyjamas on the AWP, he has been the important fragger for Movistar Riders. As we see, you know, the impact frags there towards long, very, very crucial shot. Now we'll see if they can take it to overtime. Looking forward to seeing what the buy is for their opponent, Heroic. They do not want to give up this match point. Stown going deep in that round.
This reminds me of the drone with like a little hologram type of thing. It reminds me of like Star Wars when, you know, Luke is receiving the holographic message. Princess Leia asking for help. I love it. Love sci-fi. Movistar Riders.
Look at this buy, actually, from Heroic. That's a pretty good buy.
Yeah.
They got a double ops. And that's the kind of surprise that you don't want.
Yes, and I mean, Movistar Riders are just in their zone, playing their game. They're still keeping the pace very slow at the moment. You can see they're trying to be extremely methodical.
Yeah, but it does give warning. Again, the default is very safe, and there's nothing wrong with that. Again, these are the anti-AWP grenades, the smoke, the Molotov towards Divider. We can see that Tessus is going to be looking to play around that Stown with a cheeky kill. And now they know if Stown's got an AWP, then there's 2 AWPs. And where is Cadian? And the problem is, it's probably going to cost you a man to find out where Cadian is.
Yeah, that's the thing with those plays. If you're trying to save on a flash, and an accomplished AWPer might just get that kill. And that's exactly what happened. Storm causing problems. And again, we mentioned that Movistar Riders, they don't do a lot of the rotations.
Oh, the time. Man, look at the time. Refresh is in short B, which means that Heroic can start to rotate towards the safe bomb site. Tessus has got the sound cues of these grenades being lined up as well. Oh my god, I don't know what just happened there. That should have been a massacre, but there's so much information. 10 seconds, the bombs alone on long as well. There just isn't time for anything to happen here from Movistar. Surely this ends in disaster. St. Pius making his way towards the site. Are there angles here for the bomb? Yes. And that's going to be that timeout win. Just a little too slow. Heroic don't have the respect to allow you to play at that pace. Heroic make it to the legend stage.
Oh, great performance from them. I mean, you got to give credit to Movistar Riders as well for their resilience on Overpass. But Heroic, they've done it. They are an incredible team, and it's actually insane that this field of competition is so tough that they're in this phase playing here today, playing for their lives, but no longer, as you say, moving forward to the next stage. A very happy Heroic.
And for Movistar Riders, we did see some good plays from them. We saw aggression in different matches, but they weren't able to match the aggression in a way that Entropiq did. I think that was needed from the start. They had to go out of their comfort zone, but certainly the stronger team won today. Rank 5 versus rank 15, and you can see why they're Heroic, flanking, taking map control, controlling the map on both halves, not having the respect that their opponents would love. They just don't give their opponent the space to play their game, which is why they win the last round by timeout.
And you know, Heroic definitely feeling really happy with themselves, knowing that this is what they needed to do, what they should have done. Anything less would be a disappointment and an underperformance. But for Movistar Riders, I think this is a team with an incredible amount of potential and a lot of really important experience throughout this tournament. Maybe they could have done better on the veto. Maybe there's a lot of alterations they can do to their play. I mean, that's what it comes down to, because in terms of the team, I'm loving the team.
Yeah, I think they've done their country proud for sure, but their run has come to the end of the line here at the 2021 Stockholm Major. But for Heroic, their story continues. Over to Richard, actual Richard, on the desk.
Just kidding, psych, I'm actually on mic. It's Richard Lewis, we're back. Thanks for that, DDK and James. And of course, we've got Thorin, Blair, and Maniac. They need no introductions at this point. We're on day 4. Heroic there, obviously overcoming Movistar Riders. Let's just talk about the Spanish team first, obviously out of the competition now. I think overall, though, gave a real good account of themselves. I mean, did well to qualify in the first place. First ever Spanish team, making history. And, they really showed signs, obviously got 2 games as well under their belt. What about their future?
I think this is quite encouraging for them, quite honestly. They had not a lot of big expectations. Making to the major is already a surprise to them. Remember, this roster has been together for 2 months. 2 months since they've been together. They pushed Heroic on that second map. They took a map of Entropiq and Copenhagen Flames. Not a lot of regrets. I'm not going to stand here and pretend like they truly had a fighting chance against Heroic. When you pick Inferno, your map, your best map, you get absolutely smashed. It means there is a league of difference between the two teams, and we have to respect that.
I just want to add on to that. I felt like looking at the videos itself, I saw it and I'm like, yeah, they're approaching this with a mentality which isn't going to net them a win. Now, this is a struggling Heroic, right? They're not looking that great either. But then when you're going to be picking a map like Inferno, which is a map, I know that what they're trying to do here, Duncan, they want to just go for it. We're just going to play our comfort map picks and all that. Listen, your A game on your best map is not going to be at the level of Heroic's A game on that map, because they like playing Inferno as well. Something a little bit out of the left field. Maybe an Ancient getting picked in, maybe Dust2 floated out till the second phase instead of you going for the first man. They needed to show a little bit more balls in the veto system. Didn't really take place, and unfortunately, yeah, Overpass, they made it a little close, but the way they got banged out in Inferno didn't really give them much hope there.
Yeah, I would just echo, like, look, the idea they A, made the major, that's actually a win for them. B, were in position, not actually in the match, but in terms of the tournament, to potentially get out of the tournament, including you hear who they've lost against. They've lost against teams, quite frankly, that are all going to be in the next phase. So I think this is a pretty good showing overall. I even think Son Pius, the guy who came in to replace Smoothie, he is actually the star player of the team. He looks like he has a future. So here's the thing, I'm not going to be crazy and act like, the massive progression is going to happen, but there's something there. There's something brewing. They can potentially develop and get a little bit bit better, I think, at which point in time you might see them sneaking into the bigger tournaments and being a team that's maybe in the groups.
Yeah, I think you could mention MoPause as well, right? Where even though Sunpires had a couple of quiet maps here and there, he did really step up, dropping a couple of 30 bombs in some very close matchups as well. And yeah, I guess I am being a little bit overly critical over here. I did expect them to maybe make things a little bit more closer, potentially see a map number 3, maybe pull off the upset, who knows, right? But overall, yeah, if I'm them, I'm pretty happy with the showing.
Only thing is, though, that whole section we saw there, the celebration.
You read my mind.
Grow up. Like, your team was supposed to 3-0 this.
Yeah.
You were in position every step of the way to be the favourite, to win. You have played all these best of 3s, and you still almost went to 3 maps. Like, Heroic has actually really underwhelmed me in this phase. I came in thinking this is a team with established lineup, a long set of results that have shown they're a legit team online. They're one of the best teams in the world. They're not actually a team that came in with just a roster move or, oh, wow, what's been going on recently? Like, yes, it's true. This has to be said. They're not a team that are all land-proven at Tier 1 level. They're not major players in the past. But if you wanted to believe the online era was legit, they're supposed to come, and they're supposed to impress at this phase.
Yeah.
They're barely getting out, and they're celebrating like they won the World Cup or something.
I know. Well, look, I'll bring you in here, Maniac. You said pretty much the same thing earlier today. This is a very underwhelming Heroic, and it's like, listen, I'll just say it. It's almost like they're going out with a way at this point to be unlikable. You know, if you're a fan of that team, if you've stuck with them through thick and thin, you're seeing these poor performances.
Yes.
And then they're celebrating it like everything's, you know, A-okay. It's like, guys, come on.
That is the problem. I don't think it would be disingenuous not to acknowledge the fact that there is a whole gap between the Heroic we've seen online.
Yes.
They've won trophies. They've made deep runs in tournaments. We're talking EPL once, semi-final as well on the 14. They were up there. They were one of the most improved teams we had in 2021. And now at the Major, they were literally one game away from being eliminated at the Challenger stage. Who am I to stand here and say, this is amazing for Heroic, high five? No, you've barely survived. You've barely made it. We need to see way more. Otherwise, you're right. Then the whole online scene just becomes completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and let's be honest as well. They were spared the indignity potentially being knocked out by Astralis.
Yes.
Thanks to TYLOO. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. You know.
Heck, they could have lost to TYLOO as well the first game.
Yeah.
It was pretty close. They won 7 7 1v1s to close, I think, a 16-12 game or something.
Absolutely crazy.
You know the problem with Heroic? Their reputation's gone to the dogs.
Not bad.
Just look at what 100 means.
So, yeah, I see what you did there.
I don't know why I'm explaining my own job.
Just a couple of seconds. But
workshop that one. Look, why don't we talk about the MVP? One guy that at least was playing well was Stown. I believe we've got some statistics from him. Obviously, had an immense, series here, and he is a fantastic young player. Very often slept on in terms of being a sort of world star. What do you make?
He's a talking point. He is a talking point for a very specific reason. You look at the Heroic roster, you say, okay, there is a deep roster. Everyone can put up numbers. But for the longest time, the question was, who is your superstar? Yes. Who is the one guy that, when it comes to the Major, when it comes to that game that is literally worth $1 million, is going to make the difference, is going to bring crazy numbers.
By the way,
so far, he is doing it. He's the highest rated player in the tournament. And once more, I mean, in their team, in the tournament. And again, in this game, he's carrying them out. Yeah. He's having the shoulders.
But it's terrifying. You're getting a performance like that from a player like that, and they're still struggling.
I don't know why you're looking at me. I was going to do a sight gag about the graphic. It's gone now. So there you go.
Well,
production, awesome.
I'll take it. I agree with you. I mean, look at the bright side of Ston is he's legit, right? He's performing, he's delivering. Yeah. Caden's doing his job. But then yet the system as a whole, we saw so many mistakes being made. That overpass game had no business coming down to the final round. No. They should have closed it out easily.
It's not even a map that you expect to see Movistar Riders be good on.
No. Exactly. They picked that map to punish Movistar Riders. Instead, it came down to 16-14. It could have easily gone the way Movistar. We could be seeing map number 3 coming up over here, which is a map Movistar do like to play, which is Nuke, right? So, yeah, sure, they're happy they've qualified to the next stage, but honestly, man, they need to fix a lot of problems.
We go back to the celebration, right? The team we've just seen celebrating together is not a team that felt like one day at the office, we're just going to get rid of Movistar Riders.
We made it! Holy Christ!
I mean, to one extent, you can respect that they are really trying to get this whole team vibe together, but honestly, that's a game they should win.
Yes.
There's nothing to be celebrating here. You are looking for a deeper in the Major. You just
and
beat Movistar
remember
Riders.
as well, put themselves in a position for a much harder run moving forward as well by labouring in this stage. Anyway, gentlemen, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to set up the next best of 3 of the day, which is going to be Big versus MOUZ. That's a spicy one. We'll see you soon.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Coming up next, Big versus MOUZ.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're now into the next 2-2 best of 3 between Big and MOUZ. One of these teams will be going home. And on the desk, we've got Thorin, Blair, and we brought in Yanko for this additional spicy encounter. Let's just start with you then, I guess, since, you know, get warmed up. Get all the juices flowing. You said yesterday that you felt Big were clear favourites based on everything you'd seen from MOUZ to this point. You had time to sleep on it, changed your mind?
Yeah, I haven't changed my mind. I don't think they're, you know, that MOUZ Sports are a massive underdog. I clearly just give the edge over to Big, right? Not a large margin, because I think MOUZ is, you know, in some departments better than Big, but just individually, that vibe, the, you know, mental aspect, the psychological aspect, they just don't seem a team that can really come together in a close game and somehow just push themselves over the edge, right? If they're going to win this game, I feel it just has to be a straight-up outplay. The game cannot really get close, you know, something like 69, 10, 11, when they have the lead and they're just running away with it, really.
Yeah, here's the thing. Whenever I predict teams generally, I like, if the teams are even, I go with who has the best player. Like, if you have as simple as someone who could break the game, I'll give you the edge. But generally, I don't care that Rops is the best player in this server. The best team is Big. Yeah. That's why I agree with Yanko's analysis. Like, I can see a world where a couple of players, Rops, someone else goes crazy for MOUZ Sports, and they can win a map big time. But if it becomes a real game of Counter-Strike and you have to actually have structure, you have to know what you're doing, you have to have protocols, I'm going with Big all the time on that one.
And the crazy part is, like, they just added Gade, right? It's not been that long since they got this player, and they should, on paper, be the underdogs. How many games do they have in total? Like, you know, just played a couple of leagues so far. It's been 2 or 3 months at max. They're trying to inculcate, and this is a team notorious for having that crazy system they have in place. Getting a player like a new player coming in, it takes time.
And just exactly, you know, tabseN is on your screen, right? Like, Rops is the best player on the server, but tabseN is the type of player that MOUZ needs. He's a guy, he's charismatic, right? Yeah. Like, he's that sort of a leadership figure. And also on the server, he's the guy that's going to try and go for the big plays if he sees that, you know, his team needs him. And the team is sort of going to rally behind them, rally around them. And I think that's going to elevate him. You can see the stats in the last 3 months compared to the major. He's pretty up there, and he's also a player who's going to play better on LAN every single time.
Yeah, definitely one of the better IGLs when it comes to production. But still, Big, like I said, they disappoint me. It's like, they outside of tabseN, who I agree, I think he has immense value, I don't think they really have a star player. Searson's the closest they get to that, Duncan.
I mean, listen, I just want the guy to prove it to me. Like, I've seen it online, I've seen the flash, I've seen the times where he would have been a top 5 AWPer, of course. If you look at the results, especially last summer, that's the most obvious time period. Clearly, in German Counter-Strike, they haven't had a great crop of star-level talents come through because Tabson was supposed to be it. He swapped over to be in IGL. He's somewhat limited in that role as a result in terms of fragging. So it's got to be serious at this point in time. There is no next anymore. Keto, let's be real, he's just never made the jump up. He didn't manage to arrive really on this scene. So I want to see Sirison prove it to me.
He did have a good day yesterday.
You have the weapon, though, that can take over the game.
True.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, MOUZ, obviously, they're not short for a star player. We've already...
Might be soon.
Yeah, exactly. We've already kind of talked about it. You know, they really need to get to this next stage because you do feel this could be Rops's swan song otherwise. We're talking about an elite level player. You know, sure, Frozen's there. Sure, Dexter's earning respect over in Europe. But realistically, you can't look beyond that storyline. If they don't go deep, if they don't have a good run at the major, Rops has already pretty much intimated in interviews that, like, come and get me, please. I'm ready to go. And there are going to be some shuffles after this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, I don't want to beat on a dead horse, but, you know, this AWPer situation with A-Core, right, and what's going on. But Duncan made a great point in the green room like a while ago. We're talking about some player, and he's saying, you know, when he has like one good round and people are like, oh, he still got it, like, you know, like, look at that, he can still play at the highest level. But that's just the proof of the opposite, right? When you're surprised by that, I think it's the same for A-Core. Yesterday, like, he had, you know, a wall bang, and he had one like 1v2 or he got a 3K in one round, and people are like, oh, A-Core, nice. It's like, you know, you're supposed to do that on a regular basis if you're going to be the AWPer of the team. So I think that's where the big disparity comes in. Sirison, even if he's not playing his A game, he's still miles ahead in terms of production ahead of A-Core.
Listen, let's look at yesterday's game. I'm going to bring up the stat we mentioned yesterday. Rob's going 22-2 in the rounds they won in a losing effort, right? Even if he's showing up, if Frozen is not delivering at least to like an 80% of his caliber, they're just going to lose the map. Bemis has been non-existent. Dexter, like he's calling, I'll give him that. A-Core is the lowest rated player thus far for the team.
He's not even the best AWPer on the team.
He's not even the best AWPer on the team. Rops is better.
There you go.
And for crying out loud, you're the primary AWPer. It's a time. It's for quite a while in Counter-Strike. If you're the primary AWPer, you're gifted the highest stats.
You got a good look at A-Core, obviously, when he was in that Mad Lions team. Like, what can you put into words? What's happened?
I mean, I will say in that team, they were like a tactical team. Massilian did a good job setting them up. As far as I know, it was basically intimated to me by some of his teammates, people who've been around him. He's just not a guy who has like the star player mentality. He's not actually the traditional AWPer guy of like, let me take the, like people like Alu, Kenny, they're like, look, get up my way, just let me take my shot. I'll shoot the guy, don't worry about the positioning. And then beyond that, you know, we'll do some tactics around that. His mentality, as far as I can tell, is more of like a supportive element. It's more like if you put me in a position and you set everything else up and make me comfortable, I can take an AWPer shot.
I'll just go out there and say there's no such thing as a supportive AWPer, like in today's game. Like
they fooled me with the skedoodle line. They're never getting me again.
You know, like that just doesn't exist, right? And a good AWPer is someone who takes responsibility and who's accountable for the game in a sense of you have to go for plays, you have to ask for plays, you have
especially
to,
if you ever save that up, that makes it like twice.
You go to the in-game leaders, to the coach, say, hey guys, I like to do this. This is my move. Let's try to create some plays around it, right? Whether it's openings, whether it's whatnot. As we go to the Vito, I don't think there were any surprises here.
Obvious pick for Big. That goes without saying.
Yeah, obviously they're liking a lot of Dust 2. I still think they're kind of underwhelming on that, even though I'd back them to win. I'd certainly back them here.
I'm going to say this. If it goes to map number 3, I'm going to heavily favor Big. I have not been impressed whatsoever by MOUZ's nuke, even though they play quite often. It looks kind of rough.
They lost it both times this tournament.
Exactly. And they're like, yeah, we're going to go through with it like in the best of ones, right? So when if the map which you are comfortable with in the best of one as you know, as being MOUZ Sports, or rather MOUZ now, and if you're going to keep losing like that to teams you shouldn't be losing to, well, you're in for a world of pain. Dust 2, Big picking it. A-Core, well, is he going to show up?
Well, this is MOUZ's problem in general, isn't it? I mean, you know, that's the other aspect to it. They've brought in a new IGL. And
it's been a while.
Yeah, you know, it's been a while, exactly. We're still talking about Dexter like he's just, you know, got his feet under the table. He's been there a while now. They haven't significantly improved or broadened their map pool. And the maps that they already had under the belt, they're not even locks on those. This is what I mean. It's like, you can say it's a transitional team, but by now they should be settled and established.
It also absolutely is not, because as we're kind of intimating it, this is probably the end for Rops. Like, realistically, a maximum you play out the rest of this year probably, and then you're in a different team. So actually, this is the end of the MOUZ Sports experiment. They're going to be reshuffling. Now, the good news, if you think that makes the game sound boring, is actually Rops really does deliver every game. It's very rare that he is actually even like, you know, just the second best player on MOUZ. So you can actually just enjoy that aspect. Just watch when the POV's on him, watch him go off, imagine him in a better team. Maybe he'll be there soon enough. Click your heels, you know, who knows?
Okay, well, guys, we're going to click our heels and we're going to go into the game. We've got Sponge and Machine. Take it away, guys.
Parkour.
Hey, there we go.
That was fun. That was a really
That's the quickest 5 minutes of your life, isn't it?
A race against the clock. Yeah,
but you made it.
I did.
How are you feeling?
I'm just recabling.
All right.
But I'm well.
That's all right. And you're in the right place. I want you on your mark. Just head over here. We want to. I want the correct.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Good, good, good. And everyone's settled. The desk just covered it. Acor just copped an absolute shellacking.
He did.
And he might have to hand out one here in the server. We're getting into Dust 2. This is a map right here now. Has had some updates. Maybe you're not familiar with it, but we'll address that as we're going. MOUZ versus Big, and away we go. Frozen. Tasked with spotting middle early, not going to see anything, and that's where the change was that I was just prefacing. That's aggressive on Cat, and you're going to see a lot more of these aggressive maneuvers here. Now, Big have played this map once throughout the Challenger stage against ENCE, and they did pick this map up. They're going through the standard play right here. Out long, no contact. Note Acor, head down towards the car. Dexter is baiting for him here.
Yeah, you boost Searson up, confirm there's no one ratting behind the car. So far, so good. And actually, Acor, yeah, still being baited in. I don't know if they caught a glimpse of him. He's staring at the floorboards. Wall of smoke. There'll be vision for Dexter slightly if he does poke his head out, and there's a whole squad there.
Well, they are still focused in on his position right now. If Acor stands up, he is going to go down. Searson gets that into the site. They go. Whoa. Dexter with a trade, but Tabson, they're in. Yeah,
completely. I think Bemis is going to have to buy time. Kit's on Frozen. It's not like they can't go for this. A flash up short, perhaps regroup. Kito's there, though. And he's already pressuring Bemis, isolating him from the retake. Pack and a big one. Low on HP, but not low on confidence.
These are the three you want alive here for the retake. The Kit's up on Frozen. There's a flash as well.
Okay. Coming on in. Got to time this right. They know they've got that 5-second defuse. They're not in a rush. Rops, magnificent performance in the rounds. MOUZ converted yesterday. Let's see what he can do to start off the CT side. He's been caught on the jump. Gade will finish him off. Nice connection with the P250. Problems for MOUZ. Running out of players and time. Oh, and that's something out of Frozen. There's a different universe where those both connect.
Yeah, it looked like they could have been lining up there for a second, but a pretty standard response early there. From Big to the Dust 2. Now, we're talking about with these changes that Long may be even more important than it once was, right? Because of the issues of the mid with the CTs being able to push into lower dark. Obviously, more presence that they can have barreling up mid or with those cap boosts. But this is a big one right here. If you're a German fan and you're tuning in, you might be a little bit torn. Now, MOUZ, obviously, the German organization from forever ago, going up against Big with the 4 Germans in there in the Berlin International Gaming. So there's a rivalry here between these two. On the jiggle at Long here. Company again is just going to walk on. That flash is good. Warning shot
timing
there.
On this. He's not going to be hunted down, so he's allowed to retreat. You can see they're rejigging their defense. They want to get some more presence. Boosted up elevator is Acor. That scout will still have relevance.
Just note that there isn't any aggressive maneuvers from MOUZ across the map here. 2 players are planted on B. That is going to be Frozen and Rops. So it's going to just hit them like a bit of a shock unless they start moving for info, which BMAS is. Acor's scout here needs to tag them up to at least make this one interesting.
Yeah, and now that's confirmation of presence Long still. And as smokes are thrown out, Searson tagged, and Dexter's Deke has taken down the bomb carrier. So with the bomb loose, rotations in. You can see Frozen starts to float back to the doors.
Cheeky smoke.
Stubborn on Long though, Big back to Long, 2 for 2, and Dexter, I love this. It's an unlikely clear. They might get a bit bloodlusty, and yeah, they are faffing around with nades, and he's missed his chance. Chad, I don't know about you, that should have been 2. Nade high. Will chip away further at Kito. The jump shot does connect. It's still threatening from MOUZ, a man advantage. Searson trying to bail his teammate out of trouble. A smoke to play around Gade. Will deploy his util to house that short push.
Not using the smoke either.
Oh, and Bemis hits a big one. MOUZ are fully locked into this one. Searson did have a chance, but look at that from way downtown. Handing out another heady.
That's 3 absolute scorches right there. One from Dexter to kick off proceedings to open up the account here, and then those 2 from BMS, who now you can see he's slowly starting to grow into this tier 1 level of Counter-Strike here with a couple of nice shots like that. Huge round for MOUZ Sports to steal away here. This outstarted Smoke. Oh, just on the peak.
And he gets a second as well.
Yeah, you feel. I know what you're saying here, right? It feels like he should have converted that a bit cleaner.
I mean, you know, you can ask for perfection, of course. In the heat of the moment, he's done more than enough. And this one from Bemis.
Scorches.
The fact that that's straight to the dome. Searson could have been a real threat there. Like, scout, post-plan. We could have seen that go very different ways if Bemis wasn't banging. But he does, and MOUZ take the force fight.
And almost here should be looking at a free second round of play. You can see just light upgrades here. Keto, the Deagle specialist for Big, has purchased in, but the rest are onto Glocks. Looks like they want to go for the buy in the next round of play. All 5 sticking as a pack. Towards the catwalk position into Acor, who should be at a clean house here.
Well, I don't know. Keto's got a Deagle, and, well, he's the last man left, so not much more to be done for him, unfortunately, and there might be a nade with his name on it. Dexter sharpies that one up.
That's great, right? For MOUZ Sports to keep that relatively clean. Acor, the only man going down here. Those Galils carried through, starting to manufacture bank very early here off the back of that force buy. So by Big not going for a force back, we normally see the force buy wars, right? They've allowed MOUZ Sports to have residual cash for the next round of play.
I was wondering how much of New Dust 2 these teams have played. Taking a quick glance.
It's not a whole lot.
It is not a whole lot.
No, and that's the thing, right? This is still the... I know it's not the newest map in the pool, but the newest update. And there's Acor. We wanted AWP impact. They're into
Prime
lower
example.
dark.
Talk about New Dust 2, quote-unquote, New Dust 2. They're in tons. 2 CTs, and it's a very uncontested fight as it currently stands.
This is one of the things that's going to be super jarring, and this is where the theory comes in, right? How are you going to deal with plays like this? You have to be a little bit slower on the defaults. You have to deal with upper tunnels. This is never the way the map used to play out.
I mean, imagine breaking through a Frozen and Rops lower ton CT setup, and they're still getting pressure from doors. Rops will strike. Gage is next victim, but a very well-found headshot. Keto looking the wrong way, unawares. Acor's AWP has filled the feed as well. Gade is his next victim. Well played by Acor, contributes. And MOUZ 3.
That's great from Acor. 3 kills for him within that round, right? And that's what the desk were talking about, how the fact that this guy, he doesn't seem to be really settling into the level that the team need him. So showing up now in a big game, you'd love to see him find some impact, and that immediately falls flat for Big. They didn't get the AWP out for Searson, their star AWPer, so we'll just be back down to pistols here. Legia, the coach, you can see him behind the crew tabs, and there he's got his little pillow in play.
Gaming pillow. Different spread.
Now we do... Oh, I was going to say, we do have a little bit of time here where we can get stuck in with the conversation. This should be another round that should be dealt with here. We had the pleasure of casting the last Big versus MOUZ head-to-head over there within the RMR, and it was on Mirage, and the game plan there from Big, they were jumping down with Searson into the underpass with the AWP, taking space. They had identified the details of MOUZ Sports, so since that, you know, if you're MOUZ, you're going to have hoped to have added a little bit more depth to make sure you're not so easy to read, because Big are clearly very good at doing their homework. But this is a map where there's not a lot to look at, and it's a new map, right? Well, it's the update of the map makes it feel a little bit new, at least as far as its approach. And with that in mind, maybe the prep of Big here isn't going to be as good as what it would have been if they found themselves on a map like a Mirage. Snade, more damage, looking easy right now for MOUZ Sports.
If they can keep this one clean as well, they're really going to be flush for cash. And yeah, no casualties here. Sin and Tizian change the dialogue. But still, committing through to the site, bomb plant would be a real luxury. It's not going to be allowed. Bemis, Rops, both standing strong on the site. Acor's AWP is briefly in the intimidating hands of Searson, but it will be 4. MOUZ have completely nullified the pistol win from Big Clan.
Yeah, this is a great response here. Searson will be getting out his AWP, so we'll call this the first full gun round from Big. And everybody over on that Big side with the AK-47s otherwise. Utility looking good as well. Now, we've already noted early that MOUZ Sports want to take the risk to going towards lower dark. We'll have to see if that's going to be a spawn-based situation here, because they're playing 3 over towards the B site. A little bit of a boost over the smoke here. Rops elevating Acor over that mid-smoke for info, and Frozen over towards B early. So they will have 3 players to defend this if they do pounce.
That's well-timed. Just at the perfect moment. The incendiary's about to fade. Get the instant plume. No chance for them to accelerate through it.
And here's the thing, you can see how slow Gade's having to be here on the jiggles, worried about any of these pushes. They didn't have eyes on mid early. But now we've just settled into a standard Dust 2 round. 3 holding over towards A. You've got Bemis, the anchor towards long. Dexter, he's the swingman, going to play between CT spawn to help them into B, and the short play. And Acor, he's going to be mid-long. Frozen and Rops are locking down towards that B site.
I like their setup across the map, to be honest.
The only real vulnerability is testing Dexter's mid-hold, but as it currently stands, it looks like they're walking into this Bemis A-Core bait and switch. If you do... Oh, careful now, A-Core could get time. They're going for a push.
This could be great.
It's huge. They're all doing the flashbang dance, and Bemis might get away with 2.
Shaky aim there.
1.5. Yes, Stewie2K would be proud of the mouse wiggle. But returning to mid, that's enough of a deterrent.
Rops
and look
pushing.
at the initiative from Rops. He wants to take some space, and he might take some heads. If he tucks in... Kito's not ready. Incendiary, he's got to have to get out of there. Escape, buying time, frozen to strike from the tons as well. They're in a box. A hurt locker, you can't get out. The nade is not bad. Tabson accelerating through with 20 HP. And Big Clan, where are they? The walking wounded right now.
Just one at a time. Oh, should have had that one for free. The bomb's loose in tunnels. There's 15 seconds and Tabson's trying to do it all.
Yeah, he's giving it a good go, but it's up to Searson and Tabson up against Rops here. If he gets one, he could delay. And he's got it. Time, Searson. It's of the essence. He's just lost the round as he waits for Rops buying time. Rops will take him 2. Doesn't even get to hold on to it. In fact, he'll bring that AWP over for the double AWP setup.
Great little maneuvers from Mousesports there. You know, BMS probably should have been worth a couple more. You could see how shaky his aim has been in a couple of these scenarios here. So I don't know if any of your old Source fans look a little bit Hex-esque from back in the CS Source days. But yeah, this is just great from MOUZ. It's very jarring. Space that once upon a time on Dust 2 you would have as granted is not the case anymore here.
I mean, in 6 rounds of play, Chad, we have seen 2 CT like round-winning plays from upper tons.
Yeah.
Like, that's just never, ever been the way.
It used to just be an info play. Now it can actually be something that you can hold on to, because you think about mid now, you can't spot from T-spawn immediately. Now you can drop down, you can do the boost. I know a lot of players think that that's something which, you know, you can use in lieu of that, but it's a lot of resources.
Did you see FaZe's, you know, aggressive Carrigan play, which had full utility to support that? They smoked us, Incendiary, immediately have a smoke on top of it. He's pushed through it. He's being flashed out of Suicide to fight the long doors players. It's up, you know, there's counter utility to the boosts and extra ways to contest the early turns. Cross Big are looking a little lost here. A couple of Kevlar vests, some helmets for good measure. And already A-Core connecting shots from that short position. He's standing around. It's some bravery here.
I like it.
Yeah, he's got support. Bemis to stand his ground with him, and it's actually the USP. He gets 3 with the US. And Dexter will chuckle as he collects.
Maybe another timeout here for Big. Take the pace out of this. We just started, and we're already 7 rounds deep. This one is running away from Big here early, so a breather necessary, maybe a slow default, where you feel that you can actually set the tempo.
And a little point worth perhaps making is in the past 3 months, MOUZ have not been playing Dust 2.
No.
You know? I mean, a couple of qualifiers, a Pro League game against Big, but not since the change. So for Big Clan, in terms of being a preparation-heavy team, you're flying blind into this.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems right here is they think, oh, well, I think they thought it was a bit of a punish, but right now they're the ones feeling the brunt of that. Person hangs around, gets the opener. That is necessary for Big.
Yeah, and that is exactly why you so often see AWPers just burn down to 30 HP, standing and staring at nothing. Because more often than not, false sense of security with that incendiary deployed. Good sacrifice. Rops is burning too. Oh, he's got his toes tickled. The sound cue's been heard. He has to stand his ground. You can see Tabson aware he could punish, but the smoke is up. He can't molly him now. It's all about the timing. And Rops is allowed to slink away and reposition. Still though, Searson's worked hard for this man advantage. They can't let it slip. Dexter with a real gamble play. He wants to deny early long presence.
He's forcing them up short here. Oh, Dexter's gone down as well. Bomb dropped over towards short. That's going to be heard. It's going to be on Rops.
Yeah, can A-Core have another impactful round? He's coming hot today. 5v3. And A-Core's missed his chance. Won't get another one now. Running out of options. Tabson down, and it's over the smoke. The power of that one way. It's just the tip of his bald head gleaming in the Dust 2 sun. Kito strikes, and Frozen just to save on what he can.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can see that BMS, he only has 950 in the bank balance. If he can hold on to this, there's still plenty of cash to splash and get the drops across, but lost bonus bottom of the barrel will only be 1,400 coming through for MOUZ after stomaching this one. But there, that first kill manufactured by Searson, and that's one of the difference makers, right? Is if he can find you those opening picks, turn the round on its head. Now, yeah, look, we do have to credit A-Core for having a good early start to things, but he has 11 kills. I would say a bunch of those have been with the USP as well. Had a couple of eco bashes with that M4. It's going to be head-to-head on the AWP impact. Frozen might be able to catch a kill or 2 here. Tizian slip the net out the doors towards Suicide. Frozen resides.
Tizian.
They'd love to take it off him, but it's not here nor there. I was going to say here nor there. They get the kill. Not the end of the world. Frozen sells 8.5. You clean house. and you start to work on bringing that CT economy into a position of humble. Now, I didn't think that CT spawns were necessarily going to be hugely important unless you were locking down the long doors, but that might come into play when we're talking about getting into lower darks. We might have to keep our eyes on that too.
Yeah, for example, Pyjamas has got an absolute banger should he desire, but we know his responsibilities are elsewhere. Frozen, however, is your B player. And I spoke about double orbs. Now, Rob's kind of baited me and immediately swapped over to the AK prior to the end of the other round, but we are going to be seeing it deployed now.
It looks like they're going to start 2 AWPs here over towards middle, just with the way that Rops and Acor are facing right now. So if you wanted to throw one of them into upper tunnels to make a bit more of an aggressive stance, yes, I can understand that. Or you can even have both posted up. One could be looking towards suicide for the drop down. The other could go fight towards lower dark from the Xbox position, could post up to watch back a catwalk. You can be very jarring over towards middle now, and that's going to be a continuous theme. But an important round for MOUZ, and they take a timeout to let the coach of Mytha chime on in. 30 seconds to set this one right.
Different state of play for Big initially. They're going to get that info and contest for early tons. We're going to see Tizian feigning long presence. The long corner smoke will deny any early info that they could have sought.
He's creeping.
Rops the AWPer. An angle, and he does collect the AWP on AWP action. Rops delivers and defends the supporting cast, dropping the incendiary and just completely corrals them back towards middle. Just like that, you've got a two-man advantage. How do Big dig themselves out of trouble?
Seems like an interesting sight to go in pressure like that. Robs and Frozen locking that one down.
Yeah, in terms of finding the lesser of two evils.
I could tell you which bombs I'd probably prefer to go to.
Especially, have you seen the stats of Robs at this tournament? It's just every single 1 point something. The dude is delivering on a consistent basis. That superstar level. Acor stabilizes.
Had to get that.
Just as vision's restored, and there's Thompson falling to secure. Gade, he's been looking better as an individual, finding his feet in the Big Clan jersey, but up against an AWPer holding this line. He's going to try and bait the shot. He has, and trying to profit just about across the line, but the bomb plant not going to happen. Gives it a good go. 7 though for MOUZ.
Well, they didn't get the double AWPs back, right? It's only Rops has carried on through. So you could have Dexter dropping an AWP if they think the double AWPs is necessary going forward. Just seeing how they're going to jig up this buy now. Looks like they've gone back to 4 rifles around the AWP, but once it starts like this, the fact that they even were able to get a couple of kills is pretty good for Big, right? They should be counted out of this round with how early both of those frags came in. But money's there.
Great to see Dexter, who's also, you know, delivering in an individual capacity. He's hanging with the big boys here.
Here we go, the dark aggression again. This is the second time we've seen this play.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, they're out long and Dexter's stuck around. He hasn't really got time to retreat here. That smoke will fade. Pressure is high, and they've sprayed him through. Thompson, he's got his head screwed on tight. He knows what's up. Acor's going to have a lot on his plate here, because that tunnel's aggression, Chad, needs to get some answers and get some answers quick.
Yeah, well, they know that upper tunnels is completely clear, but how far are they going to push the issue? Do they want to go all the way into T-spawn? Because they could lock the door on this, but it's going to be too late. They're just walking up.
And they're committing to this, so I guess it kind of looks like if Acor doesn't find 2 initially, they might have to find the same.
Decision.
Not a bad incendiary, but trajectory does betray his position. Nade shy of the mark. The incendiary does look promising towards the ramp, but now it is all onto Acor. He's slipped to CT.
They still haven't pushed. Are they just going for the save here?
It's possible. Don't forget their finances have been already kind of gutted.
Yeah, this is looking very safe right now.
They've managed to get Bemis and Rops up. A second incendiary to buy time, the short regrouping. You're going to have 3 there by the time that fades.
And full sets of util on Frozen and Acor here. Well, full enough.
Can't believe Big have not planted. They haven't cleared Gandalf. They're paranoid about that. Acor, in the meantime, has caught that car player. And they'll just play for the retake. There's 3 on ramp. Some good, well-placed util will make this very uncomfortable.
They could execute on the site from short and CT here if they'd like.
Acor can smoke off the long player. Searson would have to peek around it. They've got the full one-way as well, and that's a snappy one out of Bemis. Looking threatening, 2 on the ramp to break through. Who dares poke their head off, and the nades land, obscured by the smoke. Tizian strikes, Acor needs one on the walker, and he's lost his head. Surely MOUZ concede this one. There's just not enough time, and another in the feed from Searson. Trying to make it hurt, trying to punish as best he can. Frozen on the way out the door. Just about gets away with it.
Okay, well, handled there from Big. It didn't look great for a second there. One of the notes that maybe people not too familiar with is the fact when Acor tagged Keto through the car, he didn't know he was there, but then the decals of the blood on the back wall, right? So when he pops his head up and looks again, oh, there's definitely somebody there. I definitely got a tag, and he did even get that kill. And that's what made that look kind of possible for MOUZ.
So if decals can give you info like that, why do people like to clear them?
I think in certain situations, right, if you're holding a line and you want to make sure you can clearly see the head, it's a good opportunity.
If there's if it's a dark helmet and it's a dark blood, okay.
Yeah, but back in the day, in different versions of the game, it would help people identify where they died from and the angle of the kills. But back into the tunnels again, Dex tested it along one more time.
Get out of
through.
There. He's got some indecision here. Do you stay or do you go? Util, you can see in the form of Pyjamas to support Dexter's as he's potentially going to be Molotov'd out. It's not like Big Clan don't have a bottle of flame available.
If this is the play, though, just take long. When the spawns aren't there, Big are going to struggle.
Here it comes. Bails himself out with the... Oh, actually, it's a bit shallow. They've let that one slip. It could be a follow-up, it could be deliberate, but Dexter's happy to maintain some control here, and here's the confirmation of his position. Gonna have to stand and fight, and Tizian ready for it. I like that. I like that smoke a lot. That might lead them to second guess the cross on their deployed wall smokes. They don't have two more. They have to get, if they want to get across, it's going to be now, and one way's dropped as well for the ramp. This is going to slow down Big considerably. Frozen, what are you up to? Moon walks out of the smoke, does get caught. Tizian with the double so far.
Needs a flash from Acor to peek here.
He's in the sky. Pyjamas has a glance from the Gandalf position. I think he would need a magic spell to make this deagle remotely threatening. Acor, he's got the lineup to deny the default plan. Time is still plentiful. They aren't in any particular rush, and that's a little late on the incendiary. It will spread, but Gade gets it down, and Tizian's doing this on his own here.
Should be a save, yeah. I don't think Rops and that of Acor should be considering this. Get on out, hold on to the rifles. The bank balance has been destroyed at this point.
Well, fair play to Big. They're pulling off the relentless long pulls, but you were saying that perhaps this is going to be very spawn dependent.
Yeah, because we have to wait and see what spawns they get in the next round of play, because you can see how much early pressure they're applying to Dexter. Now, there's no reason they can't take it late. It's just a little bit more difficult because the timing is you're both meeting. As they come out the doors, you get to the corner.
And you don't have to be a genius to see the Big Clan response to the new Tons aggression that MOUZ were working with.
Go the opposite side.
Go to as far away from upper Tons as you can.
We'll just avoid that altogether here, but keeping it close, 7-4.
But what you discussed as well, like, I mean, unless they do mix it up, but if that same pressure is felt early, if Acor's are again smoked and flashed and Dexter's finding himself on the car, I wouldn't mind if one of those B players does try and lock the door through T-Spawn.
Yeah, they could be a little bit more aggressive here, but unlike us, they don't have that lovely X-ray view. I think they're expecting a safety net to be in backyard, in T-spawn. That's a really hard fight, because I just want people to understand is if you're peeking out of upper tunnels towards T-spawn, there's the upper ledge, there's the left and the right. You've got so many positions to worry about here, but it is just the two safe M4s. And how long they go again.
Searson was watching that cross, had nothing to report. Rops, the B player, has died on long.
They should just stick to their guns here, though, Big. You just put a lot of resources into getting this long control, and rinsing and repeating. Not going to be too many dramas right here, especially knowing that you've dropped the rifle this early.
They're happy to just bide their time. They'll just take the fights as they come to them.
Be interesting to see how that car molly starts to land now. Right? Are they going to go for the car itself, or are they going to go for the corner again? I don't have too many of those hiccups. You can see that one's a little bit deeper, so it's the opposite right there. You can see they've burnt out the whole backside of the car here. Has been a position used by MOUZ Sports significantly within this first half. Now, the numbers are in the right place, but they've actually dropped on back. Just feigning their presence, even throwing out the double smokes to keep the boots planted. And all the way safely back through T-spawn.
A lovely little mix-up, especially in the kind of anti-saved rifles.
Yeah, I think this is good because even if it is against an eco or a scenario like this and you are hitting the other side, it keeps it in the back of their mind that it's still a possibility. Searson's taken down Pyjamas, Gade's taken down Acor. This was a almost foregone conclusion here as the kills come on in as part of the fake. Last man to find, Dexter's through. And a little bit of damage there. Does get traded out, the AWP will be saved. And problems as far as the buy goes for MOUZ Sports here. There's a real opportunity for Big to level things up. We've got the silenced M4s in play, but the AWPs have been a factor of this for the likes of Acor and Rops. But it will just be 5 M4s, util there, mollies are light, diffuse kits yet to be seen. So some omissions, and maybe, just maybe, that will mean MOUZ Sports have to go for something a little bit more team-based or aggressive. Now, the lower dark plays are fine, but if nobody knocks on the door, you're not getting a whole...
Towards short.
Not getting a whole lot. Here's that boost. This time not seeing anything. Early from Searson's POV.
Undeterred by the death of Rops. Pyjamas again, cross early. Not going to be seeing the electric pole smoke often when paranoid about that fast, long presence. And instead, it's up towards the catwalk, up towards short.
This would be the perfect time now, when there's no AWP in A, to go for and they execute, right? Get the smokes up to the bridge, smoke to the one-way. If you have all the goodies, this is the great round to do exactly that.
And they're lining up for it now, Chad. You've already got tabseN tucked in on that box. He'll be responsible. Actually, he doesn't even have a smoke, so let me gobble my words. He's going to be the first one in. searsen and Gade equipped with the required smokes.
This is curious. Are they going to put a lot of presence here? Do they just want to keep the swing player of Dexter busy? Or do they actually want to try and look for something off of this? There's the...
The Avangar smokes, we used to call them.
Did it miss?
Doesn't quite look up to snuff, but this is interesting. The A fake drops through CT. It's wide open for business, and there's still 3 members of MOUZ worried about the wrong bomb site. Nothing to report from Ross. Frozen's lost his head, and Big really looking like a brand new team after the initial shortcomings after the pistol.
Well, that one works as well, right? That swingman of Dexter that I'm talking about here, in a lot of these scenarios, they tend to play on towards that CT ramp or CT spawn. So with tabseN coming through, they secure that nobody's going to be able to help assist through CT. And they make their way very easily on towards that B bomb site. So
You've conditioned them enough to be scared of A, scared of long, committed to those fights. You've demonstrated you can do things slowly, so not to over rotate initially. And now you're doing fakes back to the B bomb site.
And they're going to take it away here. Pyjamas goes down. All the guns are dropped. 2,900 is the loss bonus coming in for MOUZ Sports, and they're going to have to stomach a half buy here. And then they're going to be buying in the full buy for the final round to potentially get themselves an 8-7. So what looked very, very good has kind of simmered on out. The timeout called from Big here just to discuss the last few rounds of play. Now, they've been doing it without a lot of long spawns, right? You can see how far Gade and Keto have spawned back from there. It's just Tizian with that long spawn, but they've been able to get away with it with really good flashes and the corner smoke, all those goodies there, have been able to get that real estate. So one of the keys for Big here, even if this round does get costly, they're still going to be able to buy next round regardless, right? So both teams are going to have full buys for the final round of play.
Did you find the hand warmers actually helped when you were getting them when you were playing?
They didn't exist when I was playing.
You actually didn't really?
No, like we didn't get the 1.5 meters worth of desk room. We like half the standards you see right now didn't exist when I was still competing.
So you crawled so they could walk.
Something like that.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, all the things they have going for them didn't exist.
Robs is lucky to have gotten away with that, and he's brave enough to have his teammate try to moonwalk out. I see your head. Frozen's dead. The bait doesn't quite connect. I do like this from Dexter, but he's going to be hard-pressed to find impact with this Deagle. searsen's still there. Oh, and with the bomb retrieval, this could be a destabilizing play. What a shot. Converts off the initial scout tag. And now they're going to have to be slowed down. Keto, though, is late at spawn, and Dexter's doing it all.
They're locked in.
They are. They're wrapping him, though. The suicide pressure. I love the smoke. They'll have to push through it. Gray screen and more information. A shot goes awry. Dexter strikes. He's doing it all. Just starting with the Deagle. Tizian will pick up the remaining pieces and stop that before it goes too far.
Oh, this is winnable now.
Yeah, thanks to the leader. From down under, sends 3 down under to the Shadow Realm. Still not going to be fun for MOUZ to actually convert Dexter's handiwork.
No, this is problematic still because the bomb is going over towards B, and tabseN very careful about this. Aiko, if he goes down without a fight.
Live. Pyjamas screaming the same. He's ahead of the incendiary. Oh, and an information play has led to Tizian's demise. That scroll wheel costs him, and now into the B site. There's still a 1v3 on the cards here.
They need to scoop up some of these guns to try and make this retake possible. They know where he is now. Smoke molly. Going to signify that. No early pressure. tabseN will be able to get the bomb down without too many dramas, but they're already fast in tunnels. He's locked in.
Okay. AK on Pyjamas. He'll likely be the 3rd man in. tabseN loses vision temporarily. He's got 24 bullets in the mag, and it's Aiko loud about this. And there's the info. Car. They need to strike in unison here. Rops and Pyjamas to convert. They need to time this right. Rops losing his head. tabseN nearly pulls the clutch out of the bag. A good conversion in the end. Pyjamas puts the cherry on top.
Had a couple of nice shots here, Pyjamas. He's had a lot of impact on these lower buy rounds. Remember the Force? He had those Scorches of Deagles, and now here with 2 big kills as well. So great stuff from the kid. Really liking what we're seeing now, and they'll get themselves up to 8 in a round that they should have never been contesting, and you have to look to Dexter as well.
I mean, both of these, like Frozen's death, almost more justified now. You see that during that, maintaining the AWP's attention led to that slip-up catwalk, which led to these 3 frags.
The Keto one was great, right? The awareness to be ready for that. So Dexter, massive stuff from him.
Huge.
And that's going to mean the buy is looking real juicy for MOUZ. They were going to be able to purchase anyway, but Double Orb's back out, and they found success with this before, but we go back towards Long with Searson's AWP.
It's Acore v Searson, and Acore pulls the trigger quicker.
That's good stuff. A big head-up win right there. We've seen how that's looked when the kill's gone the other way. So this time, MOUZ are setting themselves up to win this half 9-6. They've even scavenged the AWP back.
Go on, Acore. 16 frags and counting.
Guess he was just waiting for the most high-pressure moment to show up, huh? The 2-2 to qualify for the Legend stage.
Might have something to do with it.
Oh, this is forced mid to B right now.
Yeah, and they're making it very clear. Double smoke for the commit. Oh, Dexter, he denied the perfect supporting flash. Acore again puts his name in the feed, this time with the flashbang, and they secure it with ease. A nice little tail end of the half for the CTs.
If I'm Mythra, I'm really happy with this. This is some of the better Counter-Strike we've actually seen them play, and I know that they had that massive lead yesterday against Renegades that they floundered, right? So you're not going to be losing focus here, right? You've already gotten close to dropping a series. And maybe, just maybe, you should have absolutely destroyed the opponent here. But we can take a little bit of a quick look at the scores on the doors right now. Acore up to 16. Dexter, he's doing the same right now for the CT side. For the Mousesports side. And on the CT side, it's Tizian with 12 and Tabson with 12. So those are the frag leaders. Now we do move over to Mousesports on the attack here. Taking a look at their buy so far. Dexter's gone for U2 and so has Acore. The rest are going to be into the Kevlar. And on the CT side, they've actually opted for triple HEs. There are 3 players with utility on the big side for this. So what do they have in store for us?
Interesting.
It's an early nade lobbed out. No damage done with that. Searson aggressive, smoked off, and he can use that to his advantage.
He could hide in that. Oof, I think they caught a glimpse of him. So no funny business from Searson. Flashed in again, and the counter is there. Wow, great damage inflicted. A couple of clicks, and he's looking to string together a second as well. Shy of the mark. Short is lost. And back to regular scheduled programming.
This one's going to slow down now, but note the damage of Frozen and BMAS. Gade still has a HE. That could be well placed at any point in this round, and it could get him a kill or 2. Still have that kit, and Dexter still has all of his utility, and now the USP in hand. Plenty of time on the clock to play with this one here, and it doesn't look like they've made up their mind, so this mid-round call coming out now is led by Frozen, clearing out towards Long. Rops still in towards the upper tunnels, having a prod, and he's gone down.
Keto and Pistols, an iconic mix. Tizian playing the headshot angle. It's a common clear. Bemis, however, so vulnerable. One click would set him up. It's Dexter that loses his head, and wow, clean from the clicks there. Big Clan connect. And back on the board, 7 to Mousesports 9.
Okay, well that's going to be both pistol rounds for Big here. Do we see the Mousesports forced by back on the T side? Didn't get the bomb down, not going to be able to drop those AKs, but if they have a set piece right now, a little bit of a pocket strat with some Tech 9s, all those goodies, they can definitely opt to go in that direction. Or the flip side of that is take the full save, don't purchase here whatsoever, and buy into the AKs into the next round. And it looks like that's the one they've gone for here, the latter of the two. Just a P250 for Rops. And a tag early. Searson continuing to lay down pain. The nades are there, the headshot through the doors, and he gets to farm up a bit with his scout. A bit of a wobbly nade, but we'll pretend we didn't see that one. They just want to harass right now, so this one should be all over Red Rover. Searson continuing to pick, mowing him down. Gade's going to join in for the fun, and oh, it's just Acore. Last man standing.
Very unenviable task for him, but he gets it done quick. Gade farming a bit of extra cash as well with that MP9.
Couple of dramas here if you look at Big's buy now. It's a drama depending on how they apply these. 3 MP9s left over. Do we see an aggressive maneuver with these? Because they know that the AKs will be coming out on the other side with the buy that they have just dismantled. Now, you'd hope in a bonus round like this that you would do something a bit more risque, right? Play a little bit close short, go for those mid pushes into those lower tunnels, close down the distance.
Yeah, but this is always the other side of the bonus coin. Charging, Gade, not releasing W for anyone. And Dexter, he's wise to these tricks. He's pulled it off.
There it is.
There is. Oh, he ate it.
Bad timing.
Very bad. Gade have lost all of the potency of that push for now. Searson trying to drop another, and yeah, that's the end of that for Gade. Not pretty. MOUZ can just turn the pressure up now. Regroup, play your numbers. An Xbox smoke deployed.
Would have to be a gamble stack here from Big to be competitive in this round. Rops is already pressuring B.
That smoke alone is going to imply that could be short presence, keeps them in the dark here. Rops still keeping the B shot and CTs here, yeah, it could. Messi, and they peek him together. Nice work, Keto. The only M4 in play, and they've seized an advantage out of that. Double kill in the tunnels. MOUZ now having to go back to the drawing board and back to A. It will work. tabseN's deep into CT. He'll hear this now. And you can see that help is far away. Keto might have to start his rotate. Smoke to enable him to contest a little. A well-placed nade chunks Pyjamas heavily. But you can see bigger a threat here on the bonus. A very big one. Careful if you poke your head out of that smoke. Timer on it. Acor spotted. Tizian still long side with an MP9. Threatening weapon. They're going to be flooding in. The util's there. The frags are too. And Big Clan, what a recovery. They don't lose another man, Chad.
Look, with how that started, the flub on the timing there with the flash, they were probably looking to win this round if that went off without a hit, right? So that made it a little bit more difficult here, but the way that they approached that, the detail I love the most in this entire round is as soon as Keto knows that there's pressure, he waits for Sirisen's rotation. He peeks as Sirisen jumps up with the scout, and you can see Rops at that moment. Look, he's good, he's great, but there's no way he's hitting both of those shots. Able to swing on out, you know, he's got the faith that his teammates there to trade, and Keto with a massive double just sent MOUZ Sports into an absolute tailspin. The plant, that has salvaged the round for MOUZ going forward because it means that, hey, look, we can get some AKs back out again and continue to be competitive here. But for them to go in against that bonus and now give across 3 AK-47s, they're in a bit of trouble.
They certainly are, and no one actively contesting deep long here. We saw how Big Clan like to execute this. But you have to break through Sirisen's AWP, but he's no slouch. Dexter just puts his head in the vice. And Sirisen happy to squeeze.
Thrust forward here. They're not going to expect this. Alex, they're not going to expect this.
It's so ambitious, and it means this close corner now.
No way they're
you
ready
just
for
assume
this.
it's clear, and gets the info at least. Pyjamas aware, but that was the bomb spotted long corner.
They don't have anything to address him with. They only have a flash and a smoke left over. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, and that flash is just enough to at least take the initial fight, but he lives on. The cavalry's here. I don't know how they're supposed to get themselves out of here. Gate's about to lock the door, and Rops may have bailed them out of trouble a little. Sirisen, however, just keeps on peeking. Frozen's his next victim if he desires. And we're into a 3 versus 4. Now, 55 seconds. They still can count on Keto to be their early warning system. Acor trying to convince them there is still a threat here on long. Takes a pot shot, a little slither gap. But rejig in their defense now. Big and not going to let this slip easily.
Yeah, that AK and pit is nice for Acor to pick on up, but this lower dark fight is everything right now. They passed.
There's so many players around the corner. And that's the strike. Keto, high impact. And just as the attention is drawn, Tizian gets a free one into the booty.
Liking this CT side from Big here, pretty dynamic. I like the balls on Sirisen there to make that type of play. The desk we're talking about, AWPers, needing to take the game into your own hands. Well, Sirisen just made a huge play right there. I know he didn't get a lot out of it. There you have it, Keto final kill. 10-9 now. First to double digits is Big. And now without that plant, you have some problems on the MOUZ Sports side. It will have to just be a partial investment here. Dexter just on his first glance, AWP too good. And Sirisen didn't look flustered either. A player who, if you've been watching the online era of Counter-Strike, he likes to play from home more often than not. But looking comfortable in this environment now. Such a key factor for this big roster. Timeout called, and you can see Mitha here chiming in.
So 6 teams locked in already. Heroic just pulling themselves across the line there against Movistar Riders in our opening game of day 4. VP, we saw them go 3-1 as well. Entropiq, Copenhagen Flames, ENCE, and FaZe. How are your pick'ems doing? Let us know.
Or maybe you don't want to.
Yeah.
You close your eyes and hope the next stage is a little bit better.
Have you ever got a diamond coin?
I don't know. In the past when you had to watch and we're at events, and when I was on the analyst desk, I didn't get a PC to log into like I get here, so I never got to watch.
Oh, now then. That's the dream start to a buy like this. I say buy, quote unquote, buy some scouts.
That could be huge though right now because that is so early within this round.
You could force a save out of Big. If you just somehow connect onto Gade without any more tells or info plays, this could just lead to Big accepting defeat. And Frozen's given them something to hold on to here.
Now they have rotated one man close towards Spawn, which is going to be tabseN here. Now it's going to be on his intuition to whether or not there's any backup for Gade or not.
I mean, they're definitely going to be paranoid about B after one of their B players has gone down on doors.
There's a couple of dramas here, though, for MOUZ. It's literally just bullets. They have to hope that somebody oversteps the mark again. That flash is telling, and that's a huge tag.
Yeah.
They know that he's damaged towards B.
So they know it's 1.5 players. Over towards the B side of the map. Frozen's responsibility was holding that mid-cross. They have that information to work with. Don't forget, the buy is unideal, suboptimal. Deagles and the last of their nades is coming in. Gade has to clean house here. Has to sweep them under the rug. And Dexter's already a threat. The supporting flash is great, but not great enough. And they've done it. They've broken down the doors, and what Frozen started, MOUZ will finish.
The timing here from the push. Tizian could take down Frozen if he's not careful. But you're right, they just needed to get the side control and force them into the save, and they're going to do exactly that, even though it is just up against this half buy. That is another massive round for MOUZ. That's 3 for them now in similar fashion.
Yeah, and you know how this feels. You know, we've genuinely changed the map to stop teams being able to win rounds off the basis of a long door headshot, and he still pulled it out with that scout. Just a very quick pluck and track through the doors, loses his head, and the rest just falls into place.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. MOUZ Sports have 3 of those now, right? 3 of those scenarios.
So the second round, Beamer Steegs.
Then the second last round of the first half, where Dexter got the massive 3K and Beamer's coming in to punch up a 1v1 scenario. And now this one here. So when you look at those rounds, they're difference makers. These are the rounds right now where even both pistols going in the favor of Big, MOUZ Sports have a real chance to push the issue here. If they can win one more round, they should be able to break the majority of the bank. And to think, yeah, that's how it started. Just a quick on shot through the door. Bang. Great stuff from Frozen there. You don't understand at that moment how huge that's going to be, because in a lot of those occasions, it could just fall apart. But here we go. The buy's out. And over towards B, they trundle with 3. Bemis is long. Dexter jumping to mid-info. And Acor's aggro here.
Careful, bro. Very aggressive, hoping to catch another one of those early openers that felt so good in the previous. Swallows the flashbang. Gonna be interesting to know how stubborn they'll be about breaking into this B site. They're pulling all of that util out. That's nice. They've drawn it out of flash smoke so far out of Keto's grasp.
A part of this as well is now they have full tunnels control, right? You can see the defaults once upon a time traditionally used to be 1 babysitting outside long doors, 1 back at cat, 1 spotting down mid, and 2 towards tunnels. 1 was dealing with the upper push and 1 the lower. But having so many more bodies here just to get this real estate, now Dust 2 can play out as it normally would. A lot of responsibility for Bemis here, but quite clear they want to finish B, and Tabson with a great read. He's going to back up Gade and Keto over towards this side of the map. There's a void that is going to be towards A here, but right now they look like they're sticking to their guns, MOUZ.
This is a good setup. Gade's going to have to be very quick to respond. He's currently just jiggling for the mid-slip. Keto's advancing. Oh, yeah, second guessing himself now, because here they come. He's got the perfect weapon, but nothing to report. Some insignificant damage, but it's Tabson, the man that rotated in, gets a quick 3-piece. The bargain bucket. Acor pulls a cancel, and they are trying to save, but the spawn is already occupied. Tizian can twist the screw further, and will. Acor holding on to what he can. DAWP. 18 frags from him so far. He's been delivering, at least in that first half, in a large capacity. But they are running him down.
Yeah, and he needs to survive here, because they're going to need to call on him to find entries, right? Frozen did it earlier with the scout here, but if he can get a good long spawn, he can take that fight. If they can set him up over towards B and he can catch somebody sleeping, that's going to enable them here to get back into this game. But it's still very, very close. And I love that from Tabson. So his read was huge. He locked them down there. So Keto is more than happy to take that fight. This was the nade I was highlighting here. Perfectly timed. You can just see landing and doing so much damage. Tabson, for an in-game leader, he is a huge force to be reckoned with.
And he has been for so long. You know, just never seems to have lost his tarnish individually. Lost his tarnish, lost his varnish.
This is quick, so Dark Control already taken for every regular Dust 2, and Frozen straight into Sirison there. Tried to change the pace, but Sirison ready for this.
Yeah, just tucked in enough to avoid that early pop. Strikes.
Here's the deal, though. You know where the AWP was, so Dexter, he would like to get a move on towards A and apply pressure, try and draw that AWP back on over. Sirison's pushed up at tunnels right now, so there is so much information. Look at all this. He's got the OG kill and decided with the AWP that he wants to walk all the way to T-spawn. MOUZ Sports, you're in trouble and you don't even know it.
Good to see Searson kind of let off the leash a little bit. A couple of the plays in this first map have kind of demonstrated that he does have a bit more freedom to maneuver. 4 gathered up on Cat.
That has to be more than an educated guess, right? That has to be the prep work, knowing that Frozen tends to go over towards Dark on these defaults.
He's been kept very humble. 6 frags for David Sinansky.
All good util from Natus again. That lands on 3. Well, they have to go.
They're on their way. About 8 or so seconds left on those smokes, and they will peek over them, but tabseN, he's all too wise to your wicked games. Running out of time, running out of teammates. They need a quick 2-piece here. What's he got for us? Beamer's looking the wrong way. He's going to try and get the uncontested plant. He's running out of chances here and does deliver at least 1, not the second. Round over. Robs to hold on to his AK-47, but yeah, Big Clan definitely looking like the more well-oiled machine at this point.
Yeah, I think that's more than an educated guess with that type of a push, because it's so risky for an AWP player to push like that. Now, we were talking about it earlier. When we got to see these guys go head-to-head over in the RMR event not that long ago, Searson was literally jumping out of the mid-window on Mirage, going underpass with the AWP, and pushing all the way behind them in a T-spawn. So it's no surprise that Big have a good read of mousesports and where the gaps are.
Yeah, Inferno next.
Nuke that we had as that third map, wasn't it? So I thought that we might have been heading to the Mirage based off of the best of one of the RMR here, but wanting to go to Nuke, and look, both teams have their struggles on this map at the best of times. MOUZ will be able to buy again, but things are starting to get bleak now. The AWP is back, the AKs are out. But what's the change-up going to be here? Rops has a good long spawn. Do they want to go in for the Hail Mary, take that full long control, and let's go for that standard approach. Big seem to have good responses here. Doesn't look like it. More of a default spread yet again. A-Core dropping down. We'll be taking the fight here, and careful on the jump there. Just making sure they can't go lower. Searson seems to have an idea. I think he wants to get him jumping. He will.
Oh, that's on him for my money. Just getting that info. Searson's got eyes like a hawk, and flashed off the line, confirms the AWPing presence still there, and now starting to re-maneuver. Haven't seen them try long. I mean, a deep smoke currently deployed by Tizian to keep him housed.
If they can get short control here with everybody alive, and then go for a full set piece, and then have maybe the one late player go out long and do a classic A-take, then it could be all right here, but they have given up openings in a couple of these occasions now, which is making their life a lot more difficult.
And the beauty of Tizian being the solo long player and dropping such an early deep smoke means he gets a nice early warning indicator. Likely going to hear a flashbang before they even return to his part of the map. He can chill. Searson on quite the opposite. He's got a lot on his plate.
Have to flash him off here, or a molly something. A run boost. You can't just step on out into this.
Yeah, that sounds like they will. And it's an easy one. Another opening death for Frozen. Not having the most fun here on map 1.
Searson being mobile with his AWP is stumping MOUZ. They just don't know where he is, and they're walking around the map into him.
Like, don't forget, Frozen was the one that got flashed up the mid doors as well. Searson plucked him out. It's happened again this time on short. Searson's everywhere they don't want him to be. Oh, a big chunk taken out of MOUZ there. About 50 damage dealt. Distributed to 2 members of the MOUZ boys. Go on, Searson. You got any more for us? 2 already. There's more on the repeat. A-Core punishes that, but the rest of his teammates starting to disintegrate. A high flash will catch him on their progress. A-Core will just about be getting it down uncontested. They can boost elevator though. Opting for the walk up instead.
Need a Rops moment here.
Haven't had too many of them. Here comes the boost. He does pluck the head. Vada taps the shoulders, long range. Tizian shrugs it off. He's in a very uncomfortable spot now. Too many angles to be responsible for. Caught in no man's land. And Big pulling closer and closer to that 16 mark here on their map pick.
Yeah, I know that tabseN's leading the charge in terms of the frags right now for this big roster here, but Searson's impact, it has to be noted, right? Getting the opening kill in all these rounds is just making their life so easy. It's making it so easy here, and it's a 3-on-5 before you even have to start worrying. And then you have Bemis going out long because he's part of this split. You're hoping that your teammates are getting traction so that you can come out and kill someone in the back. Bemis is going to have to take a heads-up duel against Tizian, who could be in one of 4 or 5 different key positions. So, well, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Just keto.
We'll see. It's only up against the AK. It's not going to be too scary. Frozen, not again. Struggle struggles to contribute if they can just finish the job. How has tabseN got away with that? He takes another one. Oh, disaster strikes for MOUZ. tabseN steals a second frag and his survival. He actually chose just to stand still. They're anticipating the track, the retreat, but he just evades the bullets through the smoke and pulls another one out of the hat.
Here's the thing, it's not that MOUZ are rinsing and repeating the same strategy time and time again. They've had a whole bunch of different looks here, but they've been denied every single time.
And no fun at all to be had here for Rops and Acor. Bomb already under the full lockdown. Look at Searson's on the minimap there. He's actually heading to T-spawn. Oy, oy, oy.
There's no good option here, right? One of the keys is you'd like to be able to plant the bomb. And we talk about max loss bonus bomb going down, being able to buy. But it doesn't feel like that's going to be possible whatsoever. Now, plenty of time, sure. But to get the bomb in this position, Pit, potent. You can't go back to the doors because Searson has that lockdown from T-spawn, as you mentioned. And the other two, well, they're just hanging around waiting until they're called into action. So I don't want to say that they should save, but I don't see what else they can do.
That's a nice one from Rops, caught off guard and still has the capacity, but Searson ready to greet him. Bullet into the bottom. Acor reveals himself, and they've got a three-man hold of this bomb. He wouldn't even have time to get it down at this point, so just looking for somehow a miraculous 3 kills. And that's the end of that. 14 on the board, and if you weren't keeping track, this has been a very dominant second half. The score as it currently stands in our second half is 8-1, and that's just the one sandwiched in the middle of 4 rounds on the trot from Big on either side. This is tabseN's evasive maneuvers. You see all those bullets just by standing still. He gets away from that, and then Bemis playing anti-flash. He strikes. I mean, tabseN active on the map for the squad. He's leading by example with 24 frags.
There have been a couple of opportunities in this second half where MOUZ have gotten opening kills, and one of those was the frozen scout through the door, which they did convert, right? But they're going to need some more. And you can see right here, it's pretty dominant, right? We're not talking 1v1s. We're not talking anything like that. There's a decent economy for Big-ish, right? I'm saying ish because if they do drop another one of these, which would be the 4th low buy scenario for MOUZ to be winning out here, then we're going to have to start having a conversation about what that buy is going to look like. Yeah. But this is a chance for them to lock things up. This should be the gimme number 15 for Big right here.
Frozen, got it again. Can you do it again? Oh, he can tag him. Humble Searson. But they've got their B defenders across. You can see the blood splatter to confirm its suspicions. That Searson's operating at a little bit of a disadvantage. Keto's been tagged as well over on that box. It's Rops with his scout connecting, but still, it's just injured members of Berlin International Gaming. They are in absolutely no hurry.
It's crazy how they're not worried about any short presence either. They know that there's always going to be a tell, like some footsteps or utility. Like tabseN's not worried about it. You can see that Searson now is just flicking his attention over there. They've locked down long. They've locked down B. You're going to need a couple of miracle shots here. We take a look at the util available for MOUZ to try and make this one work. They have 1 smoke and 2 flashes, and Dexter has that smoke in his hand. So this is going to be a ruse. They're going to throw this over towards A, hope that it draws the attention of tabseN, and try and go mid to B.
tabseN.
What's the bomb? They know the bomb's mid doors.
Spotted out as Incendiary forces them forward, and he is absolutely raring to go. Clean conversions on 2 of them, and the nade, everything is spot on. This one's over. Somebody get me a fork and stick it in this map, because this is 15. Cream crackered. mousesports, nothing to show for their T-side, bar the headshots out of Frozen as scout opener.
This is mental from tabseN here as far as utility damage goes. You know, it was pretty good from Acor, who's had 324 utility damage for tabseN at this point, up to 513. Every time he seems to throw a HE, it's landing in the middle of the pack and softening up multiple members.
The 2 members have nearly 800 damage combined. Oh, sorry, nearly 1,000, I suppose. And oh, going for the aggressive reload. Nearly. 15, mousesports 10.
So I spoke too soon. It didn't even add on his util damage from that round until it ended. So 646 for tabseN here. He's having a great time with the util.
Sounds like, yeah, we're reaching that 1K mark. We were celebrating Alexi's 1,000 damage on his own, but they haven't been doing any nade juggling. They've just been slamming them.
All right, well, one more round here. And considering mousesports, the only round they've won within this half, been a low buy. What can they get done? The rifle rounds not in their favor by any means, and towards long, the Hail Mary called. Flashes are in, defensive. Tizian's dead. Bemis has finally found them at open. Sirison responds and taps in for more punishment.
Oh, they just don't stop. There's more to come. Gade does deliver, and that's enough. Like, that was the one he had to win. Could have lost long control, and now far from it. It's still under their remit. There's still 90 seconds on that clock. Dexter retrieving what little utility he can from the fallen comrades.
But this is the problem, right? It's another number disadvantage situation. And this has been the story for mousesports here within this half. Fantastic stuff from Big, and they should be looking to close this out. Have heavily rotated over towards 8. They're already chasing through spawn. They're already in spawn. They're shooting them in the back.
Oopsie. Gade nearly with a whiff.
They've actually given them a chance.
Yeah, they have. They get to take these fights. It's just a one-on-one. Mano will mano. And there you go. Dexter actually gets given that gift, and they know Gade was taking shots. Mid to be smoke.
Look at Sirison coming through lower dark.
Yeah, and he's going to have a chance, which he will not let slip. Big Clan, that's a solid lockout of their defense, and making it clear why Dust2 was their pick. It did look like something you didn't want to trifle with them with, especially on that second half.
Yeah, definitely a close game in terms of the first half, right? But then as we flicked on over, and you keep recounting the fact that mousesports had so many low buy wins, right? So many low buy wins with the pistols, some really good shots. It's not going to be reflected in the scoreline, but in terms of the gun rounds here, Big absolutely destroyed mousesports on this one here. They had their chances, MOUZ, but as we look forward, right, we're obviously going to be going into that second map of Play of Inferno here. At least they're on, right? The individuals have had their moments. A-Core looks pretty good in some moments. Bemis Deagle was hitting some nice shots. Dexter had that nice impact round as well. So there's moments here for mousesports. They can be confident their individuals are firing, but now moving on to Inferno, look, they're going to need to do that and a lot more starting on the T side, and the T side was where they got 1 round. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I think, look, you can't expect Rops to give you a star performance every single game, but we didn't. This was the only Rops moment we really had, right? That double AWP kill, there wasn't too much more coming out of him. So maybe in the next map of play, if he's able to show up and give us a little bit extra here, that's what we need. But we saw Big the other day taking on Renegades on Inferno, I believe it was, and they just started on that T side and they were just owning the Renegades, right? So if they're able to have anything of that form here against MOUZ, then yeah, this might be a quick 2-0.
Could be a quick day in the office for Big Clan. Yeah, this is it. Do or die, sink or swim on day 4 of the PGL Major, Stockholm 2021. Sirison up to his usual antics as well. We're getting to see him continue to be a present threat with his signature weapons. He loves him a scope, doesn't he? And he hasn't really looked in any way to have deviated from his impressive online form.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think they were talking about Sirison's stats yesterday as far as scoped rifles go compared to actual, you know, the AKs, the M4s. Now, they prioritize getting that in his hands all the time, right? And that's part of the game plan. So, you know, we've seen him handy on the rifle before, so if the chips do get down, never count this guy out. But everybody from Big here, I think, had their moments as well. Keto had some very handy moments. Tabson, obviously. Sirison. So things are going well, right? And there's a lot on the line, guys. I don't know if we've set the context for you here. We'll definitely do so in the next map of play, but winner of this is through towards that Legend stage. And there's also the whole German rivalry as far as the organization goes between Big and mousesports.
Yeah, no doubt. That's still a little bit in the back of their minds. I mean, seeing Big picking this stuff up, and I mean, they have been always on the precipice of, you know, vying for that top 16 and being competitive within it. How many times have they attended a big Cologne event and just been just shy of those playoffs? You know, we did have a couple of Hollywood moments for them in their German qualifications. But yeah, I mean, this is a big one for them. And I do think, like, it has to be said that this is a squad that looks like their comms is back to their A1 level. You can see the team flashes, you can see the rotations, Tabson's often in the right place. And I'm sure part and parcel of that is the fact that they've brought Gade in and everyone's back to their native tongue, looking like a unit again.
Yeah, definitely helping them out. But we're going to go to a break and we'll come back with map number 2. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Cheers. No, I don't know about you, but I love Inferno, and one of these teams might love it a little more because we are heading into another map in this best of 3, the second of our series, and already Big Clan 1-0 up. They took their map pick. MOUZ's response is Inferno. Does that fill you with confidence for a full 3-map affair?
Not necessarily. Both teams throughout this stage have played Renegades on Inferno. Both of them have beaten Renegades on this map. So as far as Counter-Strike maths goes, they're probably pretty equal.
Great.
MOUZ Sports also played this against Sharks, and they did beat them on that. I believe the score was 16-6 or something. There was a bit of an owning. But the thing is, MOUZ Sports have to start on the T side. Now that's where I start to have a couple of issues. Their T side just there was made very awkward because they couldn't find opening kills. And that needs to change going into this one right now. They need to make sure they get that banana control, that top mid control, the classics, without giving away casualties. And if Syrison continues to play with those massive balls that he's been having now with those aggro players and continues to find the openings, that's going to be massive dramas here. So as you can see, if we do get through Inferno, we'll have Nuke as the last map coming up, starting to get a bit more tactical, and I don't know if those maneuvers are going to be the same level of a problem. But yeah, I think Big are looking pretty good today.
Yeah, and they just had a real CT lockout, right? We're heading into the second map now. Because this is MOUZ Sports' pick, they get to start on that CT side again.
T side for MOUZ Sports, CT side for Big.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, all right. My ears are broken.
I thought that was... Okay. Well, now you're making me second guess myself. The second half was Big Clan CT side, no?
Big Clan CT side, yes. Yeah.
So that does
T
make
side
sense.
for MOUZ Sports now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got up to the same point.
Right, cool. Let's focus on something else then, I guess. We've got the game starting in just a moment. Some of the individual performances so far have been absent. Just to point fingers at the individual Frozen. We haven't seen him deliver in the same capacity he has been so far in MOUZ Sports. The fact that they're 2-2, I think that bears studying a little more. The loss to ENCE and Heroic, both in the best of ones. They are undefeated, Chad, in best of 3s.
Okay, well that's
there
something to sink our teeth into, I suppose. The Renegades game yesterday, right on Mirage, where they lost that massive comeback. I'm surprised that they were able to recover from that series to be considered. But yeah, you're right. In terms of this year, the best of 3s do fall in one favor, but I think ENCE, they're already through. They were a much better looking team than Renegades throughout this one here. So I went with Big as my pick today. Who did you pick?
I didn't do any picks.
Oh, didn't do any picks. Didn't get. All right. Well, yeah, I think for a lot of people at home, I think they have Big as the favorite in this one. Last year, this time, they were looking really quite good, right? They were one of the best teams in the world in the middle of last year in the online era. Let's see if they can do that for us on LAN right now. I'm getting this one underway. The pistol round is kicking on off. And a bunch of utility brought on up for the T side. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Got a P250 in the mix, unless that's on the floor.
So the point I was making, and is relevant, is that the Big Clan picked up 10 rounds on the trot, essentially, just a single blemish on their defensive record, and now they're straight back to their defensive ways. The fight has to come to them, and a whole lot of util, as you highlighted, Chad. Acor and Dexter equipped with every single nade they could afford. On the other side of things, you can see tabseN's been given the an alternative raid boss setup. You get Kevlar and a back full set of nades. It's a special B solo pack.
That's interesting that they've done it this way, right? Because tabseN is going to be playing retake, but I think having the Kevlar might facilitate him to be a little bit more biffy as part of this here. So waiting for contact from that little slither line over towards Coffins.
You can understand the setup. It is just going to be very difficult for tabseN. I mean, you say he's playing retake. He's not going to get a single Q prior to the nades in the sky. He's going to see if he can get a good HE. It is well placed and just a little shy of the mark. Into the site, the smokes are up. The bomb likely to be planted as well, uncontested. Gade's the first on the scene. There is vision on CT at the bare minimum. Rops is in a prime position to catch these rotators.
Very lucky.
Oh, great click. And already the bodies are all dropping for Big Clan. They're running out of options. It's Tizian and Banana, and he's not long for this world either. Acor looking great on his clock. And this is exactly the start MOUZ Sports would have hoped for. Nearly a clean entrance into the site. Looking to change things is Syrison. No slouch at all. Doesn't need the zoom banger to bang. 18 seconds and counting. And that's the end of that. Acor takes his third. MOUZ Sports get themselves off that goose egg immediately.
Well, there's a difference. From map number 1, they were winning the 4 spies, but they weren't winning the pistol rounds, right? So there's a pistol round for MOUZ, and now with Big, we know that they do occasionally like to be a little bit more conservative in these second rounds of play. So we'll take a look and see if the buys are coming in. You can see Tizian, he's purchased up. tabseN's doing the same, so they are going to go for the all-in here on that force. Syrison Scout. Not going to buy Kevlar behind that, even though he could afford it here. Saving for the AWP in future rounds. I think when we did see Big up against Renegades, they were doing a lot of the nade juggling over towards that B bomb site, right? We had Gade doing that in several scenarios there. So We know that they like to do it.
But I mean, you're going into a second round force, and a force to be reckoned with is Robs. He's going to be at the tail end of this app's pop. Acor to flash up top mid, and they're just going to go contact in. Keto will just snub, at least initially. Tizian's in a prime position to at least get some util down. That's the drop. They are into the site. I don't think Tizian even caught a glimpse of them, but that's a great one. Searson's actually shut down the mini-pit presence, and he's aware that there could be more, and what a shot from Acor. Just as the drop down into the pit is set up, Rops can get the bomb down. The smoke is up. And unanswered questions, Gade asking for assistance. They'll group up with their armored sidearms. It's going to be what, a 5.7, a P250. There is a smattering of util on Gade, but he's been humbled, and it looks like they're just going to have another go in the third.
Gonna get away with this one here. Did get dicey for a moment. Look, my memory's obviously a bit scattered, but I think the other day when we saw MOUZ Sports run the same thing, Malta got 2 kills from the end of apartments, like in the same way with a 5.7, right? So it looks like running a very similar anti-eco strategy there was MOUZ. Lucky that they only took that many casualties.
Yeah, but you also can't fault teams for having rehearsed anti-eco strategies, considering just how, like, we have all seen how on-the-fly and improvised anti-ecos can fall apart really quickly, right? You try and do a knee-jerk reaction, you're walking into stacks, you're walking through smokes, you get shot in the booty or running out of time. So just doing something, your go-to, and it does put the second on the board comfortably.
It's good to see that Sirius is not afraid to continue to take those fights, right? So I think that's going to continue as a theme when the AWP's out. The fact that he was picking down middle like that with the scout. Should see more of that. Now, this isn't going to be as easy as it could have been, right? MOUZ not cleaning house right there. The scout crossed back into the hands of Sirison here thanks to Gade. Light pistols upgraded again for the likes of Keto and Tizian. They don't have any armor behind it, but Tabson and Gade do. There's 2 HEs in the mix as well, so still going to be a difficult round. Sirison gets a tag, the nades land, light damage done. Oh, there you go. Exactly what I'm talking about, the opener.
Yeah, and an opportunity for a second as well. Gade is hard committed to this, and he's on his own. He doesn't drop the smoke, so he's gonna surely go down. Frozen fumbles, and he maintains banana control. That's round defining. May not. If Robs has his way, good play. He's cleared out 8. And that's the end of that. Bombs going in A. They are hesitant, understandably. They don't have answers as to Keto's position, but little do they know, the site's wide open for business.
I think for Keto as well, holding on to this AK going forward is going to be great to keep in your hands, right? So don't need to give this one up. But if you're Gade, yeah, go and have a little bit of a look for a farm here. Mac 10 in his hands. HP seems to be a bit more of the drama, but if he could upgrade that, he can get a kill. Why the hell not? Chips in the night. Rops has actually just gone past Gade's position. He's been able to slip through towards top mid. Now they'll be on high alert that this is a probability. Will be the third, confirmed quite easily. No force by nonsense playing on out here within the early stages of Inferno.
I mean, if he goes late, right, you might be able to catch him on the exit, make it a bit more costly here for MOUZ. Or is he on his way out? Yeah, he'd rather keep hold of the Mac 10.
Curious to see if he wants to hold on to that going in, like in terms of carry it through, because on the setups that they have, you know, if you're barreling down banana, you can take some control. If you want to play, you know, on the balcony or close end of halls, it's not terrible. It's obviously not great, but plenty of cash to get that upgrade on in.
Good work from Gade, at least in his duels on banana, but Rops, of course, just sweeps the rest under the rug and resolves any threat of that third. So there's your 3-0. Pistol officially converted by the MOUZ Sports boys, and Acor yet to fall, as is Rops. 2 immovable objects as of yet. 8 frags between the two of them as well. And Rops is flexing his trophy. Which one is that? Let's have a look. He's got his quarterfinalists at E-League Boston 2018.
All right, rolling back the years a bit.
Rolling them back.
Frozen entries didn't go so well on Dust 2.
Oof. No, well, Frozen's not going to be falling for that again, and Searson will stop him before he wins the round entirely on his own, but round already heavily favouring the MOUZ Sports boys for a 4th. It's up to Searson to solo hold the B bomb site and corral them into this 2-man stack.
This could be big from Tizian. He might be able to get a timing and call this completely clear. That means that...
Didn't hear anything, though.
Yeah, but Keto could start rotating over. If that's all clear, you know, you can bolster this B bomb site now. Keto is getting a move on, needs to hurry up, and luckily... Oh, wait, Searson's pushing 2.
This is brave. Counterintuitive, but brave. He would love to get a frag and get that smoke down. Here comes some exec util.
playing ahead of it.
He's actually trying to play ahead of it. Get the one, not the connection though. Boost will be quick. Likely to be sprayed. What have you got, Keto? You need to deliver, and he has. At least the first head falls, and now a 2v3. Bomb yet to be planted. Acor responsible for the banana side. Searson, actually a great Molotov for the default plant, but it does still go down regardless, and now they're coming for him.
Oh, how's he going to save this?
Yeah, the smoke's indicative of the intention. He wants to get out. Rops is surely going to go down in this head-to-head. Wow, that's quick. I think the barrel may have betrayed him a little, but either way, Rops will find another frag for his collection. That's 4 for him, and staying undefeated, undaunted, is 10-0 between the two top fraggers of MOUZ. Yet to see Big Clan fully clean house. And look at the finances there, Chad. It's middling.
They've actually just dropped an AWP. So this is one of the rounds here where Searson has been given a bit more than a gift. So allowing him to go for this with the max loss bonus in play, he is the linchpin to winning this round, right? If he can be jarring, they're not going to expect it. Right? You're not going to expect this AWP to be in play. He'll find a pick or something. Even his presence might force them quickly into another bomb site here, so they will just park him over towards B and have a 4-man mid hold if Tabs can get over in time.
There has to be some utility that precedes this push, and there's some of it. Flash for some info, and that's enough. I think they saw enough. A glimpse of perhaps the boosted player or a cowering CT in quad. They're going for a reaggress. They want answers. Bemis at least keeps himself safe. Rops through Boiler. This is where he had his handiwork before, and actually just completely tucking into the site, turning tail.
That's good timing, though, because Rops has just called a lot of top mid clear. I know it isn't the hard angles, but the fact that nobody was spotting for his position, the smoke's starting to fade. Now they're going to wait out this top mid smoke from the CTs. Tabson has one more to lob on out, but they will get this mid control. They head back to B. The AWP is still waiting. Searson has not moved from this line. He's just been sitting there the entire time.
You better hope he still maintains that focus, because it's about to be tested. Second time's the charm. The answer is a resounding no. One just will not cut it.
20 seconds.
They're coming through. The PT-50 trying to disrupt. Just shy of the mark. Trims the ear hairs of Frozen. The rest just falls into place, and the CTs will go see if they can at least have a good mother's meeting, a quick conversation. They've got the full bomb duration to talk it out.
Yeah, and here, look, they have the Kevlar. That's not too bad to hold on into. I mean, they're going to get well, that for free in the next round to play. Get the full util out, get those guns in their hands. Searson should be able to get the AWP out one more time, but looking pretty tidy from MOUZ right now. They're not dropping the ball anywhere. And right there, you think you can see where that can go wrong, especially with the amount of time on the clock. The smoke getting dropped towards top B, having to run on through. Just going to take a couple of dinks here, there, and everywhere. Could have completely stalled that one out. 5-0. Frozen going down with the bomb there at the end. We had a couple of those whoopsies. Who was it the other day who was over in pit? And like 3 of them went down to the bomb. I don't remember exactly which team was playing, but there was 3 of them, and they all went down to the bomb in the pit.
That's right.
Was it big?
It could have been. I just remember we were talking about, we gave it to Hats, didn't we?
Yeah, so it must have been big.
Yeah. We gave
that was just so weird, because he wasn't even fighting them.
Yeah, Hats had a mag 7 in apps, and right. 3 of them went down.
That's right. All right, well, here we go again.
Oh, that's the quick CT smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
Run boost. Oof. Didn't want to go for the pick, so just across for info here. Fast up banana.
So you get that smoke for Frozen to essentially one way over. So any reclears, if he's quick enough on his turn of the pop as well, the retake utility of Big, a flash and a Molotov smoke combo, which is exactly there. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like you've been, paying attention.
I've seen this before.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the response, right? They can also try and boost over logs, but that nade damage is massive right now. So even though they've been able to retain the top banana control, they're so susceptible here. Dexter and Frozen also low as part of this. More util being thrown on out. Oh, Frozen's going to get hot soon, mate.
Easy. Gade has been humbled. Frozen is also pretty low, playing with fire quite literally. Now fading and throwing out one of his own to buy some time, get himself out of dodge. Yet to see the full A commit. Let's see how this one shapes up. I'm intrigued. No one through Balk, especially now it's been smoked.
They've gambled this big. They've rotated literally everybody away from the B bomb site to deal with this A play. All 5 members of both teams are about to hit this site.
All right, folks, are you ready for a very quick 30-second game of 5-on-5 deathmatch? So Balk will be smoked or fading first. Long, the last to fade. It'll be a short side commit, Rob's through the apps, and their utility's been so well placed. MOUZ have to commit into this. It's such a brutal stack, dude. This is gonna suck. Can they find anything? The answer is a resounding no. Tizian just laughing at him. Dexter decides he may as well try and keep hold of what he can, and that's denied as well. Rops doesn't even get to play the video game.
That's a massive gamble right there that they've just taken. Big just not wanting to take these sites in the 3-on-5 scenarios, the 2v5 scenarios that they found themselves before. Rotate every single player. That's a huge gamble. Like, maybe, just maybe, that nade damage that was done was like, all right, well, if they go B, we're probably not going to win this, so let's gamble A, and if they go B, we'll just go for the save right there. But that's one way to get yourself on the board.
You just see the power of utility. Like, that round just looked unwinnable for MOUZ because of the nades that were thrown. And, of course, the bodies that were on the right place to throw them. But still, heading on into our 7th. Map 2, Game 2, Day 4. PGL Major Stockholm 2021.
It's just crazy, like the pressure right now. Obviously, that's going to be felt a lot more by MOUZ Sports in this situation. Big have one extra map up their sleeve here of Nuke if we need to go to it. But you'd like to just get this done quick as you like. More games tomorrow, right? You finish and the Legend stage starts first thing tomorrow. We do exactly what you just watched for the last 4 days all over again. It's that same util set as Tug of War for map control continues. Well, there's the nade. They're aware of it this time round. Not going to put themselves in towards the top of Banana. Now MOUZ are going to go knocking at the other bomb site here. They tried A. They didn't like what they saw. More util just to slow them on down. But this is all being lobbed on out. Well timed HE. This is fantastic utility usage from Big.
And they are on their way. This is quicker, much quicker, and Gade is good to receive the first up on first oranges. Those committed though. Spots the cheeky beret, and Robs has actually taken him down. A team kill on the nade. Not very fun for MOUZ, and it gets worse. A smoke shot. Searson's just connected a Hail Mary, and now it fades. Acor's the next victim. Oh, between the two. Unable to decide, and now Acor has saved the day. What just happened? Multi-kill master, it took it to Tabson to save it. MOUZ break Big's back, and Acor with all the credit. I mean, we had team kills, Acor triple kill. Can we see that in the replay, please? He's 10-1, Chad. He's had mad stats on Dust 2. He was second highest on that. And he's only gone and pulled the rabbit from the hat for MOUZ again. Let's see this.
It's been a huge round right here. So head on a swivel after that nade comes on in. There's so many problems. Goes from the AWP to the AK, and here's the shots.
Oh,
the
love
transfer there on the third. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, just came his way, didn't they? I thought that smoke fading was against them because as you saw them pounce in for that entry into the site, they actually threw out 2 smokes towards CT. One bounced off the wall and landed a bit skew off. The other covered off. So I thought that was going to come back to haunt them there, but not at all. There's a timeout taken from Big. Without the gamble stack, they return to their losing ways. And they have enough money to buy back in again here.
Acor whipping out that T-side AWP. The bomb on his back, though, indicates we won't be getting any Zywoo-esque banana charges, so we can all just call our jets before we get to see him utilized instead. 3-2 split of their defensive resources. Going to be seeing those early nades thrown out. The battle for banana rages on.
That smoke that's been landing top banana that MOUZ Sports are throwing here is completely cancels any chance that Big want to go for full banana control. So this is the best they can do. Stay in limbo towards Sandbag, but so susceptible to that utility. So really trying their luck here. Soundcue's up the half-wall jump will be hurt. He just steps on into it. That's way too easy. Gade's dead. Searson follows, and all right, see you later, Alligator. The B-bomb site's open at this point. Big have already called save. How are you going to get into this?
Well, that's probably like the least exciting round of Counter-Strike you could have.
There's been 2 rounds now. Remember, Frozen ran up Banana, got 2 opening kills. He did get silenced by Searson here, but here's another where they've just, well, they didn't have to run. This time the kill came to them. So MOUZ Sports doing a great job of opening this B site.
You don't see a boost over the deep banana smoke all too often.
No.
Really?
No, that was...
I couldn't tell you why, but we really don't. And I think that caught Big off guard.
Yeah, that was good stuff right there. So it is looking simple right now. Dexter sending the scouting party out here to try and take some of these rifles away. You've had the entire time Rops playing over towards the apartment's position, so he's made sure that nobody's pushed to save in towards second mid, so they have a good idea that it's likely they're just in pit. And now that the smokes are being thrown on out to negate that Moto push, they have a very good idea. But breaking this...
They're going to give it a good go. The volley towards the pit side. Pressure. Trying to nade him out. One more head. Not quite on the mark, but still, all of them not losing anything other than just the nades they invested is going to help bolster their finances further. And chat, they're about to win the half. MOUZ 7, Big Clan 1, and this is T-side Inferno. I mean, this is dream scenario now for MOUZ Sports.
This is looking really good.
Are they just MOUZ now?
I think they're just MOUZ now, but it's going to take a very long time for us to get rid of MOUZ Sports.
Yeah, give me a minute for that one.
Been around for a very, very long time, this organization. So it's not just going to slip out of the mouth.
And I do love the new jersey, at least. I think their old jersey definitely...
It needed some work.
Yeah, it was of the time.
Tizian.
Ooh, and Dexter punishing the little more aggressive maneuver. And where are Big Clan going? Just
They're
one
disintegrating.
by one. They fancy their fights. Dust2 filling them with some individual confidence, but it's being shrugged off at this point by MOUZ. Very aggressive maneuver, and again, the round ends before it even starts.
Every kill going their way, so they're going to have to go ham right now.
But more than ham, I think a full pig. There you are. Uno. Bombs already up mid-brackets and wrapping on in for the most potent of afterplants.
They're already chasing as well, and this makes sense. You know exactly where the AWP is. Try and take it away this time. Last time they let them hold on to 3 guns. That facilitated yet another buy, but now take them away. Tabs and Tizian actually have a bit of residual cash here. You can remove this AWP. It's going to be 3 players over there who can buy. 2 who are going to be scratching their head a little. If you let Sirison hold on to the AWP, the rifle round next time around will just look great. It'll just look perfect. So... like to chase here, and they have 3 coming through spawn. 1 man locking down bottom of banana are frozen here, so 15 seconds left on that bomb.
Tabson is fast making a name for himself as well in terms of utility damage. You were talking previously about his Dust2 prowesses and may not get away with this. Ooh, just around the corner in time.
It's a big save. There's a massive save right here.
They try and run him down, but yeah, just good evasive maneuvers, and you can see what that will allow. He's got, what, 3,900? That's an M4 for someone else?
Yeah, that's the thing right there, because Tabs and Tizian and Gade could have all purchased here, so now Keto gets a drop, potentially. He could even buy a little bit lighter, so Sirison can keep buying the AWP, but this one's, at this point of the game, 8-1. If they don't wake up now, if they're not getting themselves at, I want to say at least 5 here on the half, this one might just be a quick map number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Big Clan, it's not like Inferno's not in their wheelhouse. It just seems like, yeah, a very stark contrast. I say that as I look at their win percentage. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's why the other day when I saw them going up against Renegades, like I was like, okay, well, this is an interesting map to be finding yourself against the Renegades, right, who can look pretty handy on it at times.
And they've lost to, like, prominent tier 2 teams. Fiend, Skade. They've lost, of course, to bigger names as well. Nip, FaZe, they all kept Big Clan under the double-digit mark. So, yeah, I guess this is a bit of a gap in the Big Clan map pool, and it is being exploited very, very clearly.
They didn't buy. After all that talk, you know, the save coming on through, they didn't purchase. They've just half invested on a bunch of players here with the saved AWP. You'd think at this point of the game here, you'd want to be fighting for everything if you're big, but... as we do look at their Inferno, right, and we take a little bit of a conversation about, yeah, maybe it's not fantastic. What haven't we seen yet? We haven't seen them being able to get away with full banana control. Got a car crash here in apartments. BMS have to deal with 2. Keto's close. Sirison in the backlines. Has Romps as the link player coming through Boiler here, so they could 2-man clear. Romps is now just going to be isolated. Flashed in. Boiler clear. On mid control now. That's going to drop over towards the long side. Bomb still left over towards the chicken pit in mid. Pressure is being felt, and this would be the go signal for Keto to take a bit of space or info. Actually going to backpedal.
I mean, he's the bodyguard, right? This is a responsibility of his, and Rob's perfect. Anticipating exactly that and feeling Rob's prowess from the enemy POV. You don't get much time to react. Indian doesn't get much more of a chance than that. Beamer's down, but the rest is falling into place. Call it 9. Not only winning the half, but now extending it dramatically.
Yeah, this is starting to hurt now. And I think the change-up for Big, they need to fight for the banana control, right? Because they don't have any territory. Like, right there, I know that it wasn't a full buy, but you could clearly see that they had no mid information and they had no banana information. And that's what we talk about on Inferno. You need one of the two. You need something. That's where the info plays really come in.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, from other teams, it's not like the evidence isn't there of just how viable and important early banana control as a CT side is. How was it Spirit we were casting the other day?
Yeah, against VP, they were just constantly charging down banana, taking control, like throwing their bodies on the line just to get some real estate.
Yeah, now of course they didn't convert it, they didn't post a single T round, but they had a very competitive CT half.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
And it was through their prowess in like just relentlessly deep smoking. I wonder if that one round where Big did look like they wanted to go aggressive banana and got killed by a boosted AWP and a pushed up Frozen has kind of deterred them from returning to the fray in that way.
Well, they haven't gone back to having that smoke either at the top, right? So right there has been different options for Big to try and take that control now, but then MOUZ Sports look like they're playing games that are luring them in. And this is going to be the third timeout call for Big now. And at this point in the game on the CT side, it is desperate, right? It is. You just need to get whatever you can, right? And their buy, it's going to be the best it's looked in a while. But that hasn't been the problem. It hasn't felt like they've been lacking in the purchase department. They've just been lacking in, well, I guess kills is one of them. Speaking of kills, Kita with 2, Tizian with 2, Gade with 3, Tabson with 3, and Sirison with 8. So nobody's really close to double digits. And because of a lot of these saves, there's not even that many kills over on the MOUZ Sports side. Acor has 11. Okay, so
this is what we were talking about as well. That's the Frozen aggression. You can see that Big Clan just losing banana. 1 minute 38, Chad. 1 minute 38, and they were already up banana. You've lost full control. You try and throw some retake util, and it just falls apart just like that. Now, we're getting back into the fray. Let's see if this really will be MOUZ Sports breaking double digits 12 rounds into our second map. It feels like it. Certainly haven't had any evidence to suggest otherwise. Early stop utility. You can see what that's done. That's MOUZ Sports throwing that out to clear out top banana, and it's well thought out. The only real possibility is behind those sandbags, a counter incendiary in response. But now you're flying blind. Like, Tabs and Gade have no idea what's waiting around that corner.
They do have top mid info, like that's one positive they have, but it's so easy to just smoke off this long position.
Look at this slow, like drip feeding them counter utility.
And Frozen's ahead of this as well. Like, that molly isn't going to thrust him back. He can just stand his ground right here.
Ooh, scary spread, turns to flash, and yeah, they're not going to contest this, so they know that the CTs are operating in the dark.
And now they only have, what, the smoke left over. Gate has a HE and a flash. They have to defend with bullets here. It's not like they're going to have stop utility to stop this.
And they have perfectly calculated, so CT will be smoked. Acor drops that. Coffin smoke arriving as well. Tabson will be locked out, but this is the fragging you needed to see. MOUZ Sports getting chipped away out here, and it is Tabson that delivers. No surprises there. All onto the one man, Acor, and not got the health to make this work. He has been delivering 12-1. He's got a KD of 12, make it 13 if he can get away with this. He's got his AWP on his back. Equips it. Would only need to ace clutch with 3 HP, so...
Don't burn yourself now.
Oh my god, he hits Tizian. He's got 10 seconds. They can surely challenge that plant out. There's a Coffins player who can just run him down.
They're respecting
him? Keto swings and will save the day, but Acor again a threat. Good shooting.
Very costly as well. Those extra kills, they don't look like a lot, but Big haven't set themselves up in a position where their buy is, you know, going to be safe every single time. So they do retain the AWP. They get the defuse in. They can make it work. They can juggle everything across. Tabson has plenty of cash. If the others need a drop for extra util, they can make it work here. But you have to put this on Tabson and Gate actually being able to stop them before they get in, right? I think Frozen, based off of him having all that extra info, is thinking, okay, well, they're not going to expect us this quick, right? So they've gone for a bit of a mix-up in pace there, MOUZ. It has come back to bite them, but with the scoreline like this, if you get one more round here on this T-half, you need to be smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I don't think MOUZ are going to be feeling the same amount of pressure as Dust2 left them. kind of locked out of their T side when they're unable to really post anything convincing with the weapon rounds. Now, well, stark opposite, stark contrast. Oh, and the credit has to also be directed towards Frozen here, who manages to relentlessly battle for top banana control, and not always with team support.
Yeah, after that first half where he was giving up a lot of opening, second half in that last map where he's giving up a lot of opening deaths, like, this is a good change-up for him staying confident.
Searson smoked off, brackets ahead, Pyjamas is in, not Molotov'd off.
It's already drawn the B rotation as well right now, and MOUZ haven't committed to anything. They're not committed at all. They're just working on the mid control here.
Yeah, Searson can float back, and the Moto smoke. Ooh, tabseN's lucky. Didn't get spotted out. An arch smoke completely removes Searson from the fray, and a sound cue. They hear that orb rattling off shots. Library unsmoked. Tizian ready to extinguish, but he's deployed it elsewhere, so he will have to reposition. Elise Balcony now enables tabseN to hold Graveyard here. This is a powerful angle if they don't clear him. Backs are turned. Rob's missing his chance. It looks like Big have kept their head above water. A competitive half isn't out of reach, Chad, but it has to be all three. It has to be the rest. And there's still so much cash in the coffers for MOUZ.
Starting to be some good reads when they're not giving up these opening kills, right? So remember the gamble stack? They literally gambled all 5 players to defend that A site. And here again, it has been a little bit of a gamble early. So whatever tells that tabseN's going for here and basing this off of, it's paid off here again. So either through calls or through kills, tabseN seems to be quite the key. Winning this one's going to be a good start on getting that clean sheet of the last 3 necessary in a row here to get that 9-6. And at that point, yeah, this is a real conversation for Big back in the game. But they can't slip up here. They need to stay to this good form. MOUZ Sports already set themselves up with a fantastic buffer.
Fancies his chances this time, Chad. Has another look. Charging down. Frozen, unprepared. They weren't ready. Can he get away? Yes, unscathed. Not a scab on his knee. He is Gucci.
Okay, well, big change up now through opening kills here. tabseN starting to deliver.
So he only has to call a perfect T-side and be the best fragger on the team if they want to succeed.
Yeah, all right, guys. We're struggling in banana. I'll just come over here. We'll get it done. Don't worry about it. I don't know about you, but when MOUZ Sports lost an opening pick on Dust 2, they really, really struggled here. One of the positives they have is banana control gifted. The rotation will be Searson back through spawn, which should be smoked off. Check out all the util here as we start to see MOUZ Sports lining it up. They could even go for a double pump, right? That coffin smoke is going to land. They still have 2 more left over. And what you're hoping to do with a smoke like this is to draw out any residual CT utility. Make them think they're coming. There you go. Exactly what you want.
But it's a bit sus, right? Searson's not sure. He floats to Speedway. Now the double pump. Here it comes. Molly safe. Gate extinguishes, trying to give something for tabseN to peek over. It's a nice little angle towards the pool. Are you going to really pre-aim that? The answer's no. And tabseN racks up a first. 2-man disadvantage. Is there any way in? Something in the feed is Pyjamas, claws it in. Pyjamas opens up the site. Gate still stands strong. Akor's done this one, and he's going to struggle to do it again. Gade and tabseN, they've passed their test on B again. This time a triple kill for the newest addition, the Dane. Speaking in German and keeping Big Clan on their toes.
I thought that might actually cause some issues for tabseN. They were on the boost trap because that smoke getting dropped. If you're coming into the site and maybe you want to mantle on up, jump on as the T's on the oranges, it would have 2 different angles that tabseN might have to worry about. Otherwise, he could have just aimed straight ahead. But this will force out the first timeout for MOUZ Sports here because everything up until this point has been going fantastic. Now, Pyjamas has already bought in, which means he's committed to this completely here. It's what the rest of the team are going to do. This was the opening. Frozen getting caught in the corner. tabseN using that boost to his advantage with the new angles, and just a lot of bodies here to help defend this one. Now, Wiz going to be the commit right here because Frozen had the least. I believe it was about 2.5k. He's invested now and been able to get himself a Tech 9 with util behind it. Akor gets out that AWP for this T side, and Dexter's purchase is looking good too. You don't want to go into the second half of play losing 5 rounds in the trot if you're MOUZ, because all of that momentum that you were able to pick up earlier is just going to be sucked out of the room. Run boost across, doesn't see a whole lot.
Yeah. And the luxury of that run boost is you can kind of assume the round player would have been spotted out, can focus your attention on other things. And I mean, Robs, he's often found in the apps, and it's a slither gap he's being held. How aware are you? Robin cool.
There's a timer on this for Sirison as well. As soon as that mid smoke, it's going to have to fall back. But Banana's being pressured during all of this and more utility damage done.
Like, I know he's a great player, but you're not. You're not.
Whoa.
Ready for that. Fortunately, the timing's up.
Oh, well, here's a gamble stack, right? And this makes a lot of sense because if you're MOUZ, you've tried to go A a couple of times, and when you've gone, you've actually gone into a blender of 4 players. So it will just be Tizian locking down the site here on his lonesome.
Sirison just threw a nerdy mid-re-smoke from B.
Oh, they're going through it.
And here they come, so the smoke won't achieve too much.
Tizian can't go down here on his lonesome, like literally on his own right now.
Well, the cavalry's galloping over, trotting into the library now.
I can't believe MOUZ are trying A again. They've had so much more success over towards this B site.
Just trying to avoid Tabson at this point. And they won't be able to, because he's here as well on long. Oh, just in limbo as he does go down. Keto in support. Tizian actually re-aggressing, and they are wrapping.
Bomb mid to B, problems.
Yeah, Gade can disrupt this. He's got a good idea as to what's going on. And that's a quick headshot. Nice. Strings together the double.
What a nightmare for MOUZ.
MOUZ really are in the hurt locker. No way in, no way out. And just playing time. Gade knows his presence, his existence is enough to win the round. He has. There's no time for this.
Oh, that's just miserable. The bomb getting stuck there, right? When the clock is so low, if the bomb is on one of the other players, you get worried about it getting lost in the extremities to when he pushes, but you have it in the pack. And Gade was lucky to find himself in that position. Not too many players rotating the long way rounds, right? If he's gone Speedway, he meets them head on and likely just goes 1 for 1 in that scenario right there. So MOUZ Sports starting to fumble here late. Fortunately, that these rounds have been in a row means the loss bonus is built to a point where their buy is not going to be horrible. It's not great. A MAC-10, a Tech-9, the AWP's still out. A couple of rifles here for Rops and Pyjamas, but all in all, Big have really given us a conversation now. This was 9-1, right?
Yeah, it was.
Look, it's very promising here. Like, knowing if you're Big that you have an extra map to go, the fact that they've kept fighting here, you know, sometimes you think about you get down, getting owned, it's hard to pull yourself up, but they've done exactly that.
Using Acor in lieu of a particular set of util, they'll rather just have him posted up. Counts as a smoke on long side, right? You're not going to challenge him out. But who's going to clear Keto out? No Molotov. Bemis is staring at it. So Acor will post up on long, and that has to be Bemis. Okay. Galil and his name in the feed. Keto down, rotate on its way. They could still pivot. Where is that bomb? It's on the back of Dexter.
They go towards A, it's the stack towards this side
again.
One more time.
Just
so
calling the bluff, bro.
Just calling the bluff.
Here they come. Tizian's in a wide open angle. If they go ahead while the smoke's still up, though, he has a lovely one-way. Good flash. Very good flash. But Sirison still hit the close quarters. And Sirison nearly on for the third. In support is Tizian. And it's a meat grinder for MOUZ. They're going to leave with 6. 9-1. It looked like MOUZ had won, but 9-6. Game on.
That's crazy. How does Sirison get 2 kills in that position as well? Right?
I don't know.
The decision-making with all of these stacks, like, they've lost the B bomb site more often than not, and MOUZ Sports are trying to play the mental game. Well, you know that we've lost towards A, that we're most likely to go towards B, but they just kept stacking that side of things. So the calls here just not working out for MOUZ Sports by any means. And you can see when you don't have kills and the CTs turtle up, how difficult it is to break those crossfires on that A bomb site. A bit of a wink from Gade there.
Well, they're feeling themselves. I mean, you know, morale likely quickly sucked out of the room after you have a frisky dust too, and then just find yourselves absent, like dry of rounds. It was, what, a 5-0 there?
Come on now, mate.
That's the no-scope.
Come on now.
Yeah, he uses his weapon a little differently. How stylish could that third have been?
Oh, that would have been beautiful scenes right there. Just to note the scoreboard, right? The desk highlighted Acor as a player here who's been lacking for MOUZ. He has 17 kills. The next closest on Acor's team right now has 8, and that's Rops. Now, on the CT side, I'm expecting to get a little bit more out of the likes of, you know, your Ropses, your Frozens, your BMSs. They can be turrets and lock this down. Very handy rifle players. But the fact that it's Acor stepping up in this kind of environment is crazy. Here we go. Second half about to get underway. And Big, can you continue this comeback? You get a nice little look in there at the utility damage. Tabson 310. Frozen 310 as well. We'll see who ends up on top of this one. This looks fast down mid here, I think, Alex. Are they going to charge on down? They are. mousesports are taking the fight to them.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a quick one, and that isn't a bad start. 2 quick clicks for the CTs, and kept even is Keto. Aggressive, bomb on his back, will have to stay humble now as they do start to maneuver to that B bomb site. It's frozen in response. What you got? What you got? Not much, and all of that util now redundant. He'll grab that for a deep one. Yeah, he's going to drop a deep CT smoke.
Oh, locked out of this.
It's brilliant from Tabson. Bomb down courtesy of Keto, and yeah, this after plant's going to be tough to break. They'll almost have to respect that smoke, so eyes on Rops. They partner up in towards the construction. Rops to take contact first. Bemis just waiting for this one out, and I mean, this crossfire is brutal.
No kid as well, and the bomb's already at 20 seconds left.
Oh, sticking around. Tabson struggles. Bemis doesn't. Keto has to come up clutch. A 10-second defuse, though. He has to knock them off the bomb. That's it.
That's right now.
Objective, kill the diffuser. What? It was late. It was too late. They just lost the round just like that. Keto, by existing, will take the pistol, and Big continue their winning ways.
It just felt way too late to be going in for that right there. They had to disrespect that smoke, or Rops had to run into Banana and take contact first to open the door, just by hiding. Right, even with Tabson going down.
Just existing. Existing was all it took.
Okay, come on now, MOUZ. Let's not go out like this, shall we?
You can understand why Tabson was just actively taking that fight. Like, every shot he takes is an A and a D instead of a W. You know, he's just keeping them at bay. Clock rots. Big will take it, and take it any day. The power of Tabson there, great initiative. Reacts immediately, just takes all that space that Frozen was responsible for, and ooh, that's a scary one. Who's just gone away with murder there? I think Searson lucky to be alive.
I feel like mousesports have to make this at least a costly-looking force fight. Like, I'm not saying they have to win it here, but we're now talking 6 rounds in a row. The conversation of this game is completely changed right now, and if Big convert this, we're going to tie the scoreline up 9-9. No Banana presence whatsoever from Big here. All of their attention turned towards A as Mid-smoke's rain on now. Towards the arch. That one body blocked.
Yeah, he's going to have a weird gap on that, I think. Oh. That's not... Oh, it could have been the end of him. Acor will perhaps be able to rat this smoke. Will he go uncleared? Rops already puts a good one down range. It's up to this Deagle spot. And oh, the gap. It does go unchecked. 1.5. Tabson, one shot from the Deag. Bemis collects. He needs this one. Tizian under a lot of scrutiny. The trade is just not quite there in time. Tucked in on Moto. Molly forced the fight. There's no way out. He has to burn. The smoke enables them. They charge on in. They engage, and it could very well work. Searson one-on-one. Frozen last seen on site, tags in the smoke, and a tough fraction of health separating them. Mytha liking that one. You can see the fist bumps exchange. MOUZ, they know how much that round means. A second round force converted.
This is like a real pressure game right here. And Acor, again, like the body block on the smoke into the kill is massive. Is absolutely huge right there. Rops, in the meantime, getting that scout shot. We didn't quite catch it, but regardless, that's really just slowed down proceedings here. That combo of kills just made that so difficult for Big to get back into this, and they were fully committed to that. And just like Dust2, they're going to take a bit of a save scenario here, right? They're not going to go back for the Force by Wars. They don't fancy themselves with just the pistols in place. So for them, it's the Glocks. And this little move right here you're about to see with Acor and the Flash, this is something that mousesports have been doing a bit of in recent times. They like to do the high flash and the mid picks just to take the fights for info instead of playing contact on the jiggle and doing their smokes. And just when you've identified you're up against these Glocks here, this is when the bloodlust that we talk about really starts to bubble on over. Everybody likes to get these kills, and Rops might be the one to do exactly that.
Doesn't really get easier than that, does it?
And the bomb as well, right at his feet. So, MOUZ, they do respond. They do respond. That drought of rounds, those 6 on the trot here. Now 2 of their own. 20 kills for Acor now. 6 ahead of the next highest fragger in the server of Searson with 14.
So we have seen, of course, one successful Inferno. You discussed it before there. Win against Renegades, but that was with 13 T rounds from Big Clan.
Yeah.
You know, they've shown some evidence that they've got it in them, but I'm not sure if Lightning can strike twice in that capacity.
You remember that game as well. Renegades had number advantages in a lot of situations, and then when they went for retakes, somebody would peek on their own. They wouldn't flash for each other. They were kind of giving a lot of opportunities up, and I can't believe it, right? Like, you're big, you don't go for the force buy, but you're in double eco territory. So now you go for a partial investment now. So the whole point of the economy changes, like, and the way that it's played out in the last couple of years is you don't see double ecos. Well, here's one.
Wow, gated assist and have made it.
They can plan, and they can get those guns.
They can, and the smoke is still up Moto. There's an actual second one on Gate. He scooped that up from a corpse.
Oh, dear.
They can't lose this one, man. This would be unforgivable. Kit on Frozen. Util for this retake. MOUZ overthinking it a little, perhaps. Acor has to clear out the apps. Keto hiding in the bedroom to strike for that exact maneuver. They've only got 18 seconds, Chad. I don't understand.
It's like the pistol round all over again.
It's happening again. It's happening again. The afterplant's perfect. Keto comes out of his hidey hole. Just rots the clock. It's over.
Nervy.
You get out of there. Save what you can. Saves himself. And a couple of P250s. A lollipop. That's all they brought into the round, Chad, and they leave with 8.
That one really might come back to haunt MOUZ here. That is a massive ball to be dropping.
Can we recap what caught them out?
They just pounced onto A here. That's a really bad round to be losing right now for MOUZ.
They were just starting to find their footing. They win the force. They convert the harder round of the two. And then Big just on the economical.
Wow, okay. Well, there's another player too close to the bomb. Maybe they updated it and we didn't know. And they just haven't told us,
Val
guys.
definitely would get a little slap on the wrist for that one, I think.
Well, here we go. Big with a lifeline gifted here. Hot flash available for Halls.
All right. Robs has got an Aggie move here. He could catch Tizian. Flash is brilliant. Look at the setup. That's info. They were ready for him. Of course they were. The flash came from Bemis.
It's all on Robs here. No one else is on A.
Yeah, he's dropped his smoke. He's going to have to be proactive here. Long wrap. Tease through their own smoke. He's got a lot on his plate. They're looking the wrong way. The bait, though, and he's got nothing to show for it.
You have to save again.
Call it 9. Call it 9.
You have to save again. And it was a great little way to open things up. Like, it was a team-based maneuver there. But look how quick Big reacted, right? They know that the flash came through from the teammate. They immediately took space. They went arch side, able to smoke that off, and then wrapping on. I thought Rops had done a great job by getting to site. But that spacing right there that they went with, most teams would probably just continue to trundle forward, knowing where Rops was, right? You're just going to run wide. But they tucking in, I'm not sure which player it was.
Keto.
When he tucked in next to that box, that was the death of Rops. Because he's aiming at Keto, but the next player steps on out and takes him down. So that little detail right there from Big is massive.
Yeah, and it makes long wraps look really potent. You know, I've seen them sometimes look a little silly. And this one, just you can see the 4 players, the way their flight path into the site, as you've highlighted, was flawless. And despite Robs being, I mean, you'd think the element of surprise, there's a smoke short. He was last seen apps. He just killed someone deep apps. You know, there's so many options in their head, but they handled that brilliantly. And now Big Clan closing this gap. This was an Inferno that looked like it was just going to be a, you know, what's the word?
Walk in the park?
Yeah, precisely. And we were going to start talking about Nuke. Now it really is strap in, because this one is going to go all the way.
This is only the second timeout called from MOUZ Sports here as well. So Mytho probably needing to get on the mic and remind them what's on the line here. They do have this lead, but it's going to get away from them quickly, right? They're the ones who have the loss bonus in their favor, sure, but you're on the CT side now on the second half. You need to go for some of these retakes at some point. Now, at the moment, as you still maintain this lead, it's okay, right? It's okay. But once we get to like a 12-12 scoreline, right, and you can't keep saving anymore. At some point, you're going to need to start going for some of these rounds. So forcing the fights and having Acor potentially looking for opening kills, like Sirison, the man on your screen right here, was able to do on Dust 2, that might have to come into play.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to address the fact that, you know, in the most trying of times, Acor is going to be top fragging both maps so far. He was at the top of the scoreboard just under Dexter, but 19 on Dust 2. He's now at the top of the scoreboard, 21. He's putting it all on the line here, and this is 2 wins, 2 losses. The loser is eliminated. The Legend stage is cancelled. Really is crunch time now. Big Clan up mid. They'll have this for free. I say free. Acor denies Sis and straight to the crotch. There's a different type of headshot, and Tizian's next. See you later, Alligator. Big Clan humbled. MOUZ Sports back to their winning ways. Can they change this up in any capacity? Some fallback AWPing. He will be smoked off, or at least flash, you'd think. Nothing to report. He can clear this out. Call it clear.
Still committed to this here.
They are, yeah. And Tabson, don't forget, he's got it in him. Rops is in a prime position to spank the bottom. Plays hide and seek, and that's a quick headshot from him. Crosshair finds his mark, and Dexter contributing as well. Only Keto. Okay. Rops has locked it down. Call it 12.
Well, you could see what the idea there was from Big, hoping that they were going for another one of those three-man B defenses where they could slip the net and make their way up mid on contact. But for Acor, that looks like one of the easiest kills he'll ever get, right? No smoke, no flash, just bodies. But the idea there is to capitalize on that CT setup. Not going to be the case here for Big. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board with this T-side approach right now, because if you don't settle into a bit of a pattern, if you're not getting the map control right there and you start to go for that late, you're not going to have any tricks that you can play of the mind games late.
Acor, Aggie, having a look through. And a nice containment smoke. You see bounce that off the half wall, no fast maneuvers, and you get a little sus.
Oh, some guts about this one.
It's dealt with. The battle for banana control given up, and they are going to actually opt for a solo warp on B.
If they're able to use their util here nicely Big by flashing the half wall and making sure on all their peaks that the AWP has to fall back, going for a B execute against an AWP is not a terrible thing to do, right? Because it's hard if they drop the CT smoke and the coffin smoke. We've already got rid of two powerful positions for the AWP to hold right now. So he's actually going to start floating on towards that bomb site. Now there's 3 players in banana for Big here. They have enough utility to do a B execute, but there's so much time left on the clock. You have to take a look at Tizian right now, and of course, Gade, who are still applying pressure in apartments. They've seen enough in banana right now. They're actually dropping back towards A, and mid control is still given here.
If it gets to 30 seconds, Dexter can just smoke mid.
Yeah.
What do you do? Waterfall out of apps into Rops and Bemis? That's no fun. He could smoke mid now, and it would still be effective.
A is going to be real hard to take.
He's still sitting on it, bro. There it goes. What are you going to do? Both of your avenues into this site are smoked, and you don't have any info banana.
Oh, Dexter's starting to rotate, but he's coming back now. He's going to be here in time. It has to be the A hit.
20 seconds. The power of their smokes. They're walking out on it now. 15. Robs and Bemis tested. Bemis does nothing. It's Robs now. Molotov'd out. He gets away,
seconds.
tucks into the Coldzera. Where is that bomb plan? 2 seconds. Just in the nick of time. They will get the site. Big. Wow, resilient in that one. Mousesports, it looked like everything was lining up for them.
I can't believe the level of patience they had right there. That's so volatile to get into the site in that regard. They really dealt with Bemis there, and that was the key, because once you have the pick control, then you can start to establish. But Ropsy was tucking in. He knew he just had to deny with a kill or two, but unable to get that one done. And Big, they will get to double digits now. 12-10, the scores will read.
That was, I mean, those are the rounds where you see some teams end up really fumbling. And you just get those clean CT sweeps, the money starts to swell. And this is a complete contrast to that. I think they had about 1 second left by the end of that sequence to get that bomb planted.
All right, well, the saves again, and we can get drops out of the likes of Acor and Frozen. They can both facilitate their teammates here with a rifle at least. And then one of them can just invest into maybe an SMG. We've already seen Dexter wield a UMP. So they can buy. There's not going to be any dramas there. Dexter is the one who's going to take that mission. It's going to be an MP9. There's a lot of utility in this here, but now you have issues for Mousesports. It's 1900 as the loss bonus going into the next round of play. We're on that knife's edge for both teams. If Big win this one and they take all the guns away, they will break MOUZ, and they should be able to get themselves into a 12-12 scoreline. It's on Keto aggressive. He's through the volley and he's dead. That is easy for Frozen.
Oh, he's got no way out. His retreat is cancelled, and there's more where that came from. Trying to stick around. The T-smoke is enough to force them back. They'll use that to their advantage, at least buying a little time. Tamsin's making no secret of his presence. And is he asking for a boost? No, that doesn't seem... They want to go through it? No, they do. This is quick.
Robs is here as well.
Just about. Dexter will confirm their suspicions. Frozen's got a lot to do.
Here he is.
Robs as well. Does thread the needle. Oh, Robs! Nearly a quad. The nade's not far off. He has saved Mousesports there. What a multi-kill.
The pivot as well. So much damage done, but he doesn't even care. Flicks around, gets the kills to Pool, and Sirison left to save here.
How often do you see them push? It's usually one. And I mean, the target management. Searson misses his shot. He decides he'll come back to you later. Like, that's the awareness I'm talking about. As soon as Searson fires a bullet and Rops is still alive, he's like, right, I'll come back to you. Hold on, hold your horses. I'm clearing out Pool.
That's crazy, though, because Tabson's made this call on the fly, right? He's decided he has decided right there that he wanted to go through that, right? And the fact that Rops is already close enough, you can see him cheating on the radar, but the fact that he was there in time to deal with that, that could have gotten well out of hand. The financial situation would have spiraled. Big now on the back foot again here. Back and forth we go. The Galils come out. Light on util this time round. Big problems. They did find success through the super slow plays, but are you going to be able to pull that one off again?
Ain't that the question?
Molly's done a lot there. They can get this banana control. It's the same default in second mid, and they're going back towards A again here. Now, they definitely did find success coming out, but to test the likes of A one more time.
Ecore makes it clear he doesn't plan to contest. Just a reactionary defense at this point.
Attention given to Arch side here. Tabson's lining something up. Pyjamas thinks better at hanging around, and the smoke
Good
from
stack.
Acore.
It's good rotate. The fact that Frozen's still got the slip, they can't use that too well.
Oh,
and
what a flash
strike. Yeah, Acore sets him up. Frozen knocks Tabson. 30 seconds. I mean, they pulled it off once. Could they even dare do it again?
They know it's coming this time. Dexter still has info towards Banana right now. There's 20 seconds. You're right. They have to save, Alex. This is a horrible place for Big to be. MOUZ Sports have got the 14th.
With a single frag.
That's crazy
with
right
a
there.
Single frag.
But here's the issue, right? Like, let's really dissect this right now. We were talking about the loss bonus being at the bottom of the barrel for both teams. Tabson's going to get 1,900, but look at the utility that Big carry through.
Oh,
They're not going to get a loss bonus on 4 of their players, meaning they have 2 flashes.
But Tabson can actually drop days.
Yeah, look, that's
4.
it, right?
Yay.
So, like, it's not going to be a lot right here. They have to operate right now with just the rifles. Now, look, it's better than what they would have had, right? You understand it. It's better than what they would have had, but...
He's not even going to do that, so the extra 600, maybe a couple of extra, smoke and a flash.
Take a timeout, boys. Like, this
Talk it through.
You don't want to be in this position right now because you just have to win off of fights alone. They're not going to take the timeout at all, and they're just going to get back underway here.
He's talking as he leaves Spawn. That'll do, I guess.
I don't know how you get in this one.
Acore, I mean, he might be giving them away into this one. He's gone aggressive. Fortunately, no one chooses to challenge. It's Searson that's set up for success here. And he does catch the elbow, not the follow-up. Frozen keeps it level and then some. Look at this man go. Melts them. Big are far from Frozen, that's for sure. There's nothing left. What a spray. The whole banana presence is over, and that's the ace. Frozen sends them packing and secures a likely nuke. He wants to go the distance.
Jeez.
Sink or swim, this is it. You win, you're in. You lose, you're out. Frozen not willing to bend the knee just yet.
Horrible place for Big to be in right now. What a horrible place to find yourself here at MOUZ Sports. They've bounced back on their map pick in a big way. It felt like their map in that first half, right? That massive lead that they were able to accrue. Big have battled to get it back to at least a respectable scoreline here, but Nuke not far away now. Just one more round required.
Rops gets a very quick flash to the face, and okay, Big. Not going to give up just yet. Look at the speed of these demons. Backs are turned. Acore doesn't quite get caught out by Tizian, but the flash is great and buys him time. He's into the pit, and a missed shot from Acore. What do we do? Just like that. The pop flash was supreme, Chad.
That was wild right there, and the pace on that just slapped MOUZ in the face. I think if you reflect and you look at both of these maps, on their opponent's map choice, right, they've been better on these low-buy rounds. MOUZ Sports had a bunch on Dust 2. Big now have had a couple here on Inferno. And they'll keep the game going. Right? This is another lifeline. This is a second lifeline that they've been able to buy themselves right here, Big.
And Tizian, you know, like, you're watching it from his POV, and he couldn't be louder. Like, he's your matchmaking teammate that's baiting you just as like an elephant behind you. But it's so deliberate. Rops gobbles up the bait. He's got the hook firmly in his cheek as he gets a full white screen, and yeah, Big say play on.
They have hemorrhaged in both of those scenarios, well, actually in a couple of those scenarios in towards that apartment's position. The round where Rops got flashed forward, but Bemis dies mid when they walked up and then wrapped onto A, that was through apartments. The first low buy round that Big were able to win, where it was like their second eco in a row, that was also through the apartments in top mid. So you can see where the dramas are, but at this point, your MOUZ, you have to know that that's where the pressure is going to be applied here. The contact walks from Big, they haven't worked, and they're really feeling it right now. 4 rounds for Big to take us to overtime here. MOUZ just with 1. We are back underway. Very light on the banana presence from Big here. 3 of the 5 through second mid. Acor hanging around looking for something.
Yeah, he's still on the hunt. Util starts to sail through the sky. Gade takes initiative and space. They're just going to walk out bulk. Bemis could be caught out here. Dexter was supposed to be the supporting cast, and yeah, there down goes Bemis. This boost isn't going to give them much unless Keto does choose to opt short side. Loud as the site is lost. Gade made so much room for his boys there.
Yeah, and this is the thing. They're being confident in a situation where it's hard to see how, right? That was a pace change again. They tried a couple of the contact walks. Well, that wasn't necessarily a contact walk. The util came, but they were just ahead of it. The mid-control util comes out. The molly hits. They hear it. They pounce out the apartments off the back of it. And again, apartments hemorrhaging right now for MOUZ. They have to save. There's so much money, though, for MOUZ Sports, right? Like, money's not going to be an issue for them. Because you still have 3 more shots in this similar fashion. You lose the opening pick, you can just save. They can do that time and time again here.
Yeah, and that's because, if we could bring up that round recap, by the way, guys, just show how many rounds, even the ones Big are winning by bomb explosion, we've had CT saves. It's insane how many members of MOUZ have just never had to rebuy. And that's a reason why they're not going to really be too tested. As Big do start to claw it back, MOUZ will get to put the best foot forward every single round.
This is a good position to find yourself in, and I know losing rounds never sounds good, but because of that, as we mentioned, the loss bonus does start to accrue. So not only are you saving guns, you're getting more cash injection coming in. So they should have buys here for the remainder of the map, but you can see the timeout taken, and here's what you were talking about there, Alex. So if we can... here we go.
Look at that sea of blue.
So every single round played, they've had multiple members saving. That's crazy. They're really playing the long game here,
It explains
MOUZ.
how Acor's died 7 times in a 27-round game.
Yeah, very true.
I mean...
Well, he had 17 kills at the end of the first half, right? I'm not saying that he's slouching. He did a lot of work in that first half, but you can see whether his impact was. It was more so in that first half. Util watch...
Can we look at Big Clan, though? I mean, obviously, they've played their full defensive half, but everyone's contributed at least a kill's worth of utility damage, so the nades and the mollies were working.
Well, they just took a timeout right now, and if I'm MOUZ, I probably do like 3 porch side, or I do 3 apartment setups, something similar to that. Bananas where the barrage is in. Dexter already chipped on down, 25 HP remaining here.
Brave to be sticking around in such a commonly native position at 25 HP, but he does get away and actually turn tail to rotate.
Ooh, this is the stack over towards porch side here.
They're coming. Oh, Acor so blind. It's up to Rox. He did turn it nicely, but unable to contribute more than one. Acor shy of the mark. Bemis in support, but now the weapons have fallen into Big Clan hands. A 2-on-3. MOUZ Sports 2 clicks of the mouse away from Nuke. Big Clan, they've looked resilient here at the tail end of Inferno. Can they really pull anything else out of the hat? You can see Thompson's mouth is moving, talking it through. Searson's got the bomb and some util. On the reaggressing. That's exactly what Searson was waiting for. He's low too. A dink now lodged in his skull. Dexter hears the advance. Will he expect it? Searson does not expect that. At least he's got some info, I suppose. But here comes Tabson. He wants you. And he goes wide. Confirmation of the site, and that was it! Oh! Frozen takes us to a 3rd. MOUZ Sports lock it down, and we will see a full 3. I think that's what everyone would have wanted.
Yeah, well, definitely for qualification to legend status, right? Yeah, we may as well go the distance. You may as well give it everything she's got here. And MOUZ Sports playing it by the book there with all those saves. That's going to be a key right there. But both of these maps, contrastingly, on their own choice. They do get on through, but both having struggles against the lower buys. I think we can continue that narrative that everybody seems to be awake in the server today, right? Nobody seems like they're slouching. Nobody seems like they're slacking. But this is really good for MOUZ to bare their teeth here. And as we move into Nuke, this is going to be troublesome ground for both teams, right? I'm not quite sure where this one goes now, especially Acor's been activated for the first two. How many before we get like a massive ROPS pop-off performance? Right? Is this going to be the map now where ROPS just comes alive? Right? Because over the two maps, we've had hero plays like this from Dexter. We've had some massive moments from Sirison on that AWP. ROPS actually, yeah, I forgot about that pull round where he pushed on in and got 3 to save him, didn't he? So, yeah, he has had a couple of moments, that's for sure. But yeah, this series right now, going the distance, as you said, as everybody probably wanted.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly MOUZ Sports. Big Clan, I'm sure, might be the 5 or 6 people that would have preferred it finished in 2.
Yeah, there's a few German viewers out there at home who are probably wanting exactly the same. And if you got them in your pick'ems, if you were smart, you would have had both. That way, you win either way.
Gang.
You win either way.
Yeah, this will be my 5th. This will be my 5th.
Okay, so you're locking it in
I
with
get
this
to play
one.
the Legend Stage game at least.
The next one, I feel it's going to be even more difficult, right?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the first round of this has been extremely difficult for everybody playing at home, but we'll get the highlights going for y'all. Don't you worry about that. Oh yeah, you forget about this, right? It was that 9-1 start. Like, that in itself was pretty mental. So, yeah, this A-core round, an impact round early, that was able to keep Big down to these, let's say, very, very few rounds in play. But yeah, I think as we move towards Nuke, we did actually do a big game on Nuke a little bit earlier in the tournament, where one of the change-ups that we noted was that Tizian was actually the one creeping towards those yard smokes, where in past we've done big games and Tizian would be the player locking down towards Squeaky Door. I don't know, I wasn't necessarily in love with that, but I think Big are in a position where they can change it up. That was a huge round.
It was, and it was part and parcel of how they managed to make a CT half that was respectable at the end of things. I mean, Big really did look like they were just going to fall over at one point, but they did bring a competitive half after all. This is what we were talking about, the hyper-awareness, the beauty of that. It looks really easy, I understand. It looks too easy, but that's just a product of ROPS with a perfect read and the support of his team.
I think as well, if we reflect a little bit on some of those CT rounds that Big were able to get, like a lot of gamble stacking was coming in. Like one of the first rounds that they got was with like a 5-man stack over towards the A bomb site. So there were some mind games coming into things here. But this, if you're Tabson and you're left in this scenario right here, it's so difficult to win, especially in the low HP. He was prepared for Frozen here, but closing it on down. And yeah, an entertaining map of Counter-Strike. That's what we wanted.
Yep, we got it. It was a whole lot of fun. And more fun to come. Nuke is next. We're looking to lock in one of these teams. Big, MOUZ. One's going home and one's locked in for the Legends. Do stay tuned. An explosive finale between MOUZ Sports and Big, and only one of them is going to make it into the top 16 of our first major in 2 bloody years. It's an interesting one, and it's the first major for a lot of the players in the server. We had a little list, Keto and Searson, despite being on Big Clan since 2020, just as we entered the online realms, and they haven't had an opportunity, of course, to battle it out. Now they're doing exactly that, and it's their very first. Bemis as well on the other side of things for MOUZ.
Acor too, and yeah, so these newer names here getting a real opportunity, and to get to the top 16, Dexter, he hasn't been to the top 16 of a major before either. So some history is going to be made today, and really excited to see this one going into Nuke. Now, Nuke has not gone well at all for MOUZ. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice. Big, they've played it 3 times, they've won it once. So for both teams, Nuke has not been great for them throughout this challenger stage.
Now, and it's always important, you know, often, Chad, we knife for sides in a third, and this is with so much on the line, it's worth clarifying, no knife has taken place.
Yeah, Big decided to remove Vertigo, which took us to Nuke, which means MOUZ Sports' Team B in the veto get to decide to start on the CT side. Now, if they can get the pistol, if they're able to convert off the back of that, they're going to set themselves up a great way to kick this off. They have the momentum of that last map win, and we look to Frozen, who has some massive performances for MOUZ Sports on this very map. Ramp is fast, and away they go. Searson spotted the rotation in and drops pressure, but there he is.
Oh my lord, he's running out of players, Big. Is there anything to say? Yes, Cade and Tabson have a contribution, and more than just a contribution, we've got a 2v2. What? This is the quickest turnaround of what looked like a 2v5. Now, it's 2v2.
Dexter's heard this.
Very loud about that. They molly the vent, I love it, but Dexter, will he go unchecked?
Interesting angle choice.
Yeah, he will be able to
free kill.
Tabson a freebie. An absolute
See you later.
freebie, and now the trade is not to be. Dexter denies. Wow, that got sketchy. Real sketchy. And Big Clan, they do remind MOUZ to keep humble.
Yeah, Bemis, they're overstepping the mark, right? He could have played to contain, but he played for the kill, and that almost opened the door. It definitely opened the avenue. Fortunately, the bomb not going down there. Rops is a player to test on ramp, right? He is going to be insane for this. And Frozen as well is a name that I know we have been screaming about on Nuke, especially in some of these lower holds. So let's keep our eyes peeled here, because Big, they've gone on for the Force Fire, and well, a lot of the times they haven't. So this is a change up for Big.
Love me some Counter-Strike and love me some fast vent plays. Look, there's no info. He's burning. Dexter's right behind him. He's blocked by them. He hears them descend, and likely knows there's one lingering lobby. That's the lurk. Searson yard, and already that bomb is being planted. Keto has done an awful lot now for Big Clan.
Batten down the hatches, boys. They're coming. Rops is already there. Dexter taking a fight, and he's put low. This is going to get real awkward. MOUZ have to go through secret.
Yeah, Big should be very threatening in this one, and it's rifles so much invested. M4s,
There's
3
no kit.
FAMAS, no kit. They prioritized the weaponry because they didn't anticipate such a quick plant. Searson's not going to clear his corners. And running out of players, the defuse likely to come in. It's all onto Gade, and he's not got it in him. So a great recovery as it stands. The jewels all being connected and collected. You can see the kill distribution. It's just Bemis with the double. Everyone else finding just the single.
Well handled there. It did get very sketchy. You can't believe how many players made it down the vent with that ease. Now, they have to see if that is an avenue that stays open throughout. Are they happy to give up that territory?
But like, so some flashes CT vent, a molly on the hut. The only way you're contesting that is if you're ready to actively fight it, and they just weren't. They opted to incendiary it. Door swings open, or rather naded off, and yeah, they just fly down there. So well played to Big, at least getting the cash of that bomb plant. They do concede, and we'll have to take this one on the chin.
Yeah, now as we look here just at this 4 Deagles and a Glock, walk into yard and see what headshots they can find. Acor be the man to be tested.
What's Tabson lining up? Is that towards the unbreakable box?
We have seen a bit of this as well. That smoke coming into Vogue in recent times. We even saw, I think it was Big who decided to walk through again, mowed on down, but Acor finds the first.
Everyone's favorite headshot angle, looking for some info, and he gets a boatload of it. Bemis cleaning house. He's got the support of Acor and Spotless.
Here's going to be the first gun round. Now, this is where we really get to see what type of pace Big are going to be coming in things with. Now, I mentioned before, they like to do the yard smokes, and they actually had Tizian crawling behind them. Now, I understand why you would want to remove Tabson from that role, right? Because you want him with the pack to be able to make some better mid-round calls. But that's a role where you need to take some big risks to try and take some fights. So let's see. Are they going to stick with Tizian, or is Tabson going to go with him?
I'm going to say that one missed, Chad. With conviction, no less. That CT smoke now finds itself deep out of the map and see the Wood Creek.
Yeah, just floating.
Just in case. Just in case. You never know. Oh, and there you go. Juggling of the utility. The new meta slowly being caught. Good catch from the Obs team.
Now, this is going to be deployed here just to stop them in secret and really just close the door on them going quick. But Ramp is where they turn their attention. It's a two-man setup, Rops and Frozen.
Keto versus Robs here, and he's been spotted out, does evade, and hoping to bait that it's only him. Looking the wrong way. Searson completely booked. Good trade out of Gade. Robs a lot on his shoulders. Where did their health just go? It was Bemis with a fantastic nade, but Robs has been booked. And Bemis has got the entire Big Clan squad, or at least 4 of them, up against him. Aiko wants to catch a timing. Kit on 2 of them, so allowed to let this one go down, and M4 is certainly an upgrade for Aiko.
Is it a save or is it a look in here? They're close enough here to take a 5.
I think Big are asking the same question.
Oh, another smoke. Surely that's going to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, with the man disadvantage and with some weapons recovered, and especially the AWP, I mean, that's got to be MOUZ looking for another bite in. But that's going to be Big breaking their silence early, and I think that's important.
Poor BMS here, like, well, he's stuck. He needs to find a way out, and surprisingly, has made it up through the vents. So, very lucky that nobody's looking. It's out of dodge, makes his way with the rest of his team towards T-spawn. And holding on to these guns, well, you highlighted in the last game just how many rifles they saved. Maybe we're going to see more of the same here on the CT side of Nuke.
But yeah, I mean, that was relatively simple, wasn't it? You win your ramp fight. I think Gade's initial trade stopped things from getting awkward there. And yeah, Rops, I mean, he chose to kind of stick around and actively contest on ramp, and just losing that duel results in Big Clans first.
We know that MouseSports can hit the big red button and bring out the double. Ooh.
This is the one that missed, is it? Or what is he cooking up here?
What is this about, Aiko? Hello. Is that meant to be a quick smoke that they can lurk behind here? Oh, gone over the fence again. Someone has to go collect the ball, boys. You're close. It's just missing the lip of the fence.
Yeah, it's funny. It looks experimental and exciting. We'll come back to that. I'm sure it's going to be connected eventually.
Well, ramp's open. Rops is dead. And massive problems here.
Safe?
We're on smoke watch. Yeah, we'll stay with the smoke and gone.
Dexter doesn't plan to. He's actually at least going to be able to be slightly responsive to this low site. They're storming down the ramp now. Hanging out in control, and maybe going to maintain some control if he doesn't go too deep. A flash for the re-peek. Very brave. He gobbles it himself. He might even burn down. He's found a little bit of a safe haven on the stairs. Keto's been down, brought even lower. Dexter, great awareness, but the bomb's been down and...
Save again.
Yeah, that 4-letter word.
Oh, starting to look very CIS right now, isn't it? Well, this one here, you can justify. Aiko has 6.1 in the bank balance. BMS has 6.7. So as far as the buys go, no dramas there. But right now they're being outmaneuvered, right? I liked it when they had the 2-man ramp stack, but not enough to get them the round. This time Rops is dead. And he's the player you're going to turn to here, the superstar yesterday. And it's not that he isn't contributing. You take a look at the scoreboards. The last game had his moments. Acor is the one, though, that if he cools off, who's going to fill his position in the team? And this is not necessarily going to be as easy for him to find traction with the AWP. We know there's AWPers of the past who really struggle with AWPing on the CT side of Nuke. Now, not simple, but like the Makalelis of the world, you know, they didn't like... I know, look...
God, can you believe that Counter-Strike was once at a point where a professional player just had maps he didn't want to use his weapon
remember,
on?
that was what I was referencing. Yeah. Like an AWPer in a team told us in an interview that he didn't like AWPing on Nuke and Vertigo, right? Which is, I guess, you know, there's a lot of details to consider, all the different smoke walls, the rotations, the gaps that are open. It's not flary, flicky AWPing. But
yeah, but that's, I mean, that wouldn't fly in 2021 is what I'm saying.
I don't think so by any means.
So we might get to see Artesian smoke wall walks if Frozen... And it's another fancy nade for control.
He's like, screw it, Acor, I'll do it myself. So they want to stifle this. And
that's a one-way, that's so cheeky.
Okay.
Someone go back, take a screenshot, put it on Twitter, make sure everyone knows, because that's a lovely way for the main player to basically force you to respect him.
Do you think Acor's is meant to be the same?
That would be super
like
geeky, wouldn't it?
Like meant to land there, and then Frozen like doubles it up to stall out yard?
Wow. Okay, MOUZ have definitely brought... I mean, you know, saving strats for the major. No one's saving strats in the 2-2 game for Legend stage. It's a nice smoke. It has bought time. Tizian did not want to trifle with that. It's faded now. Uses it as an opportunity to tuck in close. Dexter in support as well. And here comes the wall. What have you got for us, Frozen? Oh, a pop flash. Absolutely brilliant, but Frozen's better. And tabseN naming the feed. They know he's coming as well. Oh, Molotov's pre-fired. That's the end of that. Call it 4-4. And we've still got 45 seconds. Bomb lingers lobby. tabseN's going to take the space of Tizian. And we've got top util here. That will not catch him. Falls off regardless. It is actually a perfectly placed Molotov. So, well read from Bemis.
tabseN can win this round on his own here. If he just jumps up heaven, nobody's looking right now.
Well, they figured they killed the typical yard lurker, but tabseN hasn't stopped that, hasn't returned to lobby, and now... Oh, no one's looking. No one's looking. Robs. Dead. Round 1. That's amazing from tabseN. He saves them initially, and then secures the round as well. It's 9 seconds as the bomb does go down safe. Akor's not quite going to get away with this AWP. Unless he flies up that ladder silent, I guess he is.
Saving simulator. All right, well, they'll let him get away with it again. Look, they don't know exactly where he resides right now. Has to be careful. He doesn't give away too many sound cues right now.
I thought I saw someone in Squeaky. I just assumed he wasn't going to be allowed to leave. But yeah, they changed their mind. Keto actually just opted to walk straight out and down the vents. Looking to catch him elsewhere.
Yeah, so the fact that tabseN did continue on that adventure, right? Maybe you bang on there. The fact that they were expecting Tizian in the last couple of games we've been watching, where he's just been going on that crawl on his lonesome. But that right there, nobody accounting for it at all. What tends to happen in the current meta of Nuke is once you give up full yard control, your topside defenders and your ramp defenders, if they don't turtle up, which tends to be going more passive, go more aggressive. They walk into lobby, they take the space. Well, mousesports just sat on the little egg there of the top side, and wow, tabseN no problems getting those kills. Easy as you like. Nobody was prepared for him in that environment. Now a save again, a buy again, sure, but a timeout called, and Mytha, I'm sure he wants to put a stop to this hemorrhaging of rounds right now. 3 out the gate, the pistol. Got a little bit dicey there for a moment. The conversions were neat. Now, a couple of problems here. In the 3 rounds that they've lost, only 3 kills have come on in. Plenty of saves, but not much of a fight. Now, I'd say with the way that Nuke's been going, right, it has definitely become a map where the Ts can really condition the CTs and put them in awkward positions here. Do mousesports want to go and take more real estate? It's not that they didn't have space there. Frozen had a lot of space. And this was the kill here where it all really changed. That was at about 49 seconds. tabseN just continued to walk around as they faked top. Now, a component of this was that top fake, right? Because that kept them planted. Kept them second guessing. But here we go again. Akor making sure it doesn't block his teammates. He needs to get up that ladder fast. Blown open. Nade, Molly towards main. Nobody's going to be pushing through that. And Tizian starting to go on his walk towards yard. Has made it across towards the T-red container. And Citizen overseeing business here.
Yeah, so, I mean, it has to be, and I would imagine...
Smoke missed again. Look on the radar.
Oh, they threw it again?
No man's
Someone else had a go.
This is the thing. They're not going to be able to identify that this is
because I was watching Akor, and it wasn't him that threw it. So someone else has thrown that this time.
Okay.
So I guess, you know, the conversation was, I'll have a go, and it seems like something's...
a bit off. If that's their whole game plan here, it might be a bit of a drama. So hopefully they can note this early MOUZ. Or Big could take advantage of that.
Oh, okay, Gade slipped the net. Akor, yeah, he may not be ready for this. It's a good flash, but Gade is already advancing. Again, they're going to get caught off, but never mind. This whole team has disappeared. Gade looking to be a hero. He's above him in the blind spot. He could get frozen if he catches his angle at the right time. The trigger discipline's huge here from Gade. I think he understands that warehouse is a possibility. This could be huge. Drop down. Eliminate one, and Frozen responds. Okay, problem solved. MOUZ will take it. They'll take it cleanly, and Frozen gets all the brownie points and the pats on the back.
You could see what Gabe was thinking there, couldn't you? Understanding that the possibility for 2 would be great, but if they're not going to get... Like, they don't know he's there, right? They're lucky that they stay tucked on in. But this is Frozen, how he managed to get away with these kills. Just in the back, the silence them 4, harder to identify as well.
But yeah, that was a wall of smokes, and the gap in that setup was secret. They just opted to actually opt for main. Frozen's in a power position to punish, and so game on. MOUZ take the lead, albeit
smoke landed
by the slightest of margins, and there it is.
All right.
Mission complete. Frozen's the man that could throw it.
Nade's going to sting. Tizian cops that one down the gullet there, down to 49 points of health, and
3 members of Big are staring at that smoke.
They're a little bit worried about some ramp presence now. They had Akor babysitting Rops early for a pounce, and Akor's just dropped his smoke and now allowed Rops to go a little bit more aggressive here. Yard smokes, the L block deployed.
Oof, such an absence of vision. Frozen's comms right now could be anywhere. Quick on the turn. Dexter's trying to draw attention his way. Allowed unsuppressed Kalashnikov, rattling shot through the smoke. A well-timed incendiary to deny any secret funny business. Smokes will fade, the timing is great. Tizian, however...
Who's accounting for this?
Exactly. And Acor has at least caught one. More contact. Gade at least claws it back. It's all up to Tizian here. He could catch the AWPer off guard. It's up to when Acor chooses to take that
He's
next
got him, surely.
Just the tip of the head. Oh, and first it's Robs. It couldn't get better. Acor needs it. Does
Huge
react
trade.
in time. And this is madness. Constantly tit for tat. Gade doesn't clear his corner. Spots the barrel. You're so low, though. You'd have to pre-fire. Dexter down. That's a big one from the Dane. Beamers has to do it all. A one-on-one. A duel with Searson and a battle of wits. Considers the rotate. Beamers does too, and Searson's a bit of a fakey boy here. And Beamers fully commits to this. In about 5 seconds, he'll think it's a bit suspicious, but as the nade leaves, does that go into the vent? Not quite, but it was enough to secure an opportunity into the site. Beamers aware.
Staying quiet
Has to be a safe plant. He's actually opted to do it close. Gets it down in the nick of time. Opts for the hut. Beamers trying to solve the puzzle.
When he sees the bomb, he's going to have a good idea. He's slipped towards hut here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He's on his tail.
It makes a lot of sense. And he's going for the
He's sitting
full.
it.
He's going for the full. He knows he's going around the world and knows Searson has the bluff called. 5 secured and a 1v2 from Beamers.
See you later.
Takes him down as well for good measure.
Huge stuff there. And what a play that was, just to sit the defuse, call the bluff for Searson in that moment.
And you were bang on, Chad. I think it's just the timing window. So you can understand what Searson's done. He thinks, okay, chances are he's coming up there. If I start planting as soon as I can, I might catch him in rotation, catch him on the way back. But yeah, it was enough of an indicator for Beamers, and he solves that puzzle beautifully.
Big play from the 18-year-old right there. And that one, it comes down to that Acor trade. Right? Tizian, it felt that he didn't note the presence. Either the footsteps were enough to keep his crossbow away from Acor for that entire time, but the fact that Acor gets that trade, that sets the round up to continue to go tit for tat as far as the trades. Otherwise, it's going to spiral out of control. Think about the real estate that Tizian would have had as well if he made that second kill. Heaven, completely theirs. So that right there, that Acor trade, it's 2 kills that he gets in that round, but it's massive. The impact of that is massive. It sets them up in a position where they look to convert. And look what it's done to the big finances here as well.
Wow, that's very conservative of them.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Very
they always
conservative.
go. This is one of the things with Big. It's one of their quirks. They like to have all their goodies because they're such a methodical team in their approach and they need all the utility. They like to make sure they have fuller buys. Keto into the AK. The smoke wall is up. Gade already with a lot of control here on top of Silo. Don't want to be dropping this one, MOUZ, and Gade's dropped in. BMS is tagged on up. They know the presence and the pressure is there.
Oh, Acor overcommits. And Tizian's no slouch. He'll put the hand cannon to work. And now, Robs to pick up the pieces. Tabson's already held. There's so much pressure on Robs right now. And he's gone down. Shots to the soles of the feet.
Big
That's
nade.
a well-placed nade. And look at the damage it's done. Dexter needs to do more. A defensive, reactive smoke. He pushes ahead of it. MOUZ under scrutiny now.
So much pressure here.
The AWP has fallen into Searson's hands as well. Acor's overextension could have more ramifications. They've hit pause, and understandably, it's the CTs that have to make a play now.
Oh, they've dropped out of heaven here. This one is going to be on a bit of a timer. Eventually, MOUZ are going to know that they can walk around
Frozen's
the map.
been here the whole time. The whole time. He started this round towards Secret. So it does mean he can react and house this ramp push, but does he commit to this? He's got util, like, an incendiary's not bad. 30 seconds.
There's no smokes or anything, no mollies from B.
Yeah.
They're going to have to walk in and take the fights.
Gade's leading the pack. Timing, great. Gade defends. And Big looking to convert this one. A conservative buy, Chad. They were light. A half investment. And they're looking fantastic now. They are singing. AWP, M4, AK, and only 2 players to contest.
I don't know if you can go for this, but they're
He's
having a
feeling
look.
it. He's feeling it. At least a glance. Into the vents and up it they go. All right, MOUZ Sports accept defeat and Big Clan with a huge conversion.
That was almost a gift for MOUZ. The way that Big opted to go into that round, it was, hey, yeah, we're just going to take this one light. You might even convert this one.
Yeah.
And now they're going to walk away with the AWP for Searson. That trade from Gade was everything. The fact that Frozen jiggles out, gets 1, and Gade immediately trades that is huge. And obviously, you have to thank Tizian for that opening kill. I'm pretty sure Tabson as well got that kill with the P250 flying off the ladder. Right, because Robs glanced towards Yard, he got dinked by one of the lighter pistols, then they swarmed up the ladder, but they took the fight, and Tabson hit the jump key, which ejects you off the ladder, and I think he hit it mid-air, so just falling apart there for MOUZ, and you can't drop too many more of those now with the scoreline 5-4.
But you can see what that's going to do for Big Clan. Like, what a great reaction. The fact that you win the round where you didn't fully invest just means you've got such a lovely little nest egg now. Everyone's in the thousands. Quite the contrary for MOUZ. Even Rops brought down to an MP9. We might see some ramp aggression out of him with that.
You don't love to see Rops on an MP9 any day of the week.
Absolutely not. Look at those MOUZ hollows. They look pretty on the print stream.
Shiny. Okay. Well, Rops is at least playing behind his ramp smoke here, but you'd say it's been pretty passive from MOUZ, right? There hasn't been a whole lot of aggression. One of the only times we saw it was when Frozen opted to go all the way under Silo. So they're kind of waiting to be executed on, and there's dramas with that now if you are MOUZ, because you've lost some control. You're also low on util. You have to hope that one of your individuals can get a multi-kill here.
It's a very passive stance from Bemis, and I mean, he's up against Big. I suppose part of this is because he knows there's going to be some util through those rafters before he even has to have his gun out.
Who has his squeaky door right now? Like, the walkouts looking like they could be a bit of a problem here. So it's Frozen, so they're going to play reactive. You're right. They're playing off of it. Like,
they could just have walked in and shot him in the side of the head right now.
Straight down the vent and
but it's big, though. It's big. So there's the smoke. Here's the warning. Here we come. Bemis now can get his smoke deployed, and that might slow them down. He's safe. He can play around, and that smoke enables this angle. Oh, he's being caught out by the spread. Acor on the rafters does nothing. Loud about this. The top site's under a lot of scrutiny, and Tabson will wrap around. Frozen tested in a very big way. Down the vents leads to his demise. Searson took a gamble there. A huge gamble. But Akito still has a chance for this bomb. Rops should be able to deny. He will activate. Bait the ladder. Akito looking the wrong way, and Rob's just about getting that one across the line.
Still a bit messy. A little bit messy, but it's still the round. What was that vent drop from Searson there? The bomb was in the top side.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know whether he just wanted to like, check it and overcommit it.
That was a curious one. Dexter's going to be very happy with how that one unfolded.
Here I come.
Beamer's got a bit blindsided there. He got a bit blindsided in that whole situation.
That's because Frozen was smoked off, and I mean, you know, you could see the issue. He had Hut smoked, but they just all surged through regardless.
That plant is really nice. With that buffer of cash you were just talking about, that plant that Keto gets out of that, he was playing some selfless Counter-Strike there, right? Just get the bomb down.
They're doing the smoke. Robs is throwing it.
All right, I'm watching.
Oh,
hey! Robs has got it down.
Let's see what they can do with that.
Oh, here's aggression.
Let's see what Frozen can do with that.
Show me your toes, boys.
Oh, he's going to jump over and flank. This would be nuts. The timing's great. Turn around! Oh, no! Tizzy and Hyper aware. The flash was too suspicious. It was so deep.
He's got the info. He's called 2, right? But this is fast. They're accelerating off of that straight away. Big know that they've been seen. They take the space, and now it's on Rops. He needs to shut this down.
He has to have a moment here, and Keto's having none of it. This is a great T-haul out of Big already. Tip for tap. Acor anticipated. Keto really just looking like a turret.
And the save simulator again here. Great awareness from Big on all of the necessary fights that MOUZ have to take, right? They get desperate at a certain point and have to take the fights. I like the gear change. Like, I like what Frozen was going for there, but he didn't think that would be so quick on the cross.
So not only does it operate as a one-way, but it also means that you can mantle through it and be behind your red container players. It's got a lot of levels to it.
I think it's like also comboing with their
cross
smoke,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
Bingo.
So it's an interesting little take here that MOUZ Sports are opting for, but here's the problem. Hasn't really given them a lot. If anything, in 3 rounds, it's a wasted smoke, which could have been used somewhere else. You know? And
yeah.
So
I mean, all right, your glass is half empty, but you're right.
Well, it's cool, but it's not working.
No, it's not. It's not. And there's a lot of people that are cool but are not working.
That's true. 1 round in, it's still... These saved guns are keeping MOUZ competitive. I respect the saves, but at some point, as I mentioned, the fight has to come in. It's crazy because of all these saves, just how low the amount of kills are. So when you do see a frag, when you do see Rops miss that kill and Keto immediately takes him down, that's where those are impact kills, right? Because they're so few and far between. Like, let me count the kills out for you right now. You have 8 on Tabson, 7 on Gade. You have 5 on Tizian. You've got 4 on Keto, and Searson has 2. Right, but we're already 11 rounds deep.
Interestingly enough, this was a timeout called by Big Clan, and you can see Legia is taking the full opportunity. He wants to make sure they're aware of perhaps any, things they've noted from MOUZ Sports on these lighter buys. You know, they're not are they a lobby aggressive team? Do they like to continue with something yard? He wants them all on the same page. You can see the page in his hand. He's done his notes 3 or 4 hours the night before, watching as many nukes as he possibly could.
And you're right here in terms of understanding what they should be expecting. Now, it's only 1900 as the loss bonus in the next round. Now, this is where we normally talk about double eco territory for teams, but they've opted to use these 2 saved M4s and just see what they can get out of it. There's a 5-7 in the hands of Rops, that's the best of it, and a boost towards ramp. They're hedging their bets right now. And this is the thing. If Big just go to the other side, it's probably going to be a save again. So really focus on where Big are going to take these battles, because the round can be decided just by their decision-making alone.
We can call this, a slow, methodical default. I mean, you can even see them lining up some smokes late. There is the wall. 3 smokes invested into that, and no one will have info, I don't think.
I think Frozen's in secret, right?
Yeah, excuse me, so they can call that clear.
He's got to be very, very concerned about how he takes that control.
This isn't... Oh, thank God for the flash. Bemis has been spotted out. Will he be able to contribute? There's one of 2 rifles. mouZsports have chosen not to invest. Can they impress? Bemis kept honest.
But now what?
The rest is just going to fall into place for Big. That's not bad. Very well-placed bullet. Acor does put Keto lower. But this bomb, they're in no rush. I think Tizian will get it down uncontested. There's no one in a position to help. The flash and the lead for the M4. It does not quite get it into his hands. The Dexter 1v4. Not this round, I'm afraid.
And Rops is just still hanging out at ramp. So it's like...
not happening.
Yeah, like to have Acor go in desperately like that, I guess why the bloody hell not? But we're going to be tied up at 6-6 here, and I mentioned I think it's 1900 into the next round of play. So I'll let you guys do the maths. The buy is not going to be great by any means over there, especially if Dexter goes down. He really needs to hold on to this rifle. He can drop another. It looks like he's going to get away with his life here, but seeming very safe from both teams. Right now, this is really just like jostling for position in this. So the next half of Counter-Strike, if we continue to go back and forth like this, it has to be different. It cannot just be the continued save fest. There is going to be points of this game where it becomes a lot more desperate, a lot more in your face. So far, mouZsports are just trying to go the path of least resistance to stay as viable as they can in these rounds, but these buys, as you're about to see on your screen here, are not perfect. They've been able to get out M4s in everybody's hands. That's great. But there's so many issues here. Rops literally only has a flash. They have 1 kit on Dexter. There's no AWP for Acor. This is far from an idyllic buy. Very deep squeaky smoke right there. And
well, you really are going to have to respect that, because you're just a little poking your groundhog face out of the grey screen. Not going to go well.
But this is the thing. It has to be heads-up fights that mouZsports are about to win against the utility disadvantage. And seriously, that was almost the pre-fire. Looked beautiful right there.
Intimidating wall bangs as well. Yeah, he'll keep them humble on that top site.
Look how quick they've thrown out whatever smokes they did have. It's now just 2 mollies, a handful of flashes, and a couple of HEs as well. There's a smoke left on Bemis, sure, but they've thrown out the lion's share of the utility, and we have a minute left on the clock here. And there goes the last of it.
So Big, just by pressing pause, have got basically a full exec into nothing. There's not going to be a single, like, well, I was going to say incendiary Acor with 1 to be concerned about.
It's not going to be jarring at all.
That will spread. Frozen has to respect it. Won't have info. Shadow betrays Tizian. And the mollying looking for Bemis. He's been forced forward. Acor tucked on rafters. Top side would not be the go sign, and bodies have dropped. Frozen actually activates on the back of the fading molly, and now only Rops. He's lost his jewel again. He is getting beaten up.
He's not having any luck of things at ramp. Every time he's losing that fight.
Oh, that smoke's not bad. They might be able to get a plant off anyway. They might be able to get a plant off anyway. And Searson's hit a Hail Mary. No scope has enabled the plant, but that will be it. Okay, mouZsports stabilize. In the absence of utility, it is the gunfights, Chad.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think when it starts off with that kill in their favor from Dexter, the fact that they're able to string a couple more together from there is great. They're still getting the plant down. Big didn't have question marks as far as the economy went anyway, so they're just keeping themselves flush for cash. mouZsports get up to 7 now, but as I'm saying, like this close nature of this game, I don't envy mouZsports' position here. Now, this is still a CT-sided map, even though it's becoming less and less. They do get the AWP out now, so if you're MOUZ at this point and you're a mouZsports fan around the world, you probably want to see them with a 9-6 half, right? Anything less than that, and it's going to be a difficult T side of things. More pistol rounds going to be required.
And Big have been so consistent on both of their T sides. Inferno and in
This
Nuke. This is so
real
quick.
fast.
Extinguished through the wall. It's Gangster. Gade can't do anything. It's just locked down. Mousesports, Beamers called upon, and look at the feed. It's all blue on brown. There's no one left but Searson. And it's over in the first 20 seconds. I like the smoke, but there's 2 incendiaries there. And he ends up having to take his initial engagement in the Flames.
Difference maker right there, again, is Dexter getting the opening kill. Now, I know this time they greeted them with a rush, but still, if you're trading with that opening kill and your advantage, the thing's going to get a lot easier. And when I say trading, well, they didn't have to trade anything. Saved ult from Searson. Plenty of cash for Tizian and Keto. Gade's going to have enough to buy. They can even drop an AK across. It's all going to be fine for the final round here within this half, but we will just have to sit and look at Searson now for the next minute.
Yeah, really even distribution of both openings and multi-kills from the boys of MOUZ.
I would hazard a guess as well, right, that we will see something from Big that is just secret play again and then go and pressure ramp, because Rops really has had a rough time of things, right? He hasn't had a great showing over there. He has been hemorrhaging kills.
Yeah, and most of the time it's been Keto and Gade that have been winning those duels. Looking great. Gade top of the scoreboard. It's even kill distribution for Big. But this is the T-Hall, I mean, they would have been satisfied with. If you told them 6, probably no complaints, but a 7th and an 8th still are up for debate.
They have been winning the lion's share of opening duels here. I'm just having a little bit of a look right now. In total, there's only been 4 opening kills that have gone in the favor of Big here. But in some of the rounds where it was immediately traded, let's take you back to that round where Frozen played close towards Yard. He got the first onto Tizian, but was traded by Tabson, and then Tabson took the space, and that's what punished MOUZ, right? So, like, it depends on the context, of course, but Frozen's 3 for 1 in opening duels. Acor continues his good form. He's 3 for 2. So if he's ever going to show up, this is the time to do it, right? We want to see this consistently out of Acor. He's been getting a hard time, and rightfully so, right? Like, rightfully so. He hasn't been performing to the level that I think everybody wanted of him. But if this is like going to show what level we can get out of him going forward, great time to do it.
Yes, I mean, this is the highest level of play of, you know, you are going to be under the microscope. And he has been delivering in the face of all this scrutiny as well. So fair play to him, keeping his head screwed on tight, and Frozen was considering something. Look at this baity smoke. Might have been forced, an unforced, or rather a forced smoke plume. Big will have to redeploy the wall. They only have, wait, where are all their smokes? There's
still got 3 remaining here,
okay.
yeah. So they can get them down for the secret cross again, and they have found success through this. So you can see on the radar top left of your screen that they're going back towards T-Spawn to line this up. But how are they going to deal with it this time, MOUZ? Because once they've lost this control, then they've lost the fight towards ramp. This time there's no presence towards ramp, so that's the difference maker. And I think Rops is actually starting to get a little bit... Oh, it's actually Acor pushing ramp right now.
Look at this crawl. A 4-man unit of Berlin International Gaming, and they might want warehouse. They stay close to the smokes. The spray is decent. Oh my god, Dexter! So much damage. Look at them. Bleeding, limping down the secret stairs. He sneaks on down the ladder, and there's a chance he does more. That nade could do it a lot here. Is he going to throw it out? They're going to boost for him. And that's the end of Dexter. Double boosting to clear their angles. It's great.
This
it's
is Rops'
geeky.
time.
And he's been quiet on ramp. They're testing now the low site. Rops in a prime position to punish. He has to do a lot here. The support of Acor. He doesn't have to be so worried about the doors. Decon's an issue. And that's the death. Searson's doing a lot. This T-side AWP is coming alive. And Big Clan to finish this half with style. Bomb down. Site is there. It's a tough cookie to crack. You've got a couple of nades to make your way in. Great damage. They are softened up for Beamers. Good to see his name back in the feed. He posts his 10th, and Frozen's crawling. He can catch Tabson completely unawares. The trade potential non-existent. Big, you're into the site. Searson trying to wrap around it. Only Gade goes unchecked, and now Searson to come up clutch.
Sitting it again.
3, 2. They need to check it. They've knocked him off. It's Searson that contributes. Beamers is light on time. Searson should have this. The molly will seal a deal. No smoke available. Big Clan to close the gap. 7. Absolutely brilliant. And Beamers knows he's just not got the time. An 8-7 half. Highly competitive. And Big Clan, absolutely no slouch on their attack.
I can't believe Searson silences Rops there. He's in a position where most players definitely get 1, Rops gets nothing out of that. So Sirison getting the boost pick onto Dexter, huge. Enables them to hurry up towards that lower site. But Rops is there in time to slow them down. The smokes are there from his teammates. Akor's even assisting business so that he has less to focus on. And Rops still gets nothing out of that. So you have to look to Sirison there for massive impact. They have kept Rops quiet. And that is the danger man over here from Mousesports. It's not easy to do this by any means. And it's not that he's silent, but it's not the Rops performance we'd all love to see right now. Found himself on 5 kills.
Yeah, I mean, they've been keeping him humble throughout.
This one. Bang, that's quick stuff. Huge from Sirison, isn't it?
This is going to be the first, in fact, the first negative rating or sub-1 rating he posted was Dust2. Big are the first people here at the Major to humble Rops, and it's the same here at on Nuke. They're into the top side fast, and that will keep Tizzy and humble. Goosh to the dome.
Okay, retake top. Best of luck. There's still a flash on Dexter and a smoke on Rops.
And that's such a beautiful time to be smoking them off main. Big's options are limited here. Like Gade and Tabson, they want to be coming through main. They're looking for something. A smoke on the door ain't bad. The flash to go.
Oh, he's missed it.
He's whiffed it. Still, the shots are coming in. It's up to you, Akor, and he's only taken 1. Frozen, long range, hands out headshots. Tabson to clutch, time-sensitive mission. Bemis calls the bluff, checks it, confirms his suspicions around his theirs, and MOUZ will take the pistol.
Another pistol here. That's both in this. They managed one of the pistol rounds over there on Inferno, so turning the heat up now, and they've been the ones on top of the Force by victories as well. So Mousesports giving themselves everything they need and more. The platform here on this T-half to get towards the double digits, the conversion, 11. As long as they walk past this one, should be looking likely. But let's turn our attention to Big right now. That conservative approach as it come back out. I think this was the only map where they went for the Force by after the pistol loss, right?
Not today.
Yeah, not today. On the CT side, just 1 HP. 1 HG even. That's nice.
Gets 3 consecutively.
They're going ramp. So Rops is about to hear a lot of footsteps from this squeaky position.
And they will immediately react. You're going to be ships in the night, I'm afraid. Just completely missing each other. And Rops, perhaps, will have himself a lovely bit of a confidence booster.
Yeah, this would be great for his confidence if he could low down a couple. There we go. 3. That's going to be nice, right? That's going to be nice for him. It's not the speckiest of kills, but still 3 frags. Get him up to 8.
Sweet Jesus, Sirison. He had 47.50. Bang on the nose to whip out the big green.
Frozen has 17 kills and 7 assists. So he's doing a lot here. He's doing an awful lot here. 7 assists, that's...
yeah, I mean,
we all have days like that at the office.
We do, you do, but his CT side was great. I mean, he locked down, he was responsible for such a big part of the map and did nullify some of Big Plan's funny business yard. Let's go straight back into the fray. Walking, oh, a gap in that smoke. That will keep him a bit cagey. Keto is isolated in this ramp hold. He's not got any support particularly close by. 3-man top site hold. So, yeah, he might just give this one up for free.
Yeah, totaling up immediately here. Do they chase or do they wait?
Straight down the vent, so they will have backup. It's now Sirison who's got
across.
A bit too much company. Okay, the pressure's high here from MOUZ. Jiggle, bait, hunted him down. That is exactly what the Doctor ordered, and that was a easy hunt for the Dexter SMG, using it to take the additional space.
How do they respond right now, though, Big? They don't have anything to work with. The map has been flipped on its head. They're pushing lobby. CT spawn.
Rob's got him. There's more to come. Is he ready for Gade? Squeaky is a potential push. The door naded off. He can slink back into the site. But yeah, complete role reversal. Look at this. Keto's trying to clear out hell, and he loses his life because of it. This one's worked wonders for MOUZ, and you can count on Robs to hold this lobby tight. Tabson denies.
Gade's still top. Gade, they're coming. They're both here.
Gade! Oh no, he gets them both! They're looking the wrong way. There's more to be done. Big! No! Turn it on its head. What a round. 3 from Gade, 2 from Tabson, and that's an extra firm fist bump. My God. MOUZ did so much with that, and it just collapses. Call a timeout. Get your heads back in the game.
They just tripped over their own shoelaces right there. That jiggle at hell to bait out the shot from Sirison there and allow the UMP to get close and get that kill. That was beautiful Counter-Strike, but then the final hurdle, the final moments.
They were just looking for Gade.
But they know where Tabson is. They're not ready for Gade. He's just behind the side. The double kill, the triple, they lock it down.
Oh, that's a tough one to stomach. And that's the end of Searson early. Big's looking a bit wobbly now. Tapson, yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Didn't know where to choose, where to frag, and only one clawed back. Keto onto Rops has opened up ramp. Trophy room walker potential. So the bomb's across. I mean, there's so much power for MOUZ right now. They've got Heaven. They can slow it down.
Yeah, they can peel back up. Tizian they can forego completely. It is Gade who's going to pick into the AWP of Acor. The timing on this for Acor is great. A steady shot, and now, surely.
Well,
surely.
MOUZ not going to be completely broken by that one. It was definitely a fist-to-desk moment, but immediately responding with a very convincing round here.
They went a bit more divide and conquer there, didn't they? Sent out a couple of probes with the number advantage. They had to find some space and able to find a lot of room right now. Tizian.
Yeah, set up a nice early pylon. Got the Zealots in the right place.
Bit of cheese early as well with the pace that they were going for. The Zerg rush.
The cannon rush. It was really good to see him getting those cannons down.
Oh, I'm confusing my...
You Zerged them when they're Protossing.
Yeah, my bad.
It's all right.
Well, I think if MOUZ Sports went fast there and then got shut down, like if there was just a multi-spray down, right, that would have really sucked the wind out of this. The fact that they've stabilized here, I think we're going to get a few more twists and turns now within this game because Big, they're not out of it yet, right? Their loss bonus isn't great. This AK being saved is the best thing that they're going to have to boast. And you've already seen throughout these last 3 maps how conservative they like to take a lot of these. And smiles on the faces. Well, this is a pressure moment, and this is good to see.
Mike, I mean, if ever there was a time you want absolute pristine team morale, the feeling of unity, working as a 5-man unit, all the cliches I'll talk about, 5 fingers, being stronger as a fist. But, yeah, look at the finances here, Chad. I mean, MOUZ are going to be edging ever closer to Legend stage now. I mean, they're 5 rounds away. Rob's one of the most impressive individuals, mechanically gifted. The young Estonian, indisputably the most experienced on this roster, which is just so
crazy to say, isn't
peculiar.
it? Yeah.
And on the other side of things, you've got Vets. Tabson, he's been doing this a long time. That was an opener as well. You see, just catching him out with his pace change immediately. Dexter's up Heaven. It really did fall beautifully into place. Everyone connecting their own individual duel. And so Big Clan a bit rustled now. Their jimmies are certainly rustled. It's 8-7 and now coming in hot on this T side. MOUZ 3, Big Clan 1.
Aggressive
straight in and beheading. Oh! Go on, Tizian, gives it a good go. Just a USP, and Tabson knocking Dexter down. Robs has to panic and get back into a defensive, or rather offensive stance. He's got the sight, he's calling it clear. The boys will bring the bomb. But Big have managed to make something out of this.
I know they only have pistols, but this is still very scary.
Especially with BMAS as low as he is. Acor has an AWP. It's not the weapon you really want to recover a situation like this. And Tizian just throws caution to the wind with that opener.
I understand why they're hitting the brakes right here. They can't see what we can. They're probably expecting more aggression, but the longer they wait, the more question marks become. Have they pushed outside? Did they pick up the rifles? Are they coming through lobby? More holes start to manifest. These USPs, that P250, this can get it done, and they even have a kit towards yard they've just scooped up.
Holy moly. Give Gade an AK-2 rifles have been recovered, so they've got a bit more weaponry to be threatening. Kit as well. Acor looking for info, and they're not giving him any info right now. Big Clan, do they want to go for it? There's the first, confirming Rob's location. They do swing in, and Gade takes one down at the bare minimum, but Tabson doesn't have it in him. It's threatening. It keeps him honest, and he will perhaps catch another here in the lobby hunt.
Oh,
nice.
Of Acor today, it's a different player. Where the hell is the Acor that we've seen throughout the rest of the event? Because someone's possessed this kid's body today. He's looking prepared for all the fights.
It's
staying
Roka,
calm
bro.
About things. Yeah, okay.
He's been headshotting and such.
Being possessed. But that right there from Tizian was a great attempt. The fact that he gets 1.5 kills, right? There's a bit more than a half right there. That was a really threatening round. So the pressure is still mounting on MOUZ Sports here. They did handle it, but you could see just how scary that got, right? The fact that they're able to pick up both the rifles, they're able to get the defuse kit, right? It was a messy, messy round. Oh,
what does the next one have in store?
SyrsoN only has a scout here. He's been having a bit of a rough time here on Nuke. Only 7 kills to his name, and if he can't search with the AWP to find them impact, this is going to start to turn to different players to step up.
Yeah, Big's chances are numbered here. Loud step, hello. Tabson's ears perk up as he presses them to the corrugated iron. He knows. And Keto's reaction is optimal.
Oh, they're past.
They are ahead of it. And I think Dexter's got vision ahead of that smoke as well, so if SyrsoN takes that first shot, he's actually just going to swap responsibility. Keto's been summoned to the lower site, given that loss of control and information. Whoa, SyrsoN wants to join them. They have no idea about this heavy ramp presence. He's really going to be hard-pressed to contribute heavily here. Can he get his util down? Oh, confirmed threat. He's going to be hunted. It's a scout, but he does string together 2 shots, and there's more to be found. Oh, SyrsoN! Who needs an AWP? He does it with the 1700 version, and now Keto has the low sight on lock. Door will swing open. He gets a lovely sound cue if he's required. MOUZ will slow it down, but Big, yeah, despite the absent AWP, SyrsoN has found them 2. Acor still working with the big one.
Acor's doing a lot of talking there.
Oh, and Keto does stand to deliver at least the 1, trying to reposition. He could get wallbanged and will go down. Can they plan?
Another tag.
Yeah, SyrsoN Scout is ever present. And Frozen, 20 frags has been effervescent. Acor with it all to do, doesn't check his corners, and that's a recovery out of Big. Full-on CPR as they resuscitate their defensive hopes.
Oh, in case you forgot how good SyrsoN can be with the scout right there, that right is the perfect example. The fact that he's gotten 2 kills, but he's had to hit 3 shots. The scout to the body isn't lethal. He had to hit 2 onto Dexter and then that headshot. As soon as it comes into the 3-on-5, all that territory that MOUZ have, forget about it. It doesn't matter anymore. And here it is again in the replay. Second shot onto Dexter. This one here is going to be the headshot. And, well, yeah, turning it into an AWP. Rob's dead. Keto, he gets flashed in this moment, looking towards top of his screen to see if the kills come on through. But Big keeping themselves in this. They've been threatening in a lot of these CT-sided rounds here, even when their buys haven't been looking as optimal as you'd enjoy. Timeout taken, and that's going to be the last timeout called from Big. Their last timeout called, with the scoreline currently sitting at 12-9. At this point, Tabson, he can't call on Legia anymore. He can't get him activated in the conversation unless MOUZ oblige and allow that to happen for them.
Trying to keep him hyped. You can see Gade, he's playing a component as well in this team morale game. Probably something that was a little more infrequent from Xantares. Let's see how Big Clan can do. You change the roster in pursuit of glory. Top 16 is the start to glory. MOUZ stand in your way. An audacious peak when there's an AWP posted up, but it's the tightest of lines from Acor. He's just looking to catch any info plays. Safe from the flash. Responsible for lobby. Robs has taken another heavy blow early, straight to the chin. It looks like they want to do some aggression.
SyrsoN's coming in.
This is going to be an AWP duel, and he's exposed. They know the AWP's there. SyrsoN's anticipating this. A pre-flash ain't bad. And SyrsoN, just loses vision, pulls away.
He's pinned in.
Not anymore. The wallbangs aren't far off. He's gotten away with murder there.
Both of them are extremely lucky with how that one just panned on out. Holy moly,
just a peace treaty. Wipe the slate clean. Let's start again. Blank sheet.
Well, look where they've just sent SyrsoN now. They've actually dropped him down towards lower. And it looks to me like MOUZ Sports want to go for a late set of wall smokes. They're going to have to go through the AWP if they want to go down secret. There's a lot of variations they could opt for here, but with the amount of time left on the clock, it's very telling that it might just be the secret play.
Yeah, these bloom real quick, so...
What is the L block? So, wait, are they really going to try and go through these with about 35 seconds left on the clock?
SyrsoN's rotated down to acknowledge that, but
they're going to go through. They're going to have to peel through. I don't think they're going secret, Alex. I think they're going to try and go heaven and split top. There's not going to be much time for this.
So low on time. Here they come through main. Tizian's activated.
So
what
telegraph.
A shot. He's ready to go. There's more where that came from. And Acor will at least collect. Top site open for business. Keto caught. And look at that from Acor. You couldn't have asked for more. The T-side contributions. He delivers again.
I can't believe that is the smoke variation that they opted to go for so late.
Because they have to walk through their own smoke.
Yeah, and they've gone for a top split. Like, it's so telegraphed at that point. Like, if you're going to attempt to go down secret there's so many corridors. That is mental. Just the pacing of which MOUZ Sports opted for in that round to get 13 on the board.
What's more mental? Is it the fact that they threw that variation or the fact that it worked?
I think the fact that well, you could see the frustration from Tizian there because he gets the first.
Woof. Woof.
He's setting his teammate up to get the second. Like, Tizian has already started the round off perfectly for Big. The fact that they don't get the second after that, that right there is where it gets let down. That is the problem. I can't believe they've made that call so late. That is crazy stuff here out of MOUZ. Well, they're in the driver's seat now. They are in the driver's seat.
Big Clan really are, running out of opportunities and running out of rounds. 3 away from the Legends stage. It was an 8-7 half. This is what we were talking about. He not only deals with the first, but this was the potential threat.
Just ready for it.
And he's so ready. So ready. It just strings together nicely.
It truly is a different looking player today. Like, things are just clicking. Things are clicking for him right now.
Someone's been giving him a good team talk. Mytho sat him down, perhaps.
They're going to pop out high here, Alex. They're already posturing for this.
A quick pace change, yeah. Searson could be. He's going to be in the completely wrong place with this, and it's the only real big gun in play.
I think they're just walking out hard. They're just walking out hard.
It's a safe AWP, dude. Searson would have to somehow defend the whole site. He's hit a couple of shots. There's more to be found. He'd have to do it all. 2 of the 5 demanded of him. He has Keto, who's pretty damn spicy on that Desert Eagle. And he's given him some info. That's a big contribution. Rops has solved the mystery. The site open. There's not much more he can do other than just save it once again. He's gonna have to watch the 14th just slowly.
I think he has to have a look. Like, I know it sounds mental here. 2,400 loss bonus in the next round. Oh, I'd love to see him have a look here. He can buy an AWP regardless. I know it would be a miracle. I know it would be mental. I know it would be almost impossible, but it's feeling bleak right now. Exit kills, great. That's going to look good on the stat lines afterwards, but you're not getting rounds on the board. Only 2 CT rounds here for Big to boast. MOUZ Sports, just the changes.
This was their problem, though. We looked at their nuke. Didn't they get absolutely battered by ENCE on their defense? Like, they couldn't defend ENCE's T-side either.
That was just yesterday as the third map, right? As the decider right there. They had a rough time on their CT half.
I have it in front of me. Let me see. Yeah, they got 4 rounds on that second defensive half. They weren't able to defend against Snappy's calling, and they're having some similar issues again today. Big Clan, the more favored side, and it does seem to be getting under their grill.
Oh, boy. 2 more rounds now for MOUZ Sports. Bunch of rookies in this roster. You mentioned it, Robs, the most experienced member. Dexter coming over, making the trip to Europe to in-game lead.
Yeah, I mean, and he hasn't ever made top 16 prior to his arrival on European soil. Now he's within touching distance. He had to beat his ex-team to get here.
This is a change again.
Robs, though, already down the bench.
Oh, they didn't even hear it.
Searson had no idea.
This one's over.
Yeah, even that bullet tagging up to the Tapson unbreakable presence. They've got the low side. Keto would have to have a hero moment. 8 frags so far in 23 rounds of play. He's been kept honest, and Tapson partners up with him. They have to do something spectacular here. The timing on this smoke isn't bad, but there's still so much of the round to play out. The glass breaks. That will pull the nade out of his hands. Isolating the duel a little here onto the single door. This is everything. Plays the shot nicely. A very effective jiggle, the supportive flash. And a nice one from Tizian. He is doing everything he can for Big Clan. They're considering the top rotation, and that's Gade's responsibility. He knows it's a possibility.
So much time for this. They're going to go straight into Gade's hands if they
do.
go up the vent.
If they just fly up, there's no way Dexter can hit this shot. He even telegraphs it.
Oh, it's going to draw.
A fake.
It might draw Tizian into them.
It's a fake. He confirms it immediately now. The denial from the door swing. Will they fake it out? Acor, the bodyguard, doesn't choose to engage initially. Tizian wants to bide time. Acor's opted to clear out single. This one breaks. Big Clan house, but Tizian continues to add frags to his tally. 3 so far from the German. And Gade will finish it off with pizzazz. Big say play on.
Oh, Lord, the mind games in that moment. The fact that Tizian didn't just start rotating on the back of that smoke. If you're Gade, you're saying that there's a player in the vent. He's smoking main. They might be coming up. The fact that you're not overstepping the mark, they're hoping that you do.
And Tizian, I mean, he had to do so much there. The AUG from Keto gets nothing done. The flashes were great to lock him out, but Tizian gets 3 huge frags and not falling for the initial, I have to take this fight. Didn't get lulled into that at all, and They unite to put the 10th on the board.
2 of these 3 rounds that MOUZ Sports here have lost within this half, they've had big advantages. The fact that Rops gets down the vent, he controls the rotation, finds the opening kill, they get everybody down secret, and then they still lose the round, and just reflect to much earlier in the piece here.
Yeah.
Much earlier in the piece, they had themselves in a 2-on-5 situation. Tabson pushes lobby, kills Rops, Gade from behind the bomb box in top site, takes them all out. That's 2 fumbles from MOUZ Sports here, and they only need 2 more rounds.
And those are the kind of rounds that will keep you up at night if you find yourself absent from that Legend stage tomorrow.
The question is for Big, replicating rounds when you're down in players, that's not easy to do. How many more times are you going to be able to pull that off? What is going to be the conversation change right here? You've got the AWP back. Sirison has got it in his hands. MOUZ Sports this time round a little bit light on utility. Their economy finally whittled down to a point where Big can mount a comeback here late within this second half. Oh, they're so quick across. Sirison spotted this. 2 of them have already made it.
It's a nice angle, but yeah. The only chance he has now is onto Acor. Pyjamas has slipped across with the bomb already. Tabson opens up the account for Big, and Tabson makes it 2. Will that be a double, sir? Yes, it will.
Huge gap here for Rops to work with, and so much time as well. Now, this would be one of the occasions where Rops might have to take a couple of liberties here to get them back into it. If they just sit, if they wait, if they hit the brakes, we may just see this end up with a 3 players saving right now. Rops has to take a risk. He has to find some space.
He's got it in him. I mean, don't forget, this is the first series, first map he's posted a negative rating on 1 map of the series. Nuke could be his second, but he's still got time to change that dialogue.
Look how methodical he was, and now he's going to drop on back. He's cleared all that out, but there's so many problems. Big with the 2-man advantage, you're just turtling up. They've got so much util, that multiple Molotovs, a smoke, flashes as well. And I hate to say it, as the time continues to go down, this becomes less and less likely that MOUZ Sports can even contest.
But you can see there's intention still. I mean, he smoked that off to enable a safe passage of Acor as well. He's actually choosing to clear out close main. That would enable Rops to walk in the top side. Lobby presence is shown. Acor calls main clear.
20 seconds left, boys.
I'm not sure if there's a
commitment.
It's
just a save. You could tell that as soon as those first 3 kills went down, right? Because if Rops had actually taken a risk, if he'd actually take, which you need to do, when the chips are down, you have to take a risk. And there, he went through his clears. We followed it through. You know what he's going through in his head, but they haven't stepped over that mark. But this is like MOUZ. They like to play the long game here, but they do have some drama starting to mount because of the back and forth nature. They've only just got themselves 1900 coming into the bank balance. I would like to see them force buy behind these 3 rifles, because you can get some pistols and little bits of light utility on the likes of Frozen and Dexter. Acor can chip in, Pyjamas as well. But then the question mark is, next round's only 2400. If they don't get a plant, if they're not successful in the round, they have to take a save. The scoreline's going to read 14-13. Then we get the guns out again. It's going to get real tense now, and they've actually opted to go for the save on Frozen and Dexter.
So they're doing a full 3-man weapon round with a single smoke to count on, and Frozen doesn't even get to play the game. Cancelled immediately by Sirison. Big will know that they've got the opportunity here to close the gap and twist the knife. Keto tested ramp. He has util for this, and I think it's going to be the bait and switch. Take a shot, get yourself out of dodge, and 2 of them down.
That's huge
Ramp
space.
room is taken. Yo, Sirson's under scrutiny as well here. You can see he's opted to elevate it just a little bit to stop that crosshair being placed perfectly onto the dome. He averts his gaze as they just contact walk it. Loud now. And he just missed the shot. Has to get out of there. Defensive smoke will keep them guessing. I don't hate that at all. They could still jump through. There's so many ifs, buts, and maybes. MOUZ Sports still have those 3 rifles alive.
It's actually pulled Tabson to go lower and then come up secret. So if they were to go towards this lower bomb site, they still have the smoke on Pyjamas. They can use that towards Decon. They can use that towards the windows.
Keep your
Big
eyes
aren't
on that
quite
clock.
sure.
Keep your eyes on that clock. They're coming into Ram now.
It's all on Keto here.
So much on his plate.
Has to stop them.
Okay, okay. That's still not the rifles. 3 kicking. Kevlar up. Hunting him. They know he's on the site. Delaying as best he can. Acor connects a crucial shot, and the doors are open. Tabson can contest. And that's enough for Rops. He will contribute again. 3v5 turned on its head. Equalized. Door sound cue yet to be made. He's got Darken on it. Locked. Pyjamas again for MOUZ. It looks like 15 looms. They recover this beautifully. And the door slams shut. Denied. As they advance, Pyjamas again, and that's 15. MOUZ Sports break through. And you can see what it means to them. They chose not to invest. That save, Chad, was crucial. Those are enough to pull it across the line. Beamers with some big contributions. Rops as well, the bodyguard. And now 4 series points for the Legend stage.
That is huge. That pressure they applied on Sirison is what forced the rotation of Tabson to go all the way to Secret and back up towards Yard. And that just meant Keto was the lone defender on the site. I cannot believe they dealt with that. MOUZ have been dropping the number advantage situations, and now they've won one of their own. Just one more, 5 more kills required here. mousesports will qualify for the Legend stage, only 2 slots left.
Well, Dexter, let's see what that call's going to be, my boy. He's got Frozen parked. Wall of smokes to see his safe pass it. It does look like he's going to be quite actively taking that space, or at least confirming an absence of defense. But with so many through the squeaky, Gade's responsibility, and they're looking the wrong way. Oh, the quick switch may have cost him. It's only the one. Does extinguish, will buy time. Tizian, just an MP9. Searson, though, feeling fine. Dexter's gone, and issues now. Need that. Frozen posts it, does tuck into the warehouse, and they've got time to chill. Cool their jets. Tabson's going for this walk. I wonder if he is going to stay restrained or if he will catch Frozen on a timing. Frozen's ready. This is what he was waiting for, but he's unable to convert, and a tut of his tongue. Well traded. Rops has at least caught something into the top side. Now the bomb is there and they know it. Org in Heaven is a perfect weapon for this job. Molly the backside, scoop up the bomb. You've got 20 seconds. You're going for it down the vent, and Tabson, he's got it booked. Both in quick succession. Acor thrust into the clutch.
He could definitely plant.
Okay, Acor. Loud. Here's one. Vent side. Considers ramp an option as well. A quick flick of his mouse. He's just hidden. If he gets to dark, he has got at least a good angle. Sound cue confirms Tizian's gone for control side. He's low. It's about their checks. Oh. He gets spotted. Strikes into the first. He can play this out. Acor looking to go 1v3. Oh, and he's exposed on the jiggle. Keto stays high. And he will be riding a high as they weather the storm of the first.
You understand why Acor has to pick there. He didn't plant for himself.
No.
If he allows Keto to get to the bomb and toys with him in that situation, that's such a difficult round to win. But what options do you have if you're Acor? You're trying not to make any sound cues. You're trying to give yourself something to work with, and he did. And another close one here. They're going to keep big under this pressure, under the pump. But the economy, again, just becomes a little bit of a question mark for MOUZ. There's plenty to splash for AKs for most. 2 MAC-10s, though. Frozen and Dexter have bought 2 MAC-10s. Acor can get an AK as well. The fact that he hasn't gone for an AWP when the money's there, this might be quick to finish this. This might be the uppercut to lock this one out and get it done. The windows are broken. They're going quick.
It can end in a moment's notice. 1 minute 45. We could see 2 deaths in the first 10 seconds. Here they come. Searson down. Humbled completely. The AWP falls into enemy hands. Frozen can apply his trade with that. They can completely flatten Keto. And they do pull the plug on it. Down goes Frozen. Okay. Leveling it out. Bomb, where is it? Rops has got a real opportunity here to try and punish that CT, and already the bodies are dropping. Only 2 for Big Clan. Just keep fighting. Tizian a dink. It's just not enough. Gade, the new addition to save them or eliminate them. There we go. 16 is found, and Dexter joins the European team and gets his first top 16. mousesports. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, huge stuff. Absolutely mental scenes here, and you can just see it, the pure elation for these boys right here. Oh, it hasn't been easy. The RMR, the first one this year, the Flashpoint event, they won it. They struggled so much at the last IEM fall to get to this point. They had to sit from home to see if they would even qualify for the Challenger stage. They didn't even make it out of their group. They had to wait for other results to go in their favor to make it here and now. In the 2-2 stage, they devastate big. They make it through. But what a game. Some great calling there on that T-half. And you have to look to Acor, right? He's been missing. He has been missing in a big way. And this series right now, the first 2 maps here in this last one as well, he stepped up. He had a great performance, and I hope we get to see more of that because MOUZ, they're through.
Imagine how that must feel, especially when Rops is on an off day.
He was getting owned at ramp.
He was on an off day, and what do they have to call upon? It's I didn't swear. I didn't. It's Acore. Brilliant stuff. mousesports pick it up, and we're going to pick it back up with the desk. I'm sure there's a lot to be discussed after that one. Big Clan eliminated here in the Challenger stage.
Thanks a lot, guys. So despite the desk having a good feeling for Big, it was actually MOUZ that won.
I picked MOUZ.
Yeah, well, not that I would have known it, because I'm told reliably the only way to celebrate is by jumping up on a chair for 5 minutes. Right. So maybe they won. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the tape on that one. But guys, it's got to be said, we're going to start in a weird territory, because Acore's had a transformational series.
Is it full moon out or something?
I know, I'll start with you, Yanko.
Universal constellation.
Acore's actually pulled it out the bag.
He delivered, Yanko.
Ah, I thought you said Duncan. Sorry.
No, we want you to say a lot of good things about Acore, please,
No,
Yanko.
he's had an actual good series. Inferno as well in the first half. He was basically leading the way for mousesports. Frozen and Rob stepped up in the second half, and I think also, you know, on Nuke, he's had some good rounds, especially towards the end when they won that half buy with 3 saved guns and 2 pistols. He had a couple of crucial kills with the AWP. So yes, finally, in a match, your primary opper showed up and did this job. Congrats to mousesports and Acore.
I feel heading into Nuke, that first half, the CD side, honestly, it looked very lackluster from the side of MOUZ. They were being read like an open book by Big, right? And once that CD side started, the T side, the second half though, MOUZ actually surprised me. The T sides have generally been kind of rough so far in this entire series and this entire tournament, but they had some pretty good calls coming out, even with the low buy rounds. They went for some fast plays, and like you pointed out, like we all pointed out, Acore actually delivering was the factor there.
It's just so frustrating. There's so much inconsistency in both of these teams. Like, you're watching one round, MOUZ on the T side, great call, great map control, right? They're getting the entry kills, they're getting the trades, and then to finish the round, they lose like a 5v2, right? The next round, some poor call, like, makes no sense what they're doing, right? They don't even give themselves a chance to win the round, and then big one-ups them by losing to a ramp rush. I mean, you know, against a low buy. It's like, you're getting caught off guard by that. Searson just dies on ramp without doing anything. It's like, the inconsistencies are really painful to watch, because those are some glaring mistakes. mousesports on Inferno in a 3v4 against a full eco, they lose the side. They don't even try the retake. It's like, what's going on here?
Playing scared. And I can understand that, like, with everything on the line, but both the teams seem to play a little scared there, right? Not real cojones being shown even in rounds where they should be really attempting a retake or maybe trying to go for some aggro plays. But again, MOUZ at the very end there, they did show a few little bit of ballsy plays, being a little bit more aggressive, and in the end, they kind of capitulated.
Here's the thing: the Nuke game was exciting, but it wasn't a good game. It was two
ugly.
teams playing bad CT sides and not really actually playing very reactively or decisive.
How many smokes are you going to miss in a map which is deciding whether you go through to the major or not?
Say,
how can you miss a smoke like that multiple times?
There was a real sort of I don't know if it's the pressure getting to people, but there were a lot of kind of fluffed executes, fluffed smokes, like you say. I suppose you're right to feel the pressure at this stage.
I want to talk about the players though, because here's the thing: the good news if you're a mousesports fan is, if the team turns up in terms of fragging like this, like they did on the third map, they could do a lot here. Spoiler, they probably won. Actually, we even won the decider without Rob suddenly that impactful overall. Yeah. That's a good sign. On the big side of the equation, I thought generally they showed more as a team, but even they have their firepower issues. That was always a win condition in theory for MOUZ, is if they can outshoot them, it makes the team factor not as relevant. The problem is, I think both teams, they were either, we're each going to limp into the next round either way, so I don't necessarily know that you kind of, even if you're mousesports, you feel confident in the next phase of the tournament.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, what now for Big? Any final thoughts on them?
Get a better player?
Honestly, that's the thing, right? For MOUZ, at least we know what the problems are. We know Acore is kind of a weak link, maybe not today in general, right? We know the calling could be better. They need a more louder voice in the team, maybe as a new coach or an IGL. I don't know. But for Big, there's a big question mark. Like, sure, Gate's filling his role. He's doing his job. But he's all right. But you need a star player. Like,
you got to have a star player.
Who do you find them?
Yeah, I think they need to figure it out. You can't, you know, Searson is the best German opera, really. I think the only person you look to is Faven or Faven from Sprout as maybe getting him instead of Keto or Gate, really, right? It depends on who you think brings more to the table. Gate is also helping out in the calling department, you know, secondary in-game leader to Tabson in a way. So that's a decision that they will, you know, have to make. But knowing Big, I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't change anything.
I'll give you the hypothetical.
Like, we just need more time.
Here's where you need to go for Big. I do agree generally, by the way. The style of Counter-Strike they're trying to play, you need... I've talked to Glagear about this many times. His philosophy, like Godby, is you need 6 months to build up the system. They just got a brand new player. You're not going to have it immediately. Okay, that's why the map pool's a bit limited. That's why you haven't yet got it where you can just strike Triangle, a team that only has a couple of good players. But here's the difference, right? Imagine this team if you were to put in a Spinks, a Flames, one of these young players with real high skill. That's when you could actually be.
But
really
also
dangerous.
the language factor comes into play, right? They got Gate because he can speak German. They, you know, I
think that's a limiting factor right now. Listen, if you get to the end of that 6 months and you can do the whole thing and build the system up, yeah, it's perfect that you speak German. That then becomes an advantage, by the way. The problem is, are you going to get there? Right now with this lineup, it feels like it's too touch and go. I don't know that you will make it there. You still need the star player.
I mean, typically you would be thinking about maybe picking somebody up from Sprout. I don't know if that's the kind of caliber player that Big need right now. But yeah, you know, if you're talking about high-level German-speaking players, you're not going to find many Danes that are sort of fluent in German. You know, Gade's a bit of a diamond in that sense. So it's a real tough time for Big. I sympathize a little bit with their problems, but I just think this is a massive blow for them here. We're going to talk a little bit about Rops. Obviously, it's a recurring storyline. We've got him up here. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this, but he did have a solid performance expected from a star player. Guys, you know, we talked about the importance of MOUZ winning to essentially retain his services. How do you think he's going to be feeling with things right now? Obviously, you know, they needed a deep run. Is there any chance that we're going to see him in a MOUZ jersey next year?
There's going to be a lot of the same point repeating itself. The only way MOUZ makes the playoffs is they win both games on day one in best of ones, and then they somehow luck out in the draw that they have.
One of the 3 best of 3s.
You know, they play EG, like, okay, EG's not going to get to a position where they're going to make the playoffs. But, you know, they play some team, maybe Copenhagen Flames, like in some of those games, right, where they can limp across like they did in this game, right? That's the only way they go through. If they have to win multiple best of 3s against good teams in the next stage, they're not going to make the playoffs, no way.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And like I said, A-Core showing up here today. Pyjamas had some moments as well. Even in Dust 2 in the losing effort, it looked good. That's the thing, man. Like, the fact if all of them show up, it can work. It can be potentially a deep run. But I just don't believe it. I just don't believe they're going to do it.
You know, I'm thinking about the teams that they might meet in that stage. And again, you know, I think everything sort of has to go their way. But the way the format works, one good day, who knows what can happen. So anyway, guys, as always, thanks very much for your thoughts about that game, and congratulations to MOUZ. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be breaking down the final series of the day, so make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Team Spirit versus Astralis.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. As I said just before the break, we are going to have the last best of 3 of the day now. It's going to be Astralis versus Team Spirit, and it's a weird one because we're essentially talking about a big team that is going to be going out at a stage nobody expected, potentially the legendary Astralis lineup. We brought Maniac onto the desk along with Janko and Thorin. And Maniac, since you're fresh, let's start there. I mean, you know, this is crazy. We're still talking about Astralis in the 2-2 game in the challenger stage of the major, but against a dangerous opponent. Potentially, we might see something crazy.
Yeah, we could absolutely see an upset. Look, for the Spirit players, there comes a time in your career where one game might decide a lot, might decide your fate, right? I feel like this is the moment for Spirit. All of that mental fragility, fragileness I've been talking about, that could come to play right now. Some people might look at the IM Katowice game where Spirit were able to beat Astralis. Be careful, this was an upper bracket final where winning would get you to the semi-final, losing would have no consequence. In that game, Spirit destroyed Astralis. I don't think that's the case here. There's a lot on the line, and this is typically a game where the likes of Spirit have struggled against these players.
Spoiler, Maniac is going to be riding hard with Astralis on this one.
No, I won't. No, I won't. No, I won't. There's two scenarios. I won't be.
Okay.
I'm saying there is a scenario in which Spirit destroy Astralis. That is a scenario where everything works for them. They ride the high. They have momentum, which has happened in the past. And there is a scenario where we get to 13-13, and then it's all across the table, right?
Okay,
Astralis will win that.
Well, no, but we've we've seen previous though from Team Spirit as Maniac's point, Duncan, that basically when they get into those hard yards where you need to close out games, they can't do it. And meanwhile, Astralis have probably had one of the better comebacks of the tournament so far.
Who have they played?
Well, yes, opponents, caliber, matters.
A lot of people can beat up a punching bag.
Yeah.
They have to punch back. You know.
It's true.
A lot of people can go ham on a speed bag. Speed bag doesn't punch back.
So what are your thoughts then?
My problem is this, right? In this scenario, I think you could actually see like a microcosm of what you just saw in MOUZ Sports against Big, which is Big is a real team. They have some fundamental concepts they understand. That's Astralis, right? The problem is, if the team that's not as good actually has more punching power in the game, it doesn't matter how many smart moves you make. You might not actually be able to win. At the end of the day, in Counter-Strike, you have to be able to shoot the people. That's what wins you the round. So my problem in this sense is, do the Spirit players show up? Does Dexter get on the server? Do I get May fragging out? If I get these players fragging out, I don't know actually. I've seen people like Magus go off against, again, bomb teams that I never had getting out of this phase. I've yet to see it against the big teams. And Spirit's actually the closest thing they've come to it in this tournament so far. So I like the idea that Astralis can slowly power up. It's still a new lineup with Lockie in it. But I haven't seen enough yet to know that they're this big favourite. I can agree with Merrick. There's two scenarios. One, I think, is Spirit blow them away to 2-0. The other one is maybe it's a close game. Maybe it comes down to Smart, and then maybe Astralis has enough there. But I'm not convinced yet that the Spirit side can be dismissed.
Well, Janko, let's talk about Team Spirit and the firepower that it has. I mean, I know Duncan's a big admirer of their firepower. Are they as dangerous an opponent as we're perhaps giving them credit for?
I think they are, and I think they match up against Astralis well. In a sense, the reasoning still remains the same for Astralis. They're really good at gun rounds. Gun rounds versus gun rounds, that's where their strength lies. And the way to beating Astralis is keeping their economy low, denying them, making them play as few of those gun rounds as possible. And who can do that? Notoriously, Navi was a good matchup against them. The CIS teams, because they're really proficient with the low buys, with the deagles. Obviously, they have very skillful players, so they can get away with some of those more crazy rounds. And I think also just playing a little bit outside the box, if you're doing things step by step, again, that's Astralis's playground. So a bit of a quirky play style, some surprises here and there, whether it's as a team in a strategy or individually with some individual plays. That's the way to go for Spirit. But I agree with Duncan, they have to frag out, right? That has to be the thing that's going to push them over the line.
And that's the thing. If we are looking at individual on the side of Spirit, obviously SDY has to be the good surprise. Right? He's currently the highest rated player, 117. But Dexter is a name that's on everyone's mind. He's supposed to be this diamond in the rough that's going to turn into a superstar. That could. This is the stage to do it. He's currently 0.25 below what he does past 3 months. There's no other way to put it. He hasn't arrived.
Great scalp to get if you can as well, you know.
Yeah, but he hasn't arrived yet, Richard. He hasn't arrived yet at the major. This could be the X factor. If he shows up right now, we see on these stats, he has the firepower to take on everyone in
And
Astralis.
he has the mismatch. He's against Lockie, the guy who actually hasn't even had to be that good so far. The other factor for me with this team overall is I don't know. Like, think about that series before where it was GODSENT, Janko, and you were like, right, Nuke and Inferno, those are the maps. I don't know they're going to get to a third map, Nuke, in this scenario. I think they're going to pick Inferno, which is going to be great against Spirit. But that third map, I think there's a world where Spirit's getting a map they like, and it's going to be tough yards for these
I think we're going to be getting into the veto right now, just quickly before it comes up. I mean, what ideas do you guys have about what were good?
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, Astralis themselves have to ban Nuke.
I'm really surprised with this.
That's crazy.
Dust 2 pick, though, from Spirit.
I thought they would go for Overpass.
I was expecting Overpass or Ancient to be the pick and then potentially sneak the other map. And we see Astralis themselves.
That's crazy.
Vetoing
Nuke at the very end.
That almost feels like they might have got the second ban the wrong way around. It just feels like, would you really ban that in that scenario?
Yeah, because it goes A, B, A, B, B, A in the end. It flips, so I don't know if that's
I think they might have gotten that the wrong way. I think basically Spirit vetoed Nuke and it went to Overpass.
But
I have to say, like, the key thing here, basically, the question is this, Jaco. Obviously, we know Spirit love Dust 2. Between Dust 2 and Overpass, that's enough to get the series?
But that's the problem for me, is that Dust 2 low-key was a strong map for Astralis, right?
Sure.
Like when people were picking it against them,
yes,
they were winning comfortably. They even picked it themselves a couple of times, right? Yes, again, if we talk about stylistically and being able to go for more fights on long and long control and whatnot, that might suit Spirit and also the opping situation that we discussed, right? But I think when you talk about Astralis Dust 2, I always remember Rain playing with 30 HP every round, like, because he eats the nades on Cat, right? Like, whatever you try to do, they're like one step ahead, and the utility there is really annoying. So again, it's going to come back to Spirit keeping their money low, because Astralis, with all the incendiaries, smokes, grenades, is going to be very hard for you to execute against them later on.
Well, guys, it's time. We're getting into these games pretty quickly. So now I'm going to throw you over to Anderson Semler for a little bit of Danish bias.
That's what we bring. People know it all the time. I see people typing about it. I don't really care. I just want good Counter-Strike. To be honest, dude. I just and I was wrecking Astralis yesterday on Ancient. People were upset about that.
We both were.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. They deserved it.
Yeah,
they somehow redeemed themselves at the end. It was a really close run thing, but they managed to get it done.
That was tremendously cool. I enjoyed that as much as anybody. That comeback yesterday on Ancient was so awesome to watch. But they looked really unstable on that map, so that's what we did. We're going to be into this game though against Spirit, Astralis. I think this is going to be a very hard test. I don't think Spirit could be underestimated at all. I am not confident in any way. I picked Astralis as one of the teams. I actually think I picked Spirit as well to make it through into the Legend stage. I think both these teams are really good.
I go with Astralis just because of the pedigree and the system.
Yeah.
They have so much to fall back on. They have the firepower. They have the system. Lucky has shown himself capable in the clutch and in just doing his job as an opper, getting a kill here and there, finding those opening kills. But he's even come through in the massive... I mean, Astralis wouldn't be here if it weren't for his clutch on Ancient. Without that, that's it. Astralis are not in this stage. They are knocked out on their way back home to Denmark. So huge plays from Lucky. That bodes well for Astralis. And, well, you can see they're really trying to get it together here. Right headspace for this match.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Get into that frame of mind. I mean, they have an enormous amount of experience behind them. That was what was really showing yesterday. That's what made the big difference, you could tell. So if they can keep up that level, yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Spirit, on the other hand, I mean, if they just hit the right flow state in this game, they can be really hard to stop.
They can. They've got a lot of firepower on this team. That's their main strength, though. I still feel like on the mental side of things, Astralis have got Spirit beat. Astralis should not be caving under pressure, whereas Spirit are the ones with all of the pressure on them right now to come up with something big. This is their opportunity. This is what they've been grinding for years, right? To get to this point where they can be competing in the major, and you have some guys on the team that haven't quite made it just that yet. So, and I think we saw that against Virtus.pro where Team Spirit were struggling. So now, you know, are they going to be able to keep it together here against Astralis? I don't expect Astralis to be dealing with the same mental gymnastics, let's say, mental pressure.
Well, we don't have to guess much longer. We're going to find out. Astralis in the pistol round on the CT side, or rushing the middle. Magisk on his own, going to be taken down by Magisk, and it's going to be a 4-on-5 now with a bomb plant to follow, no doubt. This is pretty much a knockout punch, and I love the fact they've even left Amir behind. So that means if they try and go for a retake through Upper Dark, which they currently are with 3 people, they're very likely going to get shot in the back by Amir. He's just listening, counting the footsteps, calling it in. Some die young, or SDY if you prefer. We're going to be spotting them from the plateau. That's a pretty good kill, but there comes the execute. Mir takes one. Nice flick. Oh my god, with a triple on top. That worked textbook for him. Absolutely perfect execution. Normally when you set up that kind of play, you could get one and get killed. It's still pretty effective because it'll slow them down, but that was beautiful.
Close quarters combat with the Glock, it's what it's all about. Some players excel at that. And, well, that's also just a tough break for Astralis. They really wanted to take the fight to Spirit and were hoping for a slow pace from Spirit in this pistol round. They were hoping for some fights, and yet That was just not what happened at all. Spirit were thinking the same thing. That both of these teams wanted to fight early. Both of these teams wanted some quick action. It's just so happens that Spirit, they dodged like, what, 2 trains in the night or something. What, 2 ships in the night. I think that's how, that's how the setting goes.
With some cannons on top, you know.
Yeah.
Can't forget about those. I've got to say, that side swipe for me at the second kill was super impressive. But yeah, I mean, you take a risk, and I don't really mind it. I think these pistol rounds sometimes do a little bit come down to that. You know, flip a coin and hope that you're in the right mood. And the fact that they tried to sort of get all the initiative on their side here on the Astralis team, right? They were like, if we rush middle, we're going to be the ones dictating the fight. And probably 95% of the time, that's true. But this round, they did a classic. They rushed B, and that just made a difference. They're out long. They've lost almost the rest of the map, except for Chopper, who's out here with a Galil. He's got to be a little bit careful. We talked about this so much in the past on Dust 2. When you go out long like this, when your entire force on the T side, you're kind of committed to it. Very rarely do we see teams that fall back from this position with everyone. They check the entire map. They go, you know, it's very hard to do. A little bit different if it's a 3-on-3 and you kind of know where some of them are. But in a full 5-on-5 like this, falling back through the map is pretty tricky. Chopper, though, he's still on his own. And I think that's just very interesting. He's just playing this one with the Galil, trusting in his own abilities. He's got no teammates with him there. Spray continues to go through. Some damage put out there. Chopper with the perfect timing to take down Sip, and that causes a lot of problems. Glaive is going to get shot in the back. He actually did get 2 kills. Maybe with the kill as well on Chopper, and just like that, it's a 2-on-3. I don't know how Spirit have ended up in this position, because they should have been able to just stand tall and wait for Chopper, and somehow Glaive snuck in a double kill. Sunday Young coming through and get a good spray down. Dexter as well will drop Megaskin. Now it's Dupree on his own, 1 versus 2. And a brief moment there where it looked like it could have gone south for Spirit, but they managed to recover the situation.
They do. They keep their cool, and they get that bomb planted. That's what's important here is that they get that round on the board, Anderson, keep that momentum early on here versus Astralis. But Astralis, this is just going to be one of those things where they just need to kind of shake it off a little bit. They're going to be getting into the flow. The pistol round, it just went against them. That was kind of a dumb luck scenario where you went for a gamble, Spirit went for a gamble. It didn't work out your way. And Spirit, and same thing here. Spirit keeping their cool, and Astralis trying to go for a swing, but it just wasn't enough. So now we're going to get another round. Unfortunately, the beatings will continue. Astralis are probably going to take it in the teeth this round as well, because this should be a hard eco now for Astralis, where they don't really spend any money. They try and build up their money for the next round, where they want to hope to buy some AW. Well, they want to hope to buy an AWP for Lucky, get him equipped, but also some rifles for the others. So big spend round will be coming up next, but for now, Astralis, see what kind of shenanigans they've got in store for us on a hard eco. Boost on Cat, and a little bit of a fight in mid, yeah. Some damage getting dealt there.
Sounds very aggressive when you hear that dink coming out with the P250. He's going to start to fall back into the back of the bomb site here. He's got some teammate with him up in the window, but actually no. Maybe he got flashed, or maybe he just gave up on it. Either way, it's going to be a pretty fast, smooth execute into the bomb site. Magix, on the other hand, is burning for a long time in the Molotov. That's a bit scary. No reason to give up any free AKs. Here's a smooth headshot, though, to bring down Sip. It's now a 2-on-5. Should be able to clean it up. They find Glaive, and they're going to find Lucky. He snuck in another kill. That's pretty good. Gives him 6,900 for the memes as well. And he's going to have that AWP, no doubt. So, pretty decent start here, all things considered for Spirit. They only lost 1 person in that round. Now comes the real test.
Yep, and this is where it is. But it's the beginning of the series. Astralis should be feeling good about it. Shouldn't be too crazy. You're still feeling it out here against Spirit, and this is kind of what we expected. Once upon a time, Spirit were a terrific team on this map. They looked untouchable. And so if they can kind of get into that groove, Spirit, they're going to be hitting very hard, but this should still be something that Astralis can do.
A little bit of a spray there. Sip goes down, but they took Magis with them as well, so 4-on-4 now. We'll see. Dupree sneak it around the middle, hoping to maybe spot someone walking through. Not going to be possible right now. They're a little bit more disciplined on the side of Spirit at the moment. Bomb is making its way into Upper Dark, and it's looking like it's going to be a kind of a walkout B. We'll see how much they actually throw into it. If they're not sensing that there's much on the other side, Glaive is here, Dupree has a Molotov. If he doesn't die, it could get interesting. The spray down is so good. The timing on that peak for Astralis is near perfect. Mia comes in with a kill, but he has to get another one. It's not going to be possible. I think he was turning either to run back or maybe expecting a flashbang. But either way, he goes down and Astralis are on the board.
Yep, that's what I was saying, exactly. They know that they're capable of taking this fight versus Spirit, and once upon a time, Spirit were a team to be feared on Dust 2. It's still a strong map for them, but they aren't as untouchable. They can be figured out, and if Astralis can actually just get their feet under them here, start have some nades to work with to counter Spirit early in the rounds, now that they got the rifles as well, I feel like Astralis, they should be able to get into their groove here against Spirit fairly early on. So the pressure is now on Spirit to not let Astralis get any confidence. And Glaive with an AWP. That's interesting. Anchoring the A bomb site right now. Spirit gearing up for a split or at least some pressure up catwalk.
They swap it around. So I don't know if he just had it, maybe spawned long and just ran there in the beginning. I'm not sure why, but they swapped it back to Lucky again. So some shenanigans going on there. Tech9 on Chopper. See if he can, you could do something with it. I mean, it's a good little. If he's going to be the entry man for something, it could be really interesting. Maybe run boost him up to a bomb site. Setting up some of these early smokes towards the ramp. Deep. A little bit of a wall coming in here. Lucky, he's looking right over though. They're sneaking their way through on the other side. Slowly but surely. Flashbang is so well timed. Lucky, he's going to be running all the way back. Sometimes people will stick around for another AWP shot there in that moment, but it seems like they're just playing a full retake on the A-bomb side. Now, the important thing is that they find Chopper in the middle. If they start this retake without checking the middle, which they're currently not doing, that could actually be the undoing in this round. The bomb is already planted. Spirit have got the bomb site for free, basically, just using 3 smokes and a flashbang. And now they come out the middle as well. Dexter with a big double. They get completely blindsided. Sip trying to bring it back. It is a 2-on-3, and he will land one more headshot to bring it into a 1 versus 3. SDY on his own, nade at his feet already, and he's down. Sip wrecking havoc in the round with a quad kill.
Man, was that decisive from Astralis. And yeah, individual performance there from Zipnix, but they were ready for that flank from mid. They did not overlook it. They were prepared. Sure, the guy holding the ankle didn't get anything. He got insta-gived, but that's the early warning system for the rest of his teammates in CT to whip around and take that fight. So the flank coming in from Spirit is not nearly as effective as it could have been had they got caught unawares, Astralis. So really nice work there from Astralis, being aware of what the options were for Team Spirit, what Spirit would try to do to mess with them. And now they've got the flow going their way. 2 rounds in a row picked up for Astralis. Full buy on their side. It's a full eco from Spirit, and here we go. Early flank into upper. There's the crunch. Nowhere to go for Spirit. It's perfectly done by Astralis. Man, Anders, that's some real flashback stuff here. You know, it used to be once upon a time in anti-ecos that Astralis and other teams would just charge the opponents. They would bully them. You smash them when they have pistols. You don't give them any respect. You keep beating them up. And that's a style that we haven't seen for a long time because the Deagles make that so dangerous. It's cool to see Astralis go for a bold move like that to say, you know what, just go and fight them, go and smash them.
If they hadn't been through low or an upper like that, Magus would have been on his own in the B-bomb side, and even with pistols coming in, that's pretty terrifying. Here they come out, long flashes everywhere. There's just a rain of flashbangs going over Magus Cat right here. He's trying to see, Magic's trying to see if he can maybe get down into the pit. He knows that someone's down there, but if he jumps up, the shadow will show. That's worth remembering, and now it doesn't even matter because Sip is back in action. Double kill for him, and they've been slowed down so much behind this. Did they line up in the smoke for him? He just sprayed them both down. It looks from the minimap like they were just at an angle here. Unbelievable.
Because Glaive stays alive.
Yeah.
Because Glaive stays alive. And so Glaive is telling him, like, hey, they need to come and get rid of me. And where do you stand to kill the guy in pit? You stand on the lip. And so Magus and Zip are just spraying that spot, both of them at the same time. And they murk Team Spirit. That is so sick. And now, Glaive, I mean, so long as Glaive stays alive.
Oh, they're trying to boost up over, but
clever.
This is a very, very hard round to recover if you're on the Spirit side of things. 3 versus 5. Secondary objective is just to do a lot of damage. Get 3 kills in this round if you're on the Spirit side. Don't let him get away close to a flawless round here. Some Die Young will get the kill on Glaive at the very least. The bomb is still pretty far back, so 2 versus 4. And we'll see if they can get a little bit of a chance to do some. 30 seconds is not a lot to try and get to the other side of the map. It'll take you about 15 seconds, maybe a little bit more to actually run from long to B. So they're just giving up on it. Going to try and save the guns.
Fair enough. 20 seconds on the clock. And again, remember, that was just a hard eco from them in the last round, so they don't have any money to fall back on here for Spirit. And that's going to be a bit demoralizing as well for Spirit. If you're A take, when you get a spawn for A as well and are able to get many bodies out there early and you just got completely shut down by Astralis, that doesn't build confidence for you going forward. And that's a very important part of the map on Dust 2. When you have spawns for long, you're trying to get out long to open up access to that A site and to put the defense, the CT side, on the back foot. And so if Astralis can just smash your offense like that, that doesn't help. That's going to hurt. There you go, CC.
Walked into it.
It's just a sick angle. They're just putting shots through. If you're trying to get to pit or if you're trying to push long, you're just going to die. There's two guys spraying bullets at you. So,
that is unfortunate.
Nice timeout called here by Spirit, though.
Yeah, I mean, probably a good idea to do that right now. Winning the pistol round and the following 2 rounds is a pretty good start. And it's still early days, so who knows how it's going to turn out. But right now, 4-3. Astralis definitely feeling pretty good about this. Remember, the map was picked by Spirit. Second map will be on Inferno, picked by Astralis. Pretty sure Spirit will also be able to play there, so it's not going to be a disaster, I reckon. But I mean, you wanna get off to a strong start right here. Haven't seen the duel in middle AWP versus AWP so much yet, but since the changes to Dust 2, that's been happening way more. The CT sides are just feeling so much more confident in how they do it. And the trick that you're seeing just here with Dexter jumping down on his teammate's head has become super common right now to try and beat that early CT challenge. So interested to see how that's going to be playing out as well. Dupree and me are about to clash in the middle, and the angle is just so much better. Dupree, you could tell from the way that he was positioning that crosshair, he thought he was going to take a fight against someone up on the catwalk on the T side of middle, but instead they were right up next to him, and that isolates the B bomb side. They know 99% there's only one person at B.
Usually these two guys, it's your two anchors for the B site. So if you manage to pick off one, it's going to tell you something about the other. Magus, though, playing it wisely, trying to close the gap a little bit here, put himself in a position to perhaps catch Spirit off guard if they were to try to push through. And in the meantime, Glaive has rotated over to bolster that defense on B. But they should be aware of this Spirit, that somebody has rotated around. And so, yeah, they're going to go up catwalk, and this could be their opportunity to get onto the A bomb site. Lucky is in position with that AWP, however.
What a play. What a play for Magus. To go out and check, that forces their hand. If they wanted to pretend to go B, they cannot do that any longer. And this is going to be really telegraphed. It's going to be a jump right over the scope. Oh! Oh no! If you're lucky, that is something you've got to remember. If you're scoped up like that, you can't see the run boost. That is incredible.
I think that's the best run boost.
Yeah, that's got to be the
best I've seen it work.
Usually they don't actually do that much, but this was amazing. Magus going to be sneaking in and they line up. He just sprays straight headshot to take down Mia. The follow-up on Magus can... I guess it's a battle for their names right now. Magus versus Magix.
Listen, I'm just saying, Magus can say it with a Danish accent, you know?
Oh, he almost could have had it. That would have been absolutely godlike, especially if he could have had the 2-for-1. But he was in a pretty tough 1 versus 3, so doesn't really work out. He's going to give another round to Astralis. This one with heavy casualties. And they got the bomb plant, but they're going to keep buying on the Spirit side.
Now, that's going to put a bit of a dent in that Astralis economy, but a couple of them, you know, were floating above 10K, so they have money, Astralis. It's not the end of days. The important thing here for Astralis is on the CT side is to just keep putting rounds on the board. And since the change made by the devs where they went ahead and made it, here we're going to get a replay. And yeah, just completely chucked over the crosshairs. Had no idea. That could not have, that's the best run boost I've seen. Just where it is perfect. The other guy is completely unaware that it even happened. That is so sick. So credit there. But this map is now a little bit CT-sided after the change. So we'll see if Spirit, how many rounds they're going to be able to pick up here. If they're going to be able to win out in this half, or if Astralis are going to get a dominant hold going.
Dupree, he's looking over. Finally going to spot someone. Been even better if he could have just walked that distance with a scope, but never mind. Now they know there's a double orb in play because they've heard both of them ring out. So that's something to think about. Mia actually going to try and see if he can find it. He's going to find Lucky, but he's a little bit too quick on the trigger. Great double kill for Lucky. Magic's going to come in with a kill on Glaive in the meantime. So still a 2-for-1 trade. Chopper is expecting for someone to be down long. They flash him out, though, and go straight for the bomb plant. But Astralis have already proven they kind of know what they're doing in these after plants. So I don't think Astralis are going to be super panicked about it. They're just going to assemble the troops and try and go for it.
Zipnix is so long in the tooth as well. I don't know if Lucky calmed it over to him that they had already crossed onto Catwalk, but he didn't even show himself. He just backs off and clears long. Now they know exactly where the rest of Team Spirit are. This is going to be the big retake. Dexter trying to hold on to the bomb site right now. And Zip, a lot of this is riding on him. He needs to open up Catwalk.
They need to be pretty quick about it. They're actually running out of time rapidly. Some Young goes down. Chopper and Dexter left. Great hit shot from Chopper, but he's on his own. 3 of them. He just has to hold for another couple of seconds. They need to get on that bomb. And oh, no! He's out of bullets, but it doesn't matter. He's going to win the round anyway. Excellent spray from Chopper. If he had more bullets, he would have finished the whole thing right then and there. But what a triple it was.
Oh, unreal. And that they managed to just, he gets that 1v1 each time. That is so perfect. Well, that is a round where it's just going to sting a bit if you're Astralis, but I don't think as much. You know, it just breaks their way. Just the way that you were going into that retake there, it just didn't favor you. Spirit, man, that is like an individual performance, a star-level performance that's just going to come through every now and again, and you're going to get a round. That's the whole point of having heavy hitters on the team. They're going to get you rounds like that. And so Astralis, you're just going to have to shake that one off and not read too much into it, because up until that point, it looked very good for Astralis. Like they were doing everything correctly there. Lucky didn't even get caught off guard. Really impressed with Lucky's poise there, knowing that the punish could come through from Mirrored mid. Clips him, gets a second kill as well. So, I mean, that's just a big round from Lucky. And Astralis are just going to have to shake it off and say, right, that sometimes sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. And unfortunately, that's just one of those times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The time that Sip spent falling back and the time, they actually had a lot of time, but they kind of ended up being a little bit late on that one. Not a lot could have gone wrong there before they were going to run out of time for the defuse. So that's a bit interesting. Magic's making the way down, flashed all over the place, but Dupree, he was not flashed at all. Able to get the kill there, and again, they try to go out long, but they kind of get shut down. Not as brutally as last time where they got wiped out by Sip, but at least this time they can recover and try and do something else in the 4-on-5.
It was definitely a bit off. Perhaps a little light on the utility. They certainly are now. Not a whole lot of grenades to work with, so it's going to get interesting for Spirit. And they just have to hope that somebody on Astralis is going to overstep, make a mistake. They don't even have a flash to work with. They have to do this dry.
Mir is right in there. If the smoke fades, it should favor Mir. He should have the slight advantage, but falls back and doesn't wait around for it. Mir will have heard that, so again, they can probably guess the numbers in the B bomb side right now. Not that it necessarily helps them that much. Chopper making the jump down into CT spawn. That is a great play. You love to see that kind of move. Now, could they do something with it? Young, there's surely no way for him to guess that would happen. And Magus picks up a double kill. And Glaive, yeah, you're Young at that moment. You just think, whatever, man. Like, why were you even pushed up that far? But he was. Bomb is in the middle. 1 versus 3 for Chopper. And yeah, save the ult probably is actually the best move. Because remember, the round that they just won, they got wiped out on.
Yeah, they did. Nobody survived, so they don't have any money to speak of. Astralis, though, they've had to spend a lot of that bank, so I don't know how aggressively they want to hunt down this AWP. It would be great to recover it, but is it worth giving up more guns for it when you know that Spirit right now, their economy is broken, especially with no bomb plant on the side of Spirit. So a little bit, I'm wondering if they want to push this. Chopper's got the angle right now. It's a good one, too. Looks all the way to T-spawn, and oh, no way. What is that?
Oh, man, it's worth it. It is worth it because, again, the round loss bonus, it's not enough. They needed way more, or they needed a bomb plant on top of it. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Astralis that they end up losing 3 players in that round. Not as much as it is for Spirit to, first of all, win a round where you lose everyone and then get wiped out in the next round with no bomb plant. That's really tough even on the T-side economy. So they're going to be back to pistols. Could try and make some noise with them here, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. 6-4 is the scoreline. I would say Astralis are off to a very good start right now on Dust 2.
Yes. Agreed. They've really got their confidence going, and they are not letting Spirit be the ones to dictate anything, really. Spirit have just kind of got fluky rounds where they won the pistol round based off of the fact that Astralis charged and just were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then they got 2 anti-eco rounds, and then they got a lucky clutch, basically, to go their way on that A bomb site. Those are not rounds that you can build anything off of, really, for Spirit. And so Spirit are still out there kind of grasping, trying to find something that they can build on, a strategy that they can build on. And so this is why I think now you get this really slow default. They're just kind of just spread out right now like, well, what kind of information can we gather right now on how Astralis are playing this, lads? Because we don't really have much to go off of right now.
And I think one of the core pillars of what they've been trying to do so far, which is this this run into the pit where you're throwing flashbangs into the sky while one guy's getting down there. It hasn't worked out the way that they wanted to. So, you know, I don't mind that they tried a couple of times, but the question is, well, now what? Because that doesn't seem to be an option. If you keep throwing rounds to it, that doesn't feel that great either. I love the jump that Chopper had down to the CT spawn. The sad thing is he didn't catch anyone there. But otherwise, I actually think it's such a cool play. I wish they would go back and revisit that because that can absolutely work. We're going to see another run boost here.
Glaive is pushed Upper Dark as well, so there's a timer on this.
Yeah, going to send him flying. He goes straight down. Otherwise, it would have been the Magic's trick, but no, it didn't work this time. It's a real sad moment here for the commentators. Glaive with a little bit of a spray, no bomb plant. He's everywhere right now, Glaive, and it shows on the scoreboard as well. He's got 9 kills, but Sip and Magisk otherwise are 12 and 11.
I'm surprised. There we go. Glaive getting him pumped up right now. I love it. That's what Glaive needs. Glaive needs to be doing that as the in-game leader right now. Him and Zonic just need to be reminding these guys. I mean, this is an elimination match for the major. You lose, you're going home, and you're the defending champ. You need to make sure that you know that you're the best team on the server. And I think that right now Astralis are playing that way. They're playing with confidence. They're taking duels. They're going on flanks and playing very aggressively on the CT side, which is what you need to see on Dust 2. You need to just be the ones trying to make the plays happen. Oh, Dexter, uncharacteristic miss. He should be hitting that.
And that was a huge risk, I would say, for Sip to make that run across.
Yeah, but no, man, that's cause for concern. Dexter usually hits those. That's an unforced error.
All right. Well, it's still a 5-on-5 here. That AWP on Dexter still in play. Dexter is such a cool player to watch. We haven't seen too much out of him just yet, but I'd be shocked if we go through the whole best of 3 and don't have some very interesting rounds for him. 7-4 though. This is a really, really important round, especially for Spirit. If you look at their money, lose this one, it's going to be trouble. It's probably going to be 9-4 at that point in time. Astralis will cruise a little bit further through. Bomb plant could make a difference. Dexter, not quite guessing it right. Oh, this actually could be a... Nope, it bounces the other way. I think it was meant to go up. That's unfortunate. But look at how many people they have over on this A side. They essentially have nearly a 4-man setup. Now, Sip down in the pit is going to be a while before he gets there. But they have leaned towards this side of the map in the most perfect way you could imagine. They got 3 people on the bomb site. They're running into Spirit on the catwalk, and it's going to be an even trade to start with. But are they going to realize how many people are here? Lucky to get 1 kill, ducks right up into Mir and that AK-47. But now Sip has shown up. 17 seconds on the clock. Dupree still hiding out, and Goosey's going to get 1 kill. And Mir, he's on his own on the bomb site here. Oh, and he gets shut down. Sip just finds the top of his head. And even if Magus doesn't get that kill, they probably still win the round. They're fired up. No bomb plant. Glaive he's excited, and for good reason.
He's pumped. Everything seems to be breaking their way right now, despite Spirit being aware enough to check Goose. I thought for sure they were just going to run up and plant the bomb, thinking that they'd killed both players on that A-side defense. And yet, there you go. He's checking Goose. He's going through it. And yet still, 3 big missed shots coming in from Dexter. Opportunities where he could have given his team a man advantage, and he doesn't get the job done. So that's going to be haunting him for a bit. Lucky with the collateral.
Yep. 2 for 1.
He's good at those.
He's been doing that. It's pretty good. Yeah, the fact that they didn't get the bomb plant on top, actually, even if they had, it might not even have been quite enough. That's how poor they were. Chopper, though, will find Dupree.
What year is it? Got guys hitting headshots across the map with a Tech 9. What's this?
Tech 9's making a slow comeback.
I love it.
I'm really enjoying it. I like that. Oh, sorry, Sip actually back here.
You see how they spread out as well? That's really cool. That's a nice little detail there. None of them are facing one behind the other there, so you're not going to get collateral sprays or anything. They're all spread out maximally, so you know you're going to get one of them, but odds are you're going to get traded. That's really nicely done. Just small details like that from Spirit that can make the difference, and yet, well, I mean, they're still losing rounds.
Look at an interesting switch up as well, having Sip in the B bomb side instead of Magisk. If you do that kind of thing on the defensive side, let's say early in the round, if they get a kill in B bombs and they see that it's Sip on the scoreboard and they think, wait, what is that? But like, that means what's actually happening? Does that mean there's 3 people B? You can cause a lot of guesswork on the C side if you suddenly do that. So kind of interested to see. And speaking of setups now, they actually start with no one in the B bomb side. They just throw Molotov and trust that no one's going to put a smoke in it and run through. So that's a fairly big risk, but if this was some sort of a mid or catwalk rush coming in from Spirit, they would be in so much trouble in this round.
Oh yes, because you know you're going to get them taking over long again, Astralis. They're going to make their way over there. Saw the angle of that nade, yep, and this time Dexter will find the opening kill finally with that AWP. Hits the shot on dupreeh, takes him out of the fight. Man advantage now for Spirit in this key round. But there are still 2 players remaining on a long for Astralis. It's not like this bomb side is open. And Glaive taking the exact spot that dupreeh was holding. He's close enough to hear the footsteps.
It's down to Lucky. How many kills can he get while they're crossing?
It's impossible, dude. That's
just
a nightmare spot.
I'm kind of surprised that he doesn't go for at least another shot there. Dexter with a good headshot to bring down Glaive, and this is looking like a really, really solid round out of Spirit. And Astralis don't have that much money. They kind of have to be a little bit careful as well that they don't throw away these rifles for nothing, because they wouldn't be able to rebuy all of them in the following round anyway. Yeah. And it's the 15th round, so you want to be a little bit careful that you don't go into that last one and just throw it all away.
Well, it's nice to see what Spirit are capable of when they have some grenades to work with, have some flashes to get Lucky off of that angle instead of having to yeet people across on run boosts. You know, they can actually flash them away.
It looks to me like, I don't know if this is by design or if it's just a tendency of Lucky's, but it looks like as soon as they throw one flashbang, he just exits. He's just out. Whereas a lot of other AWPers will stay around for a second attempt. I mean, it comes with a risk, I'm not denying that. But I feel like maybe he's giving up that angle a little bit too quickly. And there could be a chance for a sort of a second kill, right? Because if he gets one there, they might still end up losing the round, but it builds into something. It kind of is a small investment into the round, maybe. So maybe, let's keep an eye on it for future Dust 2 games and see if it's a recurring thing. I've noticed it a couple of times so far.
Well, I'm going to be very curious to see here. This is all important now, but this isn't the first time we've seen Astralis on Dust 2 in this tournament. They played against Entropiq, but they got blasted 16-6. And Astralis were only able to pick up 5 rounds on that CT side, so already doing far better. But their T side was non-existent in the second half, so they're going to have to get some work done. Every round matters here for Astralis.
Ooh, they flashed their way in. That's such a giveaway, but they still win the fight. That's, I would have said throwing that flashbang is, I mean, that's signaling to the other team that someone is pushed up to the top mid, so kind of surprised that it works so well. 4 on 5. But Astralis continuing to find that CT side aggression, which honestly on Dust 2 is, that's kind of the problem with the map in my opinion, is that it's so hard to do. And Astralis have actually made it look like it's just something that comes naturally, but it definitely isn't. Most teams end up being incredibly passive on the CT side and just kind of wait around and have to react to whatever the T side is doing most of the time.
This is the shift of the new map meta that's coming through now that you have access to mid a little bit faster. Or at least you can get in without being seen. Speaking of which, Zipnix, he's trying to play a little bit of a clever angle, does back off, sees that nade coming through, and now needs to get some damage in. Not going to find a kill, but that sets it up for dupreeh. Triple for dupreeh, doing the work.
That is everything they needed right then and there. The Molotov to slow them down in front of that B hallway as well absolutely made the difference too. 28 seconds now for Dexter to try and get something done. It would be a tremendous punch if he could get it, but I'm wondering if they're even going to let him get the bomb down here. To fake it out a single time, waiting for someone to go. They're on the other side. He tries for it one more time, and all 3 of them show up. So a 10-5 first half in favor of Astralis. That is a big start here for the Danish side. And obviously, as true as it's been for Astralis since day one, pretty much, they're on the verge of getting knocked out along with Spirit here.
Right? It's amazing. Still, Astralis backs to the wall. 2-2 in the groups right now. 3 wins, you're through to the next stage. 3 losses, you're going home. And so it's the same thing for Spirit. They're in the exact same boat. And this is as good a start as Astralis could hope to get. Yeah. I'm glad to see, you know, like Glaive trying to get hype, trying to make sure that these guys are pumped up and focused right now because, yeah, you have to get every round right now. Because now, I mean, we didn't really get to see too much of Astralis' T side. And we're going to have to see what are they capable of. If they can get the win here on this pistol round, they'll be off to the races.
Double dualies on the Spirit side.
Okay, then.
I was kind of hoping to... I still want to see what happens if a team just buys all dualies. They're going to be out the middle. It's been spotted already, so yep, the train that was headed towards the B-bomb side, it's been slowed down. Someone pulled the emergency brake on that one. Probably a really good idea.
And you still have Zipnix out on the flank right now trying to get information, so he's not going to spot anybody in mid. He's checking again just to make sure. And so they know that they're lower dark at this point. If Zip has been keeping an eye on things, they could have tried to get back through CT spawn, but Zip at least is telling his teammates they're not in mid right now.
Yeah, now it's just a patience battle. Who wants to give in first? Astralis can either give up on it and move forward, or try to rotate all the way back. Oh, it's going to be a deep flashbang here. Mega setting it up. Oh, they're so blind. The dualies probably not going to... Oh, wait. They come back with the vision, and Dexter with a double kill. It doesn't matter. Astralis, they had a godlike flashbang, but they converted no kills behind it. That is so rare. I think maybe one of them wasn't flashed and just got the early kill. That's what made the difference here. The dualies will reign supreme, and it's going to be Spirit winning the pistol round. That is shocking.
That is so sick. And yes, I think it was a combination. It's also just, you know, when you get flashed, it doesn't mean that your crosshairs suddenly change places. If you're holding a headshot angle, just keep tapping, right? And hope that it lines up. And that's exactly what happened. He's blind, but he's just tapping away with those dualies, holding the same angle, and, well, eventually gets a kill. Still, really, you know, these are the kinds of things that we're seeing now on this on the CT side of Dust 2. Now that the changes have been made, where you can't really spot that easily, that early from T side, teams have elected to go very aggressive on the CT side, as we saw from Astralis. Spirit are doing the same thing, adapting to the meta right now, and so that works wonderfully for Spirit, and they win both pistol rounds on this map.
Incredible work. That's the kind of thing that could easily change the outcome of this map. Just get back into the groove of things pretty early on. They have bought 4 MP9s and a FAMAS. Dust 2? I mean...
Well, we don't know what Astralis have got in store for us on the T side. Like, again, reminder, they only picked up 1 round against Entropiq. So it's not like that we have a whole lot to go off of that was successful for Astralis on this Dust 2. And so Team Spirit right now, they've just got to be focusing on, you know, just 1 round at a time, obviously, with 4 MP9s as well. Not the biggest fan of that outlay, but okay.
Well, Glaive has already got a tag in the middle with the scout on Sundai Young. Another one there on Chopper. He wants to keep pushing. Oh, that is aggressive. That is combat scouting and a headshot on Dexter. What is wrong with Glaive?
I'm pretty sure there's 2 walls between us, but I'm pretty sure I just heard the analyst howl at that headshot.
He just came swinging into this round. Absolutely unbreakable confidence. He nearly finds that headshot as well. Megas is in a lot of trouble up there. He's going to get the kill on his namesake, but still going to be traded right back. Now a 2 versus 3. SDY and Mir both coming up catwalk, and the bomb is going to be planted here. That scout is still alive on Glaive, and he's coming back for more, almost spotting that face. They've got to be terrified right now. There it is. Another one on Sundai Young and Astralis. They steal the round back. Forget about those MP9s.
3 kills with the scout for Glaive. What is this? He is just, once again, Anders, we've really gotten the privilege to cast many Astralis games this major, and it feels like that's a throwback to the first map we got to cast, where it was just Glaive just doing everything, it felt like, and the rest of his team were trying to wake up and follow along. But I mean, he's not alone this time. He's got Megas there to help him out right now. He is not the only one getting the kills, but if he comes up with rounds like that, leading from the front, that's going to make a world of difference for Astralis. And talk about demoralizing now for Spirit. You go from thinking, okay, we're off to a good start in the second half. We got the pistol. We just got to convert this second round and we'll be good, to getting dunked on by Glaive.
Yeah. That's such a crazy round. I mean, the headshots were really good. I'm kind of impressed by how it took the first fight there and just running combat scouting on the catwalk. That's so confident. Normally, this kill right here, normally it'd say Scout versus MP9 on the catwalk, but he knows he's tagged him once there. That's absolutely sick.
Yeah, what a round from Glaive. Star level round from him. That was terrific, and that's just completely turned things around for his team. Now they've got the money, they've got the rifles. They get to just bully Team Spirit. Spirit have gone for a force buy. Oh, he gets caught on the wall. Disaster. That is the worst.
Oh,
nice done though by Mir.
It's because he'd already thrown the Molotov down, and he's assuming it's going to hold them back for a little bit. But they were ready. They put it out with the smoke, and they flashed their way through, and they just catch him in that corner. Really good stuff. 4 on 3 though. Astralis making the trek across there while the smoke is still up. And at least an AK into play. Sip with that one. Chopper walking up behind him. That's an easy spray down. Sip all on his own. 1 versus 3. No bomb plant yet. They are fighting him. Got to be careful you don't fight him too early. Again, this is Sipnix we're talking about. He's got a bit of a history of winning rounds like these. Unlikely as it is. Spotting them down long, and I'm not saying they should leave him alone, because but he has to go back and pick up the bomb. So maybe don't fight him out in the open too much. Oh, he's failing a little bit with that one, and Chopper will go down. But they'll win the round anyway, so good little recovery there for Spirit. And the aggressive push up middle just works so well.
uncharacteristic brawl we've got on our hands right now, Anders. Usually right now the meta, it feels like teams are just kind of training rounds together, 2, 3, 5 rounds, and then it shifts the other way. Here we've actually got a brawl developing in this second half, just trading rounds back and forth. And now I want to see, do Astralis, without a bomb plant, do they decide to go for a force buy behind this and just continue to try and battle it out here with Spirit? Feels like right now, Spirit, you need to shut down Mir. He can be a real threat if he starts to feel the game. Oh, but we are going to get the buy coming through, and it's already a man advantage for Astralis.
Yeah, Glaive is ready though. Trump was on the other side, and he was getting flashed in. That's why he turned. Somda Young in the middle was setting up that flashbang, so it wasn't like Chopper was just bored of the action. He just really was setting up for it, but Glaive beat him to the punch. So that's some timing you can't really account for if you're on Chopper's side. There's nothing to do about that, really. SDY and Magix are left 2 versus 4. And the B bomb side almost empty. Not quite, but we're getting kind of close to that. Started to get a bit closer. They've left the A bomb side as well. I actually love this move here. Get into the middle so you could help out at B if something happens. Yeah, if they come A long, you're probably never going to win the round, but you're going to have to make some sacrifices here. Walks into the headshot. They still have 55 seconds, so we'll see. Somda Young on his own. This really never happens. 1 versus 4 against Astralis like this, there'd be a 1 in a million. 40 seconds. They're going to go check long, so I would even say now the better move is just to try and save the M4 if you can. Got to get rid of Magisk, who's in upper dark. But if you could do that, that would probably be a success right now. Yeah, Lucky's checked out the bomb site. It's like, reporting back. Survey's done.
It's clean.
Yeah, there's no oil, but it's a free bomb site. Has been found. Magisk will take him down, so they can't even save the M4. And this is where it really starts to matter. I know it sounds like such a small detail, but every rifle lost from here on out from Spirit is going to have an impact on this game. Look at the output from Astralis. Glaive, Sip, and Magisk.
Listen, I mean, there is that, but I mean, you can't have Chopper at the top of the scoreboard for you if you're Team Spirit. I love Chop. He's got a lot of experience. He brings a lot to the table for Spirit. He's calling as well, but you really do need to have your heavy hitters like Mir and Dexter leading the way. I mean, Dexter was just smashing people in the server months ago, and yet it feels like now here in the moment when his team needs him, he isn't showing up. And so your heavy hitters right now are kind of lagging behind, and it actually just feels like this is how Astralis were looking at the beginning of this major, where Glaive was trying to get everything done, and he was just turning around, you know, team, where are you? Right now it feels like that for Spirit, where they're kind of getting it going, and maybe Mir is now starting to step up a little bit, but you really do need to be there to support Chopper. You can't just let him be the one trying to get the kills. Then you know you're in trouble if you're Spirit. So Astralis right now, I think it bodes really well, because it looks very even on the side of Astralis. Everybody's kind of hitting shots and pulling their weight.
Yeah, they're putting together an incredibly good game right now. Again, I mean, Astralis and Majors, the history, how far back it goes and the amount of victories they've had, it's not that surprising that they're going to be playing better and better the deeper you go into the tournament, which is real bad news to Spirit and maybe everyone else that's going to be showing up. But on that day 1 performance, if you just took the temperature in the room on that day,
it looked grim.
It was not a good look, was it?
Yeah, it looked a little grim. You know, you're kind of just pulling at the collar, like going like, you know, if this is the Astralis in the major.
Yeah. Different feeling right now. Lucky, it's not that isolated, I was about to say, but they have some people behind it. I actually thought they were starting already to gravitate towards the B-bomb site. But here we go. They cleaned it up. They don't lose a single person, and they are up 13-7. And even in this round, Spirit don't have a lot to work with. This is so devastating. This is where the economy just makes such a massive difference. If they force into this round, then it's not going to be that. And you're kind of hanging maybe even the first map on the idea that you're going to be winning with a Scout, a FAMAS, and an AWP, and an M4.
Yeah,
that's it.
It doesn't bode well going into the next map. I mean, Astralis, they think Inferno will get into the thick of things here. Magix off to a good start. Well, Magix is down. Magix finds the kill. And a man advantage for Spirit. Well, now we have a second to breathe here, and you know, going into it, Inferno is the next map pick by Astralis, and it's a bit of a punish pick because Spirit, they've only got a 22% win rate across 9 maps, and it's just a nothing but red. If you look in the column right now, they've just been losing it in good form on that map. So Spirit really do have to come through on this map, because otherwise they're going up against Astralis on a map that they are not feeling comfortable on.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Lucky sneaking in. Bit of a jiggle peek there, but it stops the second he shows. Now peeking from the bomb site.
Nice bait and switch.
Yeah. Magic's with a good kill. Sim's shown up, but he's in a similar kind of uncomfortable position here of just getting shot at left and right. Down in the pit. Glaive is on his own. Don't give it to him. Don't give him those fights. He's low on health already. He has to go and eventually get to the bomb site if he wants to, so...
You should just throw all the AKs over the walls right now.
Yeah, actually, it's not a bad idea if you can. Might be tricky when they're watching him, but...
Well, I think he's got that smoke on the right side, so he literally could just run up there and just chuck AKs over the walls and just run at them with a block. Unfortunately now, I think there may be a couple of AK saves here that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Oh, the AWP as well.
Yeah, that's a big one. Big pickup. Big round out of Spirit. They're not done yet. It's been a little bit overwhelming in terms of Astralis playing a really good game. But I wouldn't rule Spirit out just yet. Give them a moment to try and mentally recover. More than anything, give them some money on that CT side and let's see what they could do. They've got the double AWP now. They saved an AK. Let's see what happens. That is a good start. Flick coming out from Glaive. Taking down Mir. So one of the AWPs already done on that CT side.
That's how you need to play it now. With that change, you get a quick boost over, change the angle up. Dexter, though, going combat op.
Yeah, the other AWP. That's so crazy. Down the middle and into lower dark, and he wins the fight against Magisk. But out long, though. Magix is on his own. Down in the pit. That could be real dangerous. He spotted one. That's not going to slow anyone down. They're still going to be coming. The Molotov might put some pressure on them. A little bit of friendly smoke to put that out. Now he's got some backup out here, though. He's down in the pit, but at least he has Chopper out on long with him. Excellent kill.
What is this? Glaive is an opera now.
Why not?
Takes Mir and Dexter.
Sometimes it's Glaive, sometimes it's Lucky, sometimes it's Dupree. They can just do it all, apparently.
They got the deep talent pool on the side of Astralis. And now this sets it up for a B hit.
Yeah, Chopper, though, with a really good move. If he can win the fight in middle, oh no, he's going to walk in Glaive. This is such a hard angle to check if you're on the Chopper side. And now it's all down to SDY inside of the bomb site. 35 seconds. They're going to find him. Sip, flashed or not, it doesn't even matter. And a 1 versus 3 now. I mean, this is surgical. They're actually picking them apart in this round tactically as well. Astralis with some incredible calls. Glaive, he tried his best. He made him work for it. But a 1 versus 2 now, and there should be no way back. Get the AWP and run. I don't think it's ever going to be worth it to go for this one.
Oh, yeah, no. Is he actually going to try and do this, though?
He doesn't have a kit either. There's nothing you can do.
There's no way. Just back off.
Yeah, he's just trying to take a safer route out, maybe. It's hard to know which one is the safe route, but...
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a guess going on, but still terrific work there by Glaive. If he'd have hit that jumping shot over the box, I think I'd have lost it completely and flipped the desk in here, but... That is still another big round on the board here. 14 Astralis on the C side. And so far, it just feels like everybody is getting work done. Another monster round from Glaive, but again, it just feels like Astralis as a team right now are functioning very well. And you can't really take it away from them.
I mean, yeah, this is a real team performance, and there's no denying it. Say that, but there is a clear leader right now, and it's Glaive. 23 and 14. Wow. It's a disgusting output from him right here. Smoke to the corner of long, follow up with a bunch of flashbangs. There's not going to be anyone there to really fight them at the beginning, but it still gives them the control. And Dexter, can he get anything done with the hostage being red? Lucky, scoped up and ready to catch him.
They have to be thinking that he's not alone. They have to be thinking that he's not. Yep. They have to be thinking that there's no way that guy has the balls to push top mid with an AWP alone. And then the HE onto him as well. Oh, Astralis are just dunking on Spirit now.
Yeah, that sequence is so ridiculous. If you're on the Spirit side, imagine what that feels like. You're running top mid, you get sniped. Then they flash, they get the next kill. Then they double nade the corner and kill the third player. It's never ending. Like, how can everything be right in this round?
They've got you figured out. They've got you downloaded.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, Lucky catches the play. And there's Glaive. Map point for Astralis. And this looks dominant, Anders. This looks so good for Astralis right now.
Yeah, I'm actually really shocked at how much they've been performing on this first map here.
And you're going into Inferno next. This is a good map for Astralis on Inferno. It's looking like they should have everything going for them here in this series. Spirit are just going to feel crushed.
Right now, they certainly are being crushed in a big way. Lucky down the middle. There's one, there's two. Not taking the shot. He might be expecting for a third guy to peek with an AWP, so maybe that's why he's not doing it. But he at least got the count on how many people are in the B-bomb site, which in itself could be useful at times. Down long as well. Blaze snuck up on Catwalk pretty quickly. There are actual, sometimes even one-man Catwalk rushes. If you go quick enough and they have 3 people long, you could be in the A-bomb site by the time they turn around. It's high risk, but we see it happen every once in a while. It's fun to see. 15-8. I wasn't expecting this. I've been kind of pacing myself for the point in time when Spirit turned this around, but that hasn't really come. Astralis just not going to let them, specifically Glaive is not going to let them back in this game. Chopper goes down. 25th victim of Glaive's. Now it's a 4-on-5. Sneaking out the middle. There is a pretty good setup here on the CT side. Bit of an off angle on one of them. Other one could be playing almost anti-flash if you wanted to. Mia there doesn't even have to be affected by anything that happens. But 40 seconds. And this kind of a freeze after the initial kill is probably pretty excruciating for Spirit. Where are they actually going to be going? If they come into the B-bomb site from upper dark, Spirit just don't even know about it, and they're just going to lose the round probably. Here comes a little bit of a smoke setup. Let's see if this double mid setup from Spirit is going to be working out. Oh, they already spotted out one. They've fallen back off it. The Molotov fails, but it doesn't even matter. Some Young, the only defender on this side, he spins around and realizes, wait a minute, they're in the bomb site. Magus with the kill on him, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Spirit were not ready. This is looking like just an ever-improving Astralis here at the Major. Slowly warming up, but right now we have not yet found the limit. They are looking very good at the moment. Magus with the kill on Dexter. Magus on his own. He goes down to Lucky. It's 16-8, and Astralis, they win Spirit's map pick. And they're fired up now.
Yeah, Glaive is just willing it into existence now, this win. You're up 1-0 in this best of 3. You're going into Inferno next. It's your map pick. You know that it's a terrible map for Spirit right now. It bodes really well, and they're just trying to get it. I mean, there's a lot of naysayers out there right now saying that Astralis don't have the shape, they don't have the form, and with this roster, you know, no faith in them to continue forward in the tournament. But here we go. That's a big win when it had to happen, and once again, they're showing that they can power up over the course of a tournament.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm impressed. I was definitely worried on day 1, and like I said, even Ancient yesterday, up until that ridiculous 3 versus 5, I was doubting Astralis a fair bit. But this kind of a level up is so scary. It's so horrifying to watch, especially if you're going to be one of the teams playing against them.
Listen, it's exciting, Anders.
It's like, very exciting, right? But you see it coming, how they're just building into it, and we're not even at the legend stage just yet. So I've got to say, super impressed.
Ideal world, you know, you've got NiP, you've got Astralis in the top 8. They're playing in front of the fans in that arena in Stockholm. That's, you know, that's what PGL are crossing their fingers for right now. Everybody who's running an arena event wants a couple of home teams in there. And yeah, I know, I just pissed off all the Swedes saying yes, a Danish team, and, you know, home Danish, you know, in Sweden and all that. Yeah, I know, but Scandinavian, right? Scandinavian team.
We're coming for Stockholm. We're taking it back.
You're taking it back for the upteenth time over how many thousands of years you guys have been fighting.
It's a bit of distance. I think it's about 800 kilometers from Copenhagen to Stockholm. So yeah, it's a small trek to get there. Honestly, Spirit, they had some of this can be blamed on economic issues in the second half, where they were just, some of the big rifle rounds they had got completely knocked down. They also had some misfortune, and some of you remember that chopper one when they were on the T side, but they still got all wiped out. Those kind of rounds just depressed the economy so much for Spirit, but that's not the only thing that happened, right? That trio of Magus, Glaive, and Sip, there was no response. No one on Spirit could match that output, even if they tried. And that's hard to deal with, man. That's just too much. And on the CT side, the incredible aggression of Astralis. We talked about it during the game as well, how they pushed up, how they stopped Spirit from being able to actually find any kind of comfort. That's just so wild. So those were some of the factors, I think, that really made this Dust 2 map actually pretty one-sided.
Chopper is just going to write a message to Glaive right now and say, okay, so when you were the only guy fragging for your team, what did you tell your teammates to get them to start waking up? Because
the speech.
I kind of need to, yeah, exactly. I kind of need to give that Friday Night Lights speech right now going into the second map, because if it's me trying to do all the work, it's not going to bode well here for Spirit.
Well, they're going to have, I don't know, 5-10 minutes to get that speech on the way, because Inferno's coming up. It's after the break. Second map now, it's going to be Astralis versus Spirit. Someone is going to get knocked out. Right now it looks like Spirit, but it's a whole new map. Many things could change. It's Astralis that picked it, but I don't know. Spirit, they could come back stronger. They have to.
They have to. That's the thing, Anders. It doesn't matter if they have a losing streak on this map right now, if it is probably one of the weakest maps that they have in the pool, and that this is a punish pick from Astralis.
Yeah.
They have to come up with something. Chopper, whatever you got to say to your teammates to get them firing on all cylinders here. Because, I mean, Dexter, Mir, it's like we know what they're capable of, Anders. They can be absolute savages on the server and just start ripping heads off. But right now, we're not seeing that. We did not see that at all on Dust 2. Half of the rounds that Spirit had were just kind of fluke rounds that you can't really build anything off of. And so going into Inferno, you need to hope that Dexter and Mir, if you're a Spirit fan, that those guys come online. Because otherwise, it's looking very grim right now for Spirit.
And it was 16-8 with Astralis losing both the pistol rounds. So, you know, just to put it in context as well, it's not like Spirit didn't have some opportunity to build something more. But, yeah, Astralis looked like a really terrifying team right now, which is great news if you're an Astralis fan. But if you're on the Spirit side, like, you know, say they probably have a fair few fans out there themselves, you are hoping for basically a double or a triple kind of output in this particular game on Inferno. It's going to have to be something really powerful. Otherwise, they're going to get swiped off the board, and Astralis will move on.
Are the players actually in a room together right now? Because it just occurred to me, maybe that's also why Astralis are trying to make as much noise as possible. Trying to just get in Spirit's heads. Yeah. If they can hear each other, when you take those headsets off, all of a sudden, if you can hear each other, maybe that's why Glaive is just shouting as much as possible. So that, you know, it's just additional pressure getting put on Spirit. Man, I miss that from LANs. You know, now we have the sound canceling headsets and everything, and, you know, that's fine and dandy, but it was pretty cool when teams could actually hear each other, so you could have opponents shouting at each other in matches.
Yeah, I missed that too. A little bit of a jump. Ooh, got spotted. He's willing to take the fight. I like it. Yeah, you have to have some real confidence right now. If you're on the Spirit side, you're going to have to trust in your aim, and just the mechanical ability is there for Spirit. That's why they're such a terrifying team to play against. And normally they even have a little bit of an X factor in. I mean, people like Chopper could be really, really hard to deal with. He is one of those Mac 10 through the smoke kind of players. Yeah. So I wouldn't rule them out yet, but we're going to have to see a new version of Spirit. And again, they've only had about 10 minutes to reset mentally and get back into this. And that mental reset is hard on any random day, but at the major, I guarantee you it's more difficult. Here we go. A bomb site is occupied by 3 people on the Spirit side and 2 over at the B bomb site. Setting up. Oh, this is great, though. This is going to be such... They know everything. That's it. That little peek told them. They're going to be rotating for sure 1, probably more. Astralis, I don't think they heard that flashbang, so they're executing into a bomb site. Then in about 5 seconds, it's going to be 5 people here. They're already running over. This is such a cool play from Spirit. Now they need to land the headshot. Some Die Young goes down. It's Sip instead with the opening kill on Inferno. Nice little return there for Mir. He's going to get one of them. 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone started to show up. A nade to blow up Magisk, and I don't know if they could do this here. 3 versus 4. They're locked inside of the site. This is not a good look for the CT side at all. Mir is trying to escape up in the graveyard. He finds a headshot on Magisk, and it's a 2-on-2. No bomb plant yet. 15 seconds on the clock, and this battle is going to continue here. It's slowed down for the minute. Dexter with a headshot on Lucky Dupree on his own. Low on health, and he's trying to find it. 8 seconds, and Mir will take him down. Spirit, a much-needed pistol.
There we go. And Dexter showing some hype. Mir and Dexter getting a bit of a shout going right now. You need to get pumped up with the energy. You've won 3 pistols against 3 out of 3 pistols against Astralis so far. Astralis cannot find a pistol to save their lives right now.
That was such a long battle. The fact that everyone got pushed in, Mir escaped. That is a next level play, but the whole thing is set up by the flash on Banana. That was the information.
Yeah, the timing.
I know it seems so boring because they flash nobody. There's no fight happening. But from like a deeper Counter-Strike point of view, that's actually so smart.
It's the information play. 50 seconds left, 40 seconds left. You still haven't seen anything. You got to start making plays. You got to start taking risks to find out where Astralis are on the server. And sure enough, you get that flash to top Banana. And as you pointed out, Anders, that's a lot of information that you're gathering right there.
And they went for the full rotation. They didn't even leave anyone to be. They're like, all right, we're all in on A.
That was perfect. It was very well done there by Spirit. So that's a great adjustment from Spirit. It's a strong start once again here on a map that doesn't necessarily favor them. But I like this from Astralis. They don't go for the force buy. They've elected to go for a hard eco in this round, meaning we'll have rifles, and actually we can have a decent nade count for Astralis in the next round. So they don't want to guarantee Spirit 3 rounds here.
Why don't they have 1 flashbang, though? Just 1. To get out of apps? feel like that's
fair enough.
I feel like that's $200 you can afford to spend.
But it's $200 that you won't have in the next round.
Yeah.
It's a question of whether or not they can get the bomb planted. I mean, if you go for a waterfall out of apps, but with 2 players on the bomb site right now on Spirit's side.
I mean, with a flashbang, you maybe could. It's still unlikely, but you could. Now they're going to be lined up. Young, excellent MP9 spray down, quad kill. Bomb is lost.
Okay.
It's all done. Good round.
Fair enough. That's pretty much par for the course, but now look, you get a full buy pretty much for everybody on the side of Astralis. You can get a full nade buy with AKs and Kevlar and the whole kit and caboodle. So Astralis, I like this strategy from Astralis. It's not exactly meta. People are encouraged to force with Deagles and Kevlar when you're staring down the barrel of a double eco, but this is an option, and Astralis now, with no bomb plants, they're going to go for it. Here we go. AKs, presence in second mid to kick things off already. We do have the AWP from Dexter pretty early here. He didn't waste any time at all. Young probably dropped that one for him with all that money he just made in the last round.
So far, the only casualty in the round is Chicken. Got stabbed by Magix. Did they be ramping around towards Arch? This is actually pretty deep. I don't know if they're going to fall back from this. Timing is almost perfect there for Young, but the difference between almost and kind of failing the timing is slim.
They don't know that this op is a thing just yet, but this rotation's come through. 4 players on the A site now for Team Spirit with 1:10 on the clock for Astralis.
And Chopper just checked all the way at the bottom of Banana again, so great informational play coming out here from the CT side. Lucky goes down, Young with a kill on Glaive. Nice shot from Dexter. And this is looking very good right now. Dupree trying his best. He's fighting everywhere. Magus gets a kill. Dupree with one on Young. Oh god, Magus Key was spinning all over the place, and now it's Chopper with the MP9. They're 50 seconds. He's almost walked up behind them, but how do they come out alive in that fight? How do they actually win it? And now the question is, can they find Chopper? That MP9 should never beat this double AK, but you just don't know. They're trying to walk into it. There's the spot, and Dupree will get the kill. A triple for him, and Astralis, a stolen round right there.
Unreal. That's the stuff of champions right there. That is a round that Astralis should never be winning at that point. 4 players set up on the A site with the correct angles for Spirit, and yet somehow... I mean, that's the face right there that says it, where it's just, you're just confused at this point of Spirit. You have to be thinking that you had that round on lock. You had the early AWP. You kept it a secret until the execute comes in. Astralis all of a sudden are walking into an op that they're not expecting. That totally throws them out of whack. And yet Spirit are the ones who are looking down the barrel of going for some pistols here. It's probably going to be a force buy for them. No, they don't quite have the money. It would be a real stretch if they did it. It's probably better to go for the half buy and take one of these rounds in the teeth.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make. I would say definitely save 100% of the time, because it's not worth it. We've seen the difference many times in the tournament already between having a CT side on Inferno with actual grenades, actual guns, and if you force up into this with MP9s and FAMASas to sort of try and sort of roll your way through, probably not going to be working out. So yeah, they go for a save. Going to be putting 4 people in the B-bomb side. That's fine. Young going to be alone over here. Yeah, this, I mean, at some point, if we see the highlight of Magus and how he was fighting near the pit there, I thought it was Dupree actually, but it was Magus. He was spinning all over the place, trying not to get killed from the bomb side or shot in the back by the open pit. It was wild. That is so hard to handle. Now, Astralis, the only task in this round is to not walk into the stack, or if you do, at least make it weak with the grenades first.
Yeah, some clever stuff coming in. They have not committed the bomb at all towards B. So that's not quite yet in the cards, but they do have top banana control. And yeah, this is where alarm bells are ringing. You haven't seen anybody. You haven't seen a nade. There's no info. You just have to think, okay, which bomb site have they stacked?
Yeah,
which one's it going to be?
The boost that's right there where Magus is aiming here, when he walks forward, he's going to have the first point of contact with the people by oranges instead. But all he has to do in the corner when he's boosted, I think Dexter it is, he just has to stay on mirror, it's on top. Yeah, he just has to stand up, and he's going to be looking over the box, so you're actually going to be in a pretty mean crossfire at that point in time. But it looks like Astralis are kind of realizing, yeah, wait a minute, this is probably going to be a B stack. So yeah, again, there's so much experience. From the outside, it's not always 100% clear what piece of evidence is it that made them think A instead of B. But when you've been playing a thousand games, you start to get a pretty good feel for it.
Yeah, that's regrettable. Losing the AK like that, being in a position where you can give up the AK, that's probably the mistake. shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame, right? Especially because they have the UMP on Glaive. But
yeah, or at least just back down into Banana, like just put some distance. But being close enough where they can run you down with USPs, that's no good. So, yeah, whatever. That's nitpicking at this point. What counts for Astralis is that they get a second round on the board on this T side of Inferno.
True, but what I would probably say as well is, let's judge the outcome of that mistake, not so much on this round, but on what that AK does in future rounds. Because if that AK is responsible for a triple spray down at Banana in the upcoming round, well then, it is a serious mistake, and it's going to be a little bit more interesting. We don't know yet. Second round on the board for Astralis, like you said. 5th round overall coming up. And let's just take a deep breath here along with Team Spirit, because they are the ones with their backs to the wall. They've lost their own map pick. They're on Inferno for the second one here, which is the one that Astralis picked. Not going to be easy at all. Winning the pistol, it is not that comforting when you give it back this early on.
Okay, let's see. Early flash setup towards Banana. And now we're going to get to suss out this nade protocol right now. We haven't really seen the deep nades, i.e. the deep nades to T-ramp so much on T-side. They've kind of fallen out of style. But here's a very quick top mid take coming in from Astralis already, putting some pressure towards Arch, forcing this utility out of Spirit. And Spirit didn't have a whole lot of nades to work with. Mid by and a half, and they hardly have any at all.
Oh, the jumping UMP down in the pit. There's the AK-47 from the previous round. Dexter gets a kill mid. He tries to come through. He wants to help out. That's actually a little bit of the panic. Astralis, they can fall back. The bomb is really far away. They're going to fool them. Running back, Dexter tries to beat it, and he will. That is an incredible move, but there's more people waiting for him. The B-bomb side's empty. This is, you can tell the panic on Spirit. They want to come through those archways and library smokes to help out that A-bomb side. They are running for it, and they're making mistakes as they do.
I really like this from Astralis, though. The freeze call. You've got the man advantage now. If they split up, they're going to be one on each side. You should have every advantage there in that scenario. And if they stack up, you need to figure out which bomb side it is that they've elected to stack on. We should have a fight in mid here in a moment. Yep, Dupree on this flank. He can just completely eviscerate them if he decides to wrap mid. There's the spot. Dupree's in a perfect position. Xyp9x just needs to stay alive. There it is. The swing finds both kills, or at least 1-1. Still, the important thing is Astralis collect a 3rd round. They play that so well, just slowing it down and just forcing Spirit to be the ones to have to make the play. And the reason they can do that is because they aggressed so early in the round. They had all this time to work with.
But that is, think about how rare it is to go so deep on Arch that you've smoked off both Arch and Library.
Yeah.
You've got a UMP on it, and then you call, you return, you fall all the way back. I think they realized how many members of Spirit, when Mir comes through, they kind of realize, wait a minute, he's one of the B players. He just came through Arch and died. That probably means that no one else is there. That's a really, really cool little play. And again, it kind of shows the level of just calm on the Astralis camp. They read this game very well. I think this is right now, all the stress is on the Spirit side.
Oh, indeed. Without a doubt. Without a doubt right now, Spirit, they are running the risk of just hitting a nice headshot on Glaive with the Deeg. Okay, Chopper.
And that was after being tagged, so I bet Glaive is going to be he's going to be
Miffed.
a little bit annoyed at that.
Miffed.
Because in his mind he must think, come on, man, we know how low he is. This time running the guns away, Megas is coming back to try and check, and he'll find the 1 kill. Still will realize that wasn't Chopper, so
yeah,
he knows that he's in there somewhere. But in the meantime, 4 on 3. Are they going to go B? It kind of feels like they will, eventually.
They still have the superior firepower. They haven't been able to recover any of the guns. Dupree's picked up that AWP now, probably chucked that AK over the wall in Banana. And now, well, Chopper's holding on the site itself. A chance. Yep, there's the flank from SDY with that 5-7. He can still be super dangerous. He can do a lot of damage with that gun.
Yeah, yeah, with the gap as well. Could have been a little bit scary. I think the flashes also made a big difference, and they found Chopper inside of the bomb site without getting headshot even further. So they're going to get the bomb down, and now it's just a question of whether or not... they would probably love to find the rifle out on Banana. I mean, they've got Dexter flanking a long, long way around, so maybe if he could find that... I don't know if it's still there somewhere. It's being held by Dupree right now, so it might just be impossible. But, I mean, you get very calm, very relaxed play coming out from Astralis, even as they lose one of the players early on in the round. They don't really seem to care that much. Dexter. Oh. Timing is really there for him. He's been found out. Not a lot that he could do. Low on health, Dupree and Lucky. Got to get a little bit away from the bomb so that you don't blow up with it. Otherwise, Astralis will be celebrating a 4th round here. 5-7. Not even going to try and challenge it. That's interesting.
Yeah, very nicely done. Very nice control there by Astralis, not overextending. And that is going to be Team Spirit now. I mean, Dexter's hitting shots. He's got 7 kills right now. So, I mean, the firepower is there for Team Spirit. Now it's just about managing to get it all to gel, as Dexter's just barely able to afford an AWP. Full nades for Team Spirit, full rifles, and a kit. So now we can see what Spirit are capable of on this CT side. They should have most of what they want for a successful hold, although Dexter is going to go... He's going straight aggro. Right on the edge. Glaive pulls a fast one on him. He was too quick.
Yeah, that's a devastating loss. And if we take a quick recall back onto Dust 2 and remembering what the CT economy was like for Spirit, if they lose this round, they're going to be back to something similar again, and Astralis can just start to run up the rounds and get way ahead. Killer flashbang there as well on Chopper. They didn't actually do anything behind it. Might have just tried to see if they were going to get some sort of a pop flash out. That, you know, sometimes if you throw that flash on the T side, the C keys will respond with a pop flash setup of their own. Didn't find it, but they're going to... Oh, man, that's a deep nade and a kill on Magus. Now, those are 2 kills that are really widely separated. Pretty impressive stuff, and it's back into a 3-on-3. I mean, we've talked a lot about him, and he is very good. He's going to find a 3rd kill in the round, taking down Lucky. Again, so much of this match is maybe riding on this one round in terms of the economy for Spirit, in terms of starting to build any momentum at all, which they haven't really had in this series so far. Why not let it start now with a nice triple?
Dupree's the point man here. Huh. Decides to smoke off Arch. What is this?
Just faking it, isn't he?
Okay, he has the info. He has the info. That flash coming out, that should tell him everything that they need to know. And now Xyp9x is going to be able to push B and get out here with that CT smoke. With both players paired up, it's all on Mir now. He needs to be the hero for Spirit.
Yeah, it's an isolated... Oh, and the Molotov in the corner. That is heartbreaking. He goes down. Dupree with a headshot. He had a smoke, but that wouldn't have helped him that much. The smoke would have maybe kept him alive, but they would have known where he was anyway. Shots through the smoke, not doing anything here. I mean, Dupree's a little bit low, but that is not what's going to make the difference. Magix has a Molotov of his own, and that could, on the other hand, make a huge difference. If they can get in the position, they can bomb out exactly where Sip is in the back here, and that might be enough to kill him. Yep, there's the nade, but they're getting shot in the back by Dupree. Oh no, and they missed the timing. Instead of killing Sip, they have to worry about the fact that there's bullets behind them, and Sip with the headshot. It's going to be another round for Astralis. It's so well done. That smoke over at Arch, it's not 100%, but it stacks the odds that there's only going to be one person in B. And that's all they wanted. Isolate that 1 versus 2 and win the 2-on-2 afterwards.
Yeah. And then to get the Molotov, to get the flank, they just play it so well. And I mean, having Dupree and Xyp9x alive as the last 2 players for you on Astralis is just, that's just the heyday right there. You're going to be just loving life. Yeah. 2 of your heaviest players, and also the guys who just bear up under the pressure. They don't feel it. They are the ones who come up with the big plays. And Lucky going to spot Dexter going for a peek in mid. Ah, nice. A little bit of pressure here in Apartments. Does manage to get the drop on him. It's funny that Spirit really do go for this 5-7 investment. Quite a bit. And 5-7's up closer. Lethal. One-shot headshot. You saw it there.
Yeah, it's a cool pistol. Maybe... I don't know if it's underrated, but it's certainly taking a backseat most of the time to the P2, it feels like. Max 7 in play as well on Mir. He's inside of the smoke. Close enough range to ruin somebody's day.
No flash, though, to set it up. That's unfortunate. But if you've got multiple who can push through...
Maybe. Magix goes down. There's a little bit of a push wide swing. Chopper will get 1 kill. Sumda Young, he needed to stay alive inside of the bomb site to open up for the other 2 coming through Arch to do anything inside of the bomb site. As soon as he's down, you see what happens. Smokes go up. They get the bomb down. They just refocus their efforts. Boosting over the smoke is probably fairly predictable. They're not going to find anyone. It would have been shocked if Astralis just walked right into it, because this is maybe one of the only choices they actually have in this round, Spirit, to try and do something, and that drop down will definitely tell Astralis what's happening.
They just heard that. Good info to pick up. And just trying to collect as much as you can off of the corpses here. You get that the Molly save for Mir. A little bit of bonus money, especially because it costs more to buy incendiaries on the CT side than on the T side. So if you can find one for free, you're going to be happy about that. But man, you really want to try. You can tell that they just the immediate intent is to try and back off and save that AK, but at the same time, you're fighting that urge because you do need to eventually make some plays, and because you were there when the bomb just gets planted, it's like, okay, go for the boost. See if you can find a headshot. Just do something, because you're just bleeding rounds away now to Astralis. 6-2 on the T side, Astralis.
Well, it's also, if you never put yourself in a position to catch Astralis making a mistake, then it doesn't really matter if they make one. But what if Astralis had been stumbling on top of each other inside of the bomb site? You get a double spray down, you turn it into a 1-on-2. So they have to keep thinking, all right, let's just try and see. The problem with Astralis is, historically and right now too, they don't actually make that many mistakes. They're not going to give you many rounds like that just for free. And that's something that Spirit will have to eventually come up either with a solution and stop hoping for mistakes and just start taking some of these rounds back in a more forceful manner. The round from Mir with the triple, that's one of those rounds, but they need many, many more of them. Pop flash, but no one peeking behind.
Oh, I like it.
They're going to go back and boost. If they boost at the wrong time, that's the disaster. I think they're going to have time for it, but that is so scary. All right.
Well, you're in the standoff because you still have 2 players exactly putting some pressure over here towards A, making some noise up in apartments and making sure that Spirit have to play honestly. Can't just cheat and rotate over and get 3 on B or even 4 on B early. If they're here and nades go off towards A, they have to stay put. And so that's what Astralis want to do there. Keep them focused on it. And now that they've made quite a bit of noise over towards B, you are getting that rotation. Dagster thinking that this is the place on the map that he needs to be right now.
Yeah. They just flashed their way into A apps.
Magic's not spot that.
Just taking that peek, but inside of the A bomb side, they're so far back on A with only 2 people. 30 seconds. Astralis are now playing very slowly. If they wrap quad right now, that actually would be so devastating to Spirit. They would be so red. They would be thinking, no way. Why are they hitting the one position that's probably very weak? 15 seconds. Here come the flashes. Sandai Young going to shoot one of them down. Magic's with the follow-up kill. It's a pretty good start here. 10 seconds on the clock. Astralis need to move. And they're turning the corner. Sip with the kill. Lucky with the other one. Oh my god! They threaded the needle. A headshot for Magisk as well. Oh... This is such a thin margin. Nothing could have gone wrong at the end. And Astralis, it looks like they're getting wiped off the board, and then they hit every single kill they needed in a space of 2 or 3 seconds and win the round.
Not only that, Anders, Lucky hits these shots. Okay, the first one, the guy was turned away from him, but the second one, what happened there? He has to get that kill or the round is lost, and he has 1 shot with the AWP to do it. He didn't miss. How does this guy keep coming up with these massive rounds for Astralis?
Yeah, huge plays. I mean,
so sick. I hope that we caught that and that we'll be able to see the second kill, because I mean that's the round-winning kill right there. If he misses, they're done. They can't plant the bomb.
If you took a series of screenshots at like 13 seconds, 10 seconds, 8 seconds, all the way through there, you'd be thinking Spirit wins, Spirit wins, Spirit wins, and then you scroll it to like 6 or 7 seconds and they lost. It's that quick. It just goes away for them in a second there. 7-2 in favor of Astralis. This is so devastating. Good kill. He jumps up on that level. Oh my god.
The off angle.
That is wild.
Dude.
What a play. Well, Dexter. Molotov there. Not going to do too much to Astralis. A little bit of a fight on the other side. Everybody's blind, but he's got his eyes back just a bit quicker. That is a wildly aggressive play. Excellent Molotov there, but he's going to be flashed around. Nearly got the 180. They know that Mira's here, and they know furthermore that he is the only one on the bomb site, so they're slowing it down.
And that's it. You did your job.
Yeah, they're in a 4-on-3. This is where a lesser team could have easily made a mistake, a massive mistake, because like I was saying, they know that he's alone, so they know one kill, we're good to go. But if you chase him down for the smoke, maybe he just sprays everyone down.
You don't get ahead of yourselves. With a minute left on the clock, you have time to work, and this is what has to happen. They have to try and make some plays, exactly. Without taking risks, Spirit are just going to lose the round, and so Dexter tries to make that play in mid, gets caught. They do spot the second mound. He's not going to win that duel, and that's forced the rotation out of Mir. The B bomb side is open for business. Now it's a question of whether or not Astralis can figure this out.
I mean, they could even sacrifice some. The bomb is far enough away. Mir's at the right bomb side right now, but Sip trying to check everything, and he's going to find the headshot. It's another round. Double for Dupree here, but yeah, this is so overwhelming. there are so many little details. You see how they fell back earlier in the game when they were at Arch and they had the UMP on Glaive.
Yeah.
This is a similar round. They know Mir is alone over at the B bomb side, and they realize, nah, let's not do it.
Look at Mir.
Yeah, the frustration.
These guys are just, the body language says it all right now. The pressure is enormous, but they are feeling every ounce of it. And to think, I mean, well, obviously the expectations are high at all times for all of these teams. You know, they're competing at the major, but I mean, you're same team as you. Team Spirit just won TI, and you may be going out here in the first phase of the major. You know, a little bit of additional pressure, right? You obviously want to live up on the ZS side of things as the Dota side is, you know, just popping off.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, they are definitely playing below their level, I would say, Spirit at the moment, and Astralis are playing at least above their level at day one, way above. So it's hard to deal with right now.
You're right. But okay, so hypothetically, right, we would kind of expect this from a team of with Astralis's experience, considering they hadn't played with this roster yet, but Glaive is now back on it. If anybody's going to figure it out, you're not going to hide there.
No.
But if you're going to power up, you know, the more time that you get to work on it, because they've had time to scrim as well, they've had time to review demo, and they've been getting officials. So it's just like nitrous in the engine, right? They're just powering up as fast as possible.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, I wasn't even really sure. I mean, I guess when you see it happen, it looks like it's kind of obvious. Like, yeah, of course it's Astralis. Like, of course they're going to be. It wasn't obvious to me. I don't know if anyone else had a different view, but I'm just impressed that it's actually happening, because it's a hard puzzle to solve, right? There's been a lot of weird stuff going on with this particular roster, so who knows how that affects a team. But apparently they still got it.
Well, I mean, Bubsky was the heavy hitter in the IM fall. You know, he was the one who was doing a lot of the work, getting a lot of the kills. He's the top performer for him, and then they bench him to bring Glaive in, who's had time off. He's been there for the team. Sure, he was helping strategically, but he wasn't playing. This is the first time that he's playing with this full lineup with Lucky, right? And yet here we are. Ooh, these 5-7s, man.
Yeah, making a real case for them. But on the other side of the map, they found an empty bomb site. They're going to call in the bomb. You see how long? There's 15 seconds on the clock. They are waiting such a long time, Astralis, before they pull the trigger finally on where they want to go. It's like they leave it open all the way up until the end. They keep thinking, yeah, but just wait a little bit more. What if something goes wrong? Another 5-7 kill, though. Ooh. And a couple of AKs being saved.
That's very nice.
It's nice, but it's not nearly enough, right? It's about to be 9-2 in favor of Astralis. So saving a couple of rifles and getting a couple of pistol kills is not going to cut it any longer. Spirit need to show up in a massive way here.
Yes, they do. This is where the turnaround has to happen. And you've been given 2 AKs. I mean, one-shot headshot on the CT side can make a tremendous difference, especially in choked spaces like Banana, where it's constricted. They kind of funneled into a bottleneck. With an AK, if you're just holding spray, you may be able to find kills that you otherwise wouldn't with M4s. So maybe we can see Spirit come up with something big here in the round to come. It's been a bit touch and go in Banana with how MOUZ has been able to get all the way pushed up to top Banana and get results there. Maybe Spirit will finally have the answer to put a stop to that. They're going to have to call an Armageddon and just drop the nades on Banana. Just carpet bomb that entire part of the map at this point to stop Astralis from pushing up there so aggressively.
It's really hard to figure out how to beat this kind of play that's coming out from Astralis.
Ooh.
Push down middle could be one of the solutions. Lucky. Did they hear? Looks like they may have heard it. There's the turnaround. Good kill coming in. Magic's taking down MOUZ and Dupree. That's pretty awkward.
Did he get caught? Was he just not sure where he was? What happened there?
I think he didn't want to stand up all the way. I think he could have kept going, but he was probably afraid of getting shot at the back as well. So now they've lost almost the entire map here on the T side. That's really awkward. Where do you go from here?
Huh. You got second mid, you've got a little bit of presence in apartments, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a push on there. SDY, yeah, you can see. He's posted up, ready. If Astralis were going to try and flood apartments quickly, there would have been some resistance from Spirit. Very cool from Spirit to finally... This is the bold play that you need to go for, Anders. The aggression. Just take the fight to Astralis. Stop letting them just beat up on you. You have to fight them eventually.
But Astralis, again, they slow it down. They just take a deep breath. They don't use all the nades or anything even. They have still plenty of nades in case they wanted to go for an execute. So you've wasted a lot of their time for sure, and that in itself is a big win. But it's not done yet. Flash around the corner. Dexter going to be forced all the way back. Glaive goes to check upper banana and top banana. And now they go back to put some pressure on middle.
Fresh smoke in mid at 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And Sumda Young, yeah, using the Molotov as well. So, I mean, they've got almost no time left. Deep nade up there. That's going to slow them down even further. And even tag them up. 14 seconds. There's no way Astralis should get close to winning this round. Here comes the one single God Flash that they needed, but Magic's on the other side. Huge double kill to shut them down, and there's no way into this round here for Astralis. They finally get told no. And Spirit will find that third round. It is really late in the hour to start to pick up rounds here if you're Spirit. You're on your way well out of the major. This is going to have to be a ridiculous comeback if they can make this work.
Yeah. Oh, well, their opponents were able to pull off a pretty ridiculous comeback in a series that we thought was done and dusted yesterday, and yet Astralis were able to fight their way back tooth and nail and take it in overtime to stay alive in this major. And so I'm not writing any of these teams out just yet. Spirit, we know that they've got the firepower on this team. If they can just find their spirits and actually, you know, get their heads in this game, just check out, forget that Dust 2 even happened. Forget that the first half, you know, just don't even look at the score. You just need to focus on playing your game right now. It's just one round at a time. That's all that matters. And just begin that march, that one round at a time until it's 16 and you got it good. So that's all Spirit need to be telling themselves at this point. Obviously, it's easier said than done.
It is, yeah. It could be very tricky to try and get that mental change. But I love
that's what you notice with these players. You know, when you interview them after those, they're like, "I wasn't even looking at the scoreboard. I didn't even look. I didn't even know what the score was anymore." Right? And those crazy comebacks, they're so dialed in and focused. They don't even know what the score is anymore. They're just playing.
And that push down the middle, trying to take the game back from Astralis, is definitely really cool to see. A lot more of that. The problem is that's a trick you can do one round. You can't do it every round, so you have to get more than just a round out of it. You have to get the round and some momentum and some confidence. Like it has to be more than just the single round win, because otherwise Astralis will just return to what they've been doing so far, and that's been working pretty much all the way through. They're getting a little bit of a breather right here, but what a tough matchup for Spirit right now. I definitely, in my mind, had thought this was going to be much more even. But Astralis showed up today with a very different plan in mind.
Indeed. This is the quality of the players that are on Astralis. This is why they made the roster change that they did. You know, benching Bubsky, bringing Glaive in. It's like, okay, we're just gonna front load this with as many major vets as we can.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
this is why we're seeing. This is why it's because they can bear up under the pressure. There are no weak spots where you're wondering what they're gonna do. It's like, no, these guys are here. And joy upon joy, Lucky is turning out to be a real asset for Astralis. Yeah. He can play under pressure, and he's hitting crazy shots that are keeping his team in rounds. It's really sick to see.
Is this going to be the classic Arch setup? Yeah, so they're going to smoke Library and Arch from these positions. And this might be, because they've been playing very slow. It could be fun to see what happens if Astralis change the pace. Now, they're executing, if they do this, into a four-man setup with a huge crossfire in middle. This should be pretty much unbreakable, with Mir even getting the early jump on them there. That's a nice kill. Magus with one. Everyone is blind. Sip will follow it up with a kill. It's back in a 2-on-2. The Orbis in the bomb side alone. The Molotov on top of him. He's going to have to move out of there. Oh, this is uncomfortable right now if you're Dexter. You need backup. Chopper is kind of getting there. The bomb is sneaking back, though. Sip, he can just walk out. The bomb is making its way back again. They're doing it, Astralis. They keep making these calls. Oh, but he gets caught! Dexter goes to look. He's on to them. He knows that once they disappear, they actually win the rounds. But instead, oh my god, they're miles away. They have a kit on Dexter, but they hear that bomb, and now they are in a lot of trouble. It's going to take them good 17 seconds to get from here over to the B-bomb. So at that point in time, they're not going to have that much time to play around with. Glaive has no more nades, though, and that's a big deal. They have a Molotov. Don't think it's going to make a big difference this time, though. 20 seconds on the clock, and again, they're running it low already. They're even with the kit. They're going to have to speed up a little bit. They're running back. They're making so much noise, and Glaive, he's happy to just hang out here. 10 seconds now on the clock. They have to go for that defuse right now. There's the spray. He misses the first time around. There it is, and that's the round one. Glaive, 1 versus 2 at the end. They just did not have the time to look for him. The Molotov, yeah, that helped them clear out one of the 10 different corners on that B-bomb site that they could be in. It's not enough.
It's not enough. They're not Astralis. They can't throw that Molotov in the one corner that everybody is hiding in. Glaive, what a play from him. One of the massive clutches. 1v2. No nades, as you pointed out. No way to try and force them into angles that are favorable for him. He needs to play the bomb, and he does it to perfection. That is so well done by Glaive. Double digits now for Astralis on this T side. 10 on the round, and now Glaive just going to dodge. This is just so much pressure on Spirit. Astralis are going for the jugular now.
Yeah, they really are. Headshot as well to take down Mir. He was trying to follow it up, but they get completely wiped out here at the B-bomb site. And Dexter, what is he going to do with the AWP? If they realize that no one else is in here, it's going to be a free bomb plant, and I don't know what Spirit could even do. This is... What's really devastating is that the play that Dexter does in that previous round to check and find Sip is so godlike. It's so cool. That shows that he has a really good understanding of the kind of Counter-Strike that Astralis have been playing. So they actually called him on that, and they win that call, and they still cannot win the 1 versus 2. That's what's so heartbreaking, is that he actually makes a really huge play. They're going to go check everything, and they've rotated all 3 of them over to the B-bomb site. There's no one here. Astralis are just... They're an incredibly elusive team right now. Very, very hard to catch.
They just seem to be in full control. They, to me, right now, just feel like they've got them. They've just got full control of Spirit, and they're not doing anything crazy to let Spirit have a chance to fight back in the half. They are just fully getting the boa constrictor going on them right now. This, however, is going to be problematic if they walk into the stack.
Only maybe, because there's 3 Molotovs. They could Molotov 2 out of 3 positions right now. Actually, they're going to be Molotoving Dexter as well. So yeah, there's 3 people here, but they're all going to be catching... Oh no, the Molotov goes up in the air. It doesn't land on Dexter, and he's got free reign. That is a big misstep. HE on Sip as well. And yeah, they've done it here. 10 seconds on the clock and a 2-on-3. That Molotov needed to go down right on top of Dexter, and it didn't. Now, there was a follow-up one, but that's probably too late. And now Dupree, yeah, he can't find him any longer. He's going to get that kill. Try and go for the spray, but it is too late. Spirit will win the round, and... I guarantee you that 1 Molotov made a difference.
Indeed. That was very nicely done. Tough break there for Astralis, just gambling, and they go on the wrong bomb site. The one bomb site that they need to avoid. If they walk into a bomb site, it's a done round, they win.
You still wonder with the Molotov if that could have easily made the difference. Dexter probably gets maybe
he
one
gets
of them.
One, but that's it. Yeah, he doesn't get the second kill. He can't repeak for the second kill. But that's the whole point. That's the gamble of what Spirit go for. When they're down the men like that, they're like, right, stack a bomb site. If they come to us, great. If they don't, whatever. We still got our gear for the next round. This is one of those rare cases where we got to see they actually walked into the stack. And it works out in Spirit's favor. So a 4th round on the board for Spirit. Well done on their side. And now Astralis, once again, really trying to just bully. They're just trying to bully the B defense right now.
But I mean, even that's what's so crazy. That's what it took for Spirit to win that round, is to put 3, and they only barely won it.
Yeah.
I mean, in spite of the failed Molotov and everything else, Flash to set it up, and Magus is going to be absolutely dead. Good follow-up. Mia doing the work here. Chopper, there was no 3rd flashbang there. That's what would have been really interesting, or a second one, I guess. But flashes for the first 2. Sometimes you can just kind of keep throwing the flashbangs out if you've got a little bit of a nest tag up there by the coffins, but not this time. 4-3, and a man advantage for Spirit here in the 15th round. And Astralis find a way to snake their way out of this one.
Well, they forced a bit of utility out on the B side, and they've also kept Dexter over here towards B as well. That's the whole goal of throwing the utility, committing that much information over there, is to just try and keep that defense stacked. Now there's only 2 players on A for Team Spirit, and that bodes well for Astralis. They've got a man advantage going into this push. Still plenty of utility to work with as well. Preemptive smoke to block the molly from Magix.
Yeah, I like that. But they're going to be wrapping around, so even if it's a 4-on-3, it's more like a 2-on-3 at this bomb site until anyone else shows up, and that's going to be another 10 seconds before that happens. Some die young, flashed, and dead down in the pit. They know where he is, but oh, they kind of maybe estimate or assume that he was going to be staying in that corner for a little while longer. Lucky, again, quick with the headshot there on that AWP, and it's right back into a 2-on-2. The Molotov will slow them down. There is another Molotov on Lucky. If they throw that in the same position, Spirit are going to start to panic just a bit, I have to assume. Lucky, though, he's still scoped up on that corner. He's not quite sure. Catching him and jumping his Sip, and Orb is on the other side. Dexter, he's thinking about walking through that. Smoke's going to be fading. He misses the chance, though, Lucky. Dexter still fighting 2 angles at once. You can see the panic. Oh, good headshot. He tries, and he wins against Sip. That is a massive victory. Comes back in for the defuse. It is a 5th round for Spirit. They are trying to keep this major alive for themselves, and that clutch there is a big one.
Yeah, there we go. And it turns out that Lucky, he is not going to hit all of the shots. He does end up missing that one shot right there, and that ends up costing Astralis the 5th round. It should have been one in the bag, but Dexter, you know, you're going to take those. You're not complaining at that point. Nicely done in a 1v2 crossfire. It's just a nightmare retaking on A, and he manages to get it done for his team. So 5 rounds on the board for Spirit. Now we get to see, can Spirit go 4 for 4 on pistol rounds against Astralis, or Astralis finally going to break the streak? That would be a disaster for Spirit if Astralis were to pick up the pistol round. So a lot of pressure right now on the CIS team. They need to get it done here. And what do we have in store for us now? Full nades on Chopper and Kevlar on the rest of the team. So not even a raid boss. Expect to see a bit of run and gun here from Spirit, where they may just try and swarm a site.
Yeah, I think that's fine on this map. The P250 can still be pretty good, but you're probably going to be coming within Glock range pretty soon. So here we go. Glaive out on Banana, looking for the headshot there, all over the place, but he's just unaffected by it. Still hitting the headshot there and taking down Dexter, and now they're being flanked very rapidly. Sip is going to go down. Lucky with a headshot. He's behind there trying to stay alive, so that flank, even though it was a really, really quick flank from Banana, Spirit were just a little bit quicker. Megastar with the kill on Chopper. They're trying to get away. The bomb is planted 2-on-2, running onto the site. Just fearless here, but he's still going to go down.
Leaves it on Dupree, but Dupree has the info. He knows where they're playing from. 1 in construction, 1 oranges, gets that jiggle peek, needs to hit the headshot, but he's not going to manage it. Magix, brilliant work from him. Finally coming up with the goods. Dexter also getting pumped up here for Spirit, and we have a round go their way. Team Spirit starting to look like they could. I mean, 4 out of 4 pistol rounds against Astralis. The Danes can't win a pistol to save their lives right now. Dupree's face says it all.
They can't, but it just doesn't seem to matter. I mean, they're still winning the game, so
yeah.
So in some sense, you know,
you can just imagine if they could win a pistol as well.
Yeah, that's where it would really kick off in a big way.
Just got to do it the hard way, Anders.
Yes, so a lot of HEs here on the CT side. Doesn't really do much damage that one, but gonna try for there's a teammate jumping in front.
Yeah, that sucks. Dupree with the body block. Don't need to start adding unforced errors either to the mix here, Astralis. Although Mir taking point on this. No way. No way.
He just ran and shot him in the face through the smoke. That's actually so ridiculous. I mean, they're going to have the bomb site anyway, and probably the bomb plant as well pretty soon. Lucky, you get 1 of those per game.
Right? That's just so irritating.
He's lining it up. Oh, did he slow down the bomb maybe a bit? Dexter's thinking about it. Lucky, trying, but look at the bomb plant. And that's really all they needed here. That's what's going to make the difference. Now Astralis trying to see if they can back on out and save the pistols. It's not a lot, but it's worth it.
Yeah, they went for the force buy. They played the meta. And so now this is the correct play to make. Back off, save the Deeg, save the Kevlar, and save whatever nades you haven't used. So correct play coming in here from Astralis. And I like that Team Spirit are also just kind of, I mean, going for the straight-up fights. We saw back-to-back B hits where they just group up, get the death ball going, and go. And I really kind of want to see that kind of brawly style out of Spirit right now. Don't show any respect to Astralis. Don't let them continue dominate you. You've got the firepower on the side of Spirit. They know that they can take these duels and win them. I mean, Dexter is still doing some work right now. Mir as well. They aren't trailing too far behind. They can still get in this game in a meaningful way.
Yeah, it would be... I'd be very impressed if Spirit could mentally come back into this game. This is the shot. He's just running and shooting. Wow.
There you go. Sometimes that's just the way it be.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and so we will have still the eco holding on to the extra gear here, Astralis. And we've seen this work so far. This is why when a round is lost, don't force it when you've got the pistols and Kevlar, because we've seen teams win the following round when it's still an eco. And there you go. 1 kill for Glaive.
Yeah, Deagle doing some damage.
There you go.
Headshot. Magus versus Magix. Right down. Got to be careful here. 3 versus 4. This is hard to watch.
Magus is just going like I was first.
Yeah.
There can only be one.
Well, I like the Highlander. They are double setup over a pit. I wonder if it wouldn't make sense for them to push forward and actually kind of go, oh, all right, it's a Zeus. Fair enough. I was going to say, because if they push forward into the hallways and find no one, they shrink the map so hard.
Yeah.
If they win this round with a Zeus kill on top, that's just what they've given up on the B bomb side. They're saying, you know what? Let's take a roll of those dice and just hope that they hit the A bomb side. which it doesn't look like Spirit will. So they're going to be sighing a huge sigh of relief if they find this MTB bomb site and just say, all right, that's it. We actually made it out anyway.
Now you've got the information push coming in from Astralis. You get past that 40-second mark without seeing anything. You got to start wondering.
Yeah, but it's too late.
Yeah, they are going to be able to push onto the B bomb site. Spirit, can they get here in time to put pressure on this bomb plant, though? Dexter, this is the key one. Is he going to be able to get the trade? It does manage to confirm both kills and finds the third one. Brilliant work from Dexter. Well done. Oh!
Gotta be careful there. It was about 17 seconds left. So
okay, so they could have saved it.
They could have saved it. It would have been fun. But I mean, still, you want to be careful with that. Again, I don't mind. I don't think the gamble for Astralis is so bad. It would have looked incredibly impressive if they would have called that and just had 4 people at the bomb site. But not this time. There is a limit even to what Astralis could do here. It's another one for Spirit. It's 10-8. They are starting to wake up slowly, but there's some good steps in the right direction. They need to keep this up. They can't slip up now. This is the first real rifle round for Astralis in the second half. So Spirit, just win this one, and then we're talking. Then it's real.
Poor chicken.
Violent.
Maybe you needed a snack.
Why were they rotating everyone out of the B bomb site? Were they just back for nades, maybe? I guess so. That seems dangerous to have 2 people run back. And yeah, they're just going to get caught as they come back. That is not what you like to see at all. The Molotov is pretty decent. It does some damage. Glaive is going to be setting up an HE, and it does even more damage to Mia, but they're still kind of way out of it. I'd say SGN should probably just save this. That's a big mistake on Astralis.
That's them horsing around with this new meta where you can drop grenades. This is one of those maps where you see teams, if they have the money, they will buy an extra grenade and just drop it in CT spawn. Because if you're rotating from B to A or A to B, you can, if you've used nades holding banana, you can just rotate and pick up a couple extra nades in CT, and great, now you're re-equipped for the retake.
And that's sick, but not if both people do it.
Yeah, not if it means that you have to rotate everybody off of the B bomb site. That was a bit of a stretch. But I'm guessing, Astralis just weren't expecting this change of heart from Spirit. Spirit are now out there hungry, looking for duels, and it may just be catching Astralis a little off guard. Maybe Astralis were getting complacent with how well this was going. I mean, keep in mind, they just caved Spirit's head in on Dust 2. This is now Spirit the first time, it feels like, in this series where Spirit are starting to put up a bit of a fight.
Yeah.
So Astralis need to get their heads in gear here. Do they need to start taking this a bit more seriously and focus up again?
I mean, I have nothing but questions about that round. I'm not even sure why when they even if they do decide to put everyone out of the bomb site, then when they come running back, they just kind of stroll through like they're like, oh, no one would challenge us.
Yeah, it's as if they forget that banana is one of the most contested parts of the map, and
yeah, that seemed incredibly silly. We'll see if that's going to be the wake up call that Astralis need, because again, this is 9-10 now. This is a completely open game. Spirit could absolutely win this one, and third map would be Overpass. Again, I feel like if Astralis end up losing now, especially if you lose, I mean, they just did this yesterday. Astralis themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
They sent Pain Gaming home based on a 3 versus 5 win, and then they just spiraled it into overtime and won that. So Astralis know what happens if you start to let some of these teams, I mean, the same could happen to Spirit. Could easily be that just a little mistake from Astralis and Spirit feel like, all right, now we're back. We could do it. We're ready. Don't give him that opportunity.
No, indeed. You need to just lock it down right now. And Zonic, I think, might be wringing his hands a little bit in concern. Just because we know what the Spirit are capable of. They have crazy firepower. If they start to get online, it can be a fight here for Astralis still. And Mir, oh, has to be careful about this M4A1 spray. But he's looking to punish, and he's just a split second too late.
Yeah, that's Smoke creating a gap, allowing Astralis to escape for the minute. But Mir is back for more. He couldn't get the headshot on the second player. Dupree will at least slow down that part of the push a little bit. The rest of them are setting up. Do they want to try and speed it up? I don't think they know that a second player rotated to the B bomb side, but maybe they're just guessing. In any case, they're right about it. Jump past Lucky, doesn't take the shot, and Magix, he thinks he's safe. The line up there, and Magisk will take them both down. Dexter is now on his own. It actually was a really good call for Spirit to try and do this as quickly as they were, but the fact that Lucky didn't fire the first shot on the guy jumping, just kept his cool, meant the second player walking in is thinking, well, I'm home safe, this is absolutely fine. Someone's already checked, and no one was there. Dexter now won the 1 versus 2 earlier. This is a 1 versus 3, and it is a hell of a lot harder.
45 seconds as well, so not a whole lot of time to work with. Does he try and play this towards B? That would be sick.
He's got some time. He could do it. I mean, the problem is you just don't almost know anything at this point in the round if you're Dexter. It's been so long since they've seen anyone. 10 seconds is a long time in Counter-Strike, so he's just going to be trying to walk into it here. He's got the right idea, checking the graveyard. Oh, nice headshot. He needs another one. Lucky's in the corner. It's the AWP. If he misses the shot, Lucky, it's done. And Dexter's repositioning, looking everywhere. The gun barrel's showing. Oh, he sprays for it, and Dexter! Big kill on that one. Now he's going to go try and see if he can Molotov. He's a little bit overthinking it. He actually comes off it. No, don't do it. 7 seconds left. Now he can't do it any longer. Oh, but he gets the kill anyway. What a clutch from Dexter. 1 versus 3 to bring Spirit back in the major.
Keeping their hopes alive. This is it. The kind of rounds that Spirit need right now to get them fired up and ready to go. Dexter has been a hard carry for this team for so long. It's just he feels like he hasn't quite been hitting that level here at the major so far, that they've been struggling. But Dexter, I mean, so this is where you wonder if it's experience or what, that Lucky is turning away like that. Is he expecting some kind of flash? But also, is he not aware that with the AWP, the gun barrel will stick through the wall sometimes like that? It just gives away his position, and Dexter, of course, is going to pounce on that and take full advantage.
I feel like that shouldn't be happening anymore, though. But
no, it shouldn't.
But
it really shouldn't. It's actually kind of frustrating to see, but, you know, obviously, you play the way the game is playing right now. That's it. You just roll with it. And so Dexter, that's a fortunate break for him.
It looked like as well that he was overthinking it so much, Dexter. He left himself, and he couldn't have faked it another time, right? He either had to follow through and go for the bomb plant or do what he did and just take the kill. That is a hard position to be in. Here we go. 10-10. Spirit have managed to tie it up. They're back in the game. Now they need to follow it through. That's a lot of damage with the Deagle. They got to be careful here. There's a crossfire. Glaive shooting him through the wall. Sunday Young is down and out. Dupree, look at the follow-up kill. Spirit, please. Vegas with a kill on Dexter as well. They're going to lose Magiska now. It's Chopper in a 1 versus 3. They just decided to go fight at Arch, no matter what. Whatever it takes. Keep throwing bodies at the problem. Sip will execute Chopper. And Astralis, they get around that. They didn't even have to put that much effort into.
Oh, and they save an AWP off of that as well. They save an AWP and an AK off of that. That's huge for Astralis. In an eco round,
they just look like Spirit thought, we're meant to win this. Just keep going. More people. Throw them in.
Yep, you get fired up, and you're up against pistols. You start to get complacent. You start to think, okay, you know, right, they've got pistols, but we've got rifles. We'll be able to win out on this. And you start taking duels, and then you got to remember, these are guys with deagles. They hit those headshots. That's it. You're dead. Exactly what we saw there. So Astralis with a lucky break, in a sense, because now they could get back into this half in a real meaningful way. Glaive knows that Mir has been playing this very aggressively, and he stands and fights this time instead of running away. Mir goes down.
Chopper almost gets blown up.
Oh, man, this is brutal. This could be it for Astralis. If they take it, that could be all of the wind out of Spirit's sails in that round.
Oh,
Mir goes down.
Chopper almost gets blown up.
Oh, man, this is brutal. This could be it for Astralis. If they take it, that could be all of the wind out of Spirit's sails in that round.
Oh, maybe. There's a timing here. Flash is in. They're going to come 3-man out, but Dupree is down there with the spray, the flashbang. It did touch him, you could see, but not enough. He's still able to get that double. And Chopper, he's already low from earlier. He's going to get a nice headshot on Dupree. There's a lot more that needs to be done in this round. Caught mid-air by Magus. Going to sit with the headshot. It's 12-10. The money, I don't know. They could buy on 3 out of 5 players here on the Spirit side. Maybe you just do that and just cross your fingers that you can find some sort of magic way back into this game, because you had the door wide open. Equalizing to 10-10. That was it. That was the moment. Now, I don't know. Oh, yeah, he's right there. The flashes still don't even touch him.
Nope. That's just a really solid 1-2 combination. Op, M4, one watching the other's back. Really nice bread and butter stuff, and Astralis just make it look so easy. 12-10. And, well, props to Chopper for hitting that 180. That was pretty sick, but he's having a real struggle fest right now. Only 5 kills so far on this map for Chopper. And I know that, you know, you can have the whole idea, IGL, the rest of them. I mean, if Dexter's overperforming, then this could probably fly. But right now, Dexter's sitting at 21 kills. He's not exactly just taking over this server. And so Chopper really needs to step up right now if the team are going to be able to pull through. Everybody seems to be doing pretty good over on the Astralis side as well.
Yeah, they've got a little bit more of an even spread, but doing fine. 12-10. Yeah, they did buy into this round. I don't really blame them for
half buys here with Deagle and Kevlar, or just risk it all. But then you really are talking about
to be another 1 versus 3 for him to win. It's too much to ask of one person. He's got 23 kills, almost tapped away one person there, and he realizes, yep, they're going to be coming in from Banana. He's now zoned out. The problem is he can't really go too far away. Megas will find the headshot. It's not going to be the clutch this time. It's going to be Astralis on 13 rounds. Just 3 away from sending Spirit out of the major.
Unfortunately, you managed to get that bomb plant. Small little victories, right? But it's still not enough to go for a full buy on the side of Team Spirit. They would have to go for half buys here with Deagle and Kevlar, or just risk it all. But then you really are talking about a force. Lucky, sick no-scope. Point blank, doesn't miss. And Glaive is just the hero at that point. That's unreal. Big round from Glaive. This spray from Xyp9x had me wondering just a little bit. A little bit of a pucker moment there, but
yeah,
you know, where he's like, oh man, that AK spray where it just feels like, where are your bullets going? What's going on? Am I just shooting nothing at? No, I'm shooting blanks.
Yeah, feels like
13
sometimes.
to 10.
Oh, here come. Oh no, they're gonna give up on it. Keeps running. He's gonna find the kill anyway. Sometimes you'll probably go a little bit quicker on that one. Door is opening. Magus comes back. Magix comes back for more. And he's going to get a bullet to the face. So 2 opening kills here for Astralis. And I think that's in spite of, I think that whole play over at the A apartments aggressively like that, Spirit knew. They knew it was coming, and they couldn't really get themselves into a position where they were able to surprise Astralis and not the other way around.
No, now Astralis are pretty much on a lockdown mode. You can just set up 2 on B, 3 on A, and just wait. You have an idea of what Spirit have gone for. You know, it's just pistols. They're not going to have a whole lot. Although, as I say that, the hero AK from Mir taking down Glaive.
He was jiggle peeking it and somehow didn't see Mir. I'm not sure. He kept jiggle peeking even after he should have probably spotted him. And Mir again going to catch another jiggle. Yeah, he knows that someone's back there. He wishes more than anything that he had a Molotov that he could throw in there. Instead, it's going to be the other way around, and he is forced out of it. 40 seconds, though. They've made their way in through Arch. You can see Dexter is sneaking around, creeping around with a Deagle. Going to be catching Lucky, but he misses the shot. Oh, no. Oh, dear. You have to hit that one. And he's going to go down instead. Lucky will bring him to the ground. And now it's 2 versus 4. That was the critical kill. That could have brought them right back in. It would have isolated the player in the B bomb site. Now, not so much. Lucky comes out of the smoke there, Chopper, and going to say otherwise, if you're a Astralis fan, you need to try and use some of that telepathy and tell him to click the trigger, but he did it anyway. Astralis, man, Spirit, I can't believe they were back. They tied it up. It was 10-10, and they threw away that round to the Arch position there with the Deagles. That's what made the difference. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, this is definitely painful. Nothing but pain. But they did go through that save in the last round here, Spirit. They're not done yet. They can play out from here. They can afford the rifles and the nades and the smokes. Everything that they need here. Spirit to make a play happen. Now it's a matter of aggression. Can they get into Banana quick? They didn't really look like it. Molly over the top to put a little bit of pressure on mid, keep them guessing. And there's the boost. Xyp9x gets punished by Chopper. Chopper aware that that was an option. That's not the first time that Astralis have gone for that play. And so this time Spirit ready with the punish. Nicely done. That's adjusting on the fly to what your opponents are showing you. And that Spirit really taking advantage. If it's going to happen, Anders, it has to happen like this. You have to start punishing Astralis for the tendencies that you've picked up so far in this half.
That's a devastating grenade.
That's a big one.
That landed on 3 people. That's too much. Missed opportunity there for Lucky. He's going to be a little bit desperate. Throws out a Molotov. They're going to throw another one down, but they also wrap around Arch at the same time. So, I don't know. Even if you have a lot of money here, I wouldn't necessarily go for this 3-on-5. You've got a bit of a buffer. Don't think, it's not worth it.
Not worth it. You know they're going to be able to afford whatever they want next run anyway, so just leave it. Nice little AWP find. That can be handed over to Dexter. He'll be more than happy to pick that up. And on the other side of things, I mean, they will have the money to rebuy that AWP. Lucky's got a little bit in the bank, so it's not the end of days here for Astralis. If they actually take one of these rifles off, that would be huge. If you could get a 3rd kill here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth trying, right? The level of the comeback, no matter what, for Spirit at this point in time, is going to have to be a massive one. So
the thing is that Mir is also sitting there thinking, well, I don't have money to rebuy. So, you know what? It's a bit of a gentleman's agreement. You know what? We're all just going to agree to hold on to what we have for the next round.
Let's all stay alive, yeah.
Yeah, let's just all stay alive, and we'll go again next round. So I like that from Mir. He figures it out and then decides better. That's some good discipline on his part. Now we need to see what can we do here from Astralis. They've got all the money that they need. Lucky will get fully equipped.
14-11. It's, I mean, of course it could be done. Especially if you break that CT economy. Maybe that's just what they're focusing on right now. Just keep winning rounds until they only have pistols, and at that point, we've almost tied it up, and we should be good to go. So, if you just think of it that way, maybe it doesn't seem so impossible anymore. They dodge most of the nade damage in the beginning. That's kind of fine. Early boost here for the CT side.
Fully just waiting for this. I really like that HE. That's a really slick HE from the site.
Yeah, because it used to be that there was a hole that you could sort of look into at the back of the B-bomb site here.
Yep.
And people would throw nades from back there where the boost is. Not so much anymore.
Harder to hit that angle, but if you can position yourself that way, it's very clever, very cool. But with 3 on B right now, Astralis, they are just calling this.
Yeah, they are really calling it now. Someone should be checking when they run past. But the problem is, Astralis haven't really gone for this boost except around the plant. So if you don't see it all the time, sometimes you just forget about it. You just think, well, wait a minute. Maybe we just don't do it. They're boosting by new box as well. That means everyone's going to be looking at Sip here. And maybe that's just what it takes for them to forget. dupreeh could turn around. He's playing anti-flash as well. Sip, here's the first point of contact. The spray is in. He's taking all the attention away. dupreeh with a big double. And that's a disaster. Glaive is there as well. They absolutely called it right out of the gate, Astralis. They put 3 people here. They had the double boost crossfire set up. And Spirit, they get knocked out.
Oh, your stomach, it just feels it. You don't envy Spirit in that situation. When the bomb gets dropped on the other side of the smoke like that, you've got 30 seconds left on the clock. It's so brutal. And your money is going to be in shambles. You should have just enough to buy in the next round. Nicely done here by Dexter. 1v3, hoping for more. Not going to find it. They'll have money to buy, Spirit. They'll have money to buy, but this is it. Match point for Astralis.
Things are looking very good for them here. I mean, that kind of a call, it's one that you maybe feel a little bit more confident in making as well when you already have the buffer of rounds. Even if that hadn't worked out, if that had been an A execute, Astralis could kind of shrug it off and say, well, we got another couple of tries to do it. But when it works,
oh man,
there's nothing they can do.
They had no idea. Just completely unaware they used boosted. You just have to feel like you just got read like a book. There's nothing else for Spirit at that point. They were just ready for you.
Absolutely. 15-11. Spirit need 4 in a row, and it starts off well. Dexter with a kill on Glaive. That's the kind of beginning that they need every round from here on out. The Lucky's going to bring it right back, dropping Magics. Now it's a 4-on-4. No one is in Banana. And the question is, how long before... Actually, Astralis, they're rotating people, or at least swapping out people. Maybe, yeah. Going to bring the orb over here by Lucky. That's something they haven't been doing too much. Many CT sides that will do this, they'll actually have their orb player play alone on B. And just have the other 4 playing on the A-bomb side. So we'll see. Glaive is still hanging around there. Only 2 people over on A. Very unusual setup, I would say. 2-2 like this. Not something you see all the time. Usually just 1-3 instead.
Mm-hmm. Bit more of a gamble approach, but this worked for Spirit when they were electing to use this strategy on the CT side. Now they just double up on Pit, and now you're fully committed. If you're Astralis on the A site, you're here to fight.
Yeah, deep in there. They threw a flashbang to top Banana a minute ago here. Spirit trying to sort of sell the idea that they were still up there. Now they're going to commit to it. Preemptive smoke trying to create a bit of a one-way and also stopping a Molotov play. Nice shot from Chopper. dupreeh entirely on his own to try and save this round. 30 seconds. He's going to get 1 kill. He does spin around for it. Spirit, they need to keep going. dupreeh, he's already got the double and he nearly takes Sumdai Young with him. Now 20 seconds. dupreeh has actually kept this round alive for Astralis. They can maybe still win it. Bomb will go down, but Sumdai Young is low on health. This nade, is it going to catch him? No, it goes the other way. Still alive for the minute. Swing out from Sip, and on the quad side, Lucky's picked up an M4 instead, and he's going to try and make his way through. Molotov, oh, that could be huge. Sip, he could just be waiting for it. He goes back, Mia trying to expose himself. What a headshot to bring down Sip, and now it's all on Lucky. 1 versus 2. He dodges the first flashbang, but again, he has to walk into the crossfire. They're all around him. Mia with a headshot. Spirit will keep the dream alive, and they're up to 12.
Yeah, you can see it coming as well. I mean, these players are so experienced. They're going to know the common setups. As soon as that molly is there, he's already pre-aiming the angle that Zip is holding. It's just a likely spot that Zip is going to be, and it's a little bit too telegraphed, a little bit too predictable. So Astralis not able to make that retake happen. But retake, again, just to repeat myself, retaking A site is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Nobody enjoys it. There's so many angles you have to worry about. It's so difficult. And so nobody envies Lucky in that position, trying to walk into a crossfire to clutch the round.
No, that's pretty tough. And I mean, again, it was not that far away from the breach winning the round. Now, Astralis doing what Spirit did a couple of times on their CT side, just pushing aggressively, Magisk with the headshot as he comes out of pit. It is a 2-for-0 trade. Astralis, they are not shook at all. They don't care. They just want to put Spirit away and move on into the Legend stage. And that's what they're about to do here. 5 versus 3. It's another very, very tough task ahead of Spirit.
This is exactly what I expect to see from a team that know that they are the dominant team on the server and that they should be winning this match. To go for that kind of bold play, just bully them. Just say, you know what, straight up, we're not going to respect you. We're not going to let you set up your strategy. We're not going to let you play your game and come to us. We're just going to just power through you and take the fight straight to you right out the gates. It's unorthodox play and it works perfectly. Oh, you heard that.
Yep, that's something you can hear. And he dodged the Molotov as well. Smoke is about to fade. Maybe Chopper is right inside of it. Dupree, thinking about it. Throws a Molotov of his own. Chopper's going to be coming through, but he's down and out. Now it's a 2-on-5. Astralis, they have looked very terrifying in this best of 3. And they're about to do it here. Get back into the Legend stage. Lucky with the kill. He misses the follow-up flick, but Sundar Young is on his own, trying to clutch it against the entire Astralis lineup, and that cannot happen. 16-12. Astralis, they're back.
They have made it. They survive IEM, follow the qualifier, the RMR, to make it here today to compete. Nobody believed in them, but they managed to crush through their Group 5-0. They go deep in the bracket there. They get so much done, and here they are surviving. 3 wins, 2 losses in the group, as close as you can cut it, but they make it to the next stage, and you can see the impact this is having on the Spirit players. Of course, this is shattering for them.
And for good reason, right? They put everything into that comeback, and I would say on any other day, this is a much more competitive game from the point of view of Spirit. I think they're going to be upset in the sense of many of their players just didn't get to show what they can really do. I don't know, but again, it probably is also pretty overwhelming to come into play against an Astralis team that is that fired up.
But it's also just in your mind right now, you know the heights that you can reach as Spirit.
Sure, yeah.
A few months back online, they were a threat to anybody in the world. They could take anybody. Dust 2, that was their playground. They had an insane streak going on it. So in your mind, the entire time, you got to be thinking, like, what do we need to do to unlock that level? Why aren't we hitting as hard as we did 4 months ago? What is going on?
Yeah.
So it's going to eat away at them on Spirit's side. I mean, still, they were here. They went the distance against Astralis. It's no shame to be losing against Astralis. They're major champions. I mean, if you're going to lose to anybody in the group, let it be them, right? But still, it's agony for Spirit right now.
It is tough break, but Astralis, they're back at the Legend stage. And speaking of Legends, we got some on the desk.
Excellent work as always, gentlemen. Thanks very much for that. All right, guys, straight over to the desk. Thorin, Maniac, Yanko. Disaster averted for Astralis is the initial takeaway, right? I mean, they put themselves in a terrible position to even be here to begin with. They go 0-2, grinded back. This was a legit opponent, I think, Team Spirit, although, as we're going to talk about, they have problems of their own. What do you think the mood's going to be like in the camp, and were you impressed with Astralis? Do you think they can power up as the tournament goes on?
Key thing is, because Astralis, I believe they were number 2 seed in this phase due to how that works. Basically, it wasn't until this match, because they went 0-2, they actually played against and won against a decent team. This was a team a lot of people had in the pick'ems, potentially getting out. So, to me, this is the first time I've been as impressed with Astralis in the tournament. Like, well, the funny thing is, the whole Locky narrative ended up not even playing a factor in the entire tournament. Like, basically, they almost won. I wouldn't say it was terrible, but just in spite of him, he never had to do anything. It was basically Glaive, Dupree, and Magisk, the 3 that you'd expect to be doing it, and Glaive, particularly in this match, looking very good. Calls seemed pretty good. I will say, Astralis was good, but I think a lot of my analysis after these guys get in is probably going to focus on the fact Team Spirit only showed up in one half at the same particular series, minus pistols.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Glaive, and I guess he has to be the talking point for multiple reasons. But first of all, he is the captain of a historical team that at some point in this time was 0-2, 1 game away from being enemy. Yes. Cannot be comfortable, right? He comes in a very specific, peculiar position, right? He wasn't in the team for a while. Now he just comes in at the very end. All eyes on him, the guy we see right there. And he is actually right now the highest rated player in the tournament. Like, he's toked him. Ooh. He's showed them where to go, and he's been carrying that team. And I have to respect the effort individually, right?
Yeah.
This is quite mental, the effort he's had to put. We're not saying that Astralis making it to the Legends is something mind-blowing to be celebrating, but for Glaive to be able to have that performance now that is something that a captain...
I know you just had a kid, but actually he had 5 sons in this server as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yanko.
Yeah, I think for me, right, the thing is, Astralis didn't play, great teams in the previous 2 games, but in the end, it is what we talked about. In hindsight, day 1 could have just been an off day for Astralis. They did get smashed, but then again, they were very convincing in their 3 wins. There was only 1 close game against Pain on Ancient.
Temper that with the opponents they were playing.
Yeah, I understand, but they were, smashing them, right? Like, the games weren't close. At no point was there a question whether Astralis is going to win that game on different maps. Compare that to someone like MOUZ Sports. They're never convincing. That's why you can't have faith in them. And I think Astralis just did what they were supposed to do. They made it to the next phase, not maybe in the manner in which we expected, but again, even in this series, there was no doubts that Astralis was going to be the victor.
And just to bounce back on that lucky point you mentioned, and I agree with you, he was essentially a non-factor in this stage of the tournament, but how great is it that he can actually survive that period and maybe just ease into what's happening, warm up into the tournament. He's had his teammates
the inexperienced players.
Help him get through that moment, which must have been hard for him as an individual, feeling that you're not enough, you're insufficient, not having impact, but it's okay, you made it together, and maybe he warms up now.
And here's the difference between someone like Acor, who we criticized a lot, and Lucky. Lucky arguably maybe even having a worse performance, right, than Acor, or less impact, but he is the absolute rookie, right? Like, it's his, second LAN after the RMR, you're at the major, you're with all these legends, you can see the pressure. Acor has already played, he was in Mad Lions before, he was in this team for 6 months, and so on and so on. So for Astralis, it's about, like, you have to push through it, as simple as that, right? This is where he's going to get some experience and, like, go through the motions for the first time. And I think in the end, they are going to be hindered by his performance, and they're not going to be able to win a game, and they will be out of the tournament because of that. But that's, you made your bet, Astralis, in that sense, by bringing a player so young and inexperienced, and now it's just about, like, this is an investment for the future, in a sense.
So, Duncan, it's time. Team Spirit have failed you.
Yes.
You are angry.
Absolutely. Here's the thing. This is an example, actually, of where experience won the day. Because Team Spirit, obviously, their accomplishments were online. They're not a team that have had the big run on LAN. They've never been as good as they have been as an online team. And this Team Spirit that played in this one match was not the team I saw in the entire tournament. Like, they were on the brink of just putting VP into this position to play this match and going through themselves, doing that massive lead, threw it away. Like, the one thing you say, it's what I hype the whole time about Team Spirit, is the firepower. The firepower turned up for 1/2 of a 2-map 4-half series, despite winning every single pistol round. So what it shows you is, like, basically a bunch of their players never really got going. Like, Dex got going by the end. I don't know what Chopper does in this team. He's the in-game leader. As far as I can tell, all he does is look like Anders from 2015.
I think
the worst Anders.
Yeah. I think also for Spirit, it's obvious you have to make changes. Maybe some sort of a CIS shuffle is going to happen post-major, but you need to either change Chopper as the in-game leader. What is the coach doing as well? I'm not putting, when I look, if the team is not doing well as a team, if their game is off, I don't put that solely on the coach or the in-game leader. For me, that's always a duo, so to speak. We don't even, half of the people don't even know who their coach is, right?
Don't know if they do.
Yeah, exactly, right? So some of these teams,
I'm sure he doesn't want to be found at the moment either.
Yeah, so I think there's definitely changes to happen. There is talent on that team individually, but as a unit, you could see they're getting outplayed. All the mid-round, late-round situations, retakes, utility usage, all of that. It's just on a different level in a bad sense.
The thing is, of course, Spirit has never played a Counter-Strike that is fascinating and polished and amazing. But as you mentioned, usually there used to be firepower there to make any big teams tremble and shake against them. But as I said multiple times on this desk, it is a team that on an individual point of view will be inconsistent, and mostly when there's pressure. And that I don't know how to fix. It's maybe something they just don't have in them. Some players just don't do well with adrenaline, don't do well with pressure. They're not able to show up to their best game when it matters the most. I said Spirit will make it to 2-2, and then they will lose the game and they'll disappear. And we can all go back to that game versus VP and say, what if you had converted that game?
Oh, yeah, they were in a winning position.
There is talent in there, but what if you cannot find a way to harness it when it matters the most? I don't pretend I'm going to fix this, but this is definitely my one topic that is problematic for Spirit.
Yeah, it's a shame. Strong region, strong individual teams, but you have to wonder if they're going to, maybe shake things up after this. Yeah, probably is his time. Okay, let's take a quick look at the scores just to remind everybody of what happened earlier today. There it is, just confirmation on your screens. We're going to talk about these games a little bit, but we started the day with Heroic 2-0 over Movistar Riders. Big are out. MOUZ were able to overcome them 2-1. And, of course, we just saw Astralis Spirit. Just as a quick question before we get into the other two games. Astralis, How deep can they go? Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, go on then.
I'll say that
bigging them up?
Astralis has a chance at making a top 8. I think that they could.
Do
they
you
could make
commit to that top 8?
I would say Astralis make it to the top 8, but they don't go any further.
Okay.
Duncan?
I think they go out in the next phase. Like, I would guess if I had to that they'll win either one best of 3 or one of the best of 1s. I think if you look at the teams in that particular phase, though, like, they can't have a tournament where the AWPA just doesn't dominate the game. Like, you're not just going to have all 3 players. Like, think about the way on CT side there. Every highlight was just them doing superior setups and just shooting the T's in the head without any kind of gunfight. So you're not going to get that against the real top-level team. So we look at this field here. I think like about half this field can beat them. Yes, the likes of the Entropiqs, the Copenhagen Flames. But here's the thing to remember. This is a key. Because Astralis is a 3-2 team, they are going to have one of the worst seeds in this phase. So that means in the best of 1, you might be playing against it. Could be, I don't know who from the CIS, could be Na'Vi, could be Gambit, could be playing against Team Liquid. Listen, Team Liquid, bizarrely, might be some sort of matchup they could win. But you look at it, that means you're probably going to start 0-1. Then you may be playing against a Vitality. This is the problem. I think they're going to be in the best of 3s, but I don't expect them personally to get the top 8.
Janko?
I think it's impossible to tell. I think it's very matchup specific because their map pool is not great. If they go against a team in the best of 3 where they can get Inferno and Nuke, right, then I can see them winning. It seems like their Dust is pretty solid as well. So that expands it a little bit. But if they go against a team that's really good on Vertigo, Ancient, Overpass, and they can force 2 out of those 3 maps to be in the pool, I don't think Astralis has what it takes. So ultimately, I think they're going to make it. They're going to get, I'm predicting they're going to get lucky with the matchups. Pool-wise, but I also think some of the other teams are going to underperform. I think there's a big deal with having played to these challengers. The games start tomorrow.
True.
These teams are warmed up. Like, they're going to play in,
Do you pick 'em tonight?
12. They're going to play in like 12 hours, 13 hours, right, already. So I think that can benefit them. Some of the teams can start off cold, just like Astralis did on day 1 of this tournament. So I think experience prevails.
Yep, so let's talk about the heroic Movistar Riders. It's causing an apoplexy on the internet, of course, because...
let me start off with this one, right? The whole, like, cheering and so on. I think the difference was, I think they're obviously, happy that they made it through. I don't think the cheering was from that. First, of course, always Cadian always, like, exaggerates a little bit. But I think the second part was the fashion in which they won the game. It was a close game, and they won 16-14 in the end. If they were winning, like the game was 16-6, I don't think they're jumping as much as that. It's just like any feeling when you win a close game, you're hyped because you closed it out. I think that kind of added to the excitement, and I'm sure they have higher goals for themselves than just the top 16.
I've heard when Cadian just successfully opens a can of Coke and it doesn't spray all over himself, he goes running around getting high fives. Woo, 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 woo. Like, just some people are like that,
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, what I'll say is I came out of this with a real deep respect for Movistar.
Not heroic, I hope.
No, obviously. Movistar, for me, are like one of the tails of the tournament. It's almost a shame they're not going through to that later stage because, we've talked a lot about teams who made roster changes prior to the major and we're giving them all this leeway. No one really gave that to Movistar. They were like, you're here, you're a Spanish team. People expected them to be also rans. You take 2, you play them close on this map. Would have been interesting to see this series go 3. It just didn't work out that way. But yeah, I'm like a lot of people. The reason I'm critical of Heroic and listen, I also understand the galvanizing factor of them and us idea where you're really overhyping all your wins because right now they have been under immense pressure.
That is the key. Right?
Yeah, and
that is why we have to think about that. Now, just picture yourself a universe where Heroic right here, right now, in our context, doesn't make it past the new legend stage, a new challenger stage. That would have been outrageous.
Imagine if they had to play Astralis. That's what I'm still thinking about.
Yeah.
But this is something we have to put in context with like the celebration. Heroic could not afford not to make it to the next stage. They've been one of the hot teams of the online period. There's been all this controversy obviously happening with Hunden. People, they've said people hated on them and whatnot. If they hadn't made it, that would have been a catastrophe for them. And I think this is some of this catharsis that we see in the reaction. They probably took a huge load off their shoulders by making it to the next stage.
But then again, I stand by the opinion that I want Heroic to be thinking, we're in with a chance of winning this. Can they? I don't know. But certainly there was a period this year where I think, they were ranked #1 in the world. Of course. I think they were good for it. I've always been a fan of their style and the development they've done. I really want them to, come here and, not just set themselves a low bar, right? Like, I hope they are thinking they can go
Here's
very,
my
very
question
deep.
then. Let's do the same thing as the Astralis one. Does Heroic make top 8?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I personally don't think they do.
So you're taking Astralis over Heroic in that scenario?
It's the problem I've always had with the Heroic is that I thought that the way they were playing Counter-Strike and the amount of 50-50 duels they were taking and how the individuals were taking over, that is my definition of online. Not as in any way, no. Because the way it is, it's just confidence on top of confidence on top of confidence. We're talking gambles, super aggressiveness, players making the difference. I have no indication right now that they would do that on LAN. We haven't seen Heroic do that on LAN quite yet. So prove me that I'm wrong. Prove the community that this is wrong. But you still have to walk the walk. All I've seen is super aggressive, somewhat gambly Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I'm kind of like you. I'm not really interested in, you know, them doing well just for the story sake of it. They've legitimately got players who've kind of been denied success in like cruel circumstances. I feel super sorry for Stown, super sorry for Refresh with the careers they've had commensurate to their talents. And, you know, it's time to deliver on the big stage and silence some of the doubters, hopefully. Let's talk about the other game, Big versus MOUZ. This one shocked us all on the desk. Because we felt Big would be able to sort of overcome them with a tactical number. Instead, it was sort of individual excellence that pulled MOUZ through. Who wants to go first on this one?
Yanko told me that I just copied him and said Big would win. So in many ways, I should have actually had 7 out of 9 on my pick'em, except for the Yanko factor. So no, listen, the big problem with this series was it was all totally fine. The first map, Big wins their map, then MOUZ Sports comes back on their map. Okay, it's all cool. We're going down to that third map. Nuke could be really exciting. It was exciting, but it was really bad Counter-Strike. Like, it was just basically CT teams not understanding how to play, really poor adjustments, playing too passive at times, not taking chances. Like, I actually thought it kind of denied us what could have really been a thrilling final one. But all the same, props to MOUZ Sports for being the team that came through. A couple of players maybe overperformed, but listen, that's when you want people to overperform and step up to the plate, right?
And I guess in a way, you want to see Robs at the legend stage. You want to see Frozen and see how kind of expected he can be. But I will still say, as optimistic and happy as a person I can be, this game to me felt like which team is going to lose and is going to have to make roster changes. That's the way they look at it. Whoever loses has to face the, the harsh truth that it's time to change. It was MOUZ Sports who came ahead winner. Props to them, congratulations. But it doesn't fix all the mistakes we've seen. It doesn't fix all the weaknesses we've seen. You're making it to the legend stage, congratulations. But there's a very tough road ahead.
Well, here's the thing. See on that sign in the background, it says head into the danger zone. That's what. If Dexter doesn't watch himself, he'll be playing with the boys again soon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, go on, yeah.
Let me put it this way. You asked, like, who do you think is going to go? Is Astralis going to make the top 8? Is Heroic going to make the top 8? MOUZ is not going to make the top 8.
Right.
Their journey is going to end in the next phase, and that's going to be them just doing the bare minimum, kind of. But I think regardless of that, the roster changes are on horizon for MOUZ.
Yeah. And obviously with Big, how catastrophic is it for them? It's weird because you think about them sort of making that top 8. Not that long ago. Obviously, it is ancient history because we had a 2-year hiatus.
True.
It's kind of, it just feels like a team that's essentially swirling down the pan, not very quickly, but the decline is noticeable.
The problem with this is I can see the makings of if you do give them a few more months, they will be better. There'll be a better map pool. Gades even he seems half decent, but you have to solve that star player equation. Like if I could rewind the clock, just at least play this major with Xantares, then go and do your project if you want to do it and make the Turkish team. I want to at least see the team that last year. They were ranked #1 though. Of course they do. Like his raw skill is so good. He would have gotten them through this phase alone. Like I thought he always as a player fell off against the top teams, but his raw mechanical aim, he dominated opponents like MOUZ Sports. So I wish they could have just kind of given that one last shot, and then you go your separate ways and you make 2 different projects.
The problem with Big is that I'm trying in my head, I'm doing the mental exercise of finding an angle, finding something that I'm going to give them the edge over other teams, and I just cannot. Tactically speaking, sure, I think Tabson is a very cerebral, clever player, but it doesn't strike me as the IGL who's going to find the one strategy at 13-13 to make the difference. He's a great player, I think he's a great captain, but as a tactical IGL, probably some limitations. Then you look at the roster, individually speaking, you're right, they lost Xantares, which means some other players have to step up. Surson is doing great, not enough yet to be a superstar. Tabson is doing a little better, but you look at the rest of the roster, Kido, I believe, is insufficient, Tizen, I think, is insufficient, and Gade is on a journey to adapt and get to acquaint himself with the roster. It's just, in my take, not enough for the highest level right now.
So, guys, the moment is upon us. We're about to find out what tomorrow's match is going to be in the Legend stage. And here we have it. So let's react to these.
FURIA.
Astralis has absolutely pulled that out of the bag there. That is ridiculous.
What?
Oh, they've gotten FURIA.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
FURIA with drop as well.
Navi
we haven't really seen that.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, obviously, react to EG versus FaZe. I think this is a layup for FaZe. I think there was a lot of teams actually just praying.
FaZe is going to body EG.
Yeah?
Unless they've somehow, I don't know.
Each is going to be just like that logo on our screen, invisible.
Yeah, it's going to be invisible. G2 Copenhagen Flames, a rematch from the RMR, again in the best of ones. Copenhagen Flames won that game in overtime. I'm most hyped for Navi Heroic. That was a sick semi-final game at Pro League. And Gambit ENCE. That's first look at Gambit and ENCE showing up great. In the challengers stage, can they keep it up in the
obviously, here's the thing. Gambit is coming in as a big favourite, but if you get best of one upset, ENCE is a team that can do it.
Literally read my mind. I mean, all the stuff we've said about Heroic, the pressure they're under from the community, it's really strange, actually, because the CIS region is so heavily stilted with, towards Na'Vi, their fans. Gambit have never really gone over, and they've never really gone over with the community in general. When they were winning all the tournaments, people were questioning it because, it's the, quote, online era. Now you come into a tournament that you should go deep in. I think Gambit are an amazing team. I hope to see them in the final, honestly, because I love the way they play the game. And here's the best of one against ENCE, who are like one of the hot up-and-comers. It's absolutely insane. That is a very dangerous fixture.
And they just played the whole new Challengers stage, like as they were talking about before. Gambit's coming in, I mentioned they travel, you got a few days off, maybe you get a couple of scrims in. That ain't the same as playing real matches and being warmed up.
I agree with you. I'll put a spin on the Gambit story. I'm always thinking about Cologne in my mind, where they came to Cologne, the entire community was looking at Gambit, say, you know what, you've been winning all these tournaments, now it's your time to shine. If you fail, you're an onliner. They made it quarterfinal with a lot of scrutiny about what they're doing. Right now, all the eyes are on Na'Vi. It's as if Gambit doesn't exist anymore. They're not even a trophy challenger anymore, which I think they are. But at least they have the luxury of not having everyone looking at them and scrutinizing them. Everyone is on Na'Vi, so maybe a bit of breathing space for Gambit.
Here's the good news, though. Vitality versus VP. Initially, I'd be like, Vitality's one of the best teams. Virtus.pro haven't quite bedded in Flip, but luckily Vitality only has 4 players anyway.
Yeah. NIP versus MOUZ
Prove
as well.
me wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the graphics back up if our memories don't serve us well. NIP versus MOUZ, I think that's a great start. My dark horse pick, I don't know if it's really a dark horse pick, is NIP to win the whole tournament.
I think that's a high-pressure game for NIP because they're a clear favorite, right? So if they need to win this game, if they lose to MOUZ, you also have to take into account in the Swiss system, you can't play a team you've played twice, right? So if it happens that, you lose to MOUZ and somehow you get to 2-2 or whatever, and then you're going to get a harder draw because you can't play them again. So definitely a scenario in which for NIP you can get off to a great start, right? You obviously want to be in the arena in front of the home crowd, but we'll see how they handle that.
I'm going to stay with you, Janko, because obviously whenever we talk about G2, there's a player there that we wouldn't be amazed if we didn't bring that up. Yeah, Hunter, of course.
Hunter,
No,
and his cousin.
But obviously going up against Copenhagen Flames, is that dangerous in a best of one, do you think, for G2, especially the state they're in right now?
You watch the Pro League group?
I think it is even, I think it is because of their map pool more than anything else. I think Copenhagen Flames initially seemed very strong on Nuke, Vertigo, right, but they've had success on other maps during the Challenger stage, Ancient, Overpass, right, Overpass the permaban for G2, but, you can't veto out 6 maps, so they'll have to meet them somewhere. They played Nuke at the RMR, lost in overtime, so I think for G2 it's one of the better ones because they're on LAN, they're going to get stronger. We just have to see they can't allow themselves to have a slow start. Copenhagen Flames, the good thing for G2 is that the Flames qualified with 3-0, so they also haven't played for 2 days, so that kind of evens it out, but in that particular one I'm going to go with G2.
Obviously, you can never know where these things stand, and they change from moment to moment, like the price of Bitcoin or something. But in theory, Copenhagen Flames will finally be playing on the actual A stream.
Yes, I want to actually make sure I commit that to the broadcast.
Let's actually see them for the first time. It's a great opponent to get it off against.
Yeah, a lot of up and down information over the course of the day. But yes, they will be here in the studio playing under those conditions rather than the practice room. So we're going to get a real look at Copenhagen Flames now. Difficult opponent. Liquid versus Entropiq. You know what? I don't know, man. Liquid.
Yes, you don't know.
Liquid about. I'll say it. Entropiq. For me.
Yeah, but the thing is, don't you say Entropiq because of recency bias? You've seen them play, you've been impressed, and we have no clue what to expect from Liquid right now.
Yeah, but that's the problem. No one has any clue what we expect from Liquid, including Liquid themselves. You just never know what you're going to get when they turn up. And you've got a team that's already hot and gone deep into the top. Like, Entropiq have landed to be at the Legend stage. Absolutely over the moon. They've done it playing legit. They've absolutely battered Astralis, who were saying are going to make top 8. So, I mean, you've got to give them the respect.
I don't know what's happening to Team Liquid. They've come down with something. I heard they're feeling a little hoarse.
Yeah, that's not your best one, but it's good. I like
better than half the games today.
Also true.
At least I give actual entertainment value.
But there's the real one right there. It was Heroic Na'Vi. That is that. Right? I wonder if there's going to be people jumping on chairs after that one. I think if Heroic win that, I think that'll be justified.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be huge. The problem for Heroic is that the times of Na'Vi missing the first game of any tournament, I feel like, is behind us. We don't live in that area anymore.
Na'Vi,
exactly, that changed.
No.
This is back in times. Now we're talking about a Na'Vi who's like taking everything very seriously at the very beginning. This is the major they have to win. This is the major that is right there for them. Simple, finally having a major. You cannot, in any possible world, just take it lightly and take it easy on the first game. I refuse to believe this is even a possibility for Na'Vi.
Well, the only key for Na'Vi is not managing expectations, but in
Maybe
a sense
controlling
like themselves, in a sense of keeping everyone calm, not to get Boomich in the game leader position if things start going wrong and he misses a call or someone misses something, to not let the game snowball out of control, just to remain calm, believe in your game, believe in your preparation, in your teammates. I think if Na'Vi does that, they're going to be more than fine in this whole second stage.
The key for me in that matchup is if this was online, actually Heroic's a team with the map pool where they could go head-to-head here, we could get something interesting, see what they gamble on. The problem is the Heroic I've seen in this phase didn't have that same map pool, they didn't have the same strength, so actually I think it's heavily at the moment tilted towards Na'Vi until we see the real Heroic show up.
I think it's very different Na'Vi as well. They're a very different beast these days, especially with the emergence of Bit, who for me is like Rookie of the Year.
And you mentioned him, and he's going to be a talking point. I know he's done great in Cologne. I think he's done way better than anyone could have anticipated. His performance was absolutely pristine. But now he's at the major, and these aren't legends, like these aren't rumors. Like the major is something unique in Counter-Strike. Do we think that he can actually bring up that type of performance in Cologne? That would be absolutely crazy for a rookie to be able to do.
Yeah, here's my problem is like exactly that's the point. It reminds me of the Zero situation. It's like, can someone really hit the ground running with no experience and just keep doing it? Because at the moment, each tournament he's done it, tournament after like 3 or 4 in a row now, I'm kind of waiting for the regression to the mean. Just go back, just have an off tournament once. Like he's sort of just been blasting ever since they won Cologne. Yeah. So I do kind of feel like he's due to sort of dip a little bit. If he isn't, then by the way, watch out, it's going to be the Na'Vi era for sure.
Yeah, well, Astralis, FURIA, the last one to talk about. Then we'll wrap up the show. You said, I think they've pulled it out. You think they've looked it with
It's about the best team I could see. Aside from the psychological edge over Team Liquid, it's about the best opponent I think you could possibly draw at this point in time. Like, they've got their own identity crisis with the whole art ARPing thing. They've never really integrated the 5th player since Henny left. I don't think this is the FURIA that built up a lot of those points in the RMRs. It's not the FURIA of last year. It's certainly not the one of years and years and years ago that beat the old Astralis.
And most importantly, they don't have their coach with them. Gary is banned for like 4 or 5 majors, something like that. And he's a big part of that team, just also hyping them up, but as well, dealing with their personalities and helping out in preparation as well. So we'll see how FURIA performs without him being there.
Yeah, and there's a parallel to make between Lucky and Drop. I mean, Drop is brand new to this type of Counter-Strike, brand new to that type of level. And whereas we have seen right here that Astralis as a core had the shoulder to kind of lift Lucky and help him ease into this level, Drop is going to start straight up in the Legend stage. Yes. There's no warm-up, there's no easy game. You start your 0-1, at the end of the day, you're 0-2, just like Astralis did. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that matchup because there's a lot of rookies on that server.
I think it's going to be a very close one. All right then, guys, we're getting to the end of the show. So just some quick final thoughts of the day. Legend stage is coming, so I know we're all pumped for that, right? This is where the majors start for real.
I mean, I'm old school. Sorry, I'm old school. Like, I come from a time where major was 16 teams.
Yeah, this is essentially the minor, right?
There's no new challenger. This is the major starting now.
I mean, it's like I said to Snappy, welcome to the real major. Like, this one doesn't count. So I would say the main thing for me is, I think what we've shown here is, look how many teams are rusty from the online era. Look how many players who were really good don't have the LAN experience. And then the final thing is, and this is the message Team Spirit should take home is, it doesn't matter how good you are, if you're inexperienced, don't go to that 2-2 game. You better take care of business earlier on when there isn't the same pressure on you, because in that scenario, that's where the veterans win.
Yeah. Janko?
Yeah, I'm just pumped to get it going, to get these top 8 teams as well, see what they have in store for us, and see if some of these upstarts like Copenhagen Flames can keep riding that momentum and maybe create some more upsets.
Right, well, make sure you get an early night because it's going to be a long one. All right, guys, thanks very much for tuning in today. That's everything from today's show. We're going to be back. It's going to be an hour later to the usual time, so you guys get a lie in even if we don't. I can't wait. Legend stage of the PGL Stockholm Major starts tomorrow. Make sure you join us.